Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 1: The Real World of Spirits. Xiaoyu, I want to battle you. The young boy, holding a red and white poke ball, shouted loudly at Xiaoyu. Are you sure? Xiaoyu looked at the boy coldly, raising his chin and gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. My dad is the bug-type gym leader of Starlight City, my brother is the fire-type gym leader of Cinnabar City. I started training Pokémon at the age of 3, mastered Pokémon strategy at 5, defeated all my peers at 7, and retired from the Pokémon battle world at 11. Are you sure you want to battle me? If you still insist, put all your pocket money on the line. Wow, I'm not taking the challenge anymore. Upon hearing that he would have to wager all his pocket money, the young boy burst into tears and left the square, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaoyu is lying again. He doesn't even have a single Pokémon, yet he comes here every day to show off. They disgrace the Xia family, they even try to fool young children. Xiaoyu remained unmoved by the rumors and gossip around him, showing no embarrassment whatsoever, acting as if nothing had happened. As a man whose mental age was close to 40, his skin had long been hardened to the point of being impervious to bullets. As long as he could complete the system's tasks, he didn't care how much they cursed him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's quest, winning without fighting. Victory without a fight. Powerful trainers can defeat their enemies simply through sheer force of will. Achieve 10 victories without using Pokémon. Progress 10/10, completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the beginner's gift pack. Upon hearing the long-awaited system notification, Xiaoyu burst into tears. He had tricked and deceived 10 children in several nearby squares, paying a disgraceful price, before finally completing the novice mission. Finally completed the mission. Here, take this as my reward. Any Mutwo or Arceus will do, I'm not greedy. Open the newbie gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the one-time use item Pokémon Detector and the one-time use item Rare Treasure Detector. Huh, that's it? Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded, staring silently at the items in the system space. He couldn't believe that after paying such a high price, becoming notorious in several nearby squares, and swindling for a month, he had only gotten these 2 things. If you can't give me Mutwo, you can give me Tyranitar or Salamence instead, right? At the very least, give them a flashbang sprayer. You're only giving me these 2 things? Xiaoyu was filled with resentment. He had been utterly ruined by this master system. In his previous life, he had been reborn into a very good world, a parallel world similar to Earth, and with the help of the system, he was at least in a very good position, if not a perfect start. My dad is the bug-type gym leader of Starlight City. Although he ranks last among all gym leaders in Xishu province, at least he managed to become a gym leader. Later, my dad even caught a Volcarona, which greatly increased his strength. With the solid foundation laid by his father, his brother had a much better start. In his early 20s, he became the fire-type gym leader of Honglian City in Xishu province, and his signature Pokémon was also Volcarona. Compared to the bug-type gym leader, the fire-type gym leader is much more prestigious, since it's a popular type and there are more than 10 times as many fire-type trainers as bug-type trainers. His brother's ability to become a fire-type gym leader shows he's truly skilled. With the support of his father and brothers, Xiaoyu should be able to obtain a burning bug as his starter Pokémon, barring any unforeseen circumstances. His future looks bright. But, this damn system just wouldn't let him have his way. After binding with the system, he gained a passive ability. Master's Demeanor. A Pokémon master must have his own unique style. The minimum potential of the Pokémon captured by the host must be champion level. There are 10 levels in total: Common, Rare, Elite, Lord, Overlord, Gym Leader, Elite 4, Champion, Master, and Legendary Pokémon. King level. A Pokémon with champion level potential means that as long as it is properly trained, it will definitely reach champion level. You should know that his father does not have a single Pokémon with champion level potential, and his brother only has a Volcarona with near champion potential. Xiaoyu had no way of getting a Pokémon with champion level potential, but he had seen a few Pokémon with gym leader level potential. The passive ability, Master's Demeanor, has prevented Xiaoyu from catching a single Pokémon so far. At his age of 18, many students aspiring to become professional trainers have already caught 2 or 3 Pokémon, while he has none, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Slightly disappointed, Xiaoyu pulled down his hat brim, put on his mask, and quietly left the square, while checking the 2 rewards in his hand. Elite 4 Pokémon Detector, one-time use can detect the nearest uncaptured Elite 4 Pokémon. Rare Treasure Detector, disposable can explore for the rarest treasures that have not yet been discovered within a radius of 100 kilometers. Upon seeing the 2 items, Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, his initial gloom vanishing. Udam system actually has a conscience, he thought. This Elite 4 level Pokémon Detector, though only a one-time use item, is incredibly powerful. My brother happens to be home this week, so I'll have him come with me to subdue him. Xiaoyu couldn't help but think that since he didn't have a single Pokémon yet, he definitely wouldn't be able to go out into the wild to catch Pokémon by himself. Xiaoyu pressed the signal on the Pokémon detector, and the system immediately generated a map, searching for the nearest uncaptured Elite 4 level Pokémon to Xiaoyu. So far? Xiaoyu looked at the map. It was at least 200 miles away. I'll have to ask my brother to take me there with his Charizard. Hey bro, got a minute? Come out with me. Xiaoyu said as he returned home and looked at Xiao Luo lying on the sofa. Charlotte is 28 years old, unmarried, and handsome, making him very popular with young women. However, he has a childhood sweetheart girlfriend with whom he has a very good relationship and is already at the point of discussing marriage. No time. Xiao Luo was lying on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin on his alternate account, liking the videos of beautiful women. Xiaoyu glanced at it. The screen was so soft, ugh, so white. Bro, I remember your alternate account liked a few thousand pictures of beautiful women. Xiaoyu muttered to himself, never mind, I'll go tell your wife about your alternate account. I never would have guessed, bro, you like blondes and blue-eyed girls? No wonder you always complain that your wife has small breasts. Where are you going? Charlotte had already stood up at some point, put on her coat, and was about to put on her mask. Didn't you want me to come with you? Hurry up. Okay, bro, Xiaoyu said. Just now. Charlotte said meaningfully. Brother, what just happened? Xiaoyu asked, looking puzzled. It's alright, Xiao, do you have enough pocket money lately? Here's 10,000 yuan, take it and spend it. Boys should be more generous when they're out. Chapter 2 Crossbat. Riding on Charizard, the Xiao brothers, Xiaoyu and Xiao Luo, passed through the bustling city and traversed the jungle west of Starlight City, finally landing halfway up Thousand Mountains. What are you doing here? Xiao Luo looked at Xiaoyu and asked with a curious expression. I want to catch a Pokémon. Xiaoyu didn't intend to hide it and told his older brother the truth directly. Come to a place like this to catch Pokémon? Charlotte chuckled. This area has been cleared out several times, so there are very few Pokémon with good potential. If you really want a starter Pokémon, I can give you one of the 3 starter Pokémon. It's a bit late to start, but you still have a chance. No need, brother. I know what I'm doing. Xiaoyu directly declined his brother's kind offer and walked towards the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. It's up to you. Xiao Luo didn't try to persuade him any further. His younger brother had always been very opinionated since he was a child. Besides, with him and their father as the 2 owners of the establishment, even if Xiaoyu accomplished nothing and spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun, he could still live a carefree life as a rich second-generation heir. Upon entering the cave, it was pitch black. For safety, Charlotte summoned the fire moth, whose bright flames illuminated the entire cave entrance. Xiaoyu looked at the volcano with envy in his eyes. He had once had a volcano with the potential of a gym leader in front of him, but he did not cherish it. He only regretted it after losing it. If it weren't for this dam system, he would already be wielding the Vulcan moth and wreaking havoc everywhere. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the bat-like Pokémon hanging upside down inside were occasionally startled awake by the flames emanating from the flamebug and lunged at the Xiaoyu and Xiao Luo brothers. Vulcan moth, take care of this swarm of supersonic bats. Zubat is an extremely common bat-type Pokémon. It is dark blue all over, with light and dark purple ear canals and wing membranes. You can see 4 white teeth in its wide-open mouth, and it has no eyes. Zubats are extremely averse to sunlight and spend most of the day sleeping upside down in caves or under the eaves of old houses. Once awakened, they will attack intruders. In caves like this one, hundreds or even thousands of supersonic bats dwell. Xiaoyu also spotted a few large-mouthed bats among them, but he didn't see a single crossbat. Although the swarm of supersonic bats was numerous, they were a disorganized mob. Coupled with the narrow terrain, Charlotte's Vulcan moth had the imposing presence of a single man holding off 10,000, completely blocking all the supersonic bats. 300 meters to go. Xiaoyu glanced at the disposable Pokémon detector. There were only 300 meters left to go before reaching the Pokémon with the potential to become an Elite Four member. This prompted Xiaoyu to speed up. After wading through an underground river, the Xiao brothers arrived at an open area that resembled a Zubat's nest, where Xiaoyu saw countless Pokémon eggs. Arrive. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with joy. The detector showed that the location was the nest in front of him, which meant that one of the Pokémon eggs in front of him was a Pokémon with champion-level potential. Brother, there are so many Pokémon eggs here, I'll pick one. Whatever you want. These Pokémon eggs are almost all from the Zubat family. While they're not particularly powerful, if you can raise them into Crbats, they'll be quite strong. Charlotte glanced at the Pokémon eggs in front of him, showing little interest. He was currently preparing to challenge for the Elite Four, and ordinary Pokémon didn't catch his eye at all. He was only interested in Pokémon that could help him reach the Elite Four. Xiaoyu squatted down and, relying on the system's identification capabilities, began to identify the stones one by one. Alpha Egg, Superbat, Gender, Female, Attributes, Poison, Flying, Qualification, Elite, Characteristic, Mental Strength. Through mental training, one will not flinch in the face of an opponent's attack. Page 2, Skill, Unknown, not this one. As Xiaoyu was searching for the Pokémon with the potential to become an Elite Four member, a loud howl suddenly came from inside the cave. A purple figure flashed by like a ghost and pounced towards Xiaoyu. Vulcan Moth, Flame Vortex. A wave of heat surged forth, and Charlotte immediately noticed the purple figure. She commanded Volcano to release a vortex of blazing fire that swept towards Xiaoyu, protecting him. Charizard, stop them. At the same time, Charlotte took out a Charizard Pokeball from her waist and summoned Charizard to deal with the Crobat that suddenly appeared. Cross-shaped bat. Gender, male. Attributes, poison, flying. Qualification, Overlord level. Characteristic, penetration. Can penetrate enemy barriers or substitutes to attack. Skills, absorb, wind, ultrasonic wave, hypnosis, bite, air blade, cross poison blade, air slash, life steal, venomous fang, black gaze, fright, quick defense black mist, venom impact, wing attack, mind blast. The dense array of skills makes it seem less like a wild Pokémon and more like one carefully bred by humans. After its attack missed, the Crobat flew back to its nest at the other end of the cave, its red eyes scanning the Charizard and Volcarona without immediately launching an attack. GG. The Crossbat's voice is high-pitched, constantly emitting high-pitched ultrasonic waves that travel outwards through the cave entrance. Hey, Xiao, have you made your choice? This Crobat is already calling for help. If too many Zubats come later, I won't be able to handle it. As Charlotte's voice fell, the sound of flapping wings came from all directions of the cave entrances, and thousands of supersonic bats surged in from all the cave entrances, rushing towards Charlotte and her brother. Coming soon. Xiaoyu was also a little anxious, but there were just too many Pokémon eggs in front of him, and he was dazzled and couldn't find the Pokémon egg with the champion-level potential. Almost there, just wait a few more minutes. Hurry up, Charlotte said helplessly. In fact, these superbats posed almost no threat to him, but their sheer number meant that one or two might slip through and launch an attack on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu dared not waste any time and buried himself in the search. Finally, when he found the last area, he found the Elite Four-level Pokémon egg. Alpha Egg, Hummingbat. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, dragon. Qualification, king level. Ability, telepathy. Skill, found it. Xiaoyu glanced at the Pokémon egg, and after confirming that he hadn't picked up the wrong one, he hugged the Pokémon egg to his chest and stepped back to his older brother Xiaoluo's side. The moment the Crossbat saw the egg, it let out a high-pitched roar, its voice unusually angry, and flapped its purple wings as it swooped towards Xiaoyu. Charizard, Spitfire. Blazing flames erupted from the Charizard's mouth, intercepting the charging Crobat. Have you chosen? Charlotte didn't look at Crobat, but instead looked at Xiaoyu, her gaze falling on the Pokémon egg in Xiaoyu's arms. This Pokémon egg had a slightly different pattern from the other Pokémon eggs, and judging from its appearance alone, it didn't look like a Zubat Pokémon egg. Xiaoyu nodded. You've made your choice, let's prepare to leave. Charlotte shielded Xiaoyu behind her and ordered Volcano, unleash your most powerful heat wave. A scorching, sweltering wind surged forth, and the sudden burst of heat forced all the supersonic bats back. Large numbers of supersonic bats could not withstand the powerful heat and fell to the ground. Chapter 3 Family. Like Zubat, not Odd is a bat-type Pokémon, as is Woobat. Their signature move is the disgusting ultrasonic wave. Nombat resembles a purple bat, possessing bat-like wings and remarkably sensitive ears. However, it also exhibits some reptilian features. Its ears are even larger than its head, with multiple layers, and it has a prominent pattern between its eyes. It is highly sensitive to sound and belongs to the sound wave type of Pokémon. Meanwhile, Noibat also has the lowest base stats among all Dragon-type Pokémon in the game, with a total of only 245 points. Its evolved form, Noivern, is also not considered powerful in the game. Even so, Xiaoyu was still quite satisfied with his first Pokémon. After all, reality is different from the game. In the game, everyone has a complete Pokédex and a shiny Rayquaza. In reality, let alone legendary Pokémon, even pseudo-legendary Pokémon are rare. Xiaoyu getting a Dragon-type Pokémon was already quite good. Xiao, remember to take good care of your Pokémon egg. After returning home, Charlotte instructed, this Pokémon egg doesn't look like a Zubat egg. I can't tell what kind of Pokémon it is either. We'll only know once it hatches. I'm on vacation these few days, so Volcarona can help with the hatching. Charlotte's words were full of doting affection for Xiaoyu. Volcarona, with its flame body ability, would undoubtedly be a great help in hatching eggs, speeding up the process. Charlotte's willingness to lend his ace Pokémon to Xiaoyu for egg hatching demonstrates his deep affection for his younger brother. Okay, thanks, brother. Xiaoyu picked up the Pokémon egg and carried it to the incubator at home. He gently placed the egg inside and smiled as he looked at the purple patterns on the eggshell. Hatching Pokémon in real life is different from in the game. In the game, you can hatch simply by walking around. But in reality, hatching eggs requires taking into account the right temperature and humidity. If possible, you can also supplement them with nutrient solution to improve their physical condition. If you are particularly wealthy, you can even supplement them with nutrient solution that has specific attributes. Xiaoyu looked at the Pokémon eggs in the incubator, but in his mind he was thinking about where to get a bottle of nutrient solution that mixed dragon and flying types. The price of a regular nutrient solution is around 150,000 per bottle, and one bottle is usually enough to hatch a normal Pokémon. Nutrient solutions with specific attributes are even more expensive, ranging from 750,000 to 1.5 million depending on the energy attribute. For example, the Dragon-type and Flying-type nutrient solutions needed by the Buzzbat cost 1.5 million and 1.1 million per bottle, respectively. Even if you compromise, they still cost 1.2 million. This price left Xiaoyu speechless. A huge sum of 1.2 million could easily buy a decent starter Pokémon. To be honest, Xiaoyu couldn't bring himself to spend so much money on energy culture fluid. Although his family was considered wealthy, they weren't quite at the level of nouveau riche. After all, compared to truly powerful families, his family's wealth was still quite limited. His grandfather's generation were just ordinary people, and it wasn't until his father seized the opportunity to become the gym leader of Starlight City that they entered the ranks of the rich. I'm short of money, Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, whether in his past life or this one, money was extremely important. Where can I make money? Xiaoyu began to think about ways to make money. The most profitable things in this world are none other than those related to Pokémon, such as Pokeball manufacturing, berry cultivation, and power cube manufacturing. Xiaoyu's father contracted a large area of mountain forest to grow fruit trees and produce energy cubes. Click. The door opened, and Xiaoyong and his wife entered. Xiaoyong is 53 years old this year, with slightly graying temples and a robust build. The middle-aged woman next to him is Lin Suimei, Xiaoyu's mother in this life. She is a Pokémon nurse and serves as the vice president of the largest Pokémon medical center in the city. Upon entering the room, the person looked at Xiaoyu, who was lying next to the incubator, and frowned slightly. They noticed a purple Pokémon egg in the incubator and asked, "Where did this Pokémon egg in the incubator come from?" "I brought this back from the wild today," Xiaoyu explained. "It's my starter Pokémon." "Yours?" Xiaoyong asked in surprise. He had tried to give Xiaoyu a starter Pokémon several times before, but Xiaoyu had refused each time. He didn't expect that Xiaoyu would suddenly take the initiative to catch a Pokémon today. "Old Lin, come and see what kind of Pokémon egg this is." Lin Suimei was not only beautiful when she was young, but also had a doctoral degree. More importantly, her mother's whole family were highly educated. For example, Xiaoyu's eldest uncle was a Pokémon researcher, and her maternal grandparents were both Pokémon PhDs. It could be said that they were a family of scholars. Xiaoyong's father was incredibly lucky to marry Lin Suimei, a lady from a prominent family. Their marriage caused quite a stir at the time. Xiaoyong himself said that the proudest thing in his life was marrying Lin Suimei. After their marriage, the couple naturally had a very good relationship. "Xiao, Lin Suimei put down her bag and looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. Why did this child change his mind today? Didn't he always not want to be a Pokémon trainer? Although Lin Suimei was surprised, she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she encouraged Xiaoyu, there's still a year until the college entrance exam. If you want to become a trainer, it's not too late. I want to see what kind of Pokémon egg this is. Lin Suimei walked to the incubator and carefully examined the elf egg inside. The purple patterns paired with black lines were a rather unusual color scheme. The egg is full and round, with a crystal clear and glossy shell. The patterns on the eggshell are thick and bright. Judging from the appearance of the egg alone, this Pokémon is quite good. Where did you get this elf egg? Lin Suimei asked, already having a rough idea of what it was. I got it from a cave in the Thousand Mountains, 200 miles away. Charlotte, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but interject. I met a Crobat in the cave. It was quite strong. This Pokémon egg should be a descendant of that Crobat, but it doesn't look like a Zubat egg. This is definitely not a Zubat egg, Lin Suimei said with a smile. This is a Noibat egg. You're in luck, this is a rare Dragon-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon are already rare, so this Noibat must have excellent potential. Noivern, the evolved form of Noivern, is an excellent Dragon-type Pokémon, especially strong in battles at night and in dark places. Noivern is aggressive and hot-blooded. However, if given right fruit that it loves to eat, it will become surprisingly friendly. Even Hydreigon will fear it in the dark and avoid battle before nightfall. It is fierce and ruthless, and invincible in battles in the dark. Old Xia, bring me that bottle of nutrient solution. This is my son's first Pokémon, so we must lay a good foundation for it. Chapter 4 Taijinghua. Xiaoyu was more spoiled by her parents than she had ever imagined. Sure enough, only family would give so much without expecting anything in return. They used up more than 1,000,000 units of energy nutrient solution without even blinking an eye. With the use of the energy nutrient solution, the little guy inside the Pokémon egg continues to grow stronger, and the shaking of the Pokémon egg becomes more and more obvious. A week later, with a crisp sound, the eggshell cracked and a purple buzzing bat hatched. Welcome to this world. Xiaoyu looked at the hatched Nombat with a smile in his eyes. He took out a prepared Pokeball, put Nombat into it, and captured Nombat immediately. Then he released Nombat and fed it the energy cube he had prepared beforehand. The little Noibat looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of affection in its eyes. Although Noibat is not a gentle Pokémon, it was still quite friendly to Xiaoyu when it first saw him. In addition, the fragrance emanating from the energy cube made Noibat even more affectionate. It couldn't wait to climb onto Xiaoyu's hand, pick up the energy cube, and start to eat it with gusto. Hidden Quest Starter Pokémon has been completed. Starter Pokémon, catch 1 Pokémon. Progress 1/1. Reward Rare Item Grade B Dragon Scale. Tier B Dragon Scale, a powerful dragon scale shed by a dragon-type Pokémon, containing surging energy. When worn by a dragon-type Pokémon, it can accelerate its growth and improve its control over dragon-type energy. The tiered system for items is also a feature of the real world. After all, items in games are not graded. For example, in games, all water stones can evolve EV into Vaporeon, but this is not the case in reality. Page 3. In reality, an S-rank water stone contains a large amount of water-type energy, which can not only allow EV to evolve into Vaporeon, but also improve Vaporeon's mastery of water-type energy and its potential. Conversely, a C-rank water stone can only barely allow EV to evolve into Vaporeon and cannot provide any other benefits, while a D-rank water stone may even cause the evolution to fail. This is the difference in item tiers. For example, the B-tier, Dragon Scale, that Xiaoyu obtained was shed from a powerful Dragon-type Pokémon, most likely a powerful pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Salamence or Dragonite. On the other hand, a D-tier Dragon Scale is more likely to have shed from a weaker Dragon-type Pokémon like Rhyperior or Altaria. The same item can have vastly different effects depending on its grade. Xiaoyu was very satisfied to obtain a B-grade Dragon Scale. Xiaoyu took out the Dragon Scale from the system space and put it on the Buzzbat without hesitation to accelerate its growth and strive to evolve it into a Soundwave Dragon as soon as possible. Buzzing Bat. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, dragon. Qualification, king level. Ability, telepathy. Skills, wind, moonlight, impact, absorption, ultrasonic wave, clear fog. Newly hatched Buzzbats possess 6 skills, none of which are particularly powerful, but a few are quite good. For example, Moonlight and Ultrasonic are both quite good. One is a very powerful healing skill, and the other is an annoying ultrasonic skill that inflicts confusion on hit. While teasing the buzzing bat and building a bond, Xiaoyu was also thinking about making money. Raising Pokémon is a very expensive thing. He is about to enter his senior year of high school and can be considered an adult. Before he had Pokémon, he didn't need much money. Now that he has started raising Pokémon, the expenses have suddenly increased. Therefore, Xiaoyu has to find a way to earn money himself. He can't rely on his parents for the rest of his life. In fact, Xiaoyu had already thought of 2 ways to make money. The first was to rely on the system's ability to identify Pokémon's potential. This method was quick to make money, but it carried certain risks. If someone with ulterior motives discovered Xiaoyu's ability, it would pose a considerable danger to his life. Another path is to start a legitimate business and make money. He values the stone collection business, because Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, Dynamax, and Crystallization all require some auxiliary items to complete. To date, only one Z-Move has been publicly revealed in the world, announced 2 years ago. Now, a single Z-Crystal is priced at over 100 million, yet there's still no market for it. Whenever a Z-Crystal appears on the black market, it's immediately snapped up, and even ordinary gym leader level trainers aren't qualified to compete for it at the very least. You need a near Elite 4 level trainer to even be eligible. Z-Crystals alone are enough to drive Elite 4 trainers crazy, and Xiaoyu can't even imagine the sensation that would be caused if Dynamax, Mega Evolution, and Crystallization, which are still undiscovered, were made public. But for Xiaoyu, this is a golden opportunity, a chance to make a fortune using his foresight. However, Xiaoyu also had some concerns. If he continued to collect evolution keys and Mega Evolution stones, and on the day Mega Evolution was announced, if he didn't have the strength or social status to match his wealth, it would be a disaster for him, given his vast holdings of Mega Evolution stones. The entire Xiao family would be dragged into an endless abyss. Compared to Mega Evolution and Dynamax, Crystallization is undoubtedly more common and more suitable to be announced first. Moreover, Crystallization has a lower threshold, requiring only crystal light to complete the process. The sensation caused by announcing the crystallization will definitely be much smaller, so it's the most suitable to announce it first. After I've accumulated a certain amount of wealth and strength, I'll announce the Dynamax form, and finally the Mega Evolution. Xiaoyu pondered his future money-making plans. Besides the Taijing Pearl as a way to make money, replenishing Taijing energy was also a long-term means of making money. After crystallization, the crystal energy within the crystal bead will be depleted, rendering the bead unusable. Crystallization can only be performed again after the crystal bead is recharged, and this recharging process is also a way to make money. The crystal beads are a one-time transaction, while charging the crystal beads is a long-term way to make money. Taijing bead. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then opened her phone and began searching online for news about Taijing Hua. A crystal giant rock snake has been discovered in Kiangsu province. A crystal EV was accidentally discovered in the Altamira cave, with a mysterious diamond-shaped item on its forehead. The discovery of a crystal Gyarados in Valencia has sparked a tourism boom, drawing trainers from all over the world to Valencia. Xiaoyu searched for terms related to crystal Pokémon and actually found a few useful pieces of information. Most of the crystallized Pokémon appear near the Pyrenees Peninsula, which is within the borders of Portugal and Spain. There are also 1 or 2 pieces of information about crystal Pokémon in Hainan province, my country. I'll go to Kiangsu province after the college entrance exam, maybe I'll find something there. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, and at the same time posted a message online seeking to buy all kinds of rare and beautiful stones. Buying all kinds of rare stones at high prices. If interested, please send photos and your price via private message. Scammers, please stay away. After finishing all this, Xiaoyu played with the little buzzing bat for a while, then opened his book and began to study seriously. He would be a senior in high school soon, and he would have to take the college entrance examination in a year. Xiaoyu had to make the most of his time to study. Having been reborn, he values education even more than in his previous life, especially since he hasn't been able to catch a single Pokémon or become a trainer due to the system's limitations in recent years. Xiaoyu values his education even more. If you can't be a top trainer, you can always be a Pokémon professor. You see, Pokémon professors in this world have a very high status, especially those researching cutting-edge topics like Pokémon breeding, abilities, and moves. They are top talents in their respective countries and are protected by their nations. At the same time, Xiaoyu's current money-making plan is also closely related to his academic qualifications. If Xiaoyu can gain a foothold in the academic world, the threats and obstacles he will face when he announces the crystallization of the cosmology in the future will be much smaller, and it may even become a protective shield for him. Therefore, Xiaoyu set a goal for himself from a very young age and made plans for his life, to get into one of the best universities in China, Zishu University, through the college entrance examination. In his previous life, Xiaoyu had excellent grades and was admitted to a top-tier university in China through the National College Entrance Examination. In this life, he repeated his studies for 18 years. Xiaoyu was full of confidence. Zishu University was just the bottom line. Capital University and Shanghai University were his ultimate goals. Chapter 5 First Victory. Ding. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Xiaoyu was still playing with the little buzzing bat when the doorbell rang. Xiaoyu. A burly, fat man stood in front of the door, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, his fair face glowing red, and his skin as delicate as a young girl's. Opened the door quickly. Old Wu, so early? Xiaoyu opened the door, looked at the chubby boy, and greeted him with a smile. The chubby boy in front of him was named Wu Yaezu, Xiaoyu's best friend who had grown up with him since elementary school. He had always been Xiaoyu's little shadow since elementary school. It's so hot. Wu Yaezu walked into the house with practiced ease, as if he were in his own home. He opened the refrigerator door, took out a bottle of soda, and drank it in big gulps. It's so much better at your house. My parents won't let me drink soda. Wu Yaezu couldn't help but complain. Alright, stop complaining. Your aunt and uncle are just looking out for you. Look at you, you've already weighed over 200 pounds. Xiaoyu chuckled and patted Wu Yaezu's belly, making a crisp sound. Don't touch my stomach. Wu Yaezu slapped Xiaoyu's hand away, his eyes darting around. School starts in a few days. Let's go to the internet cafe today. I'll play mid and you support. I'll carry you. No, Xiaoyu waved his hand. Having been reborn, he wasn't very interested in games. In addition, Fatty Wu was bad at the game but addicted to it, and more importantly, he was stubborn, which made Xiaoyu lose interest in playing games even more. I want to study hard. Xiaoyu, stop showing off. Hey. Fatty Wu's eyes lit up when he saw the Noibat lying in the incubator. That's a Noibat, a dragon-type Pokémon. Is it your brother's or your dad's? Fatty Wu never considered that it was Xiaoyu's Pokémon. He knew that Xiaoyu's family was very well off in Starlight City, but Xiaoyu never caught Pokémon, so he simply ignored Xiaoyu. This is my Pokémon. Don't joke around, it's definitely your brother's. Fatty Wu muttered to himself, your brother must be aiming for Elite 4 to train a dragon-type Pokémon. But Noivern isn't that strong among dragon types, so your brother would at least choose a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. What a pity. As Wu Pangzu was speaking, he suddenly saw Xiaoyu take out an energy cube to feed the Noctua. He paused, looked at Xiaoyu with surprise, and said, is this really your starter Pokémon? Has the sun risen in the west? Is young Master Xiao planning to become a trainer? I just hadn't encountered a Pokémon I liked before, so I caught it naturally when I did. Xiaoyu made up a reason on the spot. Want to have a battle? Didn't you just catch a Charmander? Come on. Fatty Wu was eager to try, his eyes darting around. He was far inferior to Xiaoyu in academics, but he, Wu, believed he had some talent in combat. Although he couldn't compare to some geniuses, he was more than capable of dealing with a newbie like Xiaoyu. Today, let Master Wu teach you a lesson. The two went to the backyard basement together. The spacious basement had been converted into a battle arena. Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu each stood at one end and released their Pokémon. Fatty Wu has two Pokémon, one is Rockruff, which he grew up with, and the other is Charmander, a starter Pokémon he recently caught. Go, Charmander. Charmander is one of the most famous Pokémon in the entire Pokémon world, and its final evolution, Charizard, is also one of the most popular Pokémon. In the Pokémon anime, Lance, Alan, Leon, and Ash all have a Charizard, making it practically a standard item for champions. Xiaoyu himself also really likes Charizard, but unfortunately he has never encountered a Charizard with a champion-level aptitude or higher. Xiaoyu naturally sent out newly hatched buzzing bats. Triggering the mission, first win. First victory, win the first match. Failure penalty, none. Reward, 1 random draw. Upon seeing the mission issued by the system, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit soaring as he focused his gaze on the Charmander opposite him. Seemingly sensing Xiaoyu's seriousness, Wu Yaezu said confidently, Brother Yu, let me, old Wu, teach you a lesson today. The path of a trainer isn't easy. Buzzing bat, crash. Xiaoyu didn't waste any more words with Wu Yaezu and directly ordered the buzzing bats to launch an attack. The Nabot's ability is called telepathy, which is a special ability designed for doubles in the game. Its effect is to read your opponent's attacks and dodge their attacks. However, reality is different from the game. The ability of telepathy in reality is extremely rare. In addition to having the same effect as in the game, it also has other effects, such as being able to communicate telepathically without the trainer's command. It can be considered a small superpower. The buzzing bat and Xiaoyu had a very good relationship. After Xiaoyu gave the order, it flapped its small wings and crashed into the little fire dragon. You lack martial ethics, you ambushed me while I was still talking. Wu Yaezu shouted, and at the same time ordered Little Fire Dragon to use its divine skill, Little Fire Dragon, dodge. Upon hearing Wu Yaezu's command, the little dragon's orange-red body flashed as it leaped backward to dodge the buzzing bat's attack. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain. Dodging is truly a divine skill, he thought, directly avoiding the enemy's attack. Reality is different from the game, there's no such divine skill in the game. Charmander, use your tail. Wu Yaezu's combat talent was quite good. After Charmander dodged the attack, he immediately had Charmander use its tail. As a dragon-type move, Dragon Tail is super effective against Nombat, dealing double damage. In addition, Dragon Tail has another effect, it knocks the opponent away, forcing a backup Pokémon to enter the field. Buzzbat, fly up and dodge the attack. Xiaoyu handled Charmander's attack with ease. Although he had hardly ever battled, he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge about battles thanks to his older brother and father, both gym leaders. For example, when facing a Pokémon like Charmander that cannot fly, Noibat, which can take off, has a natural advantage. As long as Noibat flies, Charmander's Dragon Tail move will be rendered useless. This isn't like turn-based games, where you don't care if you can fly, everything depends on accuracy and evasion. In reality, once flying-type Pokémon take flight, Pokémon without ranged attacks have absolutely no way to counter them. Charmander, Flame. Wu Yaezu naturally saw through Xiaoyu's plan and quickly told Charmander to use the Flame skill, which is one of Charmander's few ranged attack skills so far. Scorching flames flew towards the buzzing bat in the air. Fire attribute attacks only deal half damage to buzzing bats, their power is limited. Buzzbat, Moonlight. Faced with Charmander's attack, Xiaoyu chose to have Nombat use Moonlight, showering fairy-type energy on Xiaoyu and healing Nombat's injuries. Buzzbat, Ultrasonic Wave. After healing the wounds on the Buzzbat, Xiaoyu once again ordered the Buzzbat to use its ultrasonic skill. Ultrasonic waves emit special sound waves from the body to confuse the opponent. Nobu is a sound wave Pokémon, so it is naturally very good at the ultrasonic move. It emits a special sound wave from its mouth, accurately hitting Charmander and causing it to fall into confusion. Charmander. Seeing his little fire dragon in a state of chaos, Wu Yaezu sensed something was wrong and knew that the situation was hopeless, he was likely to lose this round. Page 4. Chapter 6 Wu Yaezu. Wu Yaezu sat on the sofa with a dark face, his expression full of resentment that he had actually lost to Xiaoyu, a newbie in the battle. This round doesn't count, I want to play another one with Rock Dog. Wu Yaezu shouted, eager to win back some face. I'm not coming. Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. Noctua was able to win against Charmander because both Pokémon were weak, with only average combat power. Battle power levels, 10 levels, including Common, Rare, Elite, Lord, Overlord, Gym Leader, King, Champion, Master, and Divine Beast, which are consistent with the aptitude levels. Wu Yaezu's Rockruff has been trained since childhood and its strength has long reached the elite level. Even if Nova has a higher aptitude, its combat power level is 2 levels lower and it is no match for Rockruff. Your Rockruff is almost ready to evolve. What form do you plan to evolve it into? Xiaoyu asked, changing the subject. Dusk Mode. Wu Yaezu seemed to have planned this all along. The ability of Lycanroc in Dusk Mode is Hard Claws, a very powerful ability. Xiaoyu nodded. If it were him, he would also evolve Rockruff into Lycanroc Dusk Mode. Its high speed and high attack combined with the Hard Claws ability would be quite good. Xiaoyu, are you really not going to go online today? After the game, Wu Yaezu's playful side was stirring, and he started urging Xiaoyu to go online together. I'm really not going today. Xiaoyu shook his head, the Buzzbat was just born, and I need to stay home to take care of it. You go by yourself, solo queue will showcase your skills better. I won't take you today. Bullshit. With your skills, you think you can carry me? Just you wait, without you dragging me down today, I guarantee I'll reach gold rank. Provoked by Xiaoyu's words, Wu Yaezu shouted and ran to the internet cafe alone without inviting Xiaoyu to join him. He was determined to prove that Xiaoyu was the real noob. After Wu Yaezu left, Xiaoyu stayed home alone, taking care of the little bug while studying and reading. The college entrance exam in this world is similar to that in the previous life, except that there is an additional Pokémon exam subject. This is a required subject for trainer exams and Pokémon research, and it is also the most difficult one. What is the perfect amount of B-grade metal membrane for a 1.5 m tall, 56 kg Scyther that evolves into a Scizor and uses it? Which Pokémon cannot learn normal type moves? What is the standard weight of its final evolved form? Please list all poison/ground type Pokémon under normal circumstances. Some questions are relatively simple, but others are quite difficult. Besides learning these bizarre concepts, Xiaoyu also had to review some regular subjects: Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. This made Xiaoyu feel like she was back in her high school days, experiencing both pain and joy. After studying for a while, Xiaoyu remembered that he seemed to have completed a system task. First victory: win the first match. Failure penalty: none. Reward: 1 random draw. The lottery system is activated. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery. After Xiaoyu silently recited the lottery in his mind, a large disc appeared in front of him and began to spin continuously. Stop. As Xiaoyu silently stopped, the lottery disc slowly ceased spinning, and the pointer eventually pointed to a CD. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a one-time move learning machine, Water Pulse. Water Ripple attacks the opponent with water vibrations, with a certain chance to confuse the target. TMS allow Pokémon to learn moves. There are two types of TMS in this world: one-time TMS and permanent TMS. The value of the two is vastly different. Most TMS are controlled by a few powerful families, and these TMS are the foundation of these families' existence, widening the gap between them and ordinary people. Outsiders who want to use these TMS must pay a certain price. The Xiaoyu family also possesses a permanent TM for learning a move called Bug Resistance. The publicly announced price for learning it is 150,000 per session, and only one Pokémon can learn it per day. If it operates year-round without interruption, it can provide the Xiaoyu family with a stable income of around 50 million. This is because the insect resistance skill is not very powerful. If it were a skill like guard or sword dance, the price for learning it would be around 500,000, and you would have to make an appointment in advance. If you want to jump the queue, you would have to pay an extra fee. Anyone who masters a technique learning machine is essentially in possession of a gold mine, provided they have the corresponding skill level. According to Xiaoyu, the most sensational news last year was that the Qi family, who had mastered the Shadow Ball move learning machine, were all slaughtered, with no one in the family of 13 surviving. Since then, the Shadow Ball TM has disappeared without a trace, with only a few Shadow Ball disposable TMS circulating, all of which have been sold at exorbitant prices. Even the Qi family, with its elderly champion-level trainer, couldn't escape this fate, let alone a newly emerging small family like the Xia family. If it weren't for my older brother, the youngest near-elite 4-level trainer, the Xia family probably wouldn't have been able to protect the Bug Resistance TM. Xiaoyu took up the Water Pulse TM. Noibat cannot learn Water Pulse, but its evolved form, Noivern, can. However, once Noibat evolves into Noivern, it has already learned many powerful moves and no longer needs the Water Pulse move. Therefore, Xiaoyu does not intend to use the Water Pulse skill himself, but instead plans to sell the Water Pulse one-time move learning machine. Popular moves like Water Pulse, which are also one-time learner machines for popular attributes, are much more expensive, with online purchase prices mostly around 300,000. This made Xiaoyu secretly marvel at his good luck he'd snagged 300,000 with a simple flick of his wrist. Xiaoyu opened the Xiaoyu platform, compared prices from 3 different sellers, and contacted the buyer with the highest reputation. He then sold the Water Pulse disposable learning machine for 320,000 yuan. With a huge sum of 320,000 yuan in his pocket, Xiaoyu was somewhat excited. At the same time, he noticed that his post seeking to buy various strange stones had received several private messages. Are you there? I have some exquisite rare stones, a picturesque scene with a small bridge and flowing water. Would you like to buy them? Grade C Thunderstone, expert certified, honest and reliable, only. A top-grade stone of light, passed down through 3 generations, but I had to part with it because my mother-in-law was demanding a dowry of 28.8 yuan. Xiaoyu quickly browsed through the list and replied to each one. There were beautiful and unusual stones for sale, as well as special evolution stones like thunder stones. Unfortunately, these weren't what Xiaoyu was looking for, and the quality of goods was hard to guarantee on the Xiaoyu platform. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu finally revised the purchase post, limiting the scope to Zishu province and emphasizing that he only wanted to collect various sparkling stones. Stones like evolution keystones, mega stones, wishing stars, and crystal beads all share a striking characteristic: they sparkle. Xiaoyu had just posted the thread and was about to close it when she immediately received a private message. I have a strange stone in my hand. Chapter 7 Black Market. I have a strange stone in my hand. When Xiaoyu saw this private message, he immediately became interested. The mysterious seller's ID was Crazy August, and a photo was attached below. A small stone, radiating a dazzling light. The keystone of evolution. Xiaoyu hadn't expected to be so lucky. He encountered an evolution keystone online in just one day. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaoyu began to bargain with Crazy August. "This stone is beautiful. Where did you find it?" Xiaoyu asked. "It's an heirloom," Crazy August replied. "Do you want it?" "Yes," Xiaoyu replied. "How much?" Crazy August, I don't know the market price either. Why don't you place your order and we'll sell if it's right." Xiaoyu, 50 including shipping. Crazy August, "It's too cheap. This stone is so beautiful. It should cost at least 500. Xiaoyu smiled, wanting to close the deal at a fixed price, but he also knew that if he didn't bargain, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. 500 is too expensive, 100 at most. Crazy August, "No way, look how beautiful the color of this stone is. Bro, my girlfriend's birthday is coming up, and I want to buy her a necklace. I'm a student and don't have much money, so can 500 be okay?" Xiaoyu, "I'm also a student, and my family doesn't have much money." Crazy August, 480, "That's the lowest I can go." After much back and forth, the two finally settled on a price of 399. Just in case, Xiaoyu even had Crazy August take a picture of the stone. After finishing all this, Xiaoyu looked at the huge sum of 300,000 yuan in his account and had other ideas. He decided to go to the black market in Xinguang City tonight. With so much money, he could find many good items on the black market, especially with the system as a cheat, which would allow him to snag bargains. His only concern was his own safety. He had been to the black market in Starlight City once before, with Charlotte. With his brother, a near-elite 4-level trainer, by his side, safety was not an issue. This time, however, he was alone in the black market, so he naturally had to consider safety. Bring Dad Caesar along. As night fell, Xiaoyu, after having dinner, took his father Caesar and Galasopod to the black market in Starlight City. He had originally only planned to bring one Caesar, but for safety's sake, he borrowed a Galasopod from his father as well. Caesar's strength is average, only at the level of a leader, while Goliathus is powerful and is one of my father's main Pokémon, possessing the strength of a gym leader. In a small county like Starlight City, it can be considered a powerful Pokémon. The underground black market in Starlight City is located on the Bar Street in the Old Town, which is also a gathering place for young people. Everywhere you can see scantily clad young men and women getting drunk and venting their frustrations. Xiaoyu changed into a black outfit, wore a mask, and walked into the bar called Night Star, heading straight to the second basement level. The first basement level is a proper bar, while the second basement level is Starlight City's underground black market, where many good things often appear. An auction is held every month, where some strange and wonderful items will appear. When he came last time, Xiao Luo mentioned to him that this bar had a powerful background, with the major shareholder being the Li family of Xinguang City. His Xiao family also had a stake in the bar and received a considerable amount of dividends every year. The Li family can be considered a local power in Starlight City. They have almost monopolized the breeding house industry and the energy cube industry in the entire Starlight City, and the family is already extremely wealthy. However, in recent years, the Li family has been on a slight downward trend. The older generation of elite 4-level trainers are getting older and their strength has declined significantly. The middle generation has only produced one gym leader level trainer, and that one hasn't even opened a gym yet. This has increased the pressure on the Li family. After all, they have numerous businesses, and without sufficient strength, they could be targeted at any time. Therefore, the Li family is in a hurry and is frantically pouring resources into the younger generation. Whether from the main family or collateral branches, as long as you have talent, we will cultivate you. Page 5. The Li family urgently needs a gym leader or higher level trainer. It would be even better if they could produce a champion level trainer. Because of this, the Li family has expressed their desire for a marriage alliance to Charlotte more than once, offering an extremely generous dowry. Their only goal is to make Charlotte, the youngest near champion level trainer, their son-in-law. With Charlotte's talent, becoming a fire-type champion in the future is almost a certainty. However, Charlotte refused without hesitation. He had a childhood sweetheart with whom he had grown up, and the two had an extremely close relationship. As for material conditions, the proud and ambitious Charlotte firmly believed that once he became a champion-level trainer, everything would be fine. Today happened to be the day of the auction. When Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of the second basement level, he was immediately stopped by two thugs in suits who were guarding the door. They quickly searched his back before letting him in. Upon entering the second basement level, the view immediately widened, with stalls lining both sides of the street selling all sorts of things. Xiaoyu walked around, looking around, hoping to find some hidden gems. He stopped in front of a stall selling Pokémon eggs and began using the system to assess their quality. Unfortunately, none of the Pokémon eggs contained any with Elite 4 aptitude or higher. Xiaoyu was somewhat prepared for this. If Elite 4 aptitude Pokémon were so easy to find, he wouldn't have gone without a starter Pokémon for so many years. After passing through the Pokémon egg area, Xiaoyu arrived at the Pokémon area, which was divided into two main categories, baby Pokémon and adult Pokémon. All the adult Pokémon were chained up and kept in cages. They were thin and emaciated from hunger. These adult Pokémon are basically fed only once a day, the purpose of which is to control their stamina and prevent them from becoming too aggressive. Strange power. Galila. These Pokémon generally have low combat power and potential. The strongest is only a near Lord level. After passing through the adult Pokémon area, Xiaoyu arrived at the baby Pokémon area. This area has the largest number of Pokémon, and most of the baby Pokémon that can appear here are rare Pokémon with poor aptitude, underdeveloped, or defective. As soon as Xiaoyu arrived at this area, his eyes lit up. Ralts, gender, male, attributes, superpowers, fairy, qualification, Lord level, combat strength, rare, ability, telepathy, skills, shout, enchanting voice, shadow clone, telekinesis, hypnosis, absorbing kiss, teleportation, black gaze, strange light. It's a good start. The first Pokémon has the potential to be a Lord, which makes Xiaoyu even more excited. Maybe he can really find a Pokémon with the potential to be an Elite 4 member here. Hey buddy, looking to pick out a Pokémon? The masked vendor said. This Ralts is pretty good, and its final evolution, Gardevoir, is quite beautiful. The boss let out a lewd laugh as he spoke. Chapter 8 Thunderstone. Ralts has always been a very popular Pokémon, especially its final evolution, Gardevoir, which is sought after by countless Pokémon fans and tops the list of Pokémon waifus. Xiaoyu himself also really likes Gardevoir, but he's not crazy about it. His liking is normal, without any morbid obsession. Hey bro, this Ralts is really good quality. It's beautiful and strong. I'll sell it to you cheaply, only 300,000. Upon hearing the price, Xiaoyu couldn't help but mentally complain that they were treating him like a sucker, daring to ask for such a high price on the black market. You're trying to rip me off? Sorry, I don't have that much money. Xiaoyu directly rejected the shopkeeper's sales pitch. 298,000, I'll give you a discount of 2,000, the boss advised. Even if you reduce the price to 29,800, I still won't buy it, Xiaoyu said, and left the stall directly. You poor bastard, you've wasted so much of my time. Xiaoyu wandered back and forth in the black market. As night fell, the black market began to fill up with people and more vendors set up stalls. During this time, Xiaoyu discovered many Pokémon with good potential, but the highest potential was only at the totem level. He didn't see a single Pokémon with potential above the gym leader level. This undoubtedly disappointed Xiaoyu. After inquiring, he learned that an auction was to be held today, and the high-quality Pokémon had already been taken away by the black market management and were to be auctioned off at the auction. With no other option, Xiaoyu could only wander around some prop stalls, hoping to find some treasures. What? As Xiaoyu passed by a stall, he inadvertently noticed a plain-looking stone, dark and coal-like, but the information from the system made him uneasy. Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks, his eyes scanning the items on the stall. He casually picked up a diving ball from the stall and asked, "How much is this?" 30,000 diving balls. So expensive? Xiaoyu was shocked by the price. The diving balls in the official store were only 20,000 each, but the price on the black market was even higher. Are you new here? This is an anonymous dive ball, the stall owner explained. All Pokeballs have serial numbers. Once you catch a Pokémon, the data inside will be automatically uploaded to the Trainer Association whenever you connect to the internet or go to a Pokémon Center for treatment. Only illegal Pokeballs like this won't be recorded. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know what's inside your dive ball. It can have many uses, and 30,000 yen is considered cheap. Forget it, it's still too expensive. Xiaoyu waved his hand. There was no need to buy such an expensive Pokeball. How much are your other items? Just tell me the price. These are treasures passed down from my ancestors, and they're not cheap, the stall owner said cautiously, unwilling to quote a price directly, afraid that Xiaoyu would snag a bargain. Bring me what you want to buy and I'll give you a price. Xiaoyu felt helpless seeing the stall owner being so cautious. These vendors were all shrewd and difficult to deal with. I'm just browsing. Xiaoyu casually picked up a strangely shaped stone and asked the stall owner, "How much is this stone?" "This stone is no ordinary stone. It's a family heirloom passed down from my great-grandfather. Look at these white stripes, don't they look like the character, Cloud? This is a stone with a character on it. If you took this stone outside, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. But I'm giving you a discount today, only 10,000 yuan. The stall owner casually made up a story. People in this line of work are all full of empty talk, and they'll claim that anything they touch upon is a family heirloom. Too expensive, what about this? Xiaoyu casually picked up the dark stone next to him and asked, "Where's this stone?" The stall owner frowned at Xiaoyu, noticing that Xiaoyu mostly just asked prices without actually buying. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Brother, if you're really interested, I'll give you a fair price. I found this in Thunder Mountain. You know Thunder Mountain, right? It was the battlefield between Zapdos and Reikao back then. It produces a lot of top-grade thunder stones. This thing doesn't look like much, but maybe it's a top-grade thunder stone inside. At least 50,000. Xiaoyu's heart tightened. This stall owner was quite knowledgeable. The dark stone was indeed exactly as he described, and there was indeed an S-grade thunder stone inside. However, this S-grade thunder stone was encased in a rock, and Xiaoyu wouldn't have noticed it if it weren't for the system. But the more Xiaoyu wanted it, the more indifferent he seemed. He gently put the black stone down and couldn't help but tease, "I can see that everything on your stall is a treasure. You could easily find something worth tens of thousands. I genuinely want to buy something, so give me a fair price, don't try to rip me off. What would you like? Do you have any unnamed regular Pokeballs, not dive balls?" Xiaoyu asked. "Yes, 10,000 each." The stall owner rummaged through his stall and found a red and white Pokeball, tossing it to Xiaoyu. "So expensive?" Xiaoyu's face darkened. "A regular Pokeball costs 5,000, but this Pokeball costs 10,000, double the price. This is the price we all pay in the market. It's honest business, and the prices are always fair," the stall owner said. "Okay, I'll take one." After taking the Pokeball, Xiaoyu looked at the S-rank thunder stone on the stall and casually asked, "Can you give me a discount on this stone? 50,000 yuan is already the lowest price." The stall owner had no intention of lowering the price at all, and continued to talk. "Think about it, if this yields an S-grade thunder stone, there are no S-grade thunder stones on the market right now, and one stone is worth tens of millions. 50,000 becomes tens of millions, you'll make a fortune, and you still think it's too expensive? Young man, do you understand what it means to go all in? If you win, you'll be in a club with young models. If you lose, you'll have to work in the sex industry." Xiaoyu was speechless. As expected, those who could sell things in the underground black market were quite good at talking. "If it really could produce an S-grade thunder stone, would you still be selling it? I genuinely want to buy it, so give me a fair price. 5,000 or not? Brother, you have a Dragon Slayer saber? It's worth at least 48,000. Impossible. I'd only offer 6,000 at most. There are so many stones on Thunder Mountain, you could easily sell any one for tens of thousands. How could that be? Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This stone of mine is different from ordinary stones. Experts have examined it and said that there is a high probability that there is a thunder stone inside. So, if you are sincere in wanting to buy it, I will give you a discount, to 45,000. After a round of haggling, Xiaoyu was already hoarse from talking. Finally, he settled on a price of 38,000. Actually, Xiaoyu felt that the price could be lowered even further, but the haggling between the two had attracted more and more people. To avoid any complications, Xiaoyu decided to proceed with the transaction directly. Both the stall owner and Xiaoyu were overjoyed. The stall owner felt he had struck it rich, while Xiaoyu was delighted to have acquired a top-grade thunder stone. Watching Xiaoyu walk away, the stall owner took out another equally black stone from his bag, placed it in the empty space, and grinned wickedly. "Fool, you still want to get a thunder stone? I have plenty of these." Chapter 9 Sushio. Looking at the dark stone in his hand, Xiaoyu's heart pounded uncontrollably. No one would have imagined that there would actually be an S-rank thunder stone inside this dark stone. Now that he had obtained the S-rank thunder stone, Xiaoyu naturally did not intend to sell it, but kept it for his own use. S-rank items like this were extremely rare and their market value was over 10 million. Once he missed it, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to encounter it again. Of all the known Pokémon, only 7 can use Thunderstone. Pikachu evolves into Raichu using a Thunderstone. Eevee evolves into Jolteon using a Thunderstone. Magneton evolves into Magneton using a Thunderstone. Nosegate evolves into Proboscis using a Thunderstone. Il uses a Thunderstone to evolve into Eking. Bug-type Pokémon evolves into Vicodownen using a Thunderstone. The Liveling uses a Thunderstone to evolve into a frog. These 7 Pokémon are all very strong, and each one is quite good. Xiaoyu isn't picky, the key is which one he encounters first. From now on, Xiaoyu needs to keep an eye on these Pokémon. If he encounters any of them with champion-level potential, he will definitely catch them without hesitation. He is desperately lacking in Pokémon. Encountering the S-rank Thunderstone seemed to have used up all of Xiaoyu's luck. After that, he never encountered another opportunity to snag a bargain until the auction began, when Xiaoyu finally entered the auction hall with the crowd. Xiaoyu once attended an auction. There was an entrance fee of 1,000 yuan, and a 10% commission was charged on all auctioned items. After paying the 1,000 yuan entrance fee, Xiaoyu secured his own private spot and waited quietly for the auction to begin. The auction officially began as a sexy woman in a red, slit dress stepped onto the stage. The woman wore a shimmering mask, obscuring her face entirely except for her stunning figure. The August auction is officially starting. I am your host, Sister Hong. The woman's voice was slightly cold, but charming and alluring, a classic mature woman's voice. The first item for auction is a Pokémon with extremely high potential. Please take a look. As Sister Hong's voice faded, a transparent box was pushed onto the stage, inside which was a blue and white Pokémon, Froakie, which is extremely rare in China. Page 6. Froakie has always been very popular, and its powerful battle strength and unique ash-style Greninja make it a favorite among Pokémon fans. Xiaoyu is no exception who wouldn't love a Pokémon that was both cool and powerful. However, to Xiaoyu's regret, this Froakie's potential was only at the gym leader level, which did not meet his minimum requirements for capture. Froakie is a Pokémon that most people are unfamiliar with. It's almost non-existent in the wild in my country, a special Pokémon unique to Japan. Each one is extremely expensive, and we spent a lot of money to acquire this one. This Froakie has been hatched for less than a week, making it perfect as a starter Pokémon for beginners. If you have children at home, Froakie will definitely become their most loyal companion. Starting bid 500,000, with each bid increment no less than 50,000. Cough cough. Xiaoyu almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't think much of the Froggy Frog's aptitude, but all his cash combined couldn't even reach the starting bid for it. What a disaster. 550,000. 600,000. Xiaoyu clearly underestimated how wealthy this group of people were. The price of Froakie skyrocketed from 500,000 to 1 million, which is roughly the price of a gym leader level Pokémon. However, due to Froakie's special characteristics, the price is likely to continue to rise. Sure enough, after another round of bidding, the frog was finally bought by a fat buyer for 1.4 million. Congratulations to the buyer for successfully bidding on the Froggy Frog. You can continue to participate in the auction. The Froggy Frog will be delivered to you when you leave. Next, we will move on to the second item. Items like the Froggy Frog are extremely rare at auction. The rest of the items are of moderate value, with starting bids ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. This is the norm in the underground black market. The truly valuable items are auctioned at legitimate auction houses. Rare items like the Froggy Frog, with their clearly questionable provenance, are still in the minority. Xiaoyu didn't bid once during this period because he didn't really need the items being auctioned. It wasn't until the auction was almost over that some precious items finally appeared. The next item up for auction is 3 Pokémon eggs. These 3 eggs contain extremely rare Pokémon, but due to some reasons, they have been damaged, making them much more difficult to hatch. 3 boxes covered with red silk cloth were pushed onto the auction stage. Sister Hong walked to the first box, pulled off the red cloth, and revealed a transparent glass box. A cracked elf egg. I can't tell you where this egg came from, but I can tell you that the Pokémon inside this egg is Axew. Xiaoyu's gaze also fell on the cracked Pokémon egg, and he immediately investigated the information about the Pokémon egg. Elf egg. Teeth. Gender, female. Attribute, dragon. Qualification, Lord level, Guild Master level. Qualification damaged. Features, exceptional. Skill. Xiaoyu was even tempted by the aptitude of a gym leader level creature. If it weren't for the system's limitations, he would definitely have tried every means to acquire it. Even though its aptitude was damaged, it could definitely recover with proper care. Once this Axew grows up, it will be a gym leader level Haxorus, which is basically equivalent to a near elite 4 Pokémon. The fact that they're selling something like this shows how big the underground black market is. However, considering what Sister Hong said, this elf egg must have come from an illegitimate source, otherwise it wouldn't be sold on the underground black market. Is this elf's Pokémon egg? A dragon-type Pokémon, specifically Haxorusaur. Wait, it seems the dragon nest egg transport trucks were attacked by the Dawn cult 2 months ago. A whole batch of spirit eggs they were transporting have gone missing. This spirit egg. The appearance of Axew's Pokémon egg caused a commotion among the crowd, but Red Sister seemed completely unconcerned, walking straight to the second and third Pokémon eggs and suddenly pulling back the red cloth. The starting bid for the first Pokémon egg is 1 million. Compared to the first Pokémon egg, these 2 Pokémon eggs are slightly less valuable, but they are still quite rare. If you want them, be sure to seize the opportunity. The starting bid for these 2 Pokémon eggs is 200,000. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the remaining 2 Pokémon eggs. The second Pokémon egg was obviously smaller than usual, looking like it was underdeveloped. The third Pokémon egg was dull in color, with black spots all over its shell, and the Pokémon inside was clearly sick. Elf egg, Cyndaquil. Gender, male. Attribute, fire. Qualification, Lord level, Gym leader level, underdeveloped. Feature, fire. Skill, Elf egg. Magikarp. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Qualification, elite level, near king level, life at risk at any time due to viral infection. Characteristics, timid. Skill. When Xiaoyu saw the Magikarp's Pokémon egg, his eyes lit up, but then he was filled with frustration. Why couldn't this Magikarp's aptitude be a little bit better? A Pokémon at the near Elite 4 level isn't actually an Elite 4 Pokémon, so Xiaoyu couldn't catch it. However, Xiaoyu was just thinking about it given the nature of auctions, he couldn't afford any of those 3 Pokémon anyway. Even if these 3 Pokémon eggs are flawed and maybe of dubious origin, they are still not something Xiaoyu could acquire with his 200,000 or so. With the appearance of 3 treasured Pokémon eggs, the auction immediately became heated, especially the Axew Pokémon egg. The starting price of 1 million was not taken seriously by these people at all. Soon the price broke through the 2 million mark and continued to climb. This scene made Xiaoyu's blood pressure soar. However, dragon-type Pokémon are rare to begin with, and this Pokémon egg is of exceptional quality. Even with cracks in the shell, it's normal for it to be worth over 2 million. Xiaoyu sat in his chair, watching the bidding like a spectator, without any intention of bidding himself. He had already made a fortune by acquiring an S-grade Thunderstone this time. 3 million. Just then, Xiaoyu noticed a person dressed in a black robe calling out a price of 3 million in a hoarse voice. Xiaoyu looked curiously at the mysterious rich man and was surprised to find a black rhino lying next to him. Haruga. Gender, male. Attributes, dark, fire. Qualification, Quasi-King level. Combat strength, Quasi-Heavenly King level. Ability, fire. Item, grade B charcoal. Skills, Leer, Spark, Misty Mist, Thunder Fong, Hell, Nasty Plot, Roar, Bite, Burn, Siege, Fire Fong, Taunt, Revenge, Plug-in, Flamethrower, Crunch, Roar, Dark Pulse, Flame Burst, Solar Beam, Flame Vortex, Sudden Attack, Overheat, Heat Wave, Nasty Plot, Protect, Sludge Bomb. Xiaoyu was stunned by the luxurious panel. There was a serious problem with a trainer at the near Elite 4 level appearing at this underground auction. He should leave quickly. Xiaoyu was no longer interested in watching the show. Even with Caesar and Golem protecting him, it was clear that he was no match for this Houndoom. A Pokémon at the near Elite 4 level would be among the top-tier fighters in Starlight City, so this mysterious person's appearance here must have some other purpose. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu got up and quietly left the underground black market. At the same time, he began searching for information about the near Elite 4 level Houndoom on his phone. In this world of advanced internet, near Elite 4 level Houndooms are extremely rare. Wanted, Sushio. Sex, male. Age, 48 years old. Near champion level trainer. Signature Pokémon, Zoroark, Crocodile, Houndoom. Sushio is incredibly powerful. 10 years ago, he was already a near Elite 4 level trainer, possessing 3 near Elite 4 level Pokémon, Zoroark, Crocodile, and Houndoom. However, due to the lack of an Elite 4 level Pokémon, he was unable to advance to the Elite 4 level. 3 years ago, he murdered the entire Zhao family of Fengtian City, Xinjiang Province, and stole the egg of the Zhao family's near-legendary Pokémon Tyranitar, and fled. His whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Chapter 10 Secret Realm. Xiaoyu didn't get to see the grand finale of the auction. His life was more important than watching the excitement. A trainer of unknown origin who was almost a champion-level trainer, it was clear that something big was going to happen. Xiaoyu didn't have the qualifications or the ability to participate. Back home, Xiaoyu lay in bed, his mind filled with thoughts of Sushio all night. He wondered what was so special about the small Starlight City that would make a trainer like Sushio, a near Elite 4 level, make such a trip. Perhaps I'm seeing things. Is that person not Sushio? That shouldn't be possible. There are only a handful of near Elite 4 level Houndooms, and the others have no reason to hide their identities. Xiaoyu drifted off to sleep amidst her anxiety. Boom. In the middle of the night, a sudden explosion resounded throughout Starlight City, illuminating the dark sky as if it were daytime. Xiaoyu, who was already a light sleeper because of Sushio's matter, was instantly awakened. He quickly dressed and came out of the house, just in time to see Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo, with gloomy faces, walking out of the house. Dad, what happened? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Hearing his youngest son ask the question, Xiaoyong forced a smile and said, "It's okay, just stay home and sleep, don't go out." After Xiaoyong finished speaking, he turned to his eldest son beside him and said seriously, "Xiao Luo, come out with me." "Alright, let's go, Dad." Charlotte's face was equally serious, a far cry from his usual playful demeanor. "Xiao, you stay at home. I'll leave my Caesar and Golisopod with you. I'll also give you a Charizard. Just stay home and don't go out." Page 7. Charlotte took out a red and white Pokeball and handed one of her main Pokémon, Charizard, to Xiaoyu. The concern of his older brother and father was evident. Both of them left Xiaoyu one of their main Pokémon to protect him, which also made Xiaoyu realize that something big was going to happen tonight. "Brother, Dad." Xiaoyu was moved and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly happened?" "Last night I met a mysterious person in the underground black market. He looked a lot like someone, the notorious wanted criminal, the former evil Quasi-King Sushio." "What?" Xiaoyu recounted his encounter with Sushio the previous night, concealing the fact that he had purchased the S-rank Thunderstone. He only mentioned that he had met a mysterious person with a near-elite 4-level Houndoom. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's account, Xiaoyong and his son's expressions turned serious and grim, clearly indicating that this incident was not simple. "No need to think about it, that guy is definitely Sushio. He must have received advance notice that a small secret realm had just appeared in Starlight City, and that small secret realm is his target. The secret realm, a unique feature of this world, is like a mini-world. Generally, rare treasures can be found in secret realms, such as berries, items, and TMS. Rare and precious Pokémon can also appear there, and these Pokémon generally have high potential. There is also a possibility of encountering Pokémon that are being transported, such as Darkrai, which appeared in the Nightmare Secret Realm 3 years ago. The Secret Realm is a mysterious treasure trove, full of opportunities but also fraught with the threat of death. 3 years ago, countless people died in the Nightmare Realm, many of whom fell into eternal slumber, including a near-elite 4-level trainer. And until the very end, the powerful Darkrai was never captured. After killing countless people, it left the realm with the help of the power of dreams, and even now, many people are still searching for Darkrai's whereabouts. The secret realm is like a casino. Some people make a fortune while others lose everything. Only the secret realm can attract trainers like Sushio who are close to Elite 4 level. Sushio's strength has likely reached the Elite 4 level. 3 years ago, he wiped out an entire family for Tyranitar's Pokemon egg. 3 years is enough time for Larvitar to grow into Tyranitar. We need to be careful. Xiaoyong calmly analyzed that in 3 years, Sushio would most likely be a champion-level trainer, and even if he and Xiao Luo joined forces, their chances of victory would be very slim. But we must go to the secret realm. This is your brother's chance to become a champion-level trainer. As long as we find a Pokemon with champion-level potential, your brother can become a champion-level trainer. A resolute look flashed in Xiaoyong's eyes. Going from gym leader level to champion level is a hurdle that many people cannot overcome even after more than 10 years. Just like Sushio, he spent 10 years but still failed to advance from near champion level to champion level. In the end, he took a risk for a Larvitar. Now that the secret realm has appeared in Starlight City, Xiaoyong and his son must not miss this opportunity. "Xiaoyu, stay home and don't go out." Xiaoyong instructed Xiaoyu. The appearance of many Pokemon in the secret realm would cause them to escape, which would be a disaster for ordinary people. "Shuemei, keep an eye on Xiaoyu. I'm going to the Pokemon Center now. I just got a call. There must have been a lot of injuries today, and I have to rush to the hospital." Lin Shuemei rolled her eyes at Xiaoyong, then turned to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, stay home and be careful." Lin Shuemei's tone was full of doting affection. Among the family, Xiaoyu was the weakest, so she was naturally most worried about him and repeatedly told him not to leave home. Click. The door closed, leaving Xiaoyu alone in the room. Xiaoyu looked at the restless Nombat in the incubator, fed it some energy cubes, and then put Nombat into its Pokeball. Xiaoyu then changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Although going out was somewhat dangerous, he had the Caesar and Golisopod left by his father, plus his older brother's Charizard, which also provided him with some self-defense capabilities. As long as he didn't encounter Sushio, he shouldn't be in too much danger. Compared to the danger, the rare items and Pokemon in the secret realm were more appealing to Xiaoyu. Secret realms were already extremely rare, let alone one that appeared directly above Starlight City. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-century occurrence, and it was estimated that all the powerful figures in the entire western Shu province would gather there soon. If Xiaoyu wants to obtain treasures, he must seize the opportunity. Newly appeared secret realms like this are full of treasures, so he naturally cannot miss this opportunity. Stepping outside, a dazzling white light shone in the sky, and a silver vortex illuminated the entire Starlight City. Xiaoyu summoned the Charizard, climbed onto its back, and flew into the sky. The entrance to the secret realm was in the sky. Boom! Just then, a huge roar resounded, and the secret realm in the sky surged, bursting out with a huge airflow that instantly sucked Xiaoyu and the fire-breathing dragon into it. After a dizzying spin, Xiaoyu woke up again to find himself in an unfamiliar world. The water flows gently, and the stream is shallow. The scenery is beautiful and pleasant. The fragrance of green grass and towering trees made it feel like being in a fairyland. Is this the secret realm? Xiaoyu looked up and saw a huge silver vortex in the sky. Just like in the real world, the silver vortex in the sky should be the entrance connecting the secret realm and the real world. If Xiaoyu wants to go back, he can simply have Charizard carry him into the sky and leave. However, having finally sneaked into the secret realm, Xiaoyu was not about to return empty-handed. He recalled Charizard into its Pokeball, summoned the Caesar his father had given him, and began to carefully explore the secret realm. Chapter 11: The Secret Realm of Grass and Insects. As Xiaoyu walked through the forest, he pondered the type of this secret realm. Basically, each secret realm has a few types of energy that are most concentrated. It is obvious that the grass-type energy in this secret realm is extremely concentrated. There are flowers and green trees everywhere along the way, full of vitality. These are all obvious characteristics of grass-type secret realms. You are likely to encounter many grass-type Pokémon here, and the potential of grass-type Pokémon is generally higher than in the outside world. Besides the abundance of grass-type energy, bug-type energy was also quite abundant, a fact Xiaoyu discerned from Caesar's reaction. Caesar is a bug-type Pokémon and is quite sensitive to bug-type energy. When Xiaoyu summoned it, Caesar seemed extremely excited, and the secret realm made it feel very comfortable and at ease. Besides the grass and insect attributes, Xiaoyu couldn't tell whether there were other attribute energies. He could only continue to delve deeper. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, he suddenly heard voices ahead, which made him stop in his tracks and cautiously explore the area. "Liao-san, we've struck it rich." A young man with a buzz cut wearing a black shirt said excitedly to the bald, burly man named Liao-san next to him. "So many rare Pokémon, this is a huge sum of money." Liao-san's face was full of fat, and the corners of his mouth were turned up, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace. His eyes were filled with greed. Sure enough, the secret realm was the place where people could get rich overnight. "Rat, let's do it. Don't let anyone else find out. With this money, we can leave this secret realm." There were 4 Pokémon in front of Liao-san and Haozi, all of them Trico, clearly indicating that a Trico clan lived in the secret realm. Ding, quest triggered, Grass-type Overlord. This secret realm is primarily inhabited by Grass-type energy, with Bug-type energy as a secondary element. 2 major Grass-type clans live in the forest, the Sceptile clan and the Venusaur clan. These 2 clans have fought many times over territory, with no clear victor. As the secret realm connects with the real world, the existing order within the realm will be disrupted. Please capture one of the Pokémon before the secret realm is completely conquered and train it to become the dominant Grass-type Pokémon. Task requirement: catch a Trico or Bulbasaur. Mission rewards: 1. Rewards vary depending on the Pokémon caught. 2. Clues to mysterious treasures. Failure penalty: randomly lowers the Pokémon's potential by 1 level. The sudden assignment startled Xiaoyu. The penalty for failure terrified him. If he failed, his Nobu's potential would be lowered to gym leader level, which was unacceptable to him. He had to complete this mission no matter what. Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the 4 Tricos before him. Overlord level, Lord level, Lord level, Lord level. All 4 Tricos had decent potential, influenced by the grass-type energy within the secret realm, making them generally more capable than Pokémon from the outside world. At the very least, they were all Lord level, with one even reaching Totem level. However, they still didn't meet Xiaoyu's minimum requirements for capturing them. Furthermore, while all 4 Tricos had good potential, their combat strength was only rare level, making them relatively weak. Just then, Liao-san and Haozi each summoned their Pokémon. Liao-san summoned a dark/flying type Crowhead, while Haozi summoned a fairy type Blue Lord. Crowhead. Gender: male. Attribute: dark, flying. Qualification: Lord level. Combat strength: Lord level. Features: sleepless. Skills: wing attack, black mist, startle, ambush, hidden weakness, strike, wind rising, peck, night shadow, malicious pursuit, taunt, trick, strange light, brute force. Brook King. Gender: female. Attribute: fairy. Qualification: Lord level. Combat strength: Lord level. Features: Scud. Skills: Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, tackle, tail wag, affection, bite, lick, headbutt, roar, taunt, electromagnetic wave, play, healing bell. The crow's leader is a Lord-level Pokémon, and Blue King is also a Lord-level Pokémon. Such strength is actually quite good in a small city like Starlight City, but Xiaoyu is not afraid at all. Of the 3 Pokémon he has, only Scizor is a totem-level Pokémon, while Charizard and Golisopod are both gym leader-level Pokémon. Even in a place like Starlight City, these 3 Pokémon would be top-tier combatants, more than enough to deal with Liao San and Hazi. However, Xiaoyu dared not be careless. The secret realm would definitely attract all kinds of experts. With the arrival of the Elite 4-level experts, these 3 Pokémon would obviously be no match for them. Therefore, Xiaoyu had to complete the mission as soon as possible. Scizor, Golem, prepare to attack, Xiaoyu said in a low voice, summoning Scizor and Golem simultaneously. Xiaoyu practically watched these 2 Pokémon grow up, so they have a very good relationship and there's no issue with them not obeying commands. At this moment, Liao San and Haozi had already ordered their Pokémon to launch an attack. Crowhead and Blue King flew towards the 4 Pokémon and launched an attack. The Crow leader used wing attack skills. Due to the difference in combat power, the stab attack of the flying type, and the type advantage against Trico, it took down a Trico in just one hit. On the other side, Blue King was not to be outdone, and used the Flame Fang skill, with its flaming fangs instantly taking down a Trico. In just one exchange, the 2 geckos were defeated. Chief Crow, continue the pursuit. Bruce, don't let them go. As Liao San and the mouse's voices faded, Crow leader and Blue Emperor went to chase after the remaining 2 Tricos, while they took out Pokeballs and threw them at the 2 unconscious Tricos. Attack. Scizor, use Bullet Punch to attack Blue King. Golem, use Headbutt to attack Raven leader. Scizor made the first move, its huge pincers coated with silver steel-type energy, its red form darting through the forest. Boom. The speed of the bullet punch was extremely fast, and Blue King had no time to react before being hit directly. Bullet Punch, a steel-type physical skill that delivers a fast and hard punch to the opponent, like a bullet. It always attacks first. In the game, Scizor's Bullet Punch has a low power of only 40 because it's a priority move. However, due to its steel-type stab, it deals 1.5x damage. Furthermore, its advanced ability increases the power of low-power moves, dealing 1.5x damage. Additionally, Steel-type moves deal double damage to Fairy-type Pokémon like Slug. Furthermore, Scizor's combat power is a level higher than that of the Lord-level Blue King, which translates to a 10-level difference in the game. Scizor's attack could definitely take down Blue King instantly. However, reality is different from the game. Although stab power boosts, mastery ability, and type advantages all have an effect, the power is not fixed. Some Pokémon can even reduce type advantages through training. Page 8. For example, the Sandshrew in the animation that won 100 consecutive victories slightly overcame its weakness of being afraid of water. It's clear that this Blue King has quite good stamina and resistance. Scizor's attack only severely injured the Blue King, not enough to kill it instantly. This scene surprised Xiaoyu, but he didn't care. Although he hadn't defeated Blue Emperor, it was just another bullet punch. On the other side, the Armored Warrior's head-on attack was equally astonishing, with a power of 90 plus a 1.5x bonus from its own type, enough to severely injure the Crow leader. More importantly, the Armored Warrior's combat power was at the level of a gym leader, which was 2 whole levels higher than that of the Crow leader. Although there was no elemental advantage, the huge difference in combat power still allowed the Armored Warrior to take down the Crow leader with just one strike. Head-on strike, a bug-type physical attack with high power, but it can only be used immediately upon entering the field to succeed. It is a priority move. In just one glance, the difference in their abilities was immediately apparent. Chapter 12 Lizard King. Liao San and Hazi were surprised to encounter other people so quickly in the vast secret realm. They cursed their bad luck, as they were completely unprepared and caught off guard by the Mantis and the Armored Warrior. In just one encounter, one of their main Pokémon lost its ability to battle, and the other was seriously injured, making the difference in their combat power extremely obvious. Brother, we admit defeat. These Pokémon are all yours. Let us go. Liao San raised his hands, surrendering decisively. He had already witnessed the difference in strength between the two sides. He couldn't get the 4 Tricos. Now, the key was how to survive. In secret realms, it's normal for some people to die. Mouse's eyes were bloodshot. The wealth he had just acquired had vanished, and he was heartbroken. For wood geckos, even if each one sold for 100,000, that would still be 400,000. That's all money. You two leave the secret realm immediately through the exit in the sky. Xiaoyu looked the two over and finally decided to let them go. Firstly, he was not a bloodthirsty person, and secondly, these two could not threaten him. He was just afraid that he would be seen killing someone. Liao San and He exchanged a glance, a hint of resentment flashing in their eyes. The secret realm was full of treasures, and they were unwilling to return empty-handed and have to pay for medical treatment. However, the situation was beyond their control, and they had no other choice. Under the threat of Caesar and Golisopod, the two had no choice but to summon a flying-type Pokémon and fly away from the secret realm. After watching the two leave the secret realm, Xiaoyu finally had time to examine the two wood geckos lying on the ground. The other two wood geckos had already disappeared, probably having slipped away while Xiaoyu and Liao San were talking. Only these two badly injured trickos remained. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had brought a small amount of medicine, which he quickly took out and applied evenly to the trickos. He had just finished applying the medicine when the scyther suddenly let out a warning. Not far away, a dozen geckos appeared at the edge of the forest, interspersed with 4 or 5 forest lizards, and leading them were 2 septal kings. The densely packed swarm of septal kings dazzled Xiaoyu. His gaze fell upon the 2 leading septal kings, a male and a female, with aptitudes of gym leader and quasi-elite 1 respectively, and combat strength of both at the gym leader level. To avoid being accused of padding the word count, the septal king's skills will not be listed. All the forest lizards had reached the lord level or above, with one even reaching the guild master level. The dozen or so trickos were slightly inferior in aptitude, with the lowest being elite and the average being lord. However, one of the trickos had an aptitude that reached elite 4 level. Wood gecko, gender, male, property, grass, qualification, king level, features, lush, skills, combo slash, leaf storm, grassy terrain, dragon breath, grass whistle, leech seed, magic leaf, photosynthesis, trouble seed, dark shot, slap, leer, drain, quick attack, super drain. It seems this trico is Xiaoyu's mission target, which makes Xiaoyu a little curious about the aptitude of the Bulbasaur in the Venusaur clan. It should at least be at the Elite 4 level, otherwise this damn system wouldn't have let him catch it. While Xiaoyu was still in a daze, the leading Lizard King suddenly launched an attack, its leaf blades emitting green energy as they slashed towards Xiaoyu. Armored warrior, deliver a head-on blow. In desperation, Xiaoyu had no choice but to have Golisopod use Headbutt to interrupt Septal's attack. The bug-type Headbutt was type advantageous compared to the grass-type Leaf Blade, and given that both were gym leader level, Golisopod gained the upper hand with its first strike. Wait a minute. Taking advantage of the fight, Xiaoyu quickly said, "We mean no harm. I didn't hurt these two little guys. I was saving them and just applied medicine to them." Xiaoyu clearly didn't want to be misunderstood, so he quickly handed the 2 trickos to the Septal King. At this moment, the 2 trickos that had just disappeared also stepped forward and explained to the Septal King that Xiaoyu was not the one who attacked them, but the one who saved them. After hearing Trico's words, the leader of the Septal also stopped and stood still, looking at Xiaoyu with a cold and arrogant expression. It has to be said that Septal is really a very handsome Pokémon, ranking among the top 3 grass-type starters in terms of appearance. Lizard. The Lizard King looked at Xiaoyu and made a deep sound, as if it were expressing gratitude, but Xiaoyu couldn't understand it at all and could only fill in the blanks in his mind. It's probably thanking itself. After speaking at length, the Lizard King prepared to leave and return to his clan's territory. Seeing the Lizard King's clan leave like that, Xiaoyu was naturally unwilling to give up, and quickly said, "Wait, Lizard King, I want to tame a wood gecko to be my companion." Xiaoyu's words made the Lizard King stop in its tracks, looking at Xiaoyu with a cold expression and a murderous aura. "I have no ill intentions towards you, and I will not forcibly capture any of the geckos. However, I hope you can give your offspring a chance to leave this secret realm with me and see the outside world. Moreover, your secret realm is about to merge with the real world, and many humans will discover your existence. Even if you are very strong, your children will inevitably be captured." Xiaoyu sensed the murderous intent in the Lizard King's eyes and tried to persuade it, explaining the pros and cons and appealing to its emotions and reason. "Lizard." The Septal King gave a cold reply, making Xiaoyu scratch his head in frustration. The language barrier was truly a cardinal sin. It seemed it was time to capture a psychic Pokémon to act as his translator, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think. Then Xiaoyu could only continue speaking to the Lizard King in front of him. "Your home will be invaded by humans. You only have 2 paths before you. One is to be subdued and leave this place, and the other is to be kept here as a captive. I believe that you do not want to face either outcome, so if any of you are willing to leave with me, I will definitely treat you as my partners." Xiaoyu looked at the Septal King in front of him and said seriously. Just as Xiaoyu said, there are only 2 possible outcomes for Pokémon discovered in the secret realm, and even Xiaoyu is powerless to change that. "Lizard." The Lizard King, who was in the lead, was filled with rage upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, and stared at Xiaoyu with murderous intent. Xiaoyu could only continue, "Why don't you give me a chance? You fight my goalie Summer. If you win, I'll leave immediately. If you lose, I hope you'll allow me to capture a Trico. Soon, even stronger trainers will arrive, and their Pokémon will be far more powerful than Golisomers. They won't reason with you, then they'll just use force to capture you." Lizard. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Lizard King fixed its gaze on the armored warrior and then roared at its companions. The other Lizard King, along with the other forest lizards and wood geckos, were all pulled apart, leaving enough space for the Lizard King and the armored warrior. The most powerful Lizard King looked at the armored warrior with a fierce expression, its wrists covered in grass-type energy, ready to launch an attack at any moment. "You agree, Lizard?" The Lizard King nodded, then launched the first attack. Chapter 13: The Lizard King vs. the Armored Warrior. The forest is Sceptile's home ground. Few Pokémon can rival Sceptile in the forest. Sceptile is practically the overlord of the forest. The Lizard King is entirely green. It has a large tail, and the leaves growing from its two arms are as sharp as blades. The seeds on its back store many nutrients that allow trees to thrive. Sceptile is a Pokémon that carefully nurtures the trees in the forest and regulates its body temperature by basking in the sun. It is unmatched in strength within the forest, darting nimbly through the undergrowth and leaping nimbly between branches. It will pounce on its enemies from above or behind, using the sharp leaves that grow from its arms to finish off its prey. These leaves are so sharp they can even fell a large tree in a single stroke. The Lizard King's signature move is Leaf Blade. Emerald green grass-type energy covered the leaf blades on her wrists, making them look like green scythes, powerful enough to cut through rocks. The Lizard King used the Leaf Blade skill first, and the grass-type scythes on its wrist slashed fiercely at the armored warrior. Armored Warriors, Sword Dance. Faced with the Lizard King's attack, Xiaoyu adopted an enhanced tactic, directly having the armored warrior unleash the Sword Dance skill. Sword Dance, a transformation skill. Perform a vigorous war dance to boost morale. Greatly increases your attack power. Sword Dance is an extremely top-tier enhancement skill. After use, it can greatly increase attack, which means it increases attack by 2 levels. It is one of the most beloved skills for physical attackers. Another favorite skill for physical attackers is Dragon Dance, which can increase attack and speed by 1 level. It is a more comprehensive enhancement, but it is not as violent as Sword Dance. At the same time, the Sword Dance skill is a perfect match for Golisopod, as Golisopod is a typical physical attacker. Golisopod looks like a giant, upright isopod, still possessing a hard exoskeleton and many legs, although the legs in the middle of its abdomen are relatively small. Its body is still segmented, with the shells on both sides extending upwards, and its claws are very sharp. The hard exoskeleton covering its body has a strength comparable to diamond. In the game, the armored warrior has an attack power of 125, but a special attack power of only 60. Similarly, its defense is also outstanding at 140, but its special defense power is only 90. The only drawback is its speed of only 40, which is completely inconsistent with its image. The real-life Golem warriors are not much different from those in the game. Take Dad's Golem warrior as an example. First of all, its physical attack and defense are as excellent as ever, which is also Dad's main training direction. Secondly, its special defense is slightly inferior, and its special attack is completely abandoned. Just like in the game, Golisopod is completely unsuitable for special attack training, and the training results are minimal. The only difference is speed. The reason why Golisopod only has a speed of 40 in the game is mainly to balance the base stats of each Pokémon and give every Pokémon a chance to be used. However, reality is different from the game. In reality, Golisopod is quite fast, very agile, and extremely good at close combat. Speaking of base stats, Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain that there are many unreasonable base stats in the game. For example, Xerneas, the god of life in the game, has an HP base stat of 126, which is not as high as Munchlax's 135. But Munchlax is a tank Pokémon, so it's somewhat understandable. The most outrageous one is Entei, whose special defense is only 75, which is not as high as Ladybug's 85. The idea that the 3 sacred beasts are inferior to the tiny ladybug is quite outrageous. Therefore, the racial stats in the game can only be used as a reference, and there are still differences in reality. Faced with the menacing Lizard King, the armored warrior obeyed Xiaoyu's command and chose to withstand the attack, unleashing his Sword Dance skill. As a grass-type move, Leaf Blade can only deal normal damage to bug and water-type Golisopods, but due to its stab power boost, the damage is still very high. Most importantly, Leaf Blade is more likely to hit vital points than regular moves. However, hitting a vital point is relative. When a warrior in armor uses sword dance while trying to defend with the hard shell on his body, it is difficult for the Leaf Blade to hit his vital point. At this moment, the armored warrior's superior defensive capabilities were fully demonstrated. It withstood a blade attack with virtually no effect. Its hard exoskeleton provided incredible protection, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict effective damage. Actually, there are two best ways to damage an armored warrior. One is to attack its abdomen and lower back, where the shell is relatively weak. The other is to use a special attack. While Sceptle's signature move is Leaf Blade, it is actually more adept at special attack-oriented attacks. However, wild Sceptles, without a trainer's guidance, rarely think of such things. After taking a hit from the Leaf Blade, the armored warrior also completed its enhancement, its body covered in energy, greatly increasing its attack power. After the enhancement is completed, it will be the opportunity for the armored warriors to launch a counterattack. Armored warrior, use blood-sucking. Facing the grass-type Sceptle, Xiaoyu chose to have Golem use the bug-type Life-Steal move. This not only provided a stab boost but also dealt a type advantage to Sceptle. Vampire. The armored warrior moved its massive body and lunged at the Lizard King, simultaneously spitting out a thin needle enveloped in bug-type energy from its mouth. Lizard. Faced with the armored warrior's attack, the Lizard King, as the king of its kind, did not flinch at all. It leaped up with its agile body, dodging left and right in the forest to avoid the armored warrior's attacks. The forest truly lived up to its reputation as the Lizard King's home turf. It was entirely its territory. The Lizard King was already incredibly fast, and with the added advantage of the terrain, the armored warriors simply couldn't catch up to it, and their attacks completely missed. The Lizard King, darting through the forest, seized an opportunity and suddenly pounced on the armored warrior from above. Grass-type energy erupted from its wrist, and it once again used the Leaf Blade skill, aiming precisely at the armored warrior's vital points. Page 9. The Sceptle King is truly fond of the Leaf Blade skill, which is of course because it is its signature skill and is almost standard equipment for every Sceptle King. They are also extremely good at this kind of close-quarters combat. However, the Lizard King was facing an armored warrior, and in terms of close combat ability alone, the Lizard King was slightly inferior. Armored warriors, rock blockade. This time, Xiaoyu did not choose to have the armored warrior use the life-steal skill, but instead used the rock lockdown. Rock blockade, attack by throwing rocks. Blocks the opponent's movement, thus reducing their speed. Although Rock Tomb is less powerful than life-steal and has no stab, same type attack bonus, and rock-type moves don't have any type advantage, the biggest advantage of Rock Tomb is that it can slow down the enemy. The only weakness of the armored warriors is their speed. The Lizard King is simply too fast. In the forest, the armored warriors cannot catch up with the Lizard King at all. Therefore, Xiaoyu must find a way to block the Lizard King's speed advantage. Rock Block is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Chapter 14: The Lizard King vs. the Armored Warrior, the End. The armored warrior extended its sharp claws, pierced the ground, grabbed a huge rock, and threw it at the Lizard King. The rock, imbued with rock-type energy, made a whooshing sound as it flew towards the Lizard King. Lizard. Faced with the flying rocks, the Sceptle swung the grass-type scythes on its wrists, unleashing a wide-ranging leaf blade attack that shattered every single rock. This scene made Xiaoyu frown slightly. Although this Lizard King did not understand tactics, its own strength was extremely strong. For a while, it was impossible to determine the winner. Xiaoyu had to come up with a way to break the deadlock. How to bridge the speed gap between the two made Xiaoyu somewhat nostalgic for the skills Dragon Dance and high-speed movement, both of which could increase speed. Unfortunately, the armored warrior and these two skills were incompatible and could not be learned. However, preemptive skills like head-on strike can only be used upon entering the battlefield, making the current situation seem somewhat tricky. That's right, we can use that move. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered another move used by armored warriors. Armored warriors, water jets. Water jet, a water-based physical skill that pounces on the opponent with lightning speed, guaranteeing a preemptive strike. Water jet is also a low-power priority move. Although its power is low and water-type moves have very limited effect on grass-type Sceptle, it is a priority move and its advantage lies in its speed. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the armored warrior did not hesitate at all, spewing out a huge stream of water from behind his body. Under the reaction force of the water, the armored warrior rushed towards the Lizard King at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the armored warrior was already close. This time, the Lizard King had no time to react. The armored warrior who used Water Stream Crack was too fast. The Lizard King was hit hard and staggered back 2 steps. After the sword dance, the armored warrior's attack power has already reached a terrifying level. Even though the effect of water-type moves is halved against grass-type Sceptile, it can still deal damage to Sceptile. More importantly, the armored warrior successfully closed the distance with the Lizard King by using the water jet skill. Once they get close, the armored warrior is completely invincible thanks to his extremely strong attack power. Armored warrior, Bloodsuck. Upon getting close, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to have the armored warrior use the life-steal skill. The bug-type skill was super effective against grass types, and with the stab bonus, if it hit, it would definitely severely injure the Lizard King. This time, the armored warrior did not disappoint Xiaoyu. At such close range, the Lizard King had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the insect-type blood-sucking needle fired by the armored warrior. This blood-sucking attack dealt a severe blow to the Lizard King, far more powerful than the previous water jet. Lizard. Even though it was injured, the Lizard King did not back down at all, but instead launched a fierce counterattack. Faced with the life-stealing attack, the Lizard King also unleashed an extremely powerful grass-type move, Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm creates a storm with sharp leaves towards the opponent. After use, the user's special attack will be greatly reduced due to the recoil. Leaf Storm is the ultimate grass-type move, boasting immense power, but its side effect is equally pronounced. It lowers the user's special attack by 2 stages. Normally, this move is used as the final strike for grass-type Pokémon to wreak havoc. However, this move is actually Serperior's signature move. With its contrarian ability, Serperior's stats reverse when they decrease, instead increasing its special attack by 2 stages. The side effect of Leaf Storm becomes a boost, making Serperior stronger as the battle progresses, potentially leading to its elimination from the team. Seeing the Lizard King unleash Leaf Storm, Xiaoyu was not surprised but delighted. Although Leaf Storm was indeed very powerful, the armored warrior was definitely able to withstand it in its current state. And once the armored warrior withstood it, the Lizard King, whose special attack had dropped by 2 levels, would definitely not be a match for the armored warrior. What's more, my father's armored warrior spent a lot of money to learn a defensive skill. Armored warriors, hold the line. Defend completely blocks the opponent's attack. Using it repeatedly will easily lead to failure. In the game, the protect skill is an amazing ability. Regardless of level or race differences, Rayquaza's attack skills will be blocked by Caterpie's protect skill, which is quite unfair. However, the reality is completely different. The defensive skill can only withstand attacks with a small difference in strength. If the difference in strength is too great, the defensive light shield will still be broken through. However, the armored warrior and the Lizard King were not much different in strength, so Xiaoyu didn't need to worry about this problem at all. Normal type energy surged from the armored warrior's body, forming a transparent light shield in front of it, firmly protecting the armored warrior. Leaves danced wildly, covered in grass-based energy, forming a green storm that swept towards the armored warrior, enveloping him, while sharp leaves continuously slashed at the light shield in front of him. It was powerful and imposing, but it could never break through the armored warrior's light shield. Xiaoyu smiled. This is the difference between wild Pokémon and trainer-trained Pokémon. Although wild Pokémon are powerful, their skills are limited. Without TMS, they naturally cannot learn skills like Guard. With a shallow skill pool and a lack of tactical combinations, wild Pokémon of the same level have a hard time defeating trainer Pokémon. Lizard. The Lizard King's special attack is greatly reduced due to the reaction force of Leaf Storm, making this the perfect opportunity for Golisopod to counterattack. Armored Warrior, use Blood-Sucking. The armored warrior suddenly attacked, rushing forward with his body. His insect-type energy exploded, shooting out a thin needle that pierced the Lizard King's body. The surging bug-type energy dealt another heavy blow to the Lizard King, while the energy transmitted back from the needles healed the armored warrior's injuries. Chase after it, don't give it a chance to catch its breath. After several rounds of combat, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. The armored warrior had gained a complete advantage, while the Lizard King was at a significant disadvantage. If Sceptile had initially relied on the jungle's geographical advantages and employed a high-speed movement tactic, attacking with grass-type special moves like Energy Ball, Golem might not have been able to defeat Sceptile. However, without a trainer to guide it, the Sceptile only knows how to fight head-on, and naturally it is no match for the Golem. Armored warriors, take down the Lizard King. Lizard. The armored warrior activated its lifesteal skill again, while at the same time, emerald green grass-type energy lit up on the Lizard King's wrist once more, and it activated its Leaf Blade skill, preparing for a desperate fight. Armored warriors, launch a surprise attack. Faced with the Lizard King's desperate attempt, Xiaoyu chose to have the armored warrior use the surprise attack skill. Surprise attack allows you to attack before your opponent. Failure occurs if your opponent's attack is not an offensive move. Dark energy enveloped the armored warrior's hard claws, and with a preemptive strike, the sharp claws swung down directly onto the Lizard King. At the same time, the Lizard King's leaf blade skill successfully struck the armored warrior, cutting a huge wound through his hard shell. Both sides' attacks hit each other, but the armored warrior, protected by a hard shell, was significantly less injured, while the Lizard King, without any protection and having already taken 2 life-draining attacks, was at his limit and panting heavily. You've already lost. Chapter 15 Capturing Trico. You lost. Xiaoyu looked at Septal with a bright smile on his face. Septal, although you are very strong, almost as strong as Golisopod, you did not have a trainer to guide you, so you lost to Golisopod. An excellent trainer can make a Pokémon stronger and more well-rounded. Lizard. The injured Lizard King still looked arrogant and uncomfortable, but it kept its promise and called out to Xiaoyu. Then it communicated with the wood geckos behind it, asking them to come forward. So you agree to let me catch a Trico? Xiaoyu's smile widened. Pokémon as proud as Septal really do keep their promises. Lizard. The Lizard King nodded. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu chose the king-level Trico, the Trico he had been longing for. At this moment, Xiaoyu's face was filled with excitement. I want this one. The tree gecko that Xiaoyu was pointing at didn't have much expression on its face. Just like its ancestors, it proudly raised its head and looked at Xiaoyu. This was the first time Xiaoyu and Mu Shougong made eye contact. At the same time, the Septal King looked in the direction Xiaoyu pointed and saw the Trico that Xiaoyu had chosen. It was the Trico that was his favorite offspring. He turned his head and kept communicating with the Trico. After a while, the Trico walked up to Xiaoyu. Seeing this, even though they couldn't understand each other's language, Xiaoyu could understand what it meant. He took out a pokeball from his bag and gently touched Trico's head. Nice to meet you, Trico. Lizard, the tree gecko replied. After capturing Trico, Xiaoyu was in a great mood. Feeling that he had gotten a great deal, Xiaoyu left most of his dragon-type energy cubes and healing potions to the Septal Kings, keeping only a small amount for backup. This action immediately won the favor of the Septal Kings. Ding! Grass-type Overlord quest completed. This secret realm is primarily inhabited by grass-type energy, with bug-type energy as a secondary element. 2 major grass-type clans live in the forest, the Septal clan and the Venusaur clan. These 2 clans have fought many times over territory, with no clear victor. As the secret realm connects with the real world, the existing order within the realm will be disrupted. Please capture one of the Pokémon before the secret realm is completely conquered and train it to become the dominant grass-type Pokémon. Task requirements: catch a Trico or Bulbasaur. You have already caught a Trico. Mission rewards: 1. Rewards vary depending on the Pokémon caught. 2. Clues to mysterious treasures. Failure penalty randomly lowers the Pokémon's potential by 1 level. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the mission rewards. 1. Potential enhancement. You can choose to enhance the potential of either Noctua or Trico, but only one Pokémon can be enhanced, so please choose carefully. 2. Septal Evolution Stone. Requires going to the Septal population territory to obtain. 3. Z-Crystal Clue. Page 10. Ding! Z-Crystal Clue. There is a place in the secret realm with the most concentrated grass-type energy called the Ancient Tree of Wanson. It is also the core location of the entire secret realm. A grass-type Z-Crystal is preserved inside the Ancient Tree of Wanson. The generous rewards made Xiaoyu beam with joy. The dog system had finally become human for once. Although only the first reward was credited directly to his account, the other 2 were quite valuable treasures that Xiaoyu could try to acquire. The Septal Evolution Stone, in particular, delighted Xiaoyu. If he could obtain it, the potential of this Trico would reach a new level, with unlimited future prospects. It would definitely become one of Xiaoyu's main fighters. As for the Z-Crystal, Xiaoyu didn't hold out much hope. If nothing unexpected happened, Sushio was probably aiming for the grass-type Z-Crystal. With Sushio's strength, no one could defeat him without a champion-level trainer. However, their limited understanding made them overlook the most precious evolution stones. Xiaoyu was looking forward to the day when Mega Evolution was announced, wondering how they would feel if they knew they had missed out on the Mega Evolution stones. After capturing Trico, Xiaoyu's mind immediately became active, especially after learning that there was a Septal Evolution Stone in the territory of the Septal clan. He became even more eager for the Septal Evolution Stone. Just as Xiaoyu was thinking about how to ask the Lizard King for the Mega Evolution Stone, the Lizard King suddenly turned and walked towards its territory, while simultaneously calling out to Xiaoyu, signaling him to follow. This delighted Xiaoyu, who quickly followed and released the wood gecko to spend some more time with its family. The Lizard King's territory is a towering jungle, not too far from the core of the secret realm, the ancient tree of 10,000 forests. This is why the Lizard King's clan prefers to nest in the tall trees of the forest. The closer to the ancient tree of 10,000 forests, the larger the surrounding trees become. Their nest is located among the tallest trees in the vicinity. Following the Lizard King into the tree hole, Xiaoyu immediately began searching for the Lizard King evolution stone. However, to Xiaoyu's disappointment, he did not find the evolution stone inside the treehouse. Lizard. Just then, another female Lizard King crawled in through the entrance of the tree hole, holding a shiny stone in her hand. Septal King Evolution Stone. Upon seeing the sparkling stone, Xiaoyu became instantly excited, his eyes widening in astonishment. At the same time, the female Septal King walked up to Xiaoyu and handed him the evolution stone. She pointed to the gift Xiaoyu had given her, and then to Trico, as if to say that the evolution stone was to thank Xiaoyu for the energy cube and healing potions, and that she hoped Xiaoyu would take good care of their babies. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to find anything, and it won't take any effort at all. Xiaoyu was surprised that the Septal clan would offer up the Septal Evolution Stone. It seems that wild Pokémon are mostly simple and kind, especially the wild starter Pokémon, who are quite trusting and grateful to humans. It's such a good deal to get an evolution stone by trading just some dragon energy cubes and healing items. Thank you, Septal. Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. He then reached out and touched the Trico he had just caught. At this moment, he made up his mind that he would definitely train Trico to become the strongest Pokémon. Don't worry, I will take good care of Trico and make it the strongest Pokémon. Lizard. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Septal King was also filled with pride. It reached out and touched its child, its eyes filled with reluctance. In fact, it knew that its child had the best aptitude among all its offspring. After fighting against the Golisopod, it also realized that with the same aptitude, human-bred Pokémon were more well-rounded in strength than wild Pokémon. The tree gecko will have a brighter future with Xiaoyu than if it stayed with the others. Lizard. The young Trico and Septal punched each other like warriors, as if making a promise that it would be stronger than its father in the future. Ding. Do you wish to upgrade the wood gecko's aptitude? Yes. The tree's aptitude has been improved from champion level to near champion level. Seeing this, Xiaoyu silently chose to use the opportunity to improve Trico's aptitude. Trico's aptitude was improved from champion level to near champion level, and it was only one step away from champion level. Chapter 16 Grassy Pure Crystal. When leaving the Lizard King's territory, Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions. Watching Trico part ways with the Lizard King, he felt a little reluctant to leave. With a near champion level Trico and a Septal Evolution Stone, Xiaoyu felt more confident. Once Trico grew up, becoming an Elite Four member would be within his grasp, and he could definitely compete for the title of Elite Four member of the Southwest region. Ding, quest triggered, Dragon-type Pokémon Master. Dragon-type Pokémon Master, because the host caught Nombat and Trico. Nombat's final evolution form Noivern is Flying/Dragon, and Mega Septal is Grass/Dragon. A hidden quest has been triggered, making him the strongest Dragon-type Pokémon Master. Mission requirements: the first 6 Pokémon you capture must have a Dragon-type in their final evolution or Mega form. Mission rewards: rewards will be distributed based on mission progress. Catching 3 Dragon-type Pokémon rewards a permanent TM for Dragon Pulse. Catching 4 Dragon-type Pokémon rewards a Dragon Z Crystal. Catching 5 Dragon-type Pokémon rewards 6 A-rank Dragon Scales. Catching 6 Dragon-type Pokémon rewards an improvement in the potential of all Pokémon, increasing their potential from Elite Four level to near champion level to champion level to near master level, and so on. Current progress 2/6. Failure penalty none. The sudden mission startled Xiaoyu. He had only caught 2 Pokémon, so why was he about to embark on the path of becoming a Dragon-type Pokémon Master? This is completely inconsistent with Xiaoyu's life goal. His ultimate dream is to become a Steel-type Pokémon Master. Dragon-type Pokémon will only get beaten up by Fairy-type Pokémon. Only Steel-type Pokémon are cool and strong, the number 1 type in the entire universe. Steel-type, 10 resistances, 1 type immunity, and weaknesses only fighting, ground, and fire. Such a powerful type is unique in the entire Pokémon world, especially for Pokémon like Forretress and Ferrothorn, which only have fire as a weakness. Secondly, in terms of appearance, aren't Caesar, Agrin, Bishop, Excadrill, Lucario, Aegislash, and Metagross both handsome and powerful? Finally, let's look at the Steel-type legendary Pokémon. Leaving aside Jiraiya and Registeel, Melmetal and Hyatran, and Cobalion and Genesect, let's just talk about Dialga, Solgaleo, and the Sword and Shield Legendary Station and Zamazenta, a total of 4 cover legendaries. This is the prestige of the Steel type. In Xiaoyu's mind, the Steel type is the best in the world. Why did the system issue this task? My dream is to become a Steel-type Pokémon Master, not a Dragon-type Pokémon Master. Xiaoyu was filled with grief and indignation, but he immediately accepted the mission. There was nothing he could do, the system was giving him too much. Just the fact that capturing 6 Dragon-type Pokémon could improve the aptitude of all Pokémon made Xiaoyu have to accept it. It gave me so much at worst, I can catch a Steel/Dragon Pokémon later to make up for my dream. However, there are only 2 Steel/Dragon-type Pokémon, Dialga and Duraludon, neither of which are easy to catch. Dialga is a legendary Pokémon, and Duraludon doesn't exist in China. It seems my dream of becoming a Steel-type master is only going to remain a distant dream. Goodbye to my youth, goodbye to my dreams. Let's not contact Metagross anymore. I'm afraid Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Goodra, Komodo, Dragapult, and Styropod will misunderstand. Meanwhile, at the core of the secret realm lies the Wanson ancient tree. Houndoom appeared at the roots of the ancient tree of Wanson, and Sushio held the grass sea crystal he had just obtained, a smile playing on his lips. Mission accomplished, we can retreat now. Sushio looked up at the sky, took out a Pokeball, summoned Vulpix, and prepared to leave this secret realm. His identity is sensitive, and if it is discovered, it will inevitably cause some trouble. Just as he was about to leave, a high-pitched sound wave accompanied by insect-type energy attacked, launching a surprise attack on Volturina. Insect Chirp. Insect Buzz, a bug-type special attack move that uses vibrations to emit sound waves for attack. Sometimes it lowers the opponent's special defense. 2 Vulcan Moths appeared in the jungle. It was these 2 Vulcan Moths who had just unleashed their powerful insect chirping skill. Bald Eagle Nah, hold the line. Sushio, who was about to leave, was interrupted by the sudden attack. He turned around, his whole body shrouded in a black robe, and looked up at the person who had come. Xiaoyong, the bug-type gym leader of Xinguang City, Zishu Province. Xiao Luo, the fire-type gym leader of Honglian City, Zishu Province. Sushio recognized the 2. He had done his research before coming to Starlight City, so he naturally recognized Xiaoyong. As for Xiao Luo, the youngest potential champion in China and a recognized future champion-level trainer, how could he not know him? Someone's in the way. Sushio didn't care about Xiaoyong, his attention was entirely on Xiao Luo. Xiaoyong was the weakest of all the gym leaders in the entire western Shu province. His strongest Pokemon was only a gym leader level Volcarona, which was no match for him at all. The only thing to worry about is Charlotte and his Fire Moth. Looking at Charlotte, he seemed to see himself 10 years ago, just a spirited and a near Elite 4 level trainer. However, he never managed to become an Elite 4 level trainer. In the end, he betrayed the Pokemon Association and wiped out the entire Zhao family, all for that Elite 4 level Larvitar. If given another chance, Sushio would definitely take the same path without hesitation, or even earlier. At the same time, Xiao Luo and Xiaoyong also saw the Grass Sea Pure Crystal in Sushio's hand. They already knew Sushio's identity before they came and were full of fear of him, but their duty as the head of the hall made them stand up and shout at Sushio, "Put down the Grass Sea Pure Crystal in your hand." Oh. Sushio looked at Xiaoyong and his son with a sneer, anyone can talk a good game. Let's fight. Let me see the strength of the Fire-type Hall Master of Zishu Province. Sushio looked at Charlotte with a mocking expression, took out 2 Pokeballs from his waist and threw them out. Go, Zoroark, Crocodile. The appearance of Zoroark and Cruz, both near Elite 4 level, along with the menacing Houndoom, greatly increased the pressure on Xiaoyong and his son. Xiaoyong, in particular, has almost all of his Pokemon at the gym leader level. His only Pokemon at the near Elite 4 level is a shiny Scizor, which he has only recently trained. Bug-type gym leaders have always been the weakest of all gym leaders, mainly due to the inherent weaknesses of bug-type Pokemon. It is an indisputable fact that Dragon-type Pokemon are inherently stronger than bug-type Pokemon, and only a few bug-type Pokemon can rival Dragon-type Pokemon. Scizor is one of the few powerful bug-type Pokemon and Xiaoyong's ace. Go, shiny Scizor. Xiaoyong recalled Volcarona and released shiny Scizor. In a battle at the near Elite 4 level, a gym leader level Volcarona couldn't play a significant role. A shiny Pokemon? Sushio looked at the Scizor with great interest. Is this your trump card, the secret weapon you prepared for this year's gym leader ranking tournament? Shiny Pokemon in the real world are not just good-looking, they also represent exceptional talent and immense strength. Because shiny Pokemon symbolize mutation, they are generally the apex predators and the most powerful of their kind. Charlotte, what about you? Sushio looked at Charlotte. What are your trump cards? I don't believe you only have Volcarona, a Pokémon that is almost at the Elite Four level. As expected, you found out. In that case, I won't hide anymore. Go, Groudon. Charlotte's words startled Sushio. He looked at Charlotte in disbelief, shocked. How could Charlotte possibly have a legendary Pokémon like Groudon? In his panic, he looked at the location where the Pokémon had appeared and realized that the Pokémon Charlotte had thrown was Blaziken. Sushio suddenly realized what was going on. Then, looking at the smile on Xiaoluo's face, he was furious. How dare Xiaoluo make fun of him? Recalling his panicked and embarrassing appearance just now, Sushio's anger intensified. Chapter 17 Banjoras. A near Elite 1 level Zoroark, Crocodile, and Houndoom battle a shiny Scizor, Blaziken, and 2 Volcaronas. Page 11. From the perspective of the situation, Xiaoyong and his son have a slight advantage, but this is not actually the case, because Sushio still has a quasi-god Tyranitar with the potential of a heavenly king who has not been used. If he were to summon it, the situation would become one-sided. Tyranitar at the Elite 4 level or above is almost at the champion level, and can deal with several near Elite 4 level Pokémon with virtually no pressure. Sushio frowned slightly as he looked at the Pokémon summoned by Xiaoyong and his son. He didn't have much time left. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to leave once the Elite 4 trainers from other cities arrived. Sushio then took out a deluxe ball from his waist, looked at Xiaoyong and his son, and slowly said, "Time is tight. To save time, let's finish this sooner. Come on, Bankeras." A radiant, armor-like green shell appeared, and several spikes of varying sizes extended from the back of its head, neck, and shoulders, with a ring of smaller spikes at the end of its tail. It had a pair of sharp teeth on each jaw, and its hands and feet each had 3 claws. The shell of Tyranitar has 2 triangular holes on each side of its chest, the center of its back, and at the knees of its legs. The inside of the holes is black. There is a diamond-shaped notch on its abdomen and lower back, revealing the carapace that is the same color as the shell of Tyranitar. Tyranitar, as a pseudo-legendary in Generation 2, is one of only 2 non-dragon pseudo-legendary Pokémon, the other being Metagross, and its strength is extremely formidable. Although its rock/dark typing isn't particularly strong, its Sandstream ability combined with its excellent bulk has made Tyranitar a core member of Sandstorm teams. As soon as Tyranitar appeared, it stirred up a cloud of dust. Its fierce eyes stared at all the Pokémon present. Just from its aura, Tyranitar directly overwhelmed the entire field. It was as if it were a king ruling the world from the moment it appeared. Xiaoyong and his son Xiaoluo looked extremely grim as they watched the Tyranitar appear. This Tyranitar was exceptionally well-trained. Sushio must have poured all his effort and strength into it. This Tyranitar's strength was at least at the Elite 4 level. Banjolas, sharp stone attack. Sushio gave the order. The ground around them cracked open, and countless rocks floated in the air, enveloped in rock-type energy, flying towards Xiaoyong and his son's Pokémon. Xiaoyu was naturally unable to see the battle at this time. After saying goodbye to the Lizard King clan, he hesitated for a long time before deciding to go to the once an ancient tree. He still held a sliver of hope that Sushio might have taken the Grass Sea Pure Crystal, hoping to find a bargain. The territory of the Lizard King clan was not far from the once an ancient tree, only about a 10-minute walk away. When Xiaoyu walked onto the road, a huge explosion suddenly came from the direction of the once an ancient tree. Flames soared into the sky, and sandstorms raged. The sandstorm blocked Xiaoyu's vision, and the flying sand grains stung his body. Oh no! Xiaoyu's heart sank. The sandstorm reminded Xiaoyu of Sushio and his Tyranitar. Sushio used Tyranitar, so who was fighting against Tyranitar? The towering flames were undoubtedly his older brother Xiaoluo and his father Xiaoyong. Xiaoyu couldn't worry about anything else at this moment, so he quickened his pace and ran quickly towards the direction of the once an ancient tree. Braving the swirling sandstorm, when Xiaoyu arrived at the once an ancient tree, he only saw Sushio, the cloaked man he had met that night, preparing to climb onto Bald Eagle Na's back and leave. The scene was littered with fallen Pokémon. Except for Xiaoyong's shiny Scizor, which was barely holding its body and blocking Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo, Xiaoluo's Blaziken and Volcarona, and Dad's Volcarona, all lay on the ground, with blood flowing everywhere. The glaring scarlet color made Xiaoyu's heart skip a beat. He didn't have time to check on the fallen Pokémon. He could only rush to help his father and older brother up. Armored Warrior, Scizor, Charizard, protect them. Xiaoyu threw out 3 Pokémon without hesitation, facing Sushio head-on. 3 gym leader-level Pokémon would be top-tier fighters in the outside world, but they seemed utterly powerless against Sushio. Oh, You beat up the old one, and now the young one comes? Sushio glanced at Xiaoyu, completely unconcerned about the weak Xiaoyu. Is this your youngest son? Xiao, don't go. Xiao Luo was injured, and while he was covering the wound on his waist and abdomen, he reached out and pulled Xiaoyu, signaling him not to stop Sushio from leaving. Sitting behind Hunchback Nash, Sushio smiled at Charlotte. You should be glad I only have time today, so I'll let you off the hook for now. Charlotte, I'm curious, what will you do now that you've lost your two strongest Pokémon? What will you do in this year's gym leader rankings? With a mocking smile on his face, Sushio was in a very good mood after killing Xiao Luo's two ace Pokémon, Volcarona and Blaziken. The feeling of crushing a genius made him want to burst out laughing. He couldn't stand Charlotte, who seemed like a chosen one of heaven, and he couldn't stand Charlotte, who was being groomed by the entire Pokémon Association. He was very curious about what Charlotte would do when he lost his two ace Pokémon and couldn't even hold on to his position as gym leader, and how the Pokémon Association would treat him. Sushio seemed to see the scene of Charlotte being abandoned by the Pokémon Association, and the scene of Charlotte being despondent. Just thinking about such a scene made his twisted mind extremely satisfied and comfortable. Let's go, Vulture Na. Sushio patted Vulture Na beneath him, signaling that she could leave. Bald. With a flap of her wings, Bald Eagle Na took flight, carrying Sushio, and flew towards the silver vortex in the sky, leaving the secret realm in the blink of an eye. As the sandstorm gradually subsided and the scene quieted down, Xiaoyu applied the medicine to his father and older brother, and also applied it to the shiny Caesar. As for the two Volcarona and Blaziken, they were already dead, their bodies covered in shocking wounds, enough to show how fierce a battle they had gone through. Charlotte sat on the ground, leaning against a large tree, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Brother. Xiaoyu felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw Xiao Luo's appearance. Xiao Luo had always given him the impression of being cheerful and sunny, and this was the first time Xiaoyu had seen Xiao Luo suffer such a blow. Xiaoyu wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to start. The death of her two ace Pokémon, with whom she spent every day, had made Xiao Luo's mental state particularly bad. Especially his Volcarona, a Pokémon that had grown up with him, but now it had died at Sushio's hands. I'm fine. Xiao Luo came to her senses, turned to look at Xiaoyu, and forced a smile on her pale face. Xiaoyong, who was standing to the side, reached out and patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder. Looking at his eldest son, whom he had always been proud of, he didn't know what to say. This blow was too great for Xiao Luo. Although Xiaoyong also lost a Pokémon, he was more mature and composed. Having experienced life and death before, he naturally performed much better than Xiao Luo. At the same time, the silver vortex in the sky rippled again, and a huge fossil pterosaur fell from the sky and flew rapidly towards the three of them. Boom! The fossil pterosaur landed, and a man of about 35 years old jumped off it. Li Yingyao, nicknamed the Storm King, is one of the four heavenly kings of the southwest region and the Flying King. King Li, Chapter 18. Li Yingyao. King Li, Masters, I came here immediately after receiving your message. Li Yingyao, with a standard square face and tall stature, dressed in casual clothes, looked at the three of them with a serious expression, whereas Su Xiren. He had clearly seen the carnage on the ground. The deaths of three Pokémon were enough to show how fierce the battle had just taken. He just ran away. Xiaoyong said with difficulty, we are no match for him, his Bandura is very strong. As expected. Li Yingyao sighed, then asked in a serious tone, I need you to explain the details of the battle in detail, without any omissions. It is good. Xiaoyong described the events in detail, and also mentioned that Sushio came here for the Grass Sea Pure Crystal. Although they tried their best to stop him, they were still no match for Sushio, and the three corpses on the ground were the best proof of that. Li Yingyao's expression grew more and more serious as he listened. It was not hard to tell from Xiaoyong's narration that Sushio had now entered the ranks of Elite 4 level trainers. Although he only had one Elite 4 level Tyranitar, it did not affect Sushio's strength at all. Grassy Pure Crystal? Li Yingyao was filled with regret over the lost Z Crystal. Since the development of Z-moves, Z-crystals had always been strategic weapons for various countries. A single powerful Z-move could turn the tide and break the deadlock. If he could have stopped Sushio and intercepted the Grass Z-crystal, it would have been a great achievement. The Pokémon Association might even have rewarded the Xia family with a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. What a pity. Although Li Yingyao felt incredibly regretful, he didn't show any disappointment on his face. Instead, he comforted Xiaoyong and Xiao Luo. He knew that with the strength of Xiaoyong and his son, it was impossible for them to stop Sushio. If they encountered some irresponsible gym leader, they might not even have fought Sushio. Such behavior should be encouraged. You have done your best. It's not your fault. The Pokémon Association will not forget your efforts. The Pokémon Association will do its best to compensate you for the Pokémon that died in battle. They will definitely let you choose Pokémon eggs. Thank you, King Li. Xiaoyong felt relieved upon hearing Li Yunyao's words. He had been worried that the Pokémon Association would hold the Xia family accountable for all the sacrifices they had made. This is what the Pokémon Association should do. They're sending people to take over this secret realm. You can go and rest first. It might take a few more days for the realm to stabilize. Although the Grass Sea Crystal is lost, the realm itself is still very valuable. You've done a great job. The Pokémon Association will give you a reward after they calculate the realm's value. Li Yunyao comforted the two. Now you should go back and get some sleep. Back home, Charlotte went straight to her room, locked the door, and left herself alone inside. Seeing this, Xiaoyong didn't know how to comfort his eldest son, so he could only sigh and return to his study. This trip to the secret realm has been a devastating blow to the Xia family. With the loss of two ace Pokémon, Charlotte is undoubtedly no longer capable of serving as the Fire-type gym leader of Cinnabar City. It is believed that the Pokémon Association will soon announce his resignation as gym leader, which will definitely be a significant blow to the once high-spirited Charlotte. Even with compensation from the Pokémon Association, it would take Charlotte at least 1 or 2 years to train a near-elite 4 Pokémon, assuming all conditions are met. The next year or two will be the most difficult time for the Xia family. Fortunately, Xiaoyang's own shiny Caesar was still alive, otherwise, he might have lost his position as the bug-type gym leader. If he couldn't even keep his position, all the enemies who had been eyeing the Xia family for a long time would jump out and tear the Xia family to shreds and divide it up completely. Sigh. I forgot to ask Xiao how he ended up in the secret realm. That kid. Compared to his worried father and devastated older brother, Xiaoyu's trip to the secret realm was undoubtedly very fruitful. Not only did they capture Trico, but they also obtained the Septal Evolution Stone, which is one of the few pieces of good news. Xiaoyu lay on the bed in the room, staring blankly at the ceiling. Beside him, the wood gecko was using the exercise equipment to strengthen its body, while the buzzbat flew carefree in the air, playing like a child. Triki and Nombat have completely different personalities. Nombat is innocent and carefree. Even though it has the ferocity of dragon blood in its bones, it is only a few years old and acts like a child around Xiaoyu. It is also extremely affectionate towards Xiaoyu. In contrast, Trico, separated from its parents, Septal, and burdened by their expectations, is like a child who has emerged from the mountains, resilient and persistent. Its belief in becoming stronger is stronger than anyone else's. It has its own dreams and pursuits, so it immediately began training after being released from its pokeball by Xiaoyu. Buzzbat, you should learn from Trico and train with it, Xiaoyu said, rubbing Buzzbat's head. Buzz. The buzzing bat chirped merrily in response to Xiaoyu's words, flapping its wings and flying to the side of the Trico to learn its training methods. Xiaoyu's thoughts drifted back to his older brother. He was filled with worry for him. Having been reborn, he valued his family more than anyone else. Family meant selfless devotion. They would be happy when you were happy and proud when you were successful. Usually, it's his older brother and parents who make the sacrifices quietly, but this time Xiaoyu decided to do something about it. Xiaoyu made up his mind, took out the box containing the S-rank Thunderstone, silently held it in his hand, and walked to the door of his older brother's room. Because of the Dragon-type Pokémon Master Quest, Xiaoyu will most likely only catch Dragon-type Pokémon, so he probably won't need this S-rank Thunderstone. It would be better to give it to his older brother. Xiaoyu knocked on her older brother's door. Who is it? Charlotte's tired voice came from inside the house. Brother, it's me. Click. The door opened, revealing a tired-looking Charlotte. What's wrong, Xiao? Is something the matter? Page 12. Looking at Xiao Luo's forced smile, Xiaoyu felt a lump in her throat. No matter how much pain she was in, Xiao Luo always showed her best side to her family. Brother, this time, the Pokémon Association will compensate you by letting you choose a Pokémon. I want to go with you, Xiaoyu said earnestly to Xiao Luo. We'll see. We can go together then, Charlotte said nonchalantly, his mind not on this matter. Brother. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Luo with a serious expression, his tone sincere and his expression unusually solemn. This time you must choose an electric-type Pokémon. This is a treasure I found in the underground black market last night. I'm giving it to you. I hope you can cheer up, brother. Looking at the box Xiaoyu handed over and hearing what Xiaoyu said, even though he didn't know what was inside, Xiao Luo was slightly moved and couldn't help but rub Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu, I'm fine, I just need some time to recover. Besides, I'm very rich. Since you found this treasure, you can keep it yourself. You don't need to give it to me. Brother, open it and take a look first. Xiaoyu said mysteriously, this is a good thing, I'm reluctantly parting with it this time. What is this? Why is it so mysterious? Xiao Luo was curious about the prop Xiaoyu mentioned and couldn't help but open the box. The box slowly opened, revealing the S-rank item, the Thunderstone. A Thunderstone? Charlotte examined the Thunderstone closely. The quality of this Thunderstone was excellent, at least grade B or higher. The exact grade would only be known after further appraisal. The quality is good, at least grade B or higher. Thank you for your kindness, brother. A Thunderstone of this quality isn't cheap. It seems Xiaoyu has really found a great treasure. Brother. Xiaoyu was speechless, looking at Xiao Luo with a wry smile. This Thunderstone is an S-rank item. S-rank. Xiao Luo, who was originally in low spirits, immediately tensed up when he heard Xiaoyu's words. If this Thunderstone was really an S-rank item, then it was a treasure that was hard to come by. Because S-rank Thunderstones have a certain probability of improving the aptitude of electric-type Pokémon. Really? Real. Chapter 19 Everyday Matters. Brother, pull yourself together. You're not someone who can be easily defeated. We still need to get revenge on Suxiao. After comforting Xiao Luo, Xiaoyu returned to his room. After hesitating for a long time, he picked up the phone and dialed his sister-in-law's number. Hello? A cheerful female voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao, what can I do for you? Sister-in-law. Xiaoyu lowered his voice and quietly told his sister-in-law Yumenjiao about Xiao Luo's experience in the secret realm. Sister-in-law, this is what happened today. My brother is in a very bad state right now. The only thing I can think of is that you might be able to help him, Xiaoyu said. I'm coming right away. Yumenjiao was her older brother's childhood sweetheart. Although Yumenjiao was just an ordinary breeder and her parents were just ordinary people, it didn't affect their relationship at all. As soon as Yumenjiao heard about Xiao Luo's ordeal, she immediately said she would come over. You should try to persuade your brother first, don't let him do anything foolish. Okay, come quickly. When you get there, don't knock on the door, sister-in-law. Call me and I'll secretly open the door for you. It is good. 15 minutes later, the phone rang, and Xiaoyu immediately opened the door for his sister-in-law, Yumenjia. Even though she arrived in a hurry, Yumenjia still wore light makeup and carried many boxes. Xiao, these are dragon and flying type energy cubes. Your brother told me you caught a Nova bat, so I brought them especially for you. This is honey and mumu milk for auntie, for skincare and beauty. This is a gift for uncle. Even though she came in a hurry, Yumenjia still brought gifts for her family. She was impeccable in terms of etiquette, which made Xiaoyu sigh that his brother was truly blessed to have found such a good wife as Yumenjia. Sister-in-law, we're all family, why are you being so polite? Go and see your brother. Okay. Yumenjia was also very anxious. I'll put the things on the table, and you can tell your uncle and aunt later. Okay, go quickly. Yumenjia knocked on Xiao Luo's door, and Xiao Luo's voice came from inside. Xiao, what's wrong now? The door opened immediately, and Xiao Luo looked at Yumenjia standing in the doorway. His fatigue vanished, replaced by a look of surprise and delight. Why are you here? Such a big thing happened and you didn't tell me. Xiao had to call and tell me, Yumenjia said, her complaining tone instantly putting her older brother in her shoes. I was just afraid you'd worry, Charlotte said. Do you want me to stand at the door and let Xiao laugh at us? Yumenjia said. Mine, come in quickly. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't hear their conversation after that. He didn't have the habit of eavesdropping on couples' whispers, so he quietly returned to his room. Xiaoyu also checked if there were any new replies to his post asking to buy various stones. The evolution keystone he bought was still being delivered. Given the current situation in Starlight City, external couriers couldn't deliver for the time being, and he would have to wait a few days. After browsing through his private messages, he found they were all random and useless messages. Some were scams involving fake stones, while others were illegal advertisements or local dating services. Xiao Luo naturally didn't believe any of this with his good looks. He had no need for such services and simply closed the post. Charlotte, who had barely rested the previous night, was feeling quite tired. She lay down on the bed to catch up on her sleep and didn't wake up until dinner time. Xiao, dinner's ready. Coming. My sister-in-law Yumenjia's voice came from inside. At that moment, she was wearing an apron and cooking with my mother. The two women were chatting and laughing, discussing which skincare products were good and which clothing stores had sales. The table full of delicious dishes made Xiaoyu, who was already starving, drool. After being comforted by Yumenjia, Xiao Luo, though still somewhat haggard, was clearly in much better spirits. The old man also opened a bottle of baijiu and poured a glass for Xiao Luo and Xiaoyong. So many things have happened today, let's all have a drink. Old Lin, please take good care of Xiaoyu. If you want juice or red wine, help yourselves, said Xiaoyong, the old man. Have some juice, take a rest day. You have to work tomorrow, Lin Swame said with a smile. Xiao is still studying, so let him drink less. Okay, I'll drink the juice. I'll do whatever Aunt Lin says. Yu Menjia nodded and immediately stood up. I'll go get it. Aunt Lin, you can just sit here. Have a meal. Yu Menjia and her mother were quite good cooks. Xiaoyu basically ate the whole meal, occasionally chatting with the family. After drinking a small glass of wine, her mother wouldn't let Xiaoyu drink any more. Dad, Mom, I want to tell you something. When everyone had almost finished drinking, Xiao Luo suddenly picked up his wine glass, took Yu Menjia's hand, and stood up. Menjia and I have been dating for 12 years, and now I want to marry Menjia. Great news, this is great news. Mom's face lit up with a bright smile. Her eldest son was already 28 years old, and it was time for him to get married. Xiaoyong was quite satisfied with Xiaoyu as his daughter-in-law. Aside from her slightly poor family background, she was almost flawless. However, with the Xiao family's strength waning, he actually hoped to arrange a marriage between Xiao Luo and a girl from a better family to help the Xiao family through this most difficult time. However, Xiaoyong wasn't the kind of person who was materialistic. He just had to consider his family. But when it came to making a decision, he still wanted Xiao Luo to have the best of luck. He also wanted his child to be happy, and as the saying goes, a good wife is a virtuous one. Yu Menjia, a woman who knew him well and was smart and virtuous, was very suitable to be Xiao Luo's wife. Xiaoyong smiled and looked at Xiao Luo, saying, once you've made a decision, go and propose marriage as soon as possible. Find some time to have a meal with Yu Menjia's family and settle things as soon as possible. Thank you, Dad, Mom. We're family, why say thank you? If you want to thank someone, thank Xiaoyu for liking you. The family, which had been feeling down, became cheerful again because of Charlotte's sudden marriage. 3 days later, the secret realm was basically stable, with the entrance fixed in the eastern part of Starlight City. The Pokémon Association sent people to guard it 24 hours a day. At the same time, a large-scale construction project began around the entrance of the secret realm. A large number of grass-type and bug-type Pokémon were transported to the secret realm, with the aim of turning it into a grass and bug wild area and building a breeding base. The grass and bug-type energy in the secret realm was rich, which greatly improved the Pokémon of these two types. Every year, they could make a lot of money just from breeding Pokémon. The appearance of the secret realm is good news for the development of Starlight City, as it can significantly boost tax revenue. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association will send an elite 4-level trainer to guard the realm. Xiaoyang's outstanding contributions have exempted him from this year's gym leader ranking tournament, which is bad news for bug-type trainers in Zishu province. They will have to wait another 3 years to become gym leaders. During these 3 years, Xiaoyang will continue to serve as the bug-type gym leader of Starlight City. As for Charlotte, she was relieved of her position as the gym leader of Cinnabar City due to her insufficient strength, but she was rewarded with 2 chances to choose a Pokémon from any secret realm breeding house in the western Shu province, excluding pseudo-legendary Pokémon, for her outstanding contributions. Finally, the Pokémon Association estimated the approximate value of the secret realm. The Xiao family could have priority to invest in purchasing 20% of the secret realm's shares, enjoy dividends after its completion, and for the first 2 years, they would have the first choice to select one Pokémon from the secret realm. Starting from the 3rd year, there would be 1 slot per year for catching Pokémon from the secret realm, and these slots could be sold and transferred. Meanwhile, express delivery services in Starlight City returned to normal, and Xiaoyu received the seller's shipment, a genuine evolution keystone. Xiao Luo went to the Yu family to propose marriage these past few days. The 2 families met and agreed on the wedding date, which was set for October 1st, 2 months from now. Chapter 20: The Secret Realm of Flames. In recent days, online news and social media have been extensively publicizing the heroic deeds of the Xiao family, portraying Xiao Luo, the youngest near champion-level trainer in Zishu province, as a hero and role model, calling on everyone to learn from him, and also raising the bounty on Su Xiao. Everything in Starlight City gradually returned to normal. However, recently there have been many more cars with license plates from other places on the streets. They have obviously set their sights on the newly discovered secret realm and want to get a piece of the pie, either by speculating on real estate or by taking on some projects. The construction surrounding the secret realm will definitely drive a large number of industries, just like the real estate industry. In recent days, the housing prices in Starlight City have been rising every day. At this point, the Xiao family's 20% priority purchase right to the secret realm was extremely valuable. The secret realm's value was beyond imagination. Aside from the huge initial investment, its later profit performance was also beyond expectations, making it almost a guaranteed profit. Normally, the owners of the pavilions in the city where the secret realm was located only had a 10% priority purchase right, but due to the heroic actions of the two Xia family owners, their priority purchase right was specially increased to 20%. In particular, this secret realm is the only one in the entire Western Shu province with both grass and insect attributes, and its uniqueness and exclusivity have made everyone see the huge profits behind it. As of today, 3 groups of people have come to the Xia family expressing their willingness to pay for the priority purchase rights to the secret realm held by the Xia family. Not only are the prices they offered extremely high, but most importantly, these people who dare to come to the door are all powerful figures with influential backgrounds. The weakest of them all has at least 2 near Elite 4 level trainers behind them, while the other 2 each have an Elite 4 level trainer behind them, but they are all untitled Elite 4 level trainers who have the strength of an Elite 4 level trainer but do not have an official Elite 4 title. Looking across the entire Southwest region, there are only 4 officially recognized Elite 4 level trainers, and they are all the 4 strongest Elite 4 level trainers in the Southwest region, commonly known as the 4 Elite 4. Li Yingyao is a renowned Elite 4 level trainer, while Su Xiao, if he hadn't betrayed the team, would be an unnamed Elite 4 level trainer. The difference between the two is enormous. After all, having one Elite 4 level Pokémon is enough to be called an Elite 4 level trainer, while a renowned Elite 4 level trainer like Li Yingyao basically has all of his Pokémon at Elite 4 level, and at least one pseudo-legendary level Pokémon. In a real fight, Su Xiao was no match for Li Yingyao, which is why he left at the right time. It was precisely because of the right of first refusal for the shares of the secret realm that Xia Yong had been worried these past few days. He was unwilling to give up his shares, but he was also worried that the Xia family's strength was not enough to acquire so many shares. He was so anxious that his hair turned white. Xia Yu wanted to participate in the purchase of shares in the secret realm, but he couldn't. He lacked both the qualifications and the ability. However, he'd been quite busy lately, training his 2 Pokémon. His Trico, a diligent trainer, was progressing rapidly, already mastering the move presence, so Xia Yu didn't need to worry about it. His Nobu, on the other hand, was growing more slowly. The newly hatched Nobu was still thriving, and while it couldn't match Trico's growth, it was still within the normal range. Xiao. Charlotte's voice came from outside the door. Hey, bro. Xia Yu opened the door, and Xiao Luo was standing outside. After a few days of rest and the engagement, he looked to be in pretty good spirits and had emerged from the shadows of the past few days. Charlotte held the box containing the Thunderstone and solemnly handed it to Xiao Yu, you should keep this Thunderstone. I've been thinking about it, and I'm not really good at training electric-type Pokémon. Besides, I prefer fire-type Pokémon. I don't need this, so you should keep it. Brother, you can have this, but you can keep it. Xiao Yu refused. He didn't really have much use for the Thunderstone, because his mission required him to capture a Dragon-type Pokémon. Unless he captured a Thunderbird or an Ampharos, the Thunderstone would be useless. Xiao. Charlotte said seriously, listen to me. Your brother is a near Elite 4 level trainer, and I have some savings. This Thunderstone of yours will only affect my determination to become the Fire-type Elite 4. If you don't accept it, I won't take you with me when I go to choose a Pokémon today. Elder brother. In the end, in order to help his older brother choose a Pokémon with good potential, Xiao Yu compromised and took back the S-rank Thunderstone. After all the twists and turns, the Thunderstone eventually returned to Xiao Yu's hands. The two boarded a flying-type Pokémon and headed to the Flame Realm in Zishu Province. This was Zishu Province's signature realm and also its largest. It was home to a large number of rare Fire-type Pokémon, including almost all of the 3 Fire-type starter Pokémon from across China. The Flame Secret Realm is located in Tiandu City, the capital of Zishu Province. As soon as the two approached the Flame Secret Realm, a trainer rode up in a flying-type Pokémon to indicate that they had entered the no-fly zone of the Flame Secret Realm and should land immediately. Page 13. We're here. Charlotte had been here before and seemed quite familiar with the place, while Xiao Yu had been here once before but wasn't qualified to enter the core area. This is your second time here, isn't it? Xiao Yu nodded. The last time he came here was when he was 10 years old. His father brought him here to choose a starter Pokémon for him. The Flame Realm covers a vast area, and its gate is quite luxurious and grand, appearing imposing from afar. Cars come and go, and there are even long queues at the entrance. This time, the two of them didn't have to squeeze and they used a dedicated VIP lane and only needed to go through security to enter. Xiao Luo, Xiao Yu, you can go in now. The two walked through the glass corridor, and through the transparent heat-insulating glass, they could see a large number of Fire-type Pokémon in the secret realm. This is just the outer area, and the Fire-type Pokémon here have limited potential. Charlotte explained to Xiaoyu, the real core area consists of 4 places: the Volcano Zone, Sunlit Valley, Blazing Forest, and Blazing Plains. The outer area is like an exhibition hall, where there are Pokémon with slightly lower potential. Of course, the so-called inferior aptitude is relative. It is still much stronger than the vast majority of wild Pokémon. The volcanic area is home to heat-resistant Pokémon such as Camerupt, Lava Snail, and Magmortar. It is said that the official Fire Realm has plans to introduce Salazzle and Tordera. The Sunlit Valley is home to Pokémon such as Charizard, Typhlosion, Darmanitan, and Volcarona. The Blazing Jungle is home to Pokémon such as Blaziken, Infernape, Talonflame, and Moltres. The Fierce Fire Plains are home to Pokémon such as Houndoom, Arcanine, and Rapidash. The Cinderace species from Gull Island was introduced 2 years ago, and Cinderace eggs have already been bred this year. As the Fire-type gym leader, Charlotte naturally kept a close eye on the dynamics of the Fire Realm and knew the distribution of Pokémon within it like the back of her hand. She acted as a guide, constantly introducing them to Xiaoyu. Let's go check out the Blazing Plains first. Compared to the Pokémon they had before, Charlotte was more interested in the newly introduced Cinderace. As they walked, she chatted with Xiaoyu. Actually, I really like the unique Fire-type Pokémon Samurai from the Oasis. Both of its evolutions are quite good. Both Cinnabar Knight and Blaze are very strong Pokémon, but unfortunately we don't have them here. I still prefer Charizard and Blaziken, and Houndoom is pretty good too, Xiaoyu said deliberately. This is because Charizard, Blaziken, and Houndoom are Pokémon that can Mega Evolve. Once Mega Evolution is announced, the prices of these 3 Pokémon will definitely skyrocket, especially Charizard and Blaziken. We'll see, Charlotte sighed. One of his Pokémon that had died was Blaziken, and raising another Blaziken would always remind him of the times he spent with it. Let's go check on Cinderace's Pokémon egg first. Chapter 21 Jiangqinglin. The Blazing Plains is an extremely open plain. Due to the dense Fire-type energy, the entire plain is barren and devoid of any vegetation. Walking on the ground, you can even feel the heat beneath your feet. This environment is extremely suitable for Pokémon that excel at running, such as Rapidash and Arcanine. Charlotte took Xiaoyu on a tour of the Blazing Plains, visiting some Pokémon activity areas before heading directly to the Blazing Plains hatchery. After all, their main purpose in coming here was to select Pokémon eggs. Sightseeing was just a side trip. The hatchery in the Blazing Plains is one of only 2 hatchery in the entire Flame Realm. The other hatchery is located in the volcanic area and is specifically for hatching eggs of heat-resistant Pokémon like Lavabug, Magmortar, and Camerupt, which prefer to live in lava areas. The number of Pokémon eggs in that hatchery is also much smaller, about 1/10 of that in the Blazing Plains. Most of the Pokémon eggs are kept in the hatchery in the Plains of Fire. As soon as Charlotte and her companion arrived at the hatchery door, a young and beautiful woman came to greet them. Welcome to the incubation room, esteemed guests. Inside the incubation room, there were many young and beautiful women. They all looked very young, between 20 and 30 years old, the most beautiful age for women. They were all at least 1.68 meters tall, and with their uniform attire, they were a beautiful sight in the incubation room. I am Jiangqinglin, your guide in the hatchery, and also your guide for selecting Pokémon eggs this time. I am honored to serve you, and I am a fan of yours. After introducing herself, Jiangqinglin smiled sweetly, turned around and walked in front to lead the way for the 2 brothers, showing them her beautiful back view. Jiangqinglin was the guide specially arranged for Xiaoluo by the official Flame Realm. She had been waiting for Xiaoluo since 9 o'clock in the morning, which is why she was able to recognize Xiaoluo immediately. Jiangqinglin was in a good mood. She was a 3rd-year student at Zisha University and would be a senior in September. She would soon face the problem of employment. In order to make her resume look better, she specially submitted her resume before the holiday and applied for an internship in the Flame Secret Realm. Given her family background, she would never have had the opportunity to intern in the Flame Realm. There were plenty of people with connections here, and outsiders were scrambling to get in for internships. Logically speaking, it would have been impossible for an ordinary person like her to get a chance. However, during the interview, because she was a top student majoring in Pokémon breeding at Zisha University, coupled with her outstanding appearance, her high academic qualifications and good looks made her pass the internship application for the first time. Then she was assigned to the hatchery in the Fierce Fire Plains as a guide, specifically responsible for introducing the hatchery to VIPs and promoting high-end egg hatching services. Egg hatching is one of the core revenue streams of the Flame Rift. Many wealthy individuals pay to send their Fire-type Pokémon here for hatching. Firstly, the Flame Rift has abundant Fire-type energy, which can slightly improve a Pokemon's stats. Secondly, there are dedicated breeders to look after them, so there's almost no need to worry about any accidents. Of course, the cost isn't cheap, and it's definitely beyond the reach of ordinary families. Each elf egg in the incubator has its own incubator. Jiang Qinglin introduced to the two as they walked, a standard smile on her face. These incubators are all the latest high-end incubators made by the international brand Devon. Each incubator can independently control temperature, humidity, light, heart rate, and eggshell status 24 hours a day. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon rows of incubators. He noticed that many of them contained nutrient solutions, and even more remarkably, a significant number contained precious fire elemental energy nutrient solutions. This made Xiaoyu sigh in admiration. There were truly many wealthy people who could use million-dollar energy nutrient solutions so readily. Mr. Charlotte, the Pokémon eggs with blue tags on the incubators are those that customers have left here for incubation. You cannot choose the Pokémon eggs with blue tags. Jiang Qinglin explained to the two of them with a smile, her smile extremely beautiful, as radiant as the stars. The Pokémon eggs with red tags are from the Flame Secret Realm. If you want to choose a Pokémon egg, you can only choose the one with a red tag. This area is for selling Pokémon eggs, which you can buy with money. Your selection slot is very valuable, and I don't recommend wasting it on Pokémon here. If you really like one, you can buy it. I suggest you use your selection slot to choose a Pokémon egg from the treasure room. The Pokémon eggs in the treasure room are not for sale and are only used to give out rewards. Okay, I understand. Let's take a look first. We've come all this way to the Flame Realm, so let's see if there are any good Pokémon eggs here and buy some to take back. Charlotte replied with a smile. He had lost 2 of his ace Pokémon and needed to replenish his strength, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look around. Charlotte immediately went to Cinderace's Pokémon egg, carefully examining it and assessing its quality. Xiaoyu also quickly began selecting Pokémon for his older brother. As for the 3 Cinderace eggs, Xiaoyu glanced at them and left. The 3 eggs didn't have very good stats. 2 only had elite level stats, and 1 had lord level stats. Among the starter Pokémon, they were considered relatively poor. Of course, this is not the fault of the official Flame Kingdom team, because Cinderace is a Pokémon imported from abroad. If it can be exported overseas, its quality must be very poor. And these 3 Pokémon eggs are only the first generation, so their quality is naturally not very good. After skipping over the 3 Cinderace Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu used the system's identification ability to quickly look around, searching as if he were browsing through goods at a street market. A gym leader level Houndoom won't do, it has to be at least a near champion level. How can this Growlithe have such poor aptitude? It's only elite level, yet it's displayed here. The Pokémon Association is quite something. This fire-type Pokémon has pretty good potential. Having only explored 1/5 of the area, Xiaoyu spotted 3 Pokémon with gym leader level potential and a near elite 4 level Pokémon, something unthinkable elsewhere. He couldn't help but marvel at how this fire-type secret realm truly was a paradise for fire-type Pokémon. The mere fact that it slightly improved the potential of fire-type Pokémon was enough to make fire-type trainers willingly part with their money. It's a pity that there are no Pokémon with the potential of champion or higher. It seems that no matter where you are, Pokémon with the potential of champion are still too rare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Qinglin was introducing the 3 Cinderace Pokémon eggs to Charlotte. These 3 Pokémon eggs are the first batch bred by Cinderace, which we normally don't sell to the public. Firstly, because these 3 eggs aren't very good and aren't suitable as starter Pokémon. Secondly, because the Secret Realm wants to hatch these 3 eggs to strengthen the Cinderace population. Of course, if Gym Leader Charlotte wants them, that's fine with me. What a pity. Charlotte had clearly noticed that the 3 Pokémon eggs weren't very good, and couldn't help but sigh. He really liked Cinderace, but unfortunately, its aptitude was too poor, so he had to give it up. The Pokémon Association's reward for selecting Pokémon eggs was far too precious. He would have to be a fool to choose these Cinderace eggs. Where's Xiaoyu? Xiao Luo only then realized that Xiaoyu had gone quite far away at some point. Miss Jiang, you don't need to follow me. It's not that troublesome. I can manage on my own. You go and keep my brother company. Yes, Master Charlotte. Xiaoyu continued selecting Pokémon when he suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze. Turning around, he saw Jiang Qinglin gracefully approaching. Mr. Xiaoyu, are you here to help your brother choose a Pokémon egg? There are a few Pokémon eggs in the treasure room that were born this year by rare near-elite 4-level Pokémon from the Flame Secret Realm. Their potential is definitely not bad. You can come and take a look. No rush, let me look at these Pokémon eggs first. You don't need to come with me, I'll just look around by myself. You go with my brother. Although the beautiful woman was pleasing to the eye, Xiaoyu was completely focused on the Pokémon eggs and had no time to pay attention to Jiang Qinglin. Jiang Qinglin was speechless for a moment, which made her doubt her own charm. She was the campus belle of Zishu University, so why did these two brothers dislike her so much? Chapter 22 Dharma Baboon. Huh, this Pokémon? Xiaoyu, walking and stopping intermittently, focused his gaze on a Pokémon egg, examining it carefully. This was the first Pokémon with champion-level potential that Xiaoyu had discovered in this area. Elf egg. Gender, male. Attribute, fire. Qualification, king level. Ability, spiritual power. Skill. The fiery red roly-poly toy is shaped like a round, red-haired monkey, covered in fluffy red fur. Its limbs can be retracted and hidden within the fur, transforming it into a round, roly-poly shape. Its eyebrows are yellow and cloud-like, it has 3 yellow spots on its abdomen, and seagull-shaped yellow stripes on its back. This fiery red roly-poly toy has a hidden ability called Spirit Power, which means it will evolve into a Daruma Baboon, and its next ability will be Daruma Mode. In the game, the Daruma Baboon with the Daruma Mode ability will transform into Daruma Mode when its HP is less than half. Its speed and attack will decrease, while its defense, special defense, and special attack will increase dramatically. In addition, its type will change from fire type to fire type plus psychic type. It is a type that can be used for a variety of tricks. While it looks flashy, it's not very practical in the game. Players prefer to use the Daruma Baboon's other trait, the removal of additional effects from moves and a 30% increase in skill power, simple, direct, and damage boosting. Since the game is turn-based, with each player using only one move, a 30% power increase could potentially one-shot an opponent. However, reality differs from the game. In reality, Daruma Baboons with the Daruma Mode trait are quite popular, and their prices are several times higher than those with the Forced Mode trait. This is because Daruma Baboons with the Daruma Mode trait in reality can enter Daruma Mode voluntarily, rather than only when their health is below half. This means that the Daruma Baboon can transform into Daruma Mode to increase its defense when defending against attacks, and can switch back to its normal form when attacking, making it flexible and powerful. Another creature with this characteristic is Ghost Steel Aegislash, whose battle switch ability is incredibly overpowered. In Shield Mode, both its defense and special defense are 140, while in Sword Mode, both its attack and special attack are 140. Combined with its speed and HP of 60, Aegislash is theoretically a legendary Pokémon with a base stat total of 680. This is after an official nerf initially. Both its forms had 150 defense and special defense and both attack, totaling 720. What does a base stat total of 720 mean? It's the same as the base stat total of the Alpaca Arceus. Combined with its excellent ghost and steel attributes, it has only 4 weaknesses of double, but 3 type immunity, 8 type resistance, and 1 type quadruple resistance. Whenever Xiaoyu thinks of this, he always wants to shout, "My steel system is the best in the world." Mr. Xiaoyu, do you like this Pokémon egg? This is a Darmanitan egg, not a native Chinese Pokémon. The Darmanitan population in the Flame Rift has been introduced for 15 years, and this batch of eggs has very good potential. Moreover, this egg is available for sale. As long as payment is made, it won't take up any of Gym Leader Charlotte's 2 selection slots. Jiang Qinglin noticed that Xiaoyu lingered in front of the elf egg the longest, and her eyes lit up as she carefully explained. The Flame Secret Realm has been introducing the Daruma Baboon tribe for 15 years. During this time, they have also bred many batches of fiery red tumblers, but the aptitude of the hatched ones is generally not high. Even the highest aptitude of the last batch of fiery red tumblers hatched was only at the Overlord level. The sudden appearance of this Heavenly King level Dharma Baboon was unexpected even by the officials of the Flame Secret Realm, which is why it was put up for sale, and at a low price, only. Wait, 128 million? This price is indeed not expensive for a Pokémon with champion level potential, but you should know that Fire Realm believes this Pokémon egg only has Overlord level potential, so daring to ask for 128 million is really ruthless. Xiaoyu really wanted to buy it right away, but unfortunately he didn't have that much money on him. But his older brother had money. Wrap up this egg, and we'll pay for it together later. Okay. Jiang Qinglin smiled brightly. She would earn a lot of commission from this deal, and her smile widened. Xiaoyu then circled around outside and didn't encounter another Elite 4 level Pokémon, but he did find 3 Pokémon with near Elite 4 level potential. Just then, Charlotte looked around and walked over. What is this Pokémon egg? Charlotte asked, looking at the Pokémon egg that Jiang Qinglin had packed. Brother, this is the Pokémon egg I picked out for you. It doesn't take up a spot, and it's only 128 million, Xiaoyu said quickly. Huh, only 128 million? Page 14. Charlotte was completely bewildered. He had just spotted a few decent Pokémon eggs, but the prices had deterred him. He hadn't expected his younger brother to be so generous, picking out an egg and even wrapping it up. However, Charlotte didn't say anything, because Xiaoyu was indeed very good at identifying Pokémon eggs. His secret weapon, Blaziken, and his father's shiny Caesar were both discovered by Xiaoyu. Then let's wrap it up. $1 million wasn't much for Charlotte. Miss Jiang, please take us to the treasure room. Okay, this way, please. The two entered the treasure room, which was much less crowded than the area outside. Besides the two Charlotte brothers, there was only another young man and a middle-aged man who had arrived about a minute earlier than the Charlotte brothers. With fewer people, there are even fewer Pokémon eggs in the same treasure room. Each Pokémon egg is carefully cared for, and even the lowest potential Pokémon are totem-level Pokémon, most of them are gym leader-level Pokémon, and some are even near Elite 4-level Pokémon. Xiaoyu was dazzled by the sight and couldn't help but sigh. This was the confidence of the Great Mythic Plus. With so many high-potential Pokémon, they could definitely train a champion-level trainer. The fact that his brother had 2 slots meant the Pokémon Association was really going all out. The Pokémon here are all of very high quality, and they are not for sale. Only those who have made contributions to the Pokémon Association are eligible to choose, Jiang Qinglan said seriously. Now you can choose for yourselves. This time, the two brothers did not act alone, but instead walked together and discussed things. Brother, the Pokémon eggs here are all of very good quality. Just look at their size, they're all bigger than the ones outside, Xiaoyu said. Indeed. Charlotte nodded. It was also his first time being selected. He was quite curious as he walked through the treasure room, looking left and right like a curious child. I have a feeling this Pokémon egg has excellent potential, Charlotte said, pointing to a Pokémon egg with an exaggerated size, a light red shell, and even faint fire patterns. Looking in the direction Charlotte was pointing, the elf egg was indeed quite extraordinary. Not only was it large in size, but the flames that flickered inside the eggshell were also quite rare. Elf egg, dog, gender, male, attribute, fire, qualification, quasi-king level, ability, fire, skill. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu discovered that this Pokémon egg only looked impressive, it was all bark and no bite, and its true potential was only at the quasi-elite level. Xiaoyu discovered that since arriving in Tiandu City, his standards had risen considerably. In Starlight City, he couldn't even find a Pokémon with near Elite 4 potential, but in Tiandu City, he looked down on even Pokémon with near Elite 4 potential. He realized that he had really become arrogant. Guilty sin. Excuse me, could you move aside? Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, interrupting Xiaoyu's wandering thoughts. Please, please. Charlotte had obviously noticed the two luxuriously dressed people long ago, but he didn't mind. He stepped aside to let them come closer to examine the aptitude of the elf egg. After carefully examining the elf egg, the middle-aged man turned and whispered a few words to the young man. Then he said to the guide beside them, "Help us pack this elf egg properly, we'll choose this one." Chapter 23 Zhaoshan. The middle-aged man's actions greatly displeased Xiao Luo and Xiaoyu. They were the ones who had their eyes on the elf egg first, and regardless of whether they wanted it or not, they should have shown some respect for the principle of first come, first served. It was the most basic courtesy. Instead, this guy simply had it wrapped up. Charlotte's smile faded as she looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, everything should be done in a first come, first served manner. We are looking at this elf egg, and you should at least wait until we have finished looking at it before you choose. What do you mean by coming up here without saying a word and having someone wrap up this elf egg? Hey, isn't this the youngest near Elite 4 level trainer, gym leader Charlotte? The middle-aged man's tone was full of mockery, and his eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment as he looked at Charlotte. Oh, I forgot, you're not a gym leader anymore. I heard you lost 2 near Elite 4 level Pokémon. What a pity. Here you are, picking Pokémon eggs? Picking Pokémon eggs is all about first come, first served. Since you didn't want any, we'll have to go first. The middle-aged man was from the Zhao family, named Zhaoshan. He was a native of Tiandu City, a powerful and influential local family. Like Xiao Luo, he was a fire-type trainer. Although his father's influence allowed him to easily become a gym leader-level trainer, his talent was limited. He participated in several gym leader ranking battles but unfortunately lost every time, failing to become the strongest fire-type trainer at the gym leader level, and therefore was not qualified to serve as a fire-type gym leader. In fact, Zhaoshan and Xiao Luo did not know each other and had never fought each other in the gym leader ranking battle. However, When Zhao Shan saw that the young Xiao Luo had become the strongest fire-type gym leader in Zishu province and served as the fire-type gym leader of Honglian city, the narrow-minded Zhao Shan was extremely jealous and resentful of Xiao Luo and held a grudge against him. He was overjoyed when he heard that Charlotte had lost 2 near Elite 4 level Pokémon a few days ago, and he opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Today, he came to the Flame Realm to accompany Zhao Genji, the eldest son of the 3rd generation of the Zhao family, to choose a Pokémon egg. Zhao Genji's grandfather made great contributions to the Pokémon Association and even sacrificed his life for it. From then on, the eldest son of each generation of the Zhao family could choose a Pokémon egg. Zhao Shan hadn't expected to run into Xiao Luo. His instinct was to humiliate her and vent his pent-up anger from the past few years. As for stealing Xiao Luo's Pokémon egg, that was purely coincidental. After all, no matter how much Zhao Shan resented Xiao Luo, he knew what was important and wouldn't dare joke about the important matter of choosing a Pokémon egg. The reason he did this was simply because the Growlithe egg looked so good. Seeing the middle-aged man's arrogant demeanor and overbearing tone, Charlotte was also extremely angry. Most fire-type trainers have fiery tempers, and she said directly, "I see now, you're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Who do you think you are, barking like a dog here?" Charlotte's 3 consecutive rants made Zhao Shan's face turn bright red with anger. "What did you say?" Zhao Shan trembled with anger and pointed at Xiao Luo, speaking coldly. "What, you want to make a move?" Charlotte also had a fiery temper, and her voice rose. The tense atmosphere between the 2 men frightened the 2 guides standing nearby. The junior guide next to Zhao Shan dared not speak, but Jiang Qinglin bravely stepped forward and advised, "Gentlemen, please calm down. Private fights are not allowed in the Flame Secret Realm. Otherwise, the official Secret Realm will revoke your quota for selecting spirit eggs. Mind your own business. A waitress who only sells her face dares to threaten me." Zhao Shan didn't dare to actually fight Xiao Luo, but he dared to attack the guide. He slapped Jiang Qinglin across the face with such force that she staggered back several steps, almost dropping the Daruma baboon egg in her hand. Fortunately, she held onto the egg tightly, preventing it from slipping out of her grasp. Jiang Qinglin's left cheek instantly became red and swollen. "What are you doing?" Xiaoyu quickly helped Jiang Qinglin up, his anger rising. This was a king-level Daruma baboon. You can hit people all you want, but what if you accidentally hurt this elf egg? The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but shout, "You coward, you want to fight? Come on, let's have a spar." Putting everything else aside, the Xiao brothers are both over 1.8 meters tall and are both young and strong. If it really came down to a fight, the 2 members of the Zhao family would be no match for them. Held protectively in Xiaoyu's arms, Jiang Qinglin watched as Xiaoyu stood up for her, her mind in turmoil. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Was he angry for her? Did he like her? Feeling Xiaoyu's concern, Jiang Qinglin felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and the pain on her face lessened somewhat. Looking at Xiaoyu, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Charlotte was also surprised. He and Xiaoyu had completely different personalities. He, the older brother, had a fiery temper, while Xiaoyu, the younger brother, was mature, steady, calm, and very opinionated. Why was Xiaoyu, who was usually mature and steady, so angry when a guide was beaten? Could it be that Xiao has really fallen for Jiang Qinglin? Although the girl is quite pretty, it's only their first meeting, and it's already love at first sight. But recently, his father has been discussing with him about arranging a marriage for Xiao, finding a powerful and influential in-law to help him get through the difficult years ahead. If Xiao falls in love with this woman, then the marriage will fall through. Xiaoyu was oblivious to their wild thoughts. All he could see was the Daruma baboon's egg. This was no ordinary Daruma baboon egg, but a Daruma baboon egg worth 128 million. Xiaoyu glanced coldly at Zhao Shan and said to the other guide beside him, "Call your supervisor over." Okay, the other guide replied in a trembling voice. "Are you alright?" Xiaoyu asked, looking at the egg in Jiang Qinglin's arms with concern. "No, it's nothing." Jiang Qinglin blushed slightly upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, her heart racing uncontrollably. Looking at the handsome Xiaoyu, her heart trembled. It has to be said that Xiaoyu is really good-looking, inheriting the good looks of his parents. Back then, Xiaoyong, a poor boy, was able to win over Lin Suimei, a lady from a prestigious family, and his good looks were definitely a part of the reason. Just then, the sound of high heels suddenly rang out from outside, and a mature and sexy woman walked in from the door. She glanced at Jiang Qinglin, whose cheeks were red and swollen, and turned to look at the group of people who were on the verge of fighting. "Young Master Zhao, Mr. Xiao Luo, I am the supervisor of the Flame Secret Realm incubation room. You can just call me Xiao Qin." "What happened?" The fire energy in this flame secret realm is so rich that it has made everyone very angry. Supervisor Qin first greeted the four people, then asked another guide, Shaolin, what happened? Another guide named Kobayashi slowly recounted what had just happened. Mr. Charlotte and his companions first saw this Grolithe egg and were observing it, but hadn't made a decision yet. Then Mr. Zhao Shan and young Master Zhao also took a liking to the egg. After looking at it for a while, they directly selected it. Mr. Charlotte said that everything should be done in a first-come, first-served manner, and then they started arguing and were about to fight. Kinglin went to persuade them, saying that fighting might disqualify them from the selection. Then Mr. Zhao Shan hit Kinglin. Shaolin briefly recounted what had happened, then stood aside, remaining silent and waiting for Supervisor Qin to speak. Chapter 24 Pokémon with Exceptional Talent. At this moment, Zhao Shan was no longer as arrogant as before. He restrained his temper in front of Manager Qin. After all, to be able to serve as a manager in the Flame Secret Realm, one must at least be at the quasi-heavenly king level, and have an incredibly profound background. He dared to lay a hand on a lowly guide like Jiang Kinglin, but he could only act obsequiously in front of Supervisor Qin. Lacking both background and power, he could only keep a low profile. He fawned over his superiors and bullied his subordinates. Manager Qin guessed the gist of the matter halfway through the conversation. Jiang Kinglin must have been wronged. As Xiao Zhang's supervisor, she had to stand up for her no matter what, otherwise she would alienate people and no one would want to work for her in the future. Mr. Xiao Jiang is right. If you were fighting in the treasure room, the Flame Secret Realm does have the right to cancel your selection quota. Of course, Manager Qin's warning was merely to maintain the authority of the Flame Secret Realm. It was absolutely impossible to actually cancel the Zhao family's spot. Jiang Kinglin was, after all, just an intern with no background, and Manager Qin couldn't afford to completely offend the Zhao family for her sake. Let it go this time. Since Mr. Zhao and his family have chosen their Pokémon egg, please leave the treasure room. Shaolin, wrap up this Pokémon egg for Mr. Zhao and his family. Upon hearing Manager Qin's order to leave, Zhao Shan's face flushed red, but he didn't dare to argue with Manager Qin and could only leave dejectedly. After Zhao Shan left, Manager Qin put on a smile and said apologetically to Xiao Luo, Mr. Xiao Luo, I'm sorry, there really isn't a strict rule about first come, first served in the secret realm. It all depends on individual manners and upbringing. We can't do anything about someone as rude as Zhao Shan. I'm very sorry. I see that Xiao Jiang is holding a Pokémon egg that you bought in the outer area. So, within my authority, I'll give you the maximum discount, a 40% discount. It must be said that in addition to his ability, Manager Qin is also very good at handling people and situations. He not only upheld justice for his subordinates, but also cleverly resolved the dispute between Xiao Luo and Zhao Shan, allowing Zhao Shan to take the elf egg and leave, while also giving Xiao Luo compensation. Mr. Charlotte, please continue choosing. I won't disturb you any longer. Xiao Jiang, would you like to rest? It's alright, Manager Qin, I'm fine, Jiang Kinglin quickly said. Alright, I'll get back to work now. You'll have to work hard, but you can rest after you've finished receiving Mr. Charlotte. I'll give you half a day off this afternoon. Thank you, Manager Qin. Brother, don't be angry. I just think that Pokémon Egg's aptitude isn't good, and we don't like it either. Xiaoyu comforted his older brother, after we send them away, we'll take our time choosing. We'll definitely pick a Pokémon Egg with better aptitude than that Grolithe. I'm not angry. Xiao Luo suddenly sighed. If it were the Xiao family of the past, Zhao Shan would never have treated him this way. Now that his strength has been greatly diminished, all sorts of strange creatures have jumped out. Let's keep watching. The two brothers continued looking around. The entire treasure room wasn't very large, and they finished looking at the dozens of Pokémon eggs in just a few minutes. Xiaoyu was surprised to find two Pokémon with Elite 4 aptitude or higher among them. One was a Lionheart, and the other was a shiny Charmander with the solar power ability. Between the two Pokémon, Xiaoyu would absolutely choose Charmander, because Charmander is the only Pokémon with near champion potential in the entire arena. To be honest, even Xiaoyu himself was incredibly tempted by the Little Fire Dragon's exceptional qualities. Elf Egg, Little Fire Dragon, Gender, Female, Attribute, Fire, Qualification, Near Champion Level, Characteristic, Solar Power, Skill. The Solar Power ability undoubtedly makes this Charizard more suitable for a special attack build. Under sunny skies, a Charizard with the Solar Power ability is extremely powerful. Furthermore, Charizard can also Mega Evolve, and whether it evolves into Mega Charizard X or Mega Charizard Y, both are extremely powerful. Evolving into Mega Charizard X, its ability changes from Solar Power to Hard Claws, transforming the special attacker Charizard from a special attacker into a physical attacker. It can definitely catch you off guard and is very difficult to defend against. Page 15. When it evolves into Mega Charizard Y, its ability changes to Solar Beam. The value of this weather ability goes without saying. Every weather setter is a core member of the team. Brother, come and take a look at this elf egg, Xiaoyu said. A Charmander's Pokemon egg. Charlotte trusted Xiaoyu's ability to identify Pokemon and immediately examined it closely. He couldn't see anything special about the egg, and besides, he already had a Charizard, so he wasn't very interested in the Charmander egg. I already have a Charizard, why would I raise another one? Your Charizard's aptitude is lacking, its strength has already peaked. Gym leader level is its limit. It has to be said that Xiaoyu is really getting a bit cocky now. Gym leader level aptitude is not enough? You have to know that just a month ago, he was a weakling without a single Pokemon. He is still a weakling now, only now he has 2 Pokemon with high aptitude. It will take time for him to truly grow. You're so young, yet you've got quite the big mouth. You're telling me my Charizard isn't good enough? Charlotte rubbed Xiaoyu's head and laughed. My Charizard is at the gym leader level. Wait until you're at the gym leader level before you say these things. Charlotte couldn't really see anything special about this Pokemon egg placed among this large pile of high-quality Pokemon eggs. It looked exceptionally ordinary. Are you really sure this Pokemon egg has good potential? I really think it's just average. Here, take a look at the one I picked. Xiaoyu was speechless at Xiao Luo's performance. He really wanted to yell at his older brother. This is a near champion level Charmander Pokemon egg. But Xiaoyu couldn't resist Xiao Luo's insistence and was pulled to the other side to look at another elf egg. Xiao, I think this Chimchar egg is pretty good. First of all, it's big, and secondly, the colors of the patterns are vibrant, with a strong fire-type energy. Although it's not as good as that Growlithe egg we just had, it's still quite nice. Charlotte spoke eloquently, giving a thorough analysis. Xiaoyu glanced at its stats and saw it was only gym leader level. Goodness, it wasn't even as good as that Growlithe egg from before. It's such a waste to use such a precious spot to pick a gym leader level Pokemon. Brother, this Pokemon egg is really not as good as the one I chose. Trust me, that Charmander Pokemon egg is definitely fine, Xiaoyu assured him confidently. Really? Charlotte still looked doubtful. No, brother, when have I ever lied to you? Xiaoyu said. When you were in junior high, you registered a female QQ account, pretended to be a girl, chatted with me online for a month, and scammed me out of a month's allowance, Xiao Luo suddenly said. Pfft. Jiang Qinglin couldn't help but laugh out loud, making Xiaoyu a little embarrassed. That's an exception. Let's get down to business. Really, I think this elf egg is pretty good, you can trust me. Are you really sure? Charlotte asked. Absolutely certain, Xiaoyu replied. Then this one will do. Seeing Xiaoyu's certainty, Xiao Luo made the decision without hesitation. That's how trust is between family members. Since Xiaoyu was confident, Xiao Luo naturally supported his decision without hesitation. If the aptitude isn't good, I'll choose the other spot myself. But if the aptitude is good, how about I give you the other spot? Xiaoyu really wanted to say, then just give me this Charmander Pokemon egg, but he only thought that this Pokemon egg might be the key for his older brother to advance to the Elite Four level. With the system's help, he will definitely encounter more powerful Pokemon in the future. However, Xiaoyu also secretly made up his mind that he must get a Charizard in the future, directly Mega Evolve it into Mega Charizard X. Black Charizard will be the coolest in the room, and then Gigantamax it. Then this elf egg will do. Chapter 25 Raptor Pokemon. These are your 2 Pokemon eggs. Do you plan to hatch them in the Blazing Plains? Customers who purchase Pokemon eggs from us can enjoy a 88% discount when hatching them. Also, hatching a Pokemon in the Flame Rift will slightly improve its Fire-type aptitude. After spraying medicine on her face, Jiang Qinglin's face had already reduced in swelling. With a sweet smile, she earnestly said to the Xiao Luo brothers, the price for hatching 2 elf eggs in the Blazing Plains with regular nutrient solution is 100 million, and the price for adding energy nutrient solution is 200 million. If we hatch both eggs together, we also have a discount. On top of the 88% discount, you can enjoy an additional 9% discount, which is 79% off. Xiaoyu's face darkened. This flame realm was truly shameless. They could have just robbed you, but instead they wanted to help you hatch an elf egg. It costs 2 million to hatch 1 Pokemon egg, so 2 would cost 4 million. Even with a 21% discount, it would still cost 316 million. Add to that the 128 million Pokemon eggs, which are discounted by 40% to around 760,000. And the total would still be around 4 million. It's outrageous. But any trainer who wants to participate in the fire-type gym leader rankings and compete for the gym leader position will basically have to grit their teeth and spend this money. Because if you don't spend it, other fire-type trainers will, putting you at a disadvantage from the start, and what will you have to compete with them on? Charlotte had been prepared, and fortunately, he had accumulated some savings during his 3 years as the curator. Let's incubate it here, and pay together. Charlotte was also extremely pained, so she directly swiped her card and paid more than 400 million. By the way, you can download the Zisha Flame app on your phone. We will provide you with an account, and you can monitor the hatching status of your Pokémon egg through your phone. When we detect that the Pokémon egg is about to hatch, we will call you in advance to notify you so that you can see the Pokémon egg hatch as soon as possible. It must be said that although the price is high, the service is quite good, and it is worth learning from and emulating by Grass and Insect Secret Realm. Xiaoyu secretly made up his mind that he must persuade his father to suggest to the Pokémon Association that they should learn from the Flame Realm and try to make the Grass and Insect Realm even darker than the Flame Realm. I will make you pay back every penny you've earned from me. After paying the bill, Jiang Qinglan also received a substantial commission, and her smile became even brighter. After seeing the two brothers, Xiao Luo and his brother, out of the Flame Secret Realm, they exchanged contact information and said that she would notify them as soon as the elf egg hatched. After leaving the Secret Realm, the Charlotte brothers prepared to fly back to Starlight City once again in a flying-type Pokémon. But while the journey there was safe, the return journey might not be so peaceful. Xiaoyu, you ride my Charizard. I'll ride the other Corviknight. Charlotte gave his Charizard to Xiaoyu, and instead rode the other rented Corviknight himself. He had already sensed that the road back might not be safe, and had made preparations in advance. A gym leader level Charizard would give Xiaoyu some self-defense capabilities. Be careful on the road, and stay close to me when you fly. Xiaoyu realized something was wrong from Xiao Luo's serious expression and replied earnestly, let's go, let's go. Corviknight and Charizard flapped their wings and instantly took to the air, flying towards Starlight City. At the same time, two other people followed on Braviary and Staraptor. Riding on Charizard, overlooking the forests, mountains and rivers from high above, with Pidgey soaring through the air and the wind blowing past his ears, Xiaoyu felt exceptionally peaceful. This was probably something every Pokémon fan dreamed of, but this peace did not last long and was soon broken by Charlotte's voice. Xiao, hold on tight, we're about to turn around. Charlotte's expression was serious. Someone is following us. We're already far from the Zidus City area, they should be about to make their move. Okay. Xiaoyu hugged the Charizard tightly and gripped the rope. Charizard, Corviknight, are you ready? Speed up. Upon hearing Charlotte's command, Corviknight and Charizard flapped their wings, creating gusts of wind and suddenly increasing their speed. At the same time, the Warrior Eagle and the Starhawk, which were far away, stopped hiding and accelerated to chase after the Charlotte brothers. The Warrior Eagles and the Starhawks are both masters of the skies. Eagle is a large bird-like Pokémon with a white crest consisting of 3 feathers on its head, the base of which is reddish-brown. It has 3 white feathers on each cheek and a tuft of white down on the back of its neck. Its upper body and wing coverts are reddish-brown, while its chest, abdomen, legs, and inner wings are dark blue. Its reddish-brown tail feathers are tipped with a yellow band and a blue band. Its beak and legs are yellow, with an arched droop at the tip of its upper beak. It has thick legs and large claws, with 4 toes, 3 in front and 1 behind. Each toe has a long, curved claw at the tip. Braviary possesses a fearless spirit, even unto death, making it a valiant and proud Pokémon. It fights relentlessly for its companions, never giving up despite severe injuries, and takes pride in this. The more frontal wounds a Braviary bears, the braver it is, and the more respect it receives from its companions. Those with more back wounds are looked down upon within the group. It is a courageous and resolute warrior of the skies. Legend has it that humans once threatened their habitat, and Braviary united to resist. In ancient times, the people of Alola called it the warrior of the skies and revered it. Its heroic figure has made it a popular subject for emblem design. Braviary possesses immense strength, capable of lifting cars into the air. Its enormous size and formidable power make it the undisputed ruler of the skies. The Starhawk is also incredibly powerful, possessing a massive body and resolute, sharp eyes. It has sharp talons and a pointed beak, with its tail feathers arranged in a fan shape. The spots on its chest are shaped like the black letter M. The white portion of its abdomen extends downwards, forming an inverted triangle. The most distinctive feature of the Starhawk is its crest-like head feathers, which are black at the back and red at the front. The female Starhawk has smaller spots on its forehead. Staraptor is a fierce Pokémon that is very particular about the shape of its crest. It possesses the ability to survive independently, often living alone. It has muscular legs and strong wings. Its ability to easily carry small Pokémon and even a strong man is a significant threat. Braviary and Staraptor are both fierce raptor Pokémon, serving not only as flying vehicles but also as powerful physical attackers among flying-type Pokémon. Warrior Eagle, Brave Bird Attack. Charge. The man sitting on the Warrior Eagle gave the order. Brave Bird Assault folds its wings and attacks the opponent at low altitude. It will also suffer considerable damage itself. The Valkyrie folded its wings, its body enveloped in flying-type energy, radiating a dazzling light, and swooped down towards Charizard and Corviknight. Starhawk, Tailwind. Almost simultaneously, the other man sitting on the Starhawk gave the order for the Starhawk to use its Tailwind ability, flapping its wings to instantly create a strong wind and a visible airflow, allowing the two to move with the wind and greatly increasing their speed. Following the wind creates a powerful whirlwind, increasing the speed of all members of the team. Brave Bird's fierce attack, combined with the tailwind, propelled the valiant eagle like a cannonball, flying straight towards Charizard and Corviknight with tremendous force. Charizard, Flamethrower. Charlotte calmly commanded. Upon receiving the order, Charizard swooped down, then executed a stylish drift turn, its mouth enveloped in flames as it unleashed Flamethrower. The raging flames, shaped like the Chinese character, big, flew towards the rapidly approaching Warrior Eagle, exploding upon contact. However, the Warrior Eagle did not slow down, passing directly through the flames and enduring their scorching heat as it flew towards the fire-breathing dragon. Large Character Blaze burns enemies with a large character-shaped flame. Sometimes inflicts a burn status on the opponent. Charizard, Corviknight, land. Seeing that he couldn't stop the Valkyrie, Charlotte immediately ordered Charizard and Corviknight to land and fly down into the jungle. Upon receiving Charlotte's command, Charizard and Corviknight simultaneously changed direction, folded their wings, and swooped down towards the ground, landing in the jungle below in the blink of an eye. Chapter 26 Sandstorm Brothers. After Charizard and Corviknight landed, Charlotte took out a Pokeball and recalled Corviknight. This Corviknight was just a rented vehicle, it wouldn't be of much use in a real battle. Charlotte then took out 2 more Pokeballs and released 2 more Pokémon, Slugma and Gastrodon. The lava snail has a shell on its back covered in lava. Having lived in volcanoes for tens of thousands of years, its body has also become lava. It is said to have a body temperature of about 10,000 degrees Celsius, so when it is hit by raindrops, steam billows out, and its body is shrouded in thick mist. Its shell is formed from cooled and solidified magma skin. It will shatter into fragments at the slightest touch, but will return to its original size once inside the lava. Its body is constantly undulating, as hot as lava, and the intense heat circulating within it will occasionally erupt from the cracks in the shell formed by the solidified magma. The lava snail doesn't perform well in the game. Its fatal flaws of being 4 times weak to water and 4 times weak to ground, coupled with its already low special defense, result in an extremely low usage rate. Basically, it will be defeated immediately if it takes a water-type move. However, the real-world performance of the Magna is much better than in the game, especially for the Fire-type Elite Four member from the Northwest region, Arakan. His ace Pokémon is a Magna. During the Elite Four ranking battle, when the top 4 were determined, he used a Magna to achieve a remarkable feat of defeating all 4 opponents while trailing by 3 Pokémon. It was precisely because of his appearance that the value of the Magna Pokémon increased several times over. It is said that his lava snail has reached the champion level, with an incredibly high surface temperature, like a walking active volcano, so that ordinary Pokeballs cannot contain it, and only specially made Pokeballs can hold it. Any Pokemon that reaches champion level will undergo a qualitative change. Of course, Charlotte's lava snail isn't very strong. It's just one of Charlotte's many Pokemon, with limited potential and only at the gym leader level. It's not outstanding among fire-type Pokemon, but it's very suitable for dealing with Braviary and Staraptor. The other Gastrodon is Charlotte's Pokémon used specifically for gym leader ranking battles, and it is also one of Charlotte's main Pokémon. Because participating in the Fire-type gym leader ranking battle requires participants to bring at least 3 Fire-type Pokémon, it also means that his opponents, like him, mostly have Fire-type Pokémon. This allows Gastrodon, a Water/Ground type, to counter Fire-type Pokémon. However, its weakness to Grass, for X weak to Grass, makes it extremely vulnerable to Fire-type Pokémon that have learned the Solar Beam move, which is a drawback. However, this Gastrodon also possesses an exceptionally rare water absorbability. This ability allows it to draw water-type moves onto itself, preventing damage and boosting its special attack. This makes Gastrodon not only effective against fire-type Pokémon but also effective against water-type Pokémon, making it a highly versatile Pokémon. Almost at the same time Charlotte summoned her Pokémon, Braviary and Staraptor arrived one after another, landing in front of the two men. Two masked men dismounted from Braviary and Staraptor respectively. "Come back, Warrior Eagles. Come back, Monk Eagle." The two were called Brave Eagle and Staraptor, and each took out a Pokeball and threw it out. A Near King level Dragon Head Mole. Page 16. A hippopotamus beast at the Near Heavenly King level. As soon as the hippopotamus appeared, it let out a huge roar, and a sandstorm immediately arose. It was clear that this hippopotamus had the sand-blowing ability. As soon as the Sandstorm brothers, who were at the Near Heavenly King level, appeared, Xiaoyu knew he couldn't win. He knew he absolutely couldn't win this battle and had to find a way to save his life. Charlotte would have a hard time dealing with just this near-elite 4-level Hippowdon with the Sand Rush ability, not to mention the near-elite 4-level Excadrill with the Sand Rush ability, whose speed doubles in sandstorm weather. With these two Pokémon together, even most elite 4-level Pokémon might not be a match for them. "Xiao Luo and Xiaoyu, if you surrender, you can suffer less." One of the men, who was slightly taller and wore a vicious dog mask, said in a deep, masculine voice. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Charlotte remained calm, coldly staring at the two men as she asked. "You'll find out when you come with us," another man wearing a monkey mask spoke up. He was rather thin, over 1.9 meters tall, and had a soft, weathered voice. He was probably a little older than the man wearing the vicious dog mask on the other side. "Stop wasting time talking to him, just attack. Dragon Head Rat, charge straight in." The monkey-masked man was the first to order the Dragon Head Rat to attack. The Dragon Head Rat, with its unique sand-breaking properties, was incredibly fast in the sandstorm. Only a black figure could be vaguely seen as it pierced through the sandstorm, spinning rapidly as it attacked the lava snail. Straight Drill, a ground-type physical attack move. Like a drill, the user spins and rams into the opponent, highly likely to hit a critical spot. If a lava snail, which is 4 times weaker than Earth, is hit by a Dragon Head Rat, it will definitely suffer severe damage, even though its snail shell is incredibly hard. See Gastrodon, Pray for Rain. Rainfall, a water-related skill that changes the weather to rain. Lava Snail, Yawn at Dragon Head Mole. Yawn, get attention by yawning. Put your opponent to sleep in the next round. Charlotte calmly directed the two Pokémon, first having Gastrodon use Rain Dance to change the weather and break the sandstorm, with the aim of rendering Excadrill's sand pull ability ineffective. Then he had the Lava Snail use the Yawn skill. As a result, normal-type energy surged from the Lava Snail's body, forming a white cloud that flew rapidly toward Excadrill. However, during a sandstorm, the Dragon Head Grub is so fast that it easily avoids the white cloud. In the game, yawning is a guaranteed hit skill unless the opponent is flying or digging a hole. However, this is not the case in reality. There is no such thing as a guaranteed hit in reality. All skills only count if they hit. Hippopotamus, use Ram. Another masked man with a vicious dog shouted. The hippopotamus strode its massive body and launched an attack on the sea hare, crashing into it with astonishing force, as if it intended to crush the sea hare. Boom! Just then, a dazzling ball of light flew from afar, accurately hitting the Dragon Head Excadrill and sending it flying backward. It rolled several times on the ground before stopping, leaving a dent on its body, demonstrating just how powerful this attack was. This is the Wave Missile skill. Xiaoyu looked in the direction the ball of light came from and saw Lucario leap out of the jungle and stand in front of Gastrodon and Hippowdon. Lucario, gender, male, attributes, fighting, steel, qualification, champion level, can be improved, combat strength, champion level, trait, Heart of Justice, skills, imitation, feint, help, rock smash, aura missile, vacuum wave, foresight, resurrection, piercing sound, quick attack, desperate strike, life drop, double up, self-motivation, power shot, meditation, metallic sound, quick defense, bone club brawler, sword dance, healing pulse, comet punch, dragon pulse, godspeed, close combat, bite, flying knee kick, cross chop, bullet punch, bastion throw, slam, agility, protect, kick down, strike, endure, swallow return, stomp, metal claw, rock tomb, low kick, brick break, psychic hammer, thunder punch, ice punch, drain punch, earthquake, stone edge. Under normal circumstances, I try not to write the panel to avoid being accused of padding the word count, but this character is very important. A sense of security, an unparalleled sense of security. To be honest, when this Lucario stood in front of Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu felt extremely at ease. You guys are like quasi-weather level sandstorms, huh? Just watch whether Lucario beats you up or not. Chapter 27 Wei Yekin. If you had come any later, you wouldn't have seen me again. Charlotte looked at the person who came out of the jungle and said with a smile. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, their relationship was still so close. Wei Yekin, it's been 3 years. You and your Lucario have gotten stronger again. Xiaoyu looked at the newcomer with curiosity, wanting to see who the owner of this champion-level Lucario was. The newcomer was wearing a coarse cloth robe, shirtless, with a strikingly shiny bald head, and a gourd of wine hanging at his waist. Xiaoyu was somewhat disappointed by this appearance. In his mind, the master of a champion-level Lucario should be like Steven and Leon. Fourth brother, it's been a long time. Wei Yekin looked ordinary, about 35 years old, with small eyes and single eyelids, and a slightly stocky build. He was completely inconspicuous in a crowd. I rushed over after receiving your message. Luckily, I'm not too late. Fourth brother? Is this my brother's nickname? Why isn't it sixth brother? Xiaoyu was also curiously observing Wei Yekin. He repeatedly searched his mind for famous trainers in this world, but none of them matched the person in front of him. He was certain that he had never seen this person in the news or on television, and there was no one named Wei Yekin among the 6 champions of the 6 major regions of China. That shouldn't be the case. This is a champion-level Lucario, how come there's not a single piece of news about it? The 2 masked figures on the other side felt uneasy as they watched Lucario suddenly appear, especially after seeing how Lucario severely injured Excadrill with just one aura sphere, which made them realize its power. Are they champion-level or near champion-level? The 2 guessed that this Lucario was at least champion-level in strength. Fourth brother, I'll come back to catch up with you after I've dealt with them. After Wei Yekin finished speaking, he looked at the 2 of them. He and Lucario were already in sync, so he didn't need any command. With a wave of his hand, the power of the aura made Wei Yekin and Lucario's minds become one. Lucario leaped into the air, its figure darting about. At the same time, steel-type energy surged in its left hand as it aimed bullet punch at Hippowdon, while its right hand glowed blue as it used ice punch simultaneously. Xiaoyu was shocked. Holy crap, there's such a crazy move? You're Zhou Batong, the old urchin, aren't you? Drawing circles with your left hand and squares with your right. The ambidextrous technique, right? A bullet punch in your left hand, a freezing punch in your right, striking without blind spots, right? How about adding a flying knee kick to your feet and an iron head strike to your head, using 4 skills in 1 round? Holy crap, are champion-level Pokémon really that powerful? Boom. What shocked Xiaoyu even more was how fast this Lucario was. Xiaoyu barely saw the blue figure flash by before Lucario appeared in front of Hippowdon in the blink of an eye, unleashing a powerful left punch that sent Hippowdon sprawling and collapsing to the ground in pain. Immediately afterward, Lucario's right ice punch landed in the same spot. Roar! After taking 2 punches, the hippopotamus roared in pain, its massive body collapsing to the ground, instantly losing all fighting ability. 2 punches, just 2 punches. 1 bullet punch and 1 freezing punch were enough to defeat the near-king level hippopotamus beast. Is this the difference between a near-champion level and a champion level? It was basically a one-sided massacre, but it was clear that Lucario didn't kill it only defeated Hippowdon instead of killing it. After defeating Hippowdon, Lucario didn't stop for a moment and attacked again, quickly conjuring a wave missile in its hand and throwing it directly at Excadrill. Boom! The wave missile was extremely fast, drawing a perfect arc in the air and successfully hitting the dragon head Excadrill. The already seriously injured dragon head Excadrill was instantly eliminated, and the outcome was decided immediately. This battle was so fast that Xiaoyu was not prepared at all. So, the Sandstorm brothers are near king level? That's it? That's it? No way, they're too weak. If the Xiao family had a Lucario like that, they could roam freely throughout the entire western Sichuan province. The 2 masked men were completely terrified. They couldn't understand where this Lucario had come from, and how it could be so powerful. This Lucario could not possibly be at the champion level, it must be at least at the near champion level, or even possibly at the champion level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to defeat their Pokémon so easily. The thought that a champion-level trainer was behind the Xiao family sent chills down their spines. They must have been tired of living to come looking for trouble with the Xiao family. Go back and tell the people behind you to stop eyeing the Xiao family. Wei Yekin's voice was loud and clear as he shouted at the 2 men. The 2 masked men quickly recalled their Pokémon, turned and ran, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Lucario, long time no see. Charlotte waved to Lucario and greeted him with a smile. Ow. Lucario responded to Charlotte in return, indicating that the 2 must have known each other for a long time. Xiaoyu wondered when his older brother had gotten such a powerful patron. What have you been doing these past few years? Xiao Luo casually found a place to sit down and asked Wei Yekin. Wei Yekin sat cross-legged on the ground in a standard meditation posture, while Lucario sat in the same posture. This made Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, a little curious. What was Wei Yekin's identity? He seemed to be a martial artist. It's the same as always. My worldly ties are not yet severed, so I accumulate good deeds and virtues to seek liberation from the mortal world. I travel all over the country, crossing mountains and rivers, watching the turmoil of the world. When I encounter injustice, I draw my sword to right it, and I act bravely for what is right, regardless of whether it brings good or bad fortune. Wei Yekin's voice was loud and clear. He stood up and sang, his face showing a carefree expression. When he got excited, he took the wine gourd from his waist and drank it. Give me a sip too. Charlotte snatched the gourd of wine without hesitation and took a big gulp. So, what are you planning to do next? Let's make the world our home, sweep away the injustices of the world, and help those suffering in the world. Come on, fourth brother, I'll take you back to Starlight City. On the way back to Starlight City, Xiao Luo reminisced with Wei Yekin about their adventures back then. Xiaoyu overheard the gist of it and became even more curious about his older brother's experiences. But soon the three of them arrived home. Since you're already here, why don't you have a meal together? Xiao Luo tried her best to persuade Wei Yekin to stay for a meal. Wei Yekin shook his head and refused directly, saying, "No need, I have something to do. Let's get together when the second and third brothers arrive." After saying that, Wei Yekin turned and left without looking back, his back view dashing and unrestrained, leading only one sentence, "Fourth brother, I will visit those families who bullied you one by one. After I finish dealing with things here, I will go to Sushio to seek justice for you. If you encounter any difficulties, send me a message. Also, the second and third brothers are helping you. They should come back to Zishu province when they have time." After saying that, he and Lucario disappeared into the long night. Watching Wei Yekin's departing figure, Charlotte's expression was complicated, and his eyes were filled with emotion. Chapter 28 Speaker Scratcher. Brother, who is he? After Wei Yekin left, Xiaoyu could no longer hold back and asked. His name is Wei Yekin, a great man whom your older brother admires the most. Xiao Luo sat on the sofa, looking dazed, as if recalling something. Great. A familiar yet unfamiliar term. Very few people can truly live up to this assessment. Page 17. Tell me quickly, how did you two meet? Xiaoyu continued to press. That goes back a long time, Charlotte said. Wei Yekin's childhood was filled with tragedy and suffering. His father died of heart disease when he was 6 years old. His mother suffered a stroke due to the huge blow and followed his father. After the death of his parents, he was left with no one to rely on but his maternal grandmother. His elderly grandmother barely managed to raise him by collecting recyclables and doing needlework. Wei Yekin, who was sensible from a young age, did not let his grandmother down. He studied hard, achieved excellent grades, and always ranked at the top of his class in every exam. This earned him a reduction in most of his tuition fees, and he finally lived up to expectations and was admitted to a prestigious university when he turned 18. He originally thought his life would be happy from now on, but on the same day he received his admission notice, his maternal grandmother was in a car accident on her way to the county to sell scrap metal and died on the spot. From then on, Wei Yekin was all alone and had no relatives in the world. Having lost all his relatives, Wei Yekin studied even harder in university. He experienced all the hardships of life and had a grand ambition in his heart. Since he could not fulfill his filial duties, he would fulfill his loyalty. Having found his purpose in life, Wei Yekin worked hard to improve himself. While others were playing, he was studying. While others were dating, he was studying. He almost always ranked first in his major in every exam. At the age of 22, Wei Yekin, who had just graduated from university, resolutely chose to join the army. It was at this time that he met a girl who was also joining the army. She was a girl with short hair and a heroic demeanor, a girl who wanted to travel all over the beautiful land of the motherland. A girl who always clamors to be a chivalrous hero who serves her country with loyalty and righteousness, a girl determined to sweep away all injustices in the world, to act bravely for justice, and to disregard both fortune and misfortune. The two like-minded people quickly fell in love. After 3 years of dating, they got engaged at the age of 25. His girlfriend gave him a Pokémon egg, which was his first and only Pokémon. But misfortune always seems to strike at the thinnest part, and just as misfortune seems to target the unfortunate, only a month after their engagement, his fiancée tragically died in a car accident while trying to save a child. This accident was a huge blow to Wei Yekin. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would always remember his girlfriend's voice and smile. But in order to fulfill his and his girlfriend's common dream, he insisted on completing his military service. 2 years later, at the age of 27, he was discharged from the army. After being discharged from the military, he vowed never to marry and took his girlfriend's wish to fight injustice and uphold justice as his lifelong goal. From then on, he traveled around during the day with his backpack and carried his Lucario, a gift from his girlfriend, to fight injustice every night. Wei Yekin carried his girlfriend's photo and traveled through cities, staying in each city for only 3 months. He was a chivalrous hero, helping those in need whenever he saw injustice, just as he sang, "My worldly ties are not yet severed, so I must accumulate good deeds and virtues to seek liberation from this mortal world. I will travel all over the country, cross mountains and rivers, and witness the turbulent world. When I encounter injustice, I will draw my sword to right it, and act bravely for what is right, regardless of whether it brings me good fortune or misfortune." A year later, when Wei Yekin was 28 years old, Xiao Luo met Wei Yekin. At the time, Charlotte was just 18 years old. He didn't do well in school and couldn't get into university. He could have relied on his father Xiaoyang's connections to go to an ordinary university, but the ambitious Charlotte chose to drop out and become a wandering trainer to gain experience. At 18, Xiao Luo was in the prime of his life, full of youthful vigor. He met many people on his journey and suffered many deceptions and losses, until he met Wei Yekin, as well as Lauer and Lao San. Young people are always full of passion and ambition. Xiao Luo, along with the second and third brothers, were moved by Wei Yekin's experiences and decided to become sworn brothers with him, to do what they could to change the world, to uphold justice, to drink and sing together, and to travel all over the beautiful land. However, as time went by, Xiao Luo and the second and third brothers all had family and friends. Unlike Wei Yekin, they were all alone and without any ties. Therefore, after traveling together for 6 years, Xiao Luo and the second and third brothers left one after another. Only Wei Yekin and his Lucario remained, persisting in their ideals. The reason that Lucario was so powerful was entirely because Wei Yekin had only trained Lucario for decades, just as he had only loved one person and only done one thing in his life. "Xiao," Charlotte said, as if recalling the glorious past, "Yekin, he is the person I admire most in my life. With his prestigious university degree and the powerful strength of his Lucario, he could have easily become one of the top people in society. However, he chose to take a difficult path for the sake of his beliefs. I think that is why he was able to raise his Lucario to be so powerful. In a world where almost everyone is pursuing fame and fortune, people like Wei Yekin are extremely rare. I never imagined you had such an experience, brother. I admire you greatly," Xiaoyu said. Wei Yekin's story had deeply inspired him, but he was even more surprised by Wei Yekin's training of Lucario. "Actually, there was something really silly we did back then. We were all pretty immature back then." Charlotte suddenly laughed as if she had thought of something. "So we each gave ourselves a nickname. Wei Yekin was called Lucario Hero, and I was called Blaziken Hero. That's because our signature Pokémon back then were Lucario and Blaziken. The second brother's signature Pokémon is Krillin, so he's called Krillin Hero. His family is quite wealthy, they live in Shanghai, and I heard he's now a famous musician working at an opera house." "What about the third brother?" Xiaoyu asked. "The third one is called Ladybug Man," Charlotte said with a smile. "I know, his signature Pokémon must be Ladybug." Xiaoyu's mind raced, and he immediately thought of Ladybug. Ladybug is a Pokémon with almost no highlights. Basically, if you read 100 Pokémon fanfictions, you won't find a single story about catching Ladybug. Of course, Kryptonite is treated similarly to Ladybug. No, his signature Pokémon is actually Sagamite. Charlotte smiled at Xiaoyu, knowing that Xiaoyu would think of Ladybug. "Then why is he called Ladybug Hero?" Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "Because the third brother especially liked rescuing fallen women. Every time he arrived in a city, he would immediately use his money to rescue those women. He left his legend in almost every city." Charlotte's smile widened as she recalled the past. In the past, the third brother was often laughed at by everyone because of his Ladybug. So all 3 of them were named after their signature Pokémon, except for the third brother, Ladybug, who was famous for his unique hobby. "So what is your third brother doing now?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. The third brother's family is very powerful. It seems that they are now their own bosses, investing in Shania City, Kiangsu Province, and their business is quite large. Chapter 29 Late Night Visit. 3 days after returning to Starlight City, Xiaoyu's life gradually returned to normal. He spent his days training Pokémon and studying, and he would also have a thrilling battle with his best friend Wu Yaezu. For the first 2 days, Wu Yaezu won both of their battles. This was because he had a Rockruff with elite-level combat power that was on the verge of evolution. Although Trico and Nombat had high aptitude, Nombat was only at the common level and Trico was only at the rare level, which was much weaker than Rockruff. After each failure, Nompton would cling to Xiaoyu for comfort, while Trico would take the initiative to ask for more training. It had an indomitable spirit in its bones, and the belief in becoming stronger was deeply ingrained in it, so Trico always demanded a lot of itself, being self-disciplined and hardworking. In today's battle, Xiaoyu finally defeated Wu Ieyazu. He first defeated Wu Ieyazu's Charmander with Nombat, then Rockruff defeated Nombat, and finally Trico defeated Rockruff by a narrow margin. Although it was just a friendly sparring match, the victory made Xiaoyu and Trico very happy, especially Trico, whose proudly held head and raised tail betrayed its joy. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere on Xiaoyu's side, Wu Ieyazu was utterly shocked. He looked at the Wood Guardian in disbelief, finding it hard to accept his defeat. What exactly is the quality of your wood gecko? Wu Ieyazu looked at Xiaoyu with a complicated expression. The wood gecko's progress was too fast, almost changing every day. Guess, Xiaoyu said with a smile, looking at Fatty Wu. Anyway, it should be more talented than your rock dog. I think he's at least a near-king level, Wu Ieyazu said confidently. Xiaoyu smiled without saying a word. This was pure contempt. Trico was now at the level of a near-champion. Even Pokémon at the level of a near-elite leader were not qualified to join Xiaoyu's team. The passive skill of Master's style was no joke. However, Xiaoyu did not deny it. He knew the necessity of hiding his strength. If people knew that Trico was a Pokémon with near-champion potential, Elite 1 trainers would probably come knocking on his door immediately, trying every means to take away Xiaoyu's Trico. Wealth is not exposed. Alright, Fatty Wu, school starts the day after tomorrow. You still have one more chance to get revenge tomorrow, Xiaoyu said, changing the subject and patting Wu Ieyazu on the shoulder. The 2-month summer vacation is coming to an end. So much has happened in these 2 months that Xiaoyu has almost forgotten that she is still a senior high school student. You just wait, Xiaoyu. I'm going to prepare my secret weapon tonight, and I'll definitely beat you tomorrow. Wu Ieyazu said fiercely. Just over half a month ago, he had mocked Xiaoyu for being a newbie in PvP, but today Xiaoyu had defeated him. He couldn't accept this fact at all and felt humiliated. After saying that, Wu Ieyazu left. He probably won't be able to sleep well tonight. He will definitely rack his brains to devise tactics in order to win the battle against Xiaoyu tomorrow. After Wu Ieyazu left, Xiaoyu assigned training tasks to Buzzbat and Trico, and then returned to his room to prepare for his studies. Before studying, Xiaoyu opened his post seeking to buy various rare stones. Unfortunately, since he found an evolution key stone, he had not encountered anything good. But Xiaoyu was not discouraged. Acquiring stones was a long process. After closing the post, Charlotte picked up her books and began to study diligently. With only a year left until the college entrance exam, her studies were quite demanding. Fortunately, Charlotte had the foundation from her previous life, otherwise, it would have been difficult to balance raising Pokémon and studying at the same time. As night fell, the old man, reeking of alcohol, returned home with a smile on his face. His worries from the previous days were gone, and his voice was louder, showing that he was in a very good mood. Many significant events have indeed occurred in the past 3 days, with the most explosive news concerning Wei Yekin. 3 days ago, Wei Yekin went to Zita City alone to visit the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the same family as Zhao Shan, who had a conflict with Xiao Luo. They are also the family that has been the most ruthless in threatening the Xia family, using various means to try to buy the Xia family's preemptive right to purchase their shares. Rewinding to the night 3 days prior, Wei Yekin, having just dropped Charlotte off at home, took Lucario on a 4-hour walk to Tianda City and visited the Zhao family late at night. Upon arriving at the Zhao family's gate, Wei Yekin and Lucario ate some dry rations. Then, they sat cross-legged in front of the Zhao family's gate, motionless with their eyes closed, as if in deep meditation, silently recovering their strength. This strange behavior immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone who saw the wine gourd at Wei Yekin's waist thought that he was drunk and causing trouble. This man drank some horse urine and, not knowing his own limitations, actually came to cause trouble in front of the Zhao family's door. That's right, and he even brought such a rare Lucario. Look at this Lucario, it's all dirty and looks very ordinary. The Zhao family will probably send people over soon. There's bound to be a good show. Just as the onlookers expected, the Zhao family soon sent someone out, as well as a security guard in uniform walked out of the Zhao family's mansion. Where did this drunkard come from? Get out of here. As he spoke, the security guard tried to shove Wei Yekin away, but Wei Yekin was extremely strong and simply reached out and firmly gripped the security guard's wrist. Please pass on a message for me. I, Wei, am visiting the Zhao family on behalf of Xiao Luo, the former head of the Crimson Lotus Dojo. Wei Yekin suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a booming voice. The security guard was completely unable to break free from Wei Yekin's grip on his wrist. He hadn't expected the man to be so strong. I can't pass on your message either, you need to make an appointment in advance, the security guard said. I'm just a security guard. Wei Yekin didn't make things difficult for the security guard. He knew that life was hard for people at the bottom of society, so he simply let go of the security guard's hand and looked up at the sky. Immediately following behind Wei Yekin, Lucario looked up at the sky and suddenly unleashed an astonishing burst of dragon-type energy, creating a monstrous surge. Lucario raised its hands and released a dragon pulse directly into the sky. The surging dragon-type energy shot into the heavens, instantly illuminating the night sky of Tiandu City. Everyone nearby faintly heard the dragon's roar, which stirred up waves of air that made everyone's clothes flutter wildly. At the same time, all the dragon-type Pokémon in the vicinity were suddenly awakened and looked up at the sky. As soon as the dragon-type energy in the sky dissipated, Wei Yekin suddenly stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly towards the Zhao family mansion, Wei, on behalf of former Red Lotus City gym leader Xiao Luo, pay my respects to the Zhao family. The voice was loud and jarring, especially in the quiet night. At that moment, everyone knew that something big was going to happen tonight, and they all pulled out their phones to record. This is the Lucario you were talking about, the one with mediocre talent. These are at least champion-level Lucarios, okay? Bullshit. I went to the Elite Four ranking battle 3 years ago, and I think this Lucario was stronger than the Elite Four Pokémon. Holy crap, could this Lucario be a near champion level? The dragon's energy fluctuations had clearly alerted the Zhao family, and Zhao Xuezong, the current head of the Zhao family and a champion-level trainer, rushed over upon hearing the news. Zhao Xuezong was around 40 years old, in the prime of his life. He frowned and looked at Wei Yekin and Lucario behind him with a serious expression. Who are you? Who I am is not important. What is important is that I am here for Charlotte, the former head of the Crimson Lotus Gym, Wei Yekin replied with a smile. So you're here to stand up for Xiao Luo? Zhao Xuezong said coldly, looking at Wei Yekin. Yes. Then let's go to the Dragon-type gym in Tiandu City. It's not convenient to fight here. I accept your challenge. Page 18. As the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Xuezong is also very charismatic. Regardless of Wei Yekin's strength, as the strongest member of the Zhao family, he must step forward. Winning or losing is secondary, but we can't lose face. It doesn't matter if we're not as skilled, the key is to have courage. Okay. Wei Yekin responded loudly, took a swig from the wine gourd at his waist, and followed Zhao Xuezong toward the Dragon-type dojo. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 30 Zhao Xuezong vs Wei Yekin. Tiandu City, Dragon-type gym venue. On the battlefield, Zhao Xuezong stood on one side, looking at Wei Yekin opposite him with a solemn expression. Both sides can choose to play singles or doubles, the referee asked the two teams in the arena. I'm fine with whatever the host says, Wei Yekin said nonchalantly. In reality, battle rules are completely irrelevant to him, because whether it's singles or doubles, he only has one Lucario. In a life-or-death battle, there are no rules or distinctions between singles and doubles, it's all about who wins and who loses. It's always Lucario taking on the entire enemy team alone. Then let's use the most common 3v3 unrestricted singles match. Zhao Xuezong appeared very magnanimous at this moment, choosing the most common and universal 3v3 singles match. His demeanor made it hard to believe that he would do something to force the Xia family. The referee nodded and then said, this competition will be a 3v3 singles battle. During the battle, you can switch Pokémon and use any items, including Z crystals. The battle is now in preparation. The match will begin after the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the game begins. Go, Blaziken. Lucario. Zhao Xuezong sent out Blaziken, a classic fire-type Pokémon. This was his decision after careful consideration, because Wei Yekin's Pokémon only had one Lucario, a fighting/steel-type Lucario with only 3 weaknesses, ground, fire, and fighting. Blaziken has 2 of these attributes, and the fire/fighting Blaziken is undoubtedly extremely effective against Lucario. Moreover, this Blaziken is a near-elite tier Blaziken with the speed-up ability, giving it a significant type advantage over Lucario and making it a strong contender for the title. Meanwhile, the stands were already quite full, including many top trainers, and some well-informed individuals had naturally heard about the match. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the stands. Look, even the water element King Tan Yangsen has come. Tianwang Tan? I heard he's been re-elected as the 4th Heavenly King of the Southwest region. This should be his 4th term as the Heavenly King of the Southwest region, which means he'll be a Heavenly King for 12 consecutive years. He should be challenging for the championship next time. Tan Tianwang's strength is already very close to the championship. The commotion in the crowd did not affect Wei Yekin. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed, showing no intention of commanding Lucario. This scene drew dissatisfaction from the audience, with boos coming from the stands. This guy is too arrogant. The person opposite him is Zhao Suezong, a champion-level trainer. Not even commanding the Pokémon, does that mean they think they've already won? Who is this guy? Zhao Suezong actually took on the challenge personally, and he's acting all high and mighty. Meanwhile, backstage at the Dragon-type gym, turn on live streaming and have the West City TV Battle channel broadcast this battle live. Lin Long, the Dragon-type gym leader, instructed. Master, the West City TV station is currently broadcasting the preliminary rounds of the Master Ranking Tournament. They don't necessarily have to change it, the subordinate said with difficulty. You don't need to worry about it, I'll take care of the contacting, Lin Long said decisively. Lin Long had his own reasons for doing this. Others might not be able to tell the strength of this Lucario from that dragon pulse, but how could he, as the gym leader of the dragon type, not see it? This Lucario is definitely champion level, and the best of the best. It could cross that threshold at any time and enter the near master level. This is incredible strength. A champion level Lucario means he can practically roam freely throughout the entire western Sichuan province. Except for a very few people, no one else is a match for him. Zhao Suezong is quite courageous. He actually dared to accept the challenge. However, if he hadn't dared to accept the challenge, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to start this live stream. Lin Long had already dialed the phone number of the director of Zida City TV station. Hey, Lao Yang. Old Lin, what brings you to call me? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. I'd like to broadcast a match live on the West City TV's match channel. Lin Long stated her purpose directly. Who will fight whom? Old Yang didn't dare to agree easily. Although there were precedents, both sides were extremely strong. He needed to find out more details before making a decision. Zhao Suezong and a stranger, Lin Long said. This person is very strong. The dragon pulse that just hit Zida City was from his Pokémon. A stranger? Old Yang from the TV station didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked, can you guarantee viewership? I can't guarantee it, Lin Long said, but I'll give you a heads up that guy's Lucario is at least at the near champion level, and the water-type Elite 4-member Tan is in the audience. Even if you just pet the audience, the ratings won't be low. Really? Okay, I'll do it and broadcast it to you right away. Soon, the ranking battle of the gym leader that was originally being broadcast on the battle channel of Zida City TV was switched to a live broadcast. The viewers couldn't help but curse, but they were quickly drawn back to the battle on TV because it was obvious that both fighters on TV were stronger than the people participating in the gym leader ranking tournament. Inside the Dragon-type gym, a battle is about to begin. To everyone's surprise, it was Lucario, which was left unattended, that launched the first attack. Waves of energy surged from its body like blue lightning as it pounced on Blaziken. Everyone saw Lucario launch its attack, but no one knew what move it used. Blazing Chicken, use Protect. Since he didn't know what move the opponent was using, Zhao Suezong decided to use the versatile Protect move to hold out for one round. For Blaziken with the speed boost ability, Protect is a must. This is because the speed boost ability increases Blaziken's speed by one stage each turn. The ability to defend itself allows Blaziken to survive for another turn, making this skill an excellent fit for the Blaziken, and it's a common tactic for Blaziken. Normal type energy surged forth, quickly forming an invisible light shield in front of Blaziken, attempting to defend against Lucario's attack. But a surprising scene unfolded. The light shield seemed to have lost its function, and Blaziken was directly hit by Lucario's powerful punch, its body flying backward instantly. This is a feint. How clever Lucario is. He managed to use a feint attack before anyone even gave him a command. No, you didn't see it. This Lucario switched hands when it attacked. At first, it raised its left hand, but after it saw Blaziken use Protect, it used its right hand when it punched down. While everyone was still discussing, Lucario leaped forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Blaziken. Everyone is speculating what skill Lucario will use this time. Boom! Lucario's head was covered in Psychic-type energy. This time, Lucario used Psychic Hammer, which was effective against Blaziken. Psychic Hammer hit Blaziken's body, creating a huge sound and sending Blaziken flying into the wall, creating a large crater. Blaziken was knocked unconscious and unable to battle. Mind Hammer, concentrate the power of thought on the forehead to attack. Sometimes it can cause the opponent to flinch. 2 moves were enough to take down a near-elite tier Blaziken, and that was without the opponent even having to make a move, after using Protect once. The vast difference in strength shocked everyone, who all stared at Wei Yekin, who was meditating, wondering where this guy had come from and when such a powerful figure had appeared in Zida City. Blizzard is out of action. Lucario wins round 1. The referee raised the flag, declaring Lucario the winner. Actually, even without the referee's announcement, everyone could see that Lucario won with an absolute crushing victory. Chapter 31 Lucario vs Crobat. Please send out your second Pokémon. The red team was naturally Zhao Xuezong. After thinking it over, Zhao Xuezong took out a luxury ball and released his second Pokémon. I'm entrusting this to you, my strongest partner, Crobat. Everyone in the audience guessed that Zhao Xuezong would definitely send out Crobat, because Crobat was Zhao Xuezong's only champion-level Pokémon on the surface, and it was also Zhao Xuezong's trump card, which could be considered Zhao Xuezong's signature Pokémon. However, Crobat is completely countered by Lucario in terms of type. Although Crobat's strength has reached the Elite Four level, the audience is actually less optimistic about Crobat. Lucario looked arrogantly at the purple Crobat, its eyes sharp and human-like. Suddenly, it assumed a stance that resembled a martial arts move. Before anyone could see it clearly, Lucario launched another attack. A flash of lightning and a roar of thunder filled the air as Lucario's fists were now imbued with electric energy. Facing the poison/flying-type Crobat, Lucario chose to use the electric-type Thunder Punch. Lucario pushed off the ground with both feet, launching itself forward like a sprinter, its movements swift and graceful. By the time everyone could see it again, it was already at the edge of Crobat's range. A fist crackling with lightning slammed towards the crossbat. Take off, fly into the sky. Zhao Xuezong hurriedly gave the order. If the crossbat was really hit by the Thunder Fist, it would likely be defeated in 2 more moves. Crobat is a Pokémon known for its speed, and even though the difference in strength makes it slightly slower than Lucario, it's not by much. Crobat flapped its 4 wings and quickly took off, dodging Lucario's first attack. This was the first time Lucario's attack had missed since the start of the battle. Lucario reacted almost instantly upon seeing Crobat take off. It quickly crouched down and, using the crouching position, suddenly exerted its strength, smashing the ground with both fists and breaking it into huge boulders. At the same time, Lucario unleashed a massive amount of rock-type energy, controlling the rocks to fly like cannonballs towards the Crobat in the air. Countless pebbles floated in the air, controlled by Lucario, completely blocking Crobat's flight path. Lucario stretched out his hand and squeezed hard, sending countless pebbles flying from all directions toward Crobat, bombarding it and giving it no chance to escape. Rock blockade. Crobat desperately tried to escape the blockade of rocks by using its speed advantage, but these rocks, under Lucario's control, seemed endless and impossible to defend against, eventually engulfing Crobat. Crossword bat. He was severely injured instantly by this attack. Zhao Xuezong frowned deeply. He knew that the situation was hopeless. This Lucario's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even a champion-level Crobat was no match for this Lucario. So now he had to do something, otherwise he would definitely become a laughingstock in Tiandu tomorrow, and the Zhao family would definitely become a laughingstock in Tiandu. Page 19. We have to find a way. Even if we can't beat them, we absolutely can't let them get wiped out in one go. As long as we can get this Lucario out of the field, we'll still have a chance. Blow away. Zhao Xuezong had already devised a strategy and calmly commanded Crobat. He planned to use Crobat's blow-away skill to force Lucario out of the field, then use the Black Gaze skill to prevent the Pokémon that entered the field from escaping, and finally use the Roost skill to restore its HP. Crobat would definitely still have a fighting chance. Blow away blows away the opponent, forcing the Pokémon on the back of the opponent to enter the battle. If the opponent is a wild Pokémon, the battle will end immediately. Black Gaze. Stare intently at your opponent with a black gaze that seems to bewitch their soul, preventing them from escaping the battle. Feather Perch. Descend to the ground to allow the body to recover and rest. Here comes Zhao Xuezong's classic tactic. The combination of Blow Away, Black Gaze, and Roost allows Crobat to snipe an opponent's Pokémon one-on-one. I just don't know if this guy's other Pokémon are as strong as this Lucario. However, Zhao Xuezong's plan was brilliant, but the result was unexpected. His tactic failed in the very first step. As Crobat unleashed its blow-away move, even champion-level Lucario couldn't ignore the blow-away attack from the Elite Four level Crobat, and was directly blown back into its Pokeball. However, Lucario then emerged from its Pokeball and returned to the field. Audiences in the stands and in front of the TV station raised questions. Why did the blow-away skill fail even though it had clearly taken effect? How is that possible? Didn't the blow-away skill succeed? Why is this Lucario still able to be used? Is it because of its will and the bond with its trainer? Is this the power of aura? Damn it. Are you stupid? It's obvious that the blue team, Wei Yekin, only has Lucario, which is why Lucario went back into the Pokeball and then came out of it again. The crowd was in an uproar, but then they realized that this was really the only possibility. Only one Pokémon, bringing only one Pokémon to play 3v3 singles, wasn't that obviously a one-man army? That's insane, absolutely insane, but this Lucario truly has the ability to take on 3 opponents at once. Ow! Lucario roared, and the pebbles on the ground rose into the air again, flying towards Crobat. Faced with the rubble coming from all directions, the Crobat had no way to avoid it and was completely surrounded and blocked by the rubble, which bombarded its body. The same move was used a second time, and Crobat still couldn't escape. Crobat fell from the sky to the ground, fainted, and completely lost its fighting ability. 1 through 2. Crobat is out of battle, Lucario wins. Please send out your third Pokémon. Xiao Suezong was already covered in sweat. As one of the top trainers in Tianda City, how could he not understand what had just happened? It's obvious that this disheveled drunkard only has one Pokémon, Lucario, and only with Lucario's Pokeball could this situation occur. What should we do? Are we really going to get wiped out in 1-on-3? There's no point in continuing this match. Just as Xiao Suezong was at a loss for what to do, Ten Yongsan, the Water-type Elite Four member in the stands, suddenly stood up. Xiao Suezong, you're no match for him. This Lucario is a champion-level Pokémon. You should leave. Ten Yongsan's words immediately caused a huge uproar. This Lucario really has champion-level strength. The last match will be between me and him. Ten Yongsan walked from the audience onto the battlefield, and Xiao Suezong breathed a sigh of relief. With Ten Yongsan's words, he could leave the scene with peace of mind. It's not shameful to lose badly to a champion-level opponent. Ten Yongsan has a very strong presence. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and is very refined. He perfectly embodies the 8 characters. The highest virtue is like water, which benefits all things without striving for them, and great virtue carries all things without striving for them. I know you've been commanding Lucario. Ten Yongsan suddenly spoke again. The bond between you has long since made your minds one, so you don't need to communicate with words at all. You can communicate with each other directly through the aura. I'm not wrong, am I, Aura Messenger? Waveguide, a type of spiritual energy, described as the spirit of every living being. So I'll be your opponent in the last match, Ten Yongsan said to Wei Yekin as he walked onto the battlefield. Wei Yekin suddenly opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked at Ten Yongsan. Since we've had such a good fight, let's have another one. Okay, I will do my best. Ten Yongsan said seriously, then showed the Z bracelet on his wrist, the meaning of which was self-evident. Z move? Wei Yekin felt his blood boiling. It was the first time he had fought someone who possessed a Z move. Come on. Ten Yongsan's words made the referee in the arena very embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything more and slunk to the side to become a spectator. But before the match begins, we need to ask all irrelevant people to leave the arena. Chapter 32 Wei Yekin's meteoric rise to fame. The final battle at the Dragon-type gym was fought without any live audience, and the television broadcast was abruptly cut off. Apart from the 2 individuals involved, no one knows exactly what happened during the battle, but numerous rumors circulate online. Some say Ten Yongsan won the match. Given the Z moves that soared into the sky in the Dragon-type gym that night, including Mega Aqua Whirlpool, everyone could feel the power of the Z moves. Every time I play Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I find the names and moves of the Z moves embarrassing. However, some people say that Lucario definitely won. After all, that Lucario's strength is obvious to all, and it directly defeated the Elite 4-level Pokémon in a crushing manner. Regardless of who won or lost, the result wasn't important. What mattered was that everyone acknowledged Wei Yekin's strength, a man who suddenly appeared in the public eye, incredibly powerful, and with his unforgettable Lucario. Wei Yekin suddenly became a sensation, exploding in online popularity, and the next day's headlines were almost entirely about him. The mysterious champion-level warrior, Lucario King, Aura Maker, the strongest Waveguide warrior. Shocking, the homeless man makes a triumphant return, revealing himself to be a champion-level trainer, and in a fit of rage, he battles the Water-type Elite Four member, Ten Yongsan. The news headlines were increasingly exaggerated, and the topic of Wei Yekin remained high, sparking widespread discussion among netizens. Many netizens claimed to have met Wei Yekin and witnessed him and Lucario performing acts of chivalry, digging up a lot of Wei Yekin's past experiences and releasing some photos of Wei Yekin and Lucario. Similarly, as Wei Yekin became famous, the Xiao family's situation became delicate. Those who had originally coveted Xia Yang's priority purchase rights for the secret realm all selectively forgot about it, never mentioned it again, and even became cowards. In the past few days, many people in Xinguang City have become more friendly towards Xia Yang, and at the same time, many people have been subtly inquiring about Wei Yekin's whereabouts. Xiaoyong, of course, could not reveal a single word, and simply replied with a smile, "He is my eldest son's best friend." Seeing that they couldn't get any useful information, these people changed their tune and started asking about Xiao Luo's wedding date and Xiaoyu's marriage. Although he was in a good mood, Xiaoyong also knew that the Xiao family was able to receive such treatment entirely because of Wei Yekin. If something happened to Wei Yekin, or if he fell out with his eldest son, the Xiao family would return to the situation at the beginning, or even worse. Therefore, Xiaoyong never gave up his plan for a marriage alliance. However, now he has higher aspirations and wants to find a better wife for Xiaoyu. According to Xiaoyong's idea, everything still depends on Xiaoyu's college entrance examination. If Xiaoyu can be admitted to the best university in the country and show some talent in Pokémon research, more powerful families will be willing to form marriage alliances with the Xiao family. Amidst this complex atmosphere, the last day before the start of the school term arrived, which was also the last day for Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu to have their agreed-upon duel. In the afternoon, Wu Yaezu arrived as promised, his face beaming with a smile and his eyes brimming with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp, a far cry from the dejection he felt after losing to Xiaoyu the previous day. It seemed that after a night's rest, Wu Yaezu had definitely prepared a secret weapon. "Xiaoyu, today is the day I get my revenge." Wu Yaezu and Xiaoyu stood on the small battlefield and said confidently, "Don't be too sure of yourself. You lost to me yesterday," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "That was my carelessness," Wu Yaezu said stubbornly. "I'm different today. I prepared a secret weapon for you. You're no match for me." "Really? Well, if you can't beat them, you can't beat them. Anyway, I only got my first Pokémon this summer, unlike you who have been training your Pokémon for years," Xiaoyu said casually, rubbing salt into Wu Yaezu's wounds. "Stop," Wu Yaezu said angrily. "Xiaoyu, how could you be so heartless? You're stabbing your good brother in the heart. I'm going to get my revenge today and show you what a senior trainer can do." The two bickered as they simultaneously released their Pokémon. Xiaoyu, as always, started with Nombat, and Wu Yaezu did the same, starting with Charmander. "Fatty Wu, your little fire dragon has never beaten my buzzer bat even once." Xiaoyu laughed and joked with Fatty Wu, launching a vicious mental attack on him. It has to be said that Fatty Wu's little fire dragon was quite pitiful. It fought against Xiaoyu's buzzbat several times, and all of them ended in defeat. "Your Noibat is so despicable. Why does it have such a disgusting skill as ultrasonic? It's not fair." Fatty Wu couldn't help but shout. Almost every time, his Charmander was defeated by Noibat's ultrasonic skill, and after falling into a confused state, it was finished off by Noibat. "This is a tactic. Stop talking nonsense and let me see what secret weapon you've prepared," Xiaoyu said with a smile, then commanded his buzzbat to launch the first attack. "The battle begins. Buzzbat, create wind." The buzzing bat took to the sky, flapping its small wings and creating gusts of wind that swept towards the little fire dragon. After several days of training, the buzzing bat had become more proficient in its wind-generating skill, making it not only more powerful but also faster to unleash. Charmander, Spark. Seeing the buzzbat fly into the air to dodge the attack once again, Wu Yaezu did not hesitate to let Charmander use the Spark skill, which was Charmander's only way to deal with the buzzbat from a distance. Charmander spat out a small flame from its mouth and flew towards the buzzbat. "Buzzing bat, fly up and dodge the Spark attack." The battle talent of the Elite 4-level Noibat is already beginning to show. It is extremely agile in the air, unlike some other flying-type Pokémon that are not very proficient at flying at this stage after birth. At this time, Noibat can even make some complex changes of direction and easily dodge Charmander's Ember attack. Meanwhile, Nombat's Wind Rush skill successfully hit Charmander, giving Nombat a slight advantage in the first encounter. "I knew I couldn't hit you." Wu Yaezu had anticipated the strength of this Nompant, knowing that with Charmander's proficiency with the Spark skill, it would be difficult to hit the Nompant unless the distance was closed. "Let me show you my secret weapon, Charmander, use the smoke screen skill." Upon hearing the command, Charmander immediately spewed out a large cloud of smoke from its mouth, instantly filling the area and concealing its body. "Oh, you've learned a new move?" Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Charmander to learn a new move. This Charmander's strength was improving rapidly. It seemed that today's battle would be even more interesting. Wu Yaezu looked smugly at Xiaoyu and said, "My little fire dragon and I are getting stronger and stronger. I told you today would be my revenge battle." The buzzing bat looked at the billowing smoke below, having long since lost sight of the little fire dragon, and hovered in the air, unsure of what to do. Spark. Just then, a small ball of flame shot out from the smoke screen and swept towards the Nombat. The sudden attack caught Nombat completely off guard, and it was hit head-on by the spark. Fortunately, Nombat, being a dragon-type Pokémon, is resistant to fire-type moves, so its injuries were relatively minor. Nombat, are you alright? It's just a minor injury, you can definitely hold on. Xiaoyu first showed concern for Nombat. Nombat, which had just been born, was still like a child, unlike Trico, which already had a firm belief and a tenacious character. Now was the time to cultivate Nombat's character. Besides sheer strength, a powerful Pokémon also needs strong battle awareness and courage. If it avoids battle after a minor injury or is too afraid to fight, even the greatest strength is useless. This brings to mind Xiaoyu's Trico, whose personality is almost perfect, disciplined and brave. Buzz. Hearing Xiaoyu's encouragement, the buzzing bat responded with a sound, its gaze fixed firmly on the smoke screen below. Page 20. Chapter 33 Rock Wolf. Buzzing bat, use it to clear the dense fog. Clear the fog, use strong winds to blow away the opponent's reflective barriers and light walls. This will also reduce the opponent's accuracy. Faced with the billowing smoke, Xiaoyu chose to have the buzzbat use the fog clear skill to clear the smoke screen released by Charmander. Speaking of this, we have to mention the smoke screen skill. In the game, the effect of the smoke screen skill is to spray smoke or ink at the opponent, reducing the opponent's hit rate. The smoke screen skill in reality differs slightly from that in the game. While it also involves spraying black smoke or ink to obstruct the enemy's vision, the smoke screen can be dispersed, making it more like a terrain skill, unlike the one-time skill in the game where a reduced hit rate cannot be recovered. Next, let's look at the skill Clear Fog. In the game, Clear Fog can clear reflective walls, light walls, white fog, aurora curtains, and mysterious guardians, etc. It is a very powerful auxiliary skill. In reality, Clear Fog can also clear smoke screens. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the buzzing bat flapped its wings violently, instantly creating gusts of wind. Soon, the smoke screen was gradually blown away, revealing the figure of the little fire dragon, Spark. This was the first time Ueyasu had seen Nobunta use the fog clearing skill. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu's Nobunta to have this move, which was a pity for his secret weapon. However, he reacted quickly and immediately ordered Charmander to use Spark again under the last cover of the smoke screen to weaken Nobunta's stamina. Buzzbat, Moonlight. At this point, Noibat's advantage of having a move that restores stamina becomes apparent. It can use Moonlight to restore stamina, which adds to its survivability. The damage from Charmander's 2 Ember attacks is then rendered ineffective. Ueyasu was furious. He hadn't expected that his secret weapon would be cracked by Xiaoyu so easily, and he was all too familiar with the situation that was about to unfold. The Buzzbat used Moonlight to restore its strength, then used ultrasonic waves to confuse Charmander, and then began to torture Charmander relentlessly. Unfortunately, Charmander and Nombat are currently only at the average level, with limited strength and skills, and simply no further tactical reserves. As expected, the situation unfolded as before. The Nombat used Moonlight to restore its strength, then used ultrasonic waves to confuse Charmander, beginning its torment and eventually wearing Charmander down to its death. Seeing the familiar scene, Ueyasu's eyes turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaoyu. When my Charmander evolves into Charizard, I will definitely get revenge on your Nombat. I'll make sure my Charizard beats your Nombat poop out of you. Ha ha ha, Fatty Woo, keep it up. I'm looking forward to that day. Xiaoyu laughed loudly. He suspected that Fatty Woo had learned the skill of making tough talk, as his stubbornness was beyond imagination, and he would always make tough talk. Of course, tormenting Fatty Woo every day and listening to his harsh words can also bring pleasure. Indeed, one's own happiness is built on the suffering of others. But Xiaoyu, the smokescreen skill is just a small secret weapon of mine. Fatty Woo quickly recovered and a confident smile returned to his face. I will definitely win today. I'll show you the secret weapon I prepared for you. Go, main rock Lycan. As Wu Pang's voice rang out, the Lycanroc made its appearance, and this Lycanroc was the rarest twilight form. Depending on the time of evolution, Lycanroc can evolve into 3 forms: daytime, nighttime, and the rarest dusk form. The daytime form of Lycanroc has light brown fur and pale blue eyes, and is characterized by 4 sharp mane-like protrusions on its neck. Calm and loyal, the daytime form is also the fastest, and will resolutely obey its trainer's commands. It is the easiest form to train and the most popular. Rockruff absorbs a large amount of lunar energy during its evolution, eventually evolving into its night mode. Night mode Lycanroc has red fur and blood-red eyes. Unlike its day mode, night mode Lycanroc walks on 2 legs and lacks its long mane instead. It has rocks at the base and tip of its mane. Night mode Lycanroc is extremely aggressive, enjoys challenging strong opponents, and the stronger the opponent, the more excited and thrilled it becomes. In its dusk mode, Lycanroc will attack relentlessly to win, regardless of the consequences, as long as it eliminates its opponent. It is impulsive and reckless, preferring to live alone rather than in packs. It shows disdain and contempt towards trainers who force it to obey unacceptable instructions or engage in battles. It will not obey even the trainer's commands if they don't suit its will. Conversely, it places deep trust in trainers who can guide it to unleash its full potential. In its dusk mode, Lycanroc boasts the highest HP in both defense stats. The dusk form Lycanroc is a special evolution of Lycanroc that occurs when it is bathed in the setting sun. It is extremely rare, and it is said that this form of Lycanroc is the most difficult to raise. In terms of appearance and abilities, the dusk form Lycanroc not only shares similarities with the daytime form, but also shows traces of the nighttime form. The 4 rocks on its neck resemble those of the daytime form, and it has unique green eyes, while its mane resembles that of the nighttime form. On the other hand, it also exhibits features that are different from both the daytime and nighttime forms, such as orange-yellow fur and green eyes. It is calm yet fierce, never panicking over trivial matters, and always appears composed and calm. While it usually appears calm and doesn't roar, when the battle intensifies, it will proactively engage in extreme close-quarters combat or retaliate with double the force, relentlessly pushing its opponent to the brink. Its eyes are normally green, but when attacking, they turn red, like those of the nighttime form. Its unwavering obedience to its trusted trainer is very similar to its daytime form, but it harbors a fierce fighting spirit akin to its nighttime form. It possesses a calm yet ferocious nature, and its unpredictable temperament makes it a difficult Pokémon to train, but it will still obey its trusted trainer. This form of Lycanroc has the highest attack power. Although the game describes the dusk form Lycanroc as the rarest, the day form Lycanroc is actually the most popular. This is because it is the fastest, meaning it can strike first. In reality, things are naturally different. Undoubtedly, the dusk form Lycanroc, which combines the advantages of both its day and night forms, is the most popular. The day form Lycanroc is more popular with new trainers, the night form is more popular with some mid-level trainers, while the dusk form Lycanroc is loved by every trainer. Chapter 34 Lycanroc vs Trico. Xiaoyu was quite surprised that Wu Ieyazu's Rockruff had evolved into Lycanroc. It seems that yesterday's defeat had greatly affected Rockruff. Seeing the surprised look on Xiaoyu's face, Wu Ieyazu was quite satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. He couldn't help but show a smug look on his face. He was confident of victory in today's battle. I told you today is the day for my revenge. Admit defeat, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't care about winning or losing. After all, it was just a friendly sparring match, not a life-or-death battle. Victory or defeat was secondary, the key was to train the Pokémon. Buzzbat, the opponent has gotten stronger again. Are you confident? Xiaoyu asked Buzzbat. Buzz. The buzzing bat responded, a timid expression on its face. In its previous battles against Rockruff, Nombat had been defeated without exception, which made it somewhat afraid of Rockruff. Now that Rockruff has evolved into dusk mode Lycanroc, the difference in strength is even greater, so Nombat will naturally feel afraid. Don't be afraid. It's just stronger than you now. You'll definitely be stronger in the future. If you don't even have the courage to fight, you'll never become stronger. Xiaoyu comforted the buzzing bat first, and then kept encouraging it to cultivate its courageous character. Buzz. Hearing Xiaoyu's encouragement, Buzzbat responded again, this time with a louder voice and a more determined look at the main rock wolf. Yes, that's exactly how it should be, Xiaoyu said. Hey! Wu Ieyazu on the other end shouted, why do I feel like I've become the villain? How long are you going to keep this up? Sorry to keep you waiting, Fatty Wu. Let me show you the bond between me and Buzzbat. Xiaoyu encouraged Buzzbat loudly, but he knew in his heart that Buzzbat would definitely be instantly killed by the main rock Leakin. Fatty Wu was speechless with exasperation. He couldn't take it anymore and gave the attack order to the rock werewolf, rock blockade. Buzzbat, use ultrasound. Fatty Wu wanted the Lycanroc to use rock block to defeat the nozzle in one move, but Xiaoyu also wanted to take a gamble. If the nozzle could hit the ultrasonic wave, then there would be a chance of victory. Lycanroc and Nombat acted almost simultaneously. Lycanroc controlled the rocks on the ground and flew towards Nombat, while Nombat unleashed its ultrasonic ability at Lycanroc. I've been waiting for this move, Lycanroc, dodge it. The two had fought many times, and Fatty Wu had long been tormented by this ultrasonic attack, so he was naturally on guard. When the Buzzbat released the ultrasonic wave, the Lycanroc immediately moved quickly, easily dodging the ultrasonic attack thanks to its speed advantage. In the game, although the ultrasonic skill is powerful, it also has a fatal flaw, a low hit rate of only 55%. In reality, ultrasound also has many drawbacks. For example, it can be countered by using sound skills to cover it up or by dodging it with speed. After dodging the ultrasonic attack, Lycanroc manipulated rocks to fly towards Nombat, bombarding it and easily defeating it. Come back, Buzzbat. This match naturally ended in Nombat's defeat. Xiaoyu recalled Nombat and placed it at the edge of the arena, letting it rest well while he earnestly learned from Trico, especially Trico's backbone and courage. Even though he had only defeated one Nompud, Wu Ieyasu was still all smiles and looked at Xiaoyu with an extremely arrogant expression, saying, "Your trainer talent is the best I've ever seen besides mine, but it's still a little bit inferior to this genius trainer. Bring it on, release your second Pokémon. When it comes to showing off, Fatty Wu really has some skills. Go, Trico." Xiaoyu's second Pokémon was naturally Trico. When Trico saw that its opponent was an evolved Lycanroc, a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a strong fighting spirit. That's just Trico's personality. Unlike Nombat, it gets more excited when faced with a powerful opponent. Ghost Palace, the opponent is stronger than yesterday, we must go all out, Xiaoyu said. Wood Gecko responded to Xiaoyu with a short, curt sound, its gaze still fixed on the main rock Lycanroc. It's time to make a move, Fatty Wu, Xiaoyu said. Prepare to be executed, Fatty Wu replied. Tree by Trico, grassy terrain. The difference in strength makes the choice of tactics extremely important. It is obvious that Trico cannot defeat Lycanroc in a short time. Therefore, after preparing for a protracted battle, Xiaoyu chose to have Trico use the grassy terrain move. Grassy terrain, a grass-type status move that transforms the area into a grassy terrain for 5 turns. Pokémon on the ground recover each turn, and grass-type moves are also boosted. This is the effect in the game. The grass field skills in real life are very similar to those in the game. The only difference is that the field duration is affected by the user and can be destroyed. As Trico unleashed a burst of fierce grass-type energy, the ground instantly turned lush and green, with grass-type energy surging. Lycan, hell. Wu Ieyasu was completely unlike his honest appearance at this moment. Instead, he was unusually cunning. He had fought with Xiaoyu so many times that he had long guessed that Trico would use grassy terrain as soon as possible. Therefore, he chose to let Lycan use the Hell skill to enhance his attack. Long Hell, a normal-type transformation skill. A loud roar increases one's momentum and thus raises one's attack level. With a Long Hell, the Rock Lycan's attack power increased, making the already extremely powerful Rock Lycan even more terrifying. Both sides adopted enhanced tactics in the first round, appearing extremely cautious. Although it was just a friendly spar, both assassins took it very seriously. Main Rock Werewolf, charge the rock. After being strengthened, it was time to put it to use, so Wu Ieyasu chose to have the Lycanroc use the Rock Rush skill. Rock Charge, a rock-type physical move that allows you to quickly charge at your opponent. It always attacks first. The reason for choosing this move is threefold. First, it is a priority move like Quick Attack, and it is extremely fast. Second, rock-type moves have a stab, same type advantage, for rock-type Lycanroc. And third, Lycanroc in Dusk mode has the excellent Hard Claw ability, which increases the power of contact moves. Combining these 3 reasons, Rock Rush is undoubtedly the best choice. Lycanroc, its body covered in rock-type energy, rammed into Trico with such speed that Trico had little chance to react. Tree Kelp, use Leech Seed. Xiaoyu calmly commanded. Since they couldn't dodge, they might as well not dodge and counterattack the moment Lycanroc got close. Boom! Lycanroc rammed into Trico, sending it flying. The stab, same type attack bonus, combined with the increased attack from Hell and the boost from Hard Claws, amplified the power of Rock Rush to an extremely high level, severely injuring Trico in one hit. However, Trichia also took advantage of the opportunity when the 2 sides made contact to use the cheeky Leech Seed skill. Leech Seed, a grass-type status move. After planting a Leech Seed, it will gradually drain the opponent's HP each turn and restore an equal amount of HP to itself. The real-world Leech Seed differs slightly from the game version. In reality, it can be released in 2 ways. The first, like in the game, involves throwing small seeds to parasitize and restore the user's health. The second, similar to Ash's Bulbasaur in the anime, forms a seed web to directly trap the opponent. This method can only trap Pokémon much weaker than itself, otherwise, the opponent can easily break free. At this point, Trico naturally used the first method, because the second method simply couldn't trap Lycanroc. Chapter 35 Werewolf vs Trico 2. The parasitic seed continuously drains Lycanroc's stamina, feeding back into Trico. Combined with the healing effect of grassy terrain, this double healing process continuously soothes Trico's injuries. Lycan, use Rock Rush again. The first attack worked, and Ueyasu had Lycan use Rock Rush once more. He knew that he absolutely could not drag things out with Trico for too long, otherwise, with the recovery effect of Leech Seed, the longer it dragged on, the greater Trico's advantage would become. We must act swiftly and resolve the battle in a short time. The Lycanroc's body transformed into a streak of light, hurtling straight towards Trico at incredible speed. Gecko, you see through. See through, a fighting-type transformation skill that completely blocks the opponent's attacks. However, it is easy to fail if used continuously. The effect of Foresight is actually no different from Protect, both perfectly block the opponent's attack once. However, fewer Pokémon can learn Foresight, so it can provide some protection against sealing moves, which is Foresight's only advantage. The Lycanroc, its entire body covered in Rock-type energy, charged towards Trico, but Trico successfully defended against it. Page 21. Meanwhile, the parasitic seed continues to work, constantly draining Lycanroc's stamina and restoring Trico's stamina. Rock Charge, Lycanroc, use Rock Charge again. Ueyasu was a little anxious at this point, eager to win the game, so he chose to let Lycanroc use the Rock Charge skill again. If Xiaoyu lets the Wood Guardian use the See-Through skill again, the success rate of the skill will drop to 1/3, which is already an extremely low hit rate. Therefore, it is difficult to successfully use the See-Through type Guardian skill twice in a row during the battle. As for casting See-Through 3 times in a row, that's almost impossible, because the success rate of casting See-Through the third time will drop to 1/3, or 1/9, and so on. Even if Trico uses its Foresight ability, there's still a 2/3 chance it will be on his side, so Ueyasu is naturally willing to take the gamble. The Lycanroc is once again covered in Rock-type energy, and it charges at Trico, executing the same move again. Tree, quickly defend. Quick Defense, a combat variation skill that protects yourself and your teammates, preventing preemptive attacks. Quick Defense is a very special defensive skill that can only defend against preemptive attacks. However, this skill has two advantages. First, continuous use will not reduce the success rate, and second, it can protect teammates. Lycanroc's Rock Rush move, a priority move, was perfectly defended by the fighting-type energy emanating from Trico just as it reached him. Frustrated, Lycanroc roared in frustration. Quick Defense perfectly counters Rock Rush, allowing Trico to once again defend against Lycanroc's attack. The Leech Seed and grassy terrain were still working, allowing Trico to recover its stamina again. After 2 recovery cycles, the damage from the Rock Slam was basically wiped out. Ueyasu gritted his teeth in anger. Xiaoyu, you're really shameless. When did Trico learn the skill? Guess, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Tricky only learned this quick defensive skill a couple of days ago, but it wasn't very proficient. It didn't get a chance to use it in yesterday's match, and today was the first time it was used, but the effect was surprisingly good. Since almost all Pokémon learn some priority moves, such as Water Jet and Quick Attack, quick defensive moves can have a surprising effect if used properly. Let's see how long you can keep hiding like a coward, Xiaoyu. Do you dare to act like a man and face me head-on? Main Rock Werewolf, Flame Fist. Ueyasu was furious. Since his preemptive strike was ineffective, he had no choice but to use other skills. Fire-type moves are super effective against Grass-type Trico. Even without Stab, same-type attack bonus, they have the Hard Claws ability, so if they hit, there's a high chance of defeating Trico. Furthermore, this time, Trico has absolutely no defensive options. Quick Guard is ineffective against Fire Punch, and the success rate of See Ahead has also decreased. Quick Guard can be followed by Guard or See Ahead, affecting its success rate. Provocation won't work on me, Xiaoyu replied. At the same time, Xiaoyu was also thinking about how Trico could withstand this Fire Punch. With the type advantage and the Hard Claw effect, there was a high probability that he could defeat Trico in one move. Xiaoyu can only think of 2 solutions at the moment. One option is to take a gamble. Trico has a Grass-type move called Grass Whistle, which plays a soothing whistle sound to put the opponent to sleep. If it hits, it can instantly turn the tide of battle. However, like Ultrasonic, this move isn't guaranteed to hit and is easily countered by sound-based attacks, such as Howl or Growl. Grass Flute, a Grass-type status move that lets the opponent listen to a soothing flute sound, thus putting them to sleep. Secondly, let Trico use Worry Seed. Worry Seed is a utility move, and it's actually a pretty good move. Its only effect is to change the opponent's ability, changing it to Insomnia. Seed of Trouble plants a seed of restlessness, prevents the target from sleeping and changes their trait to Insomnia. Lycanroc's Fire Punch, with the Hard Claws ability, would likely defeat Trico in one hit. However, if Worry Seed is used to change Lycanroc's ability from Hard Claws to Insomnia, without the hard claws ability, Lycanroc's fire punch will be much less powerful, and Trico will have a much higher chance of surviving. How to choose? Xiaoyu didn't have much time to think, and he made his decision almost instantly. This is just a friendly spar, not a life or death battle. There's no need to gamble with unknown odds. Sparring is about honing skills and building a solid tactical foundation. Even if Trico successfully hypnotizes Lycanroc with his grass whistle, it might not hit in a real fight, rendering this kind of training ineffective. Wood Gecko, with seeds of trouble. Lycanroc charged in front of Trico, leaped up, and suddenly stood upright. Its claws were imbued with fire-type energy, and it unleashed a flame punch straight at Trico. At the same time, Trico took advantage of Lycanroc's close proximity and threw Trouble Seed at Lycanroc. With grass-type energy activated, it instantly changed Lycanroc's ability from hard claws to insomnia. At the same time, Fire Punch landed on Trico, bursting into flames. Boom! The fierce flames scorched Trico's body, instantly inflicting severe damage. However, Trico wasn't completely unable to battle. The leech seed and grassy terrain had restored most of its stamina. Furthermore, Lycanroc had lost the hard claws ability, so its fire punch wasn't enough to instantly kill Trico, allowing it to survive once more. Meanwhile, the parasitic seeds and the restoration of the grassy terrain continued to heal the Trico's injuries. Great, as long as we hold on, there's still a chance, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Chapter 36 Werewolf vs Trico 3. On the field, Wu Yaezu appeared increasingly frustrated. He had thought that once Rockruff evolved into Lycanroc, it would be a complete rout, but he hadn't expected to squander such a good hand and be dragged out until now by Trico. He had to defeat Trico quickly. Although Leech Seed absorbed stamina slowly and grassy terrain could restore stamina, Lycanroc's stamina was already starting to decline after so long. Rock Wolfman, finish it off quickly, use Fire Fist. The same Flame Fist attack came again, aimed at Tree Spirit. Ghost Tree, see through it. Xiaoyu calmly instructed. The Trico has just used the Trouble Seed skill, which has refreshed the success rate of the see-through skill. Naturally, the success rate of using see-through this time is 100%. Trico is enveloped in fighting-type energy, putting itself into protect mode. Even though Lycanroc's fire punch looks fierce, it can't break Trico's protect mode. At the same time, the healing effects of Leech Seed and grassy terrain once again descended, continuously healing Trico's injuries. Ugh, you're so annoying, this is too much. Wu Yaezu was about to go crazy. How could there be such disgusting skills as Guard, Quick Defense, Grassy Field, and Leech Seed? Let's see what you can use to block this time, Flame Fist. Wu Yaezu said bitterly, his revenge was today. He had secretly made up his mind that after today, no matter the cost, he would make the main rock wolf learn the taunt skill. You have a lot of transformation skills, right? I'll just seal them off. Old cunning people only know how to use these dirty tricks. Are all high-achieving people so scheming? Wouldn't it be better to just fight hand-to-hand? Xiaoyu's heart stirred. The situation had slightly tilted in his favor. His current plan was to have Trico use the photosynthesis skill, which would restore a large amount of stamina. Combined with its original stamina, it would likely be able to withstand another flame punch, and then another insight, allowing it to hold out for a while longer. But then the change happened suddenly. A faint white light enveloped the tree spirit's body. Is this evolution? The Trico, which originally lived in the secret realm, was already on the verge of evolution. After being captured by Xiaoyu, it has been replenishing itself with grass-type and dragon-type energy cubes for the past few days. The large amount of energy replenishment has brought Trico to the critical point of evolution, and its evolution is now perfectly normal. Speaking of energy cubes, Xiaoyu's older brother, Xiao Luo, still doesn't understand why Xiaoyu feeds his grass-type septal dragon-type energy cubes. It seems a bit wasteful. Xiaoyu, of course, can't explain it to him directly. He can't exactly tell him that septal can mega-evolve in the future, changing its type from grass to both grass and dragon. Reich Leaken, cease attacking. Wu Yaezu and Xiaoyu watched this scene in surprise. Although Wu Yaezu and Xiaoyu often bickered, it was actually a love-hate relationship between the two. Their relationship had always been very close. At this moment, Wu Yaezu immediately told Lycanroc to stop attacking so as not to interrupt Trico's evolution. The white light pulled at Trico's body, making it grow taller and stronger. When the white light dissipated, Trico had evolved into a forest lizard. Its height had increased several times over, and its size and weight had multiplied several times over. More importantly, a typical forest lizard is about 0.9 meters tall and weighs about 21.6 kilograms. But Xiaoyu's forest lizard is about 1.6 meters tall and weighs almost twice its normal weight. What a huge forest lizard! Wu Yaezu couldn't help but exclaim. This forest lizard was far larger than ordinary forest lizards, almost approaching the size of a typical lizard king. This forest lizard's aptitude is too good. The most basic prerequisite for judging a Pokémon is its size. A taller and stronger Pokémon means that it has better physical qualities, often has higher potential than other Pokémon, and is more likely to become the king of its species. This is enough to show how outstanding Xiaoyu's giant forest lizard is. Hey, Xiaoyu, what level is your forest lizard's aptitude? Wu Yaozu asked with a look of curiosity and a hint of envy in his eyes. Xiaoyu's luck was too good, he managed to capture such a powerful forest lizard just as the secret realm appeared. I haven't tested it, it's probably only at the near champion level, Xiaoyu said. He hadn't actually brought his Pokémon to test it, and there was no need to. Testing would only attract unwanted attention, so Xiaoyu tried to be modest, saying, "The battle isn't over yet, Fatty Wu, it's okay to admit defeat now." Xiaoyu cleverly changed the subject, successfully enraging Fatty Wu. "Whoever admits defeat, my main rock werewolf will surely win." Lizard. The forest lizard looked at its evolved body, let out a proud cry, and looked at the main rock werewolf with a fighting spirit in its eyes. If the Trico was completely outmatched by Lycanroc, then the evolved Grovel is fully capable of going toe-to-toe with Lycanroc. Then the battle continues. "Come on, Lycanroc, Flame Punch," Wu Yaozu ordered. Forest Lizard, Super Absorb. Lycanroc still used Fire Punch, a move that is super effective against Grass-type moves, but this time Xiaoyu did not have Forest Lizard choose to avoid the battle, but instead used Giga Drain to fight. Mega Drain, a Grass-type special attack move that drains the opponent's HP to attack, and can restore half of the HP dealt to the opponent. Forest Lizard is known for its special attack, so Xiaoyu naturally chose to have it use a special attack move. Grass-type energy surged, forming a thin needle of Grass-type energy that flew towards Lycanroc. Roar. The main-wielding werewolf roared and charged at the Forest Lizard, its fire fists flashing brightly and instantly engulfing the lizard. At the same time, the fine needles formed from Grass-type energy also landed on Lycanroc, frantically draining its stamina. Boom. After a direct clash, the two forces quickly separated. This collision was entirely devoid of tactics, a pure head-on collision. Both sustained significant injuries, but judging from the extent of their wounds, the rock wolf was clearly more severely injured. Although its Fire Punch is incredibly powerful and has type advantage, and it also benefits from the healing effect of grassy terrain, Sceptle's Giga Drain not only has a Grass-type stab bonus but also the Grass-type move boost from grassy terrain, making its power almost equivalent to Fire Punch. Most importantly, Giga Drain can restore half of the damage dealt, almost healing most of Sceptle's injuries. With the help of Leech Seed and grassy terrain, the Sceptile King wasn't seriously injured at all. Ugh. The mane-like werewolf was panting heavily. This was the first time it had been at a disadvantage since the start of the battle, but the situation had completely tilted in Xiaoyu's favor. This scene made Wu Yaozu somewhat regretful. He had truly been careless and shouldn't have been so eager to win the battle. If I had chosen to use the long hull skill more often to increase my attack, I could have ended the match earlier instead of dragging it out until now and falling into a disadvantageous position. Fatty Wu, it looks like I'll probably win again today, Xiaoyu said with a smile. At this moment, the effect of the grass field gradually disappeared, but it was no longer important. Lizard King, keep using Super Drain. Rockhound, Flame Punch. Chapter 37 Zhaoruohan. Wu Yaozu sat lifelessly in a chair in the restaurant, while Xiaoyu sat opposite him with a grin. "Alright, don't be angry. I'm just treating you to dinner, aren't I?" Xiaoyu said with a smile. Page 22. The battle just now ended with Grovel defeating Lycanroc. Trico, with its near-champion potential, began to show its strength after evolving into Grovel. Its strength is amazing. Now, Grovel, with its rare-level combat power, has the strength to rival the elite-level Lycanroc. Xiaoyu was naturally overjoyed at the result, while Wu Yaozu was so angry that he didn't want to speak. He clearly had a huge advantage, but he still lost. It felt like his childhood sweetheart, with whom he had a very good relationship, had been snatched away by a blonde-haired guy. It was extremely painful and distressing. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had a change of heart and treated him to a big meal, which made him feel much better. "Another steak, please." Wu Yaozu could only channel his grief and anger into his appetite, and began to eat voraciously. "I'll eat you out of house and home today." "Eat as much as you want, I can afford it," Xiaoyu said with a smile. A meal for two without drinking would cost at most a few thousand yuan, which was within his means. Of course, this was all thanks to his parents reimbursing him for all the expenses of raising Pokémon. Otherwise, Xiaoyu, who had no income, would have been penniless long ago. This gave Xiaoyu a sense of crisis. He had to find a way to make money. Raising Pokémon was incredibly expensive. The two quickly finished their dinner, and Wu Yaezu didn't leave the restaurant until he was quite full and burping. Want to play some games tonight? School starts tomorrow, and if we don't go now, we'll miss our chance. After eating and drinking his fill, Wu Yaezu was thinking about playing games. He had been playing Pokémon battles with Xiaoyu lately and hadn't had time to go online. Now that he finally had some free time, he was naturally itching to play. No, I'm going home. Xiaoyu has lived two lives. He used to play games occasionally when he was bored, but now that he has Pokémon, who still plays games, he is determined to become a Dragon-type Pokémon master. How boring. Fine, I'll go back with you. By the way, I heard there's a really pretty new freshman girl this year. The fat guy said lewdly, do you think I'd have a chance if I made the first move? Xiaoyu sized up the fat man. Actually, the fat man's features were quite regular, and he wasn't bad-looking, just a little overweight. Yes, after all, you're rolling in money. Get lost. I'm talking about my looks and talent, Fatty Wu snapped. Wu Peng's family is actually quite wealthy, otherwise he wouldn't have owned two rare Pokémon, Rockruff and Charmander. You know, in a small city like Starlight City, many ordinary families start with Pidgey, Machop, Weedle, and the like. Logically speaking, a nouveau riche like Fatty Wu should be very popular, but in reality, because of his weight, Fatty Wu is quite insecure around girls. To this day, he has never even held a girl's hand, nor has he ever had his first love. But the more insecure he is, the less it can stop Fatty Wu's desire to be in a relationship. You're so creepy, Xiaoyu bluntly commented on his best friend. Seriously, how do you know the new female student is pretty before school even starts? She came up from the junior high school of Xinguang No. 1 Middle School. She was the school beauty in junior high school. She's very pretty. Fatty Wu said, his mouth practically watering. Wu Yaezu, I solemnly warn you, your idea is very dangerous. You're just a first-year high school student, only about 15 years old, possibly not even 15 yet. According to our country's laws, those under 15, regardless of their own will. Xiaoyu felt that Fatty Wu's thoughts were a bit dangerous, and warned him with a smile. Damn it. Wu Yaezu interrupted Xiaoyu immediately, looking at Xiaoyu with disdain. I think your thoughts are dangerous. I just want to have a pure love affair and I won't do that kind of thing before marriage. How come your mind is full of dirty and obscene thoughts? I, Wu, am ashamed to associate with someone like you. Xiaoyu blushed. As a man whose soul age was over 40, it was hard not to think about love in that way. After all, pure love was very rare in his time. Xiaoyu, answer me honestly for a question. Fatty Wu suddenly moved closer to Xiaoyu, put his arm around Xiaoyu's neck, and asked slyly, Ask. What's it like to be pursued by a girl? Is it awesome? And are you still a virgin? Fatty Wu spoke with a lewd grin, which left Xiaoyu speechless. Xiaoyu is very handsome, nearly 190 centimeters tall, with fair skin. He has been the school's most popular boy since the beginning of high school. In addition, his academic performance has always been among the top 3 in the school, and girls often pursue him. This makes his best friend, Fatty Wu, very envious. Fatty Wu had sighed countless times, lamenting that girls were indeed visual creatures. They only saw Xiaoyu's false exterior, not his dirty, filthy, and scheming heart. Unlike himself, although he was slightly less handsome than Xiao Luo, his heart was noble and pure. Was there not a single girl who could see through his feigned strength? Faced with Fatty Wu's question, Xiaoyu frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression, as if he had thought it through carefully before answering. It's all right. Actually, I don't want to be pursued by girls. I'd rather be a little ugly. After all, there are too many people who covet my beauty. Also, like you, I still haven't had my first love. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Fatty Wu wanted to strangle him with the hand he had on Xiaoyu's shoulder. You bastard, you want to be even uglier so you can show off. How can you be so annoying? Really? This is my honest opinion. Sometimes being too handsome is a mistake. If being too handsome is a crime, then I am unforgivably guilty, Xiaoyu sighed. I bother. Unbeknownst to them, the two had walked all the way to the battle square in the east of the city. It was only 7 or 8 o'clock at night, which was the busiest time of day. Looking at the familiar square, Xiaoyu was startled and instinctively lowered his head, trying to hide himself. Half a month ago, he had been forced by the system's mission to deceive many elementary school students here, and his reputation was already infamous. Thinking about it now, he felt ashamed, but fortunately, the reward was worth it. Xiaoyu prayed that he wouldn't be recognized, so he kept his head down and quickened his pace, going around to the side. Damn it, I should have just taken a taxi back. Why did I have to walk with Fatty Wu? It would have been so embarrassing if someone had recognized me. Xiaoyu, why are you looking down? There are so many pretty girls in the square, don't be so creepy. Fatty Wu asked curiously, looking at Xiaoyu who suddenly hid his face like an ostrich. Xiaoyu? I think I heard Xiaoyu's name. Where is he? Is Xiaoyu lying to people again? Hey, isn't this Xiaoyu? It's been half a month since I last saw him. Where have you been fooling people again? Are you here today planning to go back to your old ways? Standing at 1.9 meters tall, Xiaoyu was quite conspicuous in the crowd and was recognized at a glance. As the teasing voices from the square came from time to time, Xiaoyu blushed and quickened his pace. He hated Fatty Wu even more for making a scene in the square. Fatty Wu was also stunned. He didn't know why his brother was so famous in this square. Damn it, Xiaoyu, what did you do? Why do they all know you? Fatty Wu asked. Stop talking nonsense and get going. Xiaoyu's face darkened, but he didn't stop walking and his long legs made him walk faster and faster. After finally crossing the square, the two arrived at the barbecue street. After their frantic run, Fatty Wu was actually quite hungry. This is a barbecue street. I'm getting hungry. How about I get a couple of skewers? Then let's do it, Xiaoyu said. Just as Fatty Wu was about to go to the nearest barbecue restaurant to order some skewers, Xiaoyu grabbed him. Let's eat at that place up ahead. Xiaoyu pointed to a barbecue restaurant next door that was doing poorly. Why? That place is practically empty. This one's busier. It must taste better. I'm not going. But when Fatty Wu saw the voluptuous long legs of the waitress at the barbecue restaurant next door, his tone changed. Go, we have to go. Isn't that our classmate, Zhao? We have to support her. Chapter 38. The Zhao siblings. Xiaoyu, Wu Yaezu. Zhao looked at Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu with surprise, a little shy in her eyes, but still greeted them. Zhao is Xiaoyu and Wu Peng's classmate. She is tall, standing at 1.78 meters, which is taller than many boys. She also has excellent grades and is the goddess in the hearts of many boys. Unlike most fiery girls in Zisha province, she is gentle and refined, even blushing when talking to people. This is quite unusual in Zisha province, which makes many boys particularly fond of teasing her and deliberately bullying her to see her blush and get angry. Xiaoyu wasn't that bored, spending his time teasing the girl. He and Zhao weren't actually that close. Their only interaction was when the class organized a dance, and they were partners. After all, only someone as tall as Xiaoyu, 1.9 meters, could match Zhao height. However, I heard that Zhao family has never been well off, and her father has been seriously ill in recent months and has been hospitalized. The medical expenses are a lot of money. The school once organized a donation drive, and Xiaoyu donated 1,000 yuan. Although it's not much, it's a token of his appreciation. The person grilling the barbecue is Zhao older brother, Zhao Oxuan. Since their father fell ill, the family has completely lost its source of income. The two siblings have spent all their savings on their father's medical treatment. Recently, they thought of making a living by setting up a barbecue stall. It just so happens that they are on summer vacation now, so Zhao can come and help out. However, their barbecue stall business has never been very good. Firstly, since it's a new stall, they don't have any regular customers. Secondly, Zhao Oxuan's cooking skills are always a bit lacking, and the taste of his barbecue isn't as good as the surrounding shops. What would you like to eat? Zhao greeted the two of them, standing crisply in front of them. Her tall stature made Fatty Wu feel a little intimidated. Zhao gaze fell on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had always been popular at school. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with good looks, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class academically and had never been involved in any scandals. His father was the gym leader of Starlight City, and his brother was the gym leader of Crimson Lotus City. All of these factors combined made Xiaoyu the focus of girls' discussions since his first year of high school. Although she rarely discusses things with others, dancing with Xiaoyu last time made them a little more familiar with each other, and she never expected to meet Xiaoyu again here. Zhao was wearing an apron, jeans, and faded white sneakers, but this did not detract from her beauty at all. On the contrary, it gave her a fresh and refined ethereal beauty. Fatty, what do you want to eat? Xiaoyu turned around and asked Fatty Wu. It's all right. Okay, let's have 2 skewers of everything, both meat and vegetables. Actually, the two of them had only eaten for a short time and couldn't possibly eat that much. However, it was a rare opportunity to meet his classmate, and given that Zhao family was indeed facing difficulties, he was doing his best to help within his means. You can't eat this much. It'll be a waste, Zhao quickly said when she saw Xiaoyu order so much. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Everyone else wanted customers to order as much as possible, so why was he complaining about ordering too much here? It's okay, Fatty Wu eats a lot. Fatty Wu? Well, okay. Zhao nodded and went to choose some skewers for Xiaoyu and the other person. Damn, Xiaoyu, I can't eat this much. Fatty Wu said in a low voice as Xiaoruohan walked away. I believe you, and just consider it charity. Xiaoruohan's family is in such a difficult situation, so please eat more, Xiaoyu said. If you can't finish it, we'll pack it up. That's pretty much it. As the two were talking, Xiaoruoxuan's phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone and said, Okay, I'll send the money tomorrow, Dr. Li. I'm so sorry to trouble you. My dad really can't be discharged. Please, Dr. Li, think of a way. We really will send the money tomorrow. I promise, there will be no delay. Don't worry. Hearing Xiaoruoxuan's humble manner, Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu felt uneasy, especially Fatty Wu Yaezu. Although he was lecherous and sleazy, he was actually kind-hearted. He couldn't help but whisper, Xiaoyu, why don't we help him out? How can we help? Xiaoyu tilted his head and looked at Fatty Wu. Give me the money. Fatty Wu's thinking was actually very simple. He and Xiaoyu's families were both quite wealthy, so since Xiaoruohan was short of money, they would just give her the money. Simple and straightforward. Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. What if you give her the money? What if her father's illness is incurable and he can only take medicine and undergo long-term treatment? Can you keep giving money? And if other classmates' family members get sick in the future, will you also give them money? Xiaoyu thought much further ahead than Fatty Wu. He always adhered to the principle that unless it was a close relative or someone who had done him a favor, he should never give money directly. It's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. Once money is given, the nature of the matter may change. Just like Xiaoyu said, if the other party needs money again in the future and asks you for a loan, will you give it to them? If you do, there will be a second time, and you may have to keep giving them money. If you don't give them money, they will forget the kindness you showed them and wonder why you didn't help them this time, and may even hold a grudge against you. Then what do you suggest we do? Fatty Wu said dejectedly he hadn't really thought that far ahead. We'll see, Xiaoyu replied. He hadn't really figured out how to help Xiaoruohan, but since he'd seen it, he figured he should lend a hand as a classmate. Besides, he admired this girl. She studied hard and had good grades. Her future should be in university, on a better stage. As the two were talking, the barbecue was served. It has to be said that there is a reason why no one comes to eat their barbecue. The taste is not particularly good and there is nothing special about it. How does it taste? Xiaoruohan asked curiously from the side. At the moment, there was only Xiaoyu and his group at their table, so she acted as their personal waitress. Not bad. Seeing Xiaoruohan's expectant expression, Fatty Wu pretended to enjoy the food. That was just his personality. He didn't want to offend anyone or hurt anyone's feelings. Page 23. Not very good. Xiaoyu said directly, the taste isn't good, the cooking isn't good either, it tastes like it was baked by a newbie. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoruohan felt a little sad and quickly said apologetically, I'm sorry, my brother only started setting up a stall a few days ago and he's not very good at it yet. Here's what we'll do, have your brother stand next to me and learn, and I'll teach you. You know how to grill barbecue? Fatty Wu asked with a skeptical look. Why don't you give it a try? Zhao, you don't mind if I give it a shot, do you? Xiaoyu said with a smile. I need to discuss it with my brother, Xiaoruohan said in a low voice. Xiaoyu stood up and walked towards the barbecue stall. His 1.9-meter height startled Xiaoruoxuan, who initially thought he was there to cause trouble. After his sister explained, Xiaoruoxuan understood what was going on. He had seen Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu earlier. Their clothes and shoes were expensive, clearly indicating they were wealthy. This had made him wary of Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu, especially Xiaoyu, who was handsome and rich. He worried that his sister might go astray for money, so he kept a close eye on them whenever Xiaoruohan got close to Xiaoyu. Brother Zhao, how much do you guys earn in a day? Xiaoyu asked. Our business is not doing well, but we can still earn 700 or 800 a day. Xiaoruoxuan was an honest man and did not exaggerate. How much is still owed for Uncle Zhao's medical expenses? Xiaoyu continued to ask. 1,002. Alright, I've come up with a plan. What do you think? I'll give you 1,200. You can run the barbecue stall today, and I guarantee that no matter how the business is, I'll still give you 1,200. But if we make more than 1,200, 90% of the profits will be mine, and you'll have to help me out. How about that? Xiaoyu said with a smile. Okay, of course, no problem. Come on, I'll make room for you. Hearing Xiaoyu say that, Xiaoruoxuan naturally wouldn't turn down money and readily agreed. Great, Fatty Wu, you pay. Chapter 39 Xiao's Barbecue. Xiaoyu is genuinely skilled at grilling. In his previous life, during his university years, he was a restless person who dabbled in many things with his buddies, including setting up a street grill, opening a milk tea shop, a board game store, and so on. It's fair to say he's an expert in both eating and having fun. Although his grilling skills aren't top-notch, they're at least better than that trash Xiaoruoxuan's. However, Xiaoyu has no opportunity to showcase his abilities now, because there are no other guests besides them. Fatty Wu, Xiaoruohan, you two go and greet the guests. You have to actively solicit customers when you see them. Xiaoyu said, then, seeing the two clumsy individuals, couldn't help but step in himself, watch me. After saying that, Xiaoyu stood by the barbecue stall and said, Xiaoruohan, come here with me. Oh. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Xiaoruohan responded softly and walked to Xiaoyu's side. Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan stood together, one 1.9 meters tall and the other 1.78 meters tall, a perfect couple, the most beautiful sight on the street, and almost every passerby couldn't help but look at them. Our unique barbecue recipe has been passed down through 3 generations of single-family households, and we guarantee it will taste absolutely amazing. A family recipe, secret ingredients, everyone who's tried it loves it. Vegetable skewers are 2 yuan each, meat skewers are 4 yuan each, and freshness is guaranteed. Xiaoyu's loud shouts left Fatty Wu and Xiaoruohan speechless. It was the first time they had ever seen Xiaoyu like this. At school, Xiaoyu gave everyone the impression of being a cool and aloof male god, but no one expected that Xiaoyu had this side to him. Don't look at me, you should call out like me, Xiaoruohan, Xiaoyu said, glancing at Xiaoruohan. Okay, Xiaoruohan replied, then imitated Xiaoyu's manner, calling out softly, her voice far less loud than Xiaoyu's. Forget it. Xiaoyu couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead. Xiaoruohan, when the guests come later, you are in charge of entertaining them and settling the bill. Fatty Wu, you do it. Here comes, brother Yu. It has to be said that boys are more shameless in this regard. With Xiaoyu's demonstration, Wu Yaezu had no scruples at all and shouted out Xiaoyu's lines in a very convincing manner. Soon, the barbecue stall welcomed its first customers, 3 young girls. This made Fatty Wu think with ill intent that they must have come for Xiaoyu's good looks. Handsome, give us this and this skewers. The young girl looked at Xiaoyu, picking out items at the barbecue stall, and said with a smile, hey beautiful ladies, here's a basket for you. Just put your choices in it. I recommend the bean curd sheets and potatoes. For meat, the ribs and cartilage are quite good, Xiaoyu warmly invited. Really? Then give us 3 skewers of each. After selecting some more skewers, the young girl handed the basket full of skewers to Xiaoyu and asked, handsome, are you a model? You're so tall. No, I'm a student at Xinguang No. 1 High School, a senior this year. Xiaoyu said while grilling the barbecue, what flavor do you want, mild, medium, or extra spicy? Slightly spicy. Are you still a student? Do you have a girlfriend? The young girl continued to ask. I only have 1 year left until the college entrance exam. I don't have time to date. I need to focus on preparing for the exam. For some reason, the young girl's eyes seemed to light up when she heard that Xiaoyu was from a pure boys' high school. Then let's add each other as friends, little brother. I'll come find you to hang out after you finish your college entrance exam. Okay, sister, Xiaoyu replied shyly, then took out her phone and left her contact information. Watching this scene, Fatty Wu opened his mouth in surprise. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. How come Xiaoyu is so popular with women? He's already getting intimate with a woman in such a short time. Fatty Wu was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred, wishing he could take Xiaoyu's place and save his brother from this predicament. With the first batch of customers, Xiaoyu was able to showcase his skills. Although he hadn't done it in a long time, grilling wasn't actually that complicated. The entrance was low, and all he had to do was control the heat and adjust the flavor. The first batch of skewers was quickly cooked. Xiaoyu took a tray, put the skewers together, and personally served them to the first group of guests. Your skewers are ready. Here's a complimentary skewer of vegetables for each of the 3 ladies. It's not much, but it's a small token of my appreciation. Little brother, you have such a sweet tongue. Yeah, and he's really handsome. Thank you for your kindness, little brother. Little brother, you're not trying to pick us up, are you? Faced with such enthusiastic women, Xiaoyu was somewhat overwhelmed, especially by their gazes that seemed to want to devour him. However, with these first customers, the barbecue stall gradually became busier. Barbecue is often like that. Once you get the initial business, the number of customers only increases. Many people have this habit. They'd rather queue at a crowded place than go to a deserted barbecue stall. Gradually, more and more customers came, and Xiaoyu was extremely busy. Xiaoyu, the beer is almost sold out, and the drinks are running low too, Fatty Wu shouted. Fatty Wu was in charge of cleaning and delivering drinks and beer, and he was having a great time. For the young Master Wu, this was a rare life experience and a source of enjoyment. Got it, brother Zhao, hurry up and get the goods, think of a solution quickly. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zhao Ruoxuan was slightly taken aback. Was he being ordered around? But seeing such good business, Zhao Ruoxuan immediately agreed and rode his tricycle to buy beer and drinks. Zhao Ruohan, the barbecue for table number 3. Xiaoyu finished grilling another round of skewers and hurriedly told Zhao Ruohan to serve them to the guests while they were still hot. Here we are. Zhao Ruohan was also busy and her forehead was covered in sweat, but she felt very fulfilled. Seeing such a good business meant she could earn more money and pay for her father's medical expenses. Table 6, check out. Fatty Wu shouted. Okay. Zhao Ruohan took a pen and paper and went over to pay the bill. Looking at the money the customer gave her and the increasing amount of cash in her hand, a happy smile appeared on her face. She couldn't help but secretly peek at Xiaoyu. The barbecue stall was incredibly popular. The heat emanating from the stove, combined with the summer heat, had already left Xiaoyu drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Zhao Ruohan, get me a handkerchief to wipe my sweat. Xiaoyu saw Zhao Ruohan standing there in a daze, and the sweat on his face was about to drip into his eyes, so he quickly called Zhao Ruohan to help him wipe his sweat. Ah, coming. Zhao Ruohan was startled, but she gritted her teeth and didn't refuse. She took out her handkerchief and carefully wiped Xiaoyu's sweat. This scene made Fatty Wu, who was wiping the table, grit his teeth. Especially when he saw Zhao Ruohan's gentle appearance, Fatty Wu cursed in his heart, that bastard Xiaoyu really knows how to enjoy wiping, damn it. Xiaoyu, however, was not in the mood to enjoy himself. He turned to Zhao Ruohan, snatched the handkerchief, and frantically wiped the sweat from his face before handing it back to Zhao Ruohan. You're so slow at wiping your sweat. You're so clumsy. Go help Fatty Wu clear the table. I can do it myself. Zhao Ruohan blushed. She hadn't expected that her gentle wiping of Xiaoyu's sweat would be met with a scolding for being slow and dawdling. In a huff, she went to wipe the table for Wu Yaezu. Boss, please pack 4 more skewers of lamb for us. Okay. Xiaoyu replied loudly, medium spicy, please? 2 skewers mildly spicy, and 2 skewers without chili. My wife and kids can't handle this much spice, the customer said. Okay, brother, I'll pick out 2 meatier skewers for the kid, and I'll also throw in a skewer of potato slices. Kids love these, Xiaoyu said. Okay, thank you. You're really good at dealing with people, boss. Madam, the bill please. The customer's voice startled both Zhao Ruohan and Xiaoyu slightly, but Xiaoyu reacted quickly, calling out to Zhao Ruohan, I told you to pay the bill, what are you standing there for? Zhao Ruohan's ears turned red. She lowered her head and blushed as she went to collect the money. Unexpectedly, the customer seemed to be drunk and continued to mumble incoherently, Boss lady, if you ask me, when it comes to doing business, you have to look to the men. Look how good your man is at business, he's loud, bold, and thick-skinned. Unlike you, your voice is too soft, I can't even hear you, you sound like a timid wife. She usually stays home taking care of the kids, but she saw I was too tired, so she kindly asked me to come out and help her out, Xiaoyu casually made up. You should never argue with a drunk like this, just go along with what he says. That's alright, she knows how to be considerate of men. Not bad, the boss is lucky. Chapter 40 U19 Pokémon Tournament, High School Cup. The barbecue stall was busy until 1 a.m. before the number of people gradually decreased. Taking advantage of the fewer people, Xiaoyu also let Zhao Ruoxuan, who had been learning all night, learn how to grill barbecue. After all, Xiaoyu didn't have that much time to sell barbecue. Today was just a guest appearance. In his mind, becoming a trainer was the right path. How much money can you make setting up a stall for one night? Even if Xiaoyu went to the Flame Secret Realm to hunt for spirit eggs and resell them, he could make money 100 times faster than this. Have you calculated tonight's revenue? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, the total is 8,632 yuan now. Zhao Ruohan said with shining eyes, the profit is about 70%, which is 6,042.4 yuan. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, according to our agreement, I will take 90%. This way, I'll give you a little more. You take 1,000, and I'll take 5,000. Is that okay? Xiaoyu said with a smile that he didn't really care whether he took the 5,000 or not. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. He just wanted to see how the Zhao siblings would choose when faced with this sum of money. To Xiaoyu's surprise, Zhao Ruohan counted out 5,440 yuan and handed it to him, keeping only the cost and 10% profit for herself. We agreed on a price, and that's how much it is. Without you, we wouldn't have made this much money. Zhao Ruoxuan's eyes were almost red, but he didn't stop his sister. No matter how poor they were, they shouldn't abandon basic human integrity, and he didn't want his sister to lose face in front of her classmates. However, he secretly cursed his sister Zhao Ruohan for being stupid. The other person had said they only wanted 5,000, and she still gave them 5,440. Oh, are you sure? Xiaoyu said with a smile, your dad needs the money urgently, take it. No need. Zhao Ruohan gritted her teeth and said decisively, it's what it should be. Alright, I'll take it then. If you need money, just let me know. Xiaoyu said with a smile, handing the money to the fat man. Fatty, let's go, it's too late today. Zhao Ruohan, school starts tomorrow, see you at school. Zhao Ruohan replied softly. After Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu had walked away, Zhao Ruoxuan asked, who are these two? They seem to be very rich. Page 24. They're both my classmates, Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu, Zhao Ruohan whispered to her brother, introducing Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu. After listening to the introduction, Zhao Ruoxuan tidied up the tables and chairs while saying, I just don't like that Xiaoyu. He's obviously no good. Didn't you see how many women added his contact information while he was grilling barbecue here for several hours? He's a really nice person. What a load of rubbish. Hurry up and pack your things and go to sleep. You have to report for work at 10 tomorrow morning. The more his sister defended Xiaoyu, the more upset Zhao Ruoxuan felt. He felt like his precious daughter had been taken advantage of by a pig, even though it was a handsome and good pig. He still felt terrible, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Sister, you should stay away from Xiaoyu in the future. He's just a rich second-generation heir, he's just playing around. You know Aunt Wu's daughter, right? She was young and dated a rich second-generation heir, but she got pregnant. The man only gave her a few tens of thousands of yuan for an abortion and wouldn't even show his face. You should stay away from him in the future. Brother, what are you thinking? Xiaoyu has never been in a relationship before, he's not the kind of person you're thinking of, Zhao Ruohan whispered, defending Xiaoyu. I don't care, just don't have any contact with him. Are you trying to rebel? As your older brother, I can't control you. It was already 2 a.m. when Xiaoyu got home, and she naturally went straight to sleep. She got up again at 6 a.m. with dark circles under her eyes. Morning exercise. Pokémon growth is not achieved overnight, only long-term training can unlock their potential. Even though he was very tired, Xiaoyu still got up to assign training tasks to Nombat and Grovel, and only stopped after training with them for 2 hours. This is a process that requires perseverance, and Xiaoyu will not stop no matter what happens. 2 hours later, Xiaoyu was sweating profusely. After taking a shower, he quickly went back to bed for a nap. When Xiaoyu woke up again, it was already 9:30. Fatty Wu was already waiting for him downstairs. He hurriedly got ready and rushed out the door without even having breakfast. Compared to Xiaoyu, Fatty Wu was in much better spirits, since he had slept until 9 a.m., which met his basic sleep requirement of 7 hours. The two arrived at school at approximately 9:50, 10 minutes before registration. The classroom was already almost full. Xiaoyu, Fatty Wu. You're a bit late. Did you catch any new Pokémon during the summer vacation? How did you guys spend your summer vacation? I'm so bored I could die. The boys in the class greeted Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu warmly, and Xiaoyu responded with a smile, joking with his classmates. Not long after, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, walked into the classroom. Mr. Zhang was in his 40s, bald with a round face, and had a very kind smile. He wore thick glasses on his nose and looked like an old scholar. Although Mr. Zhang may not look particularly impressive, he actually has a wealth of teaching experience. After a brief roll call, he immediately immersed himself in the intense study life of the senior year. They reviewed the summer vacation tests, studied the material from grades 10 and 11, and did practice problems. Grade 12 is always the most tiring and demanding time, and Xiaoyu was also studying diligently, preparing for the college entrance examination. The morning passed quickly. Influenced by the surrounding atmosphere, even someone like Fatty Wu was immersed in studying until old Zhang finally came in for the last class, which was close to noon. Quiet down, students. Let me tell you about something you're all most concerned about. Old Zhang glanced at the students below the podium, then leisurely took a sip of tea before slowly speaking. The matter of special admissions and bonus points should be what you're all most concerned about. This year's policy has been released, and it remains the same as last year. The Zishu provincial capital will hold the University Cup U19 Pokémon competition in 6 months, which is only open to senior high school students who are no older than 19. The U19 Pokémon tournament at the university is an officially organized competition specifically designed to select true Pokémon trainers. To ensure fairness, 2 restrictions are in place. Participants must be currently enrolled in their final year of high school or be no older than 19. This is to prevent students who have repeated their senior year of high school from participating. The U19 Pokémon tournament is held on a provincial basis, and is divided into preliminary rounds, open qualifiers, main tournaments, and the national finals. The preliminary rounds are jointly organized by the Pokémon associations and local gyms in each city. The top 4 players in the preliminary rounds can participate in the provincial main tournament, and the top 2 players in the provincial main tournament will represent Zishu province in the national finals. The annual U19 Pokémon tournament is a highly anticipated event across China, not only affecting the future of many students but also boasting extremely high viewership ratings from the very beginning of the main tournament. It is loved by audiences nationwide and consistently ranks among the top 3 in viewership ratings every year. The competition is especially exciting during the final 8 rounds of the national finals, where talented trainers from all over the country gather together, and all sorts of Pokémon may appear, including pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Starting with the top 8 in the national finals, major events such as the Gym Leader Ranking Tournament and the Elite Four Ranking Tournament will be suspended to make way for the U19 Pokémon Cup at the university. Upon hearing this news, the students below began to whisper among themselves. This kind of competition is actually not very relevant to most people. After all, competing with so many people from the whole province and getting good rankings, extra points, or even being among the top few to be admitted to university is almost impossible for students from Xinguang City. Under normal circumstances, Xinguang City can only produce a few students with bonus points at most. First, there are the preliminary rounds in each city. If you want to register for the preliminary round in Starlight City, you can do so here. Here is the registration form, you can pick one up if you want to register, Old Zhang said. The registration requirements are very simple. The only requirement is that you must have 2 Pokémon that you have trained yourself and that are registered with the Pokémon Association. You are not allowed to use Pokémon provided by your parents. It is best to prepare 3 Pokémon, because once you enter the main tournament, all the matches will become 3v3. Xiaoyu wasn't entirely indifferent to this kind of competition, but the option of bonus points was just too tempting. His grades weren't enough to guarantee him admission to his ideal university, but with bonus points, his chances of getting in would immediately increase. Ding, quest triggered. University Cup U19 Pokémon Tournament. Mission description, fight on. Future Dragon-type Pokémon Master. Early fame, dashing spirit. True masters emerge at a young age and embark on the path to the strongest. So please participate in the U19 High School Cup Pokémon Tournament, and at least reach the top 4 in the preliminaries to enter the provincial main tournament. Strive for an even higher ranking. Task requirements, Phase 1, reach the top 4 in the preliminary rounds and participate in the provincial main competition. Phase 2, reach the top 2 in the provincial main competition and participate in the national finals. Phase 3, win the national championship. Mission rewards, rewards will be given based on the final ranking, extremely generous. Failure penalty, none. Chapter 41 Preparing for the U19 College Cup. The sudden assignment left Xiaoyu with no time to hesitate. Knowing the system's usual practices, the rewards for such assignments were generally quite good. He had to participate in the competition and try his best to achieve a good ranking. However, the time was still too tight. There were only 6 months until the competition, leaving him far too little time. It's important to know that many people start raising Pokémon from a young age, and their initial Pokémon's battle strength may have reached the level of a Lord or even a Hegemon. Xiaoyu's 2 Pokémon, Nombat and Grovel, are only at the common level. Although Grovel has the boost from the Dragon Scale item and is growing very rapidly, about to break through to the rare level, it's still too slow. Grovel has only just evolved and is still consolidating its strength, still some distance from breaking through to the elite level. After elite level comes Lord level. In half a year, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for a forest lizard to reach Lord level through regular training alone. The minimum requirement for the mission is to reach the top 4 in the preliminary rounds, which means the top 4 in Starlight City. Actually, this isn't too difficult. Starlight City is ranked last among the 18 cities in the entire Western Shu province, and the combat strength of the younger generation is generally not strong. Last year, the average combat strength of the top 4 was mostly at elite level and near Lord level. If Xiaoyu's forest lizard can break through to the elite level, it has a high chance of making it into the top 4 with its near champion level potential. However, the top 4 in the qualifiers are not Xiaoyu's ultimate goal. He wanted to make it into the top 2 of the main competition, which immediately increased the difficulty. In the past 5 years, the top 2 players in Zishu province have all had Pokémon of the Lord level, with only occasional Pokémon of the Overlord level appearing. Even if his Buzzing Bat and Forest Lizard have extraordinary aptitudes, they still need to reach at least the Lord level strength. Lord level, you must reach that. Xiaoyu spent the rest of the afternoon thinking about the competition, and even his study efficiency dropped significantly. By the time school ended, he still hadn't come up with a good solution. After school in the afternoon, it's time for evening self-study. However, because many students are preparing for the trainer exam, the management of evening self-study is quite relaxed. Students can go home to train their Pokémon or go to the gym or special training class to train their Pokémon. Only those students who don't have Pokémon attend evening self-study in the classroom. Xiaoyu used to be a member of the evening self-study group, but now he definitely wouldn't stay in the classroom to study. There were 2 Pokémon waiting for him at home. He packed his things and prepared to go home with Fatty Wu. The 2 had just stepped out of the classroom when they ran into Zhaoruohan, who had also just finished packing up and was about to go home. He remembered that Zhaoruohan always attended evening self-study sessions, so why wasn't she attending today? Don't you attend evening self-study? Xiaoyu asked, frowning. Yes, I need to help my brother set up his stall. Zhaoruohan replied. It was the time to set up the barbecue stall in the evening, and Zhaoruoxuan would naturally be too busy to handle it all by himself. She had to go and help, but hiring someone would be too expensive, and she couldn't bear to do so. Hearing Zhaoruohan's words, Xiaoyu frowned slightly and asked, which university do you plan to apply to, and what major do you want to study? My first choice would definitely be Imperial University, either Pokémon breeding or nursing. Talking about the future allowed Zhaoruohan to temporarily forget her family's situation, her eyes shining with longing. Her grades were excellent, similar to Xiaoyu's, and she still had a chance of getting into Imperial University. How can you get into Beijing University if you help your brother set up his stall every day like this? Xiaoyu said bluntly. Although Zhaoruohan's grades were very good, setting up a stall until 1 or 2 in the morning every night not only interfered with her studies, but also affected her rest and the quality of her classes the next day. I will try my best. Zhaoruohan's face showed some disappointment, but more so determination. She said softly, and thank you for yesterday. It's nothing. Xiaoyu waved his hand. He felt that with Zhaoruohan's grades, she had a real chance of getting into a good university. It would be a real pity if she were held back by her family. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, how much more money do you need for your father's medical expenses? No, not much money. Zhaoruohan gritted her teeth, seemingly unwilling to speak. Just answer my question, Xiaoyu asked, frowning and raising his voice, startling Zhaoruohan. The doctor said the surgery will cost 300,000 yuan. Zhaoruohan replied softly, burying her head in her chest, her face flushed and not daring to look up at Xiaoyu. 300,000 yuan is not much for many families. They can scrape together the money by gritting their teeth. But for a family like Zhaoruohan's, it is a huge sum of money. Okay, I understand. Xiaoyu replied and left with Fatty Wu without saying anything else. When Xiaoyu arrived home, the housekeeper had already prepared the meal. The older brother was lying on the sofa, doing nothing. Ever since he stepped down as the gym leader of Cinnabar City, he had been staying at home all day, doing nothing but training Pokémon. Xiao, you're back. Xiaoyu's parents said warmly. Okay. Xiaoyu put his bag on the sofa, greeted his parents, and then went to check on the 2 little guys, the buzzing bat and the forest lizard. Well, the forest lizard was already a big one. After feeding them some energy cubes, he went back to the table to eat. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu said, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What's the matter? Xiaoyu was in high spirits lately, his mood was quite good. The construction and development of the secret realm was progressing smoothly, and it was expected to be completed and put into use in 2 months, at which time it would be a steady stream of income. Just look at the Flame Secret Realm. The Xiao family has a 20% share, and the annual income is absolutely unimaginable. I want to sign up for this year's U19 College Pokémon Tournament. Participate. It's a good thing. Consider it as gaining experience for future ranking matches against the club owners. Xiaoyu supported it without hesitation. Xiaoyu continued, Dad, I want to make it into the top 4 in the qualifiers, or even the top 2 in the main tournament. Xiaoyu's smile froze when he heard his youngest son's words. He paused for a moment, then said, good ambition. Your father supports you. Despite saying this, Xiaoyu didn't believe his youngest son could make it into the top 2 of the main tournament. After all, the U19 Pokémon tournament at the University Cup had been held for nearly 30 years, and only one player from Starlight City had ever made it into the top 2 of the main tournament, and that was 20 years ago. In 20 years, Xinguang City has not produced a single player who has made it into the top 2 of the main competition. If this were not his own son, Xiaoyu would definitely slap him across the face for what kind of bullshit toad-like daydreams he's been having all day. Lin Suimei, standing to the side, rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu, then turned to Xiaoyu and said, Mom supports you. Young people should have ambition. Don't be like your dad, who always comes in last place in dojo competitions. He still has the nerve to do that. I'm at a disadvantage because of my type. If I were a dragon-type gym leader, you can see where I would rank. Mom and Dad, I've really thought about it seriously. Xiaoyu quickly interrupted his parents, bringing the topic back to the main point, and said solemnly, I'm not joking. I've checked the data, and to get into the top 2 in Zisha province, you need at least all your Pokémon to be at the Lord level, and some even need to be at the Overlord level. I currently have 2 Pokémon, Nombat, which is at the normal level, and Grovel, which is at the rare level. If I continue training them like this, there's absolutely no chance I'll raise them to the Lord level. There's also no hope of getting into the top 2. So I want to participate in special training or go away for half a year of training to raise my Pokémon to the Lord level. No. Lin Suomei directly rejected her youngest son's suggestion. You absolutely cannot go out to cultivate alone, it's too dangerous. Xiaoyong also refused outright. Going out to cultivate is absolutely out of the question. There are many people eyeing our shares in the secret realm, and you absolutely cannot go out to cultivate alone. Chapter 42 Brothers Heart-to-Heart Talk. Xiaoyong frowned as he looked at Xiaoyu. Making it through the high school cup preliminaries wasn't difficult, especially in a small city like Starlight City, where it was actually much easier than in Sky City. Many students even transferred from big cities to smaller ones specifically to qualify for the main tournament. It wasn't until recent years, when the Pokémon Association issued new regulations restricting participating students to their place of residence, that this trend was curbed. Making it to the top 4 in the qualifiers is relatively easy. The key is to get into the top 2 in the provincial main competition, which is extremely difficult. If you're really determined, we'll definitely support you wholeheartedly. This time, Xiaoyong said in a very serious tone, first of all, after making it into the main tournament, you'll need 3 Pokémon. You only have 2. Your Nombat is a flying/dragon-type Pokémon, which is weak to ice, dragon, fairy, and rock. Your grass-type Grovel is weak to flying, bug, poison, fire, and ice. Both of your Pokémon are weak to ice, and at the same time, Nombat's dragon and flying-type coverage and Grovel's coverage are resisted by steel-type. It's difficult to deal with steel and ice-type Pokémon, so the choice of the third Pokémon is especially important. You must choose a Pokémon that is super effective against these 2 types. Fire and fighting types are super effective against both ice and steel types. Xiaoyong analyzed seriously that Xiaoyu's 2 Pokémon were indeed helpless against steel-type Pokémon and were also weak to ice-type Pokémon. If they encountered an Alolan Sandslash with the ice/steel type and snow/ability in a snow team, they would really have no way to deal with it, and Xiaoyu's team would probably be completely overwhelmed. Page 25. Xiaoyu hesitated, realizing that the third Pokémon was indeed a major weakness. However, he also had mission restrictions. Ideally, the third Pokémon he caught should be a Dragon-type. If he couldn't find a Dragon-type Pokémon with champion-level potential, Xiaoyu would have to make a choice, inevitably having to abandon one of his 2 missions. He could either catch a Pokémon of another type to participate in the main tournament, or give up the competition and continue waiting for a Dragon-type Pokémon with champion-level potential. Of course, the ideal method is to catch a Fire/Dragon-type Pokémon. Charizard is undoubtedly the most suitable in this regard, as it has the fire type which is super effective against ice and steel types, and its mega evolution will give it the dragon type, so it will not affect Xiaoyu's mission. Of course, Blast Turtlemon and Reshiram, which are born with both fire and dragon attributes, are also suitable. Besides fire and dragon types, fighting and dragon types are also a good choice, but it seems that only the pseudo-legendary Kommo-o is a fighting/dragon type, which is too difficult to obtain, so we will not consider it for the time being. After much deliberation, it seemed that Xiaoyu only had 2 options, Blazemon or Charizard. If you really want to participate, you absolutely must hurry up and hatch your third Pokémon as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have enough time for the 6-month intensive training, Xiaoyong instructed. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Xiao Luo beside him and said, Xiao Luo, don't you have another selection spot? You can use this spot to look after your younger brother. Pick a Torchic, Chimchar, or Tepig with good potential. All 3 of these Pokémon have fire/fighting dual-type final evolutions, which are perfect for Xiaoyu. Why go through all that trouble? Charlotte said nonchalantly. We went to the Flame Realm last time, but we didn't find any suitable Pokémon of these 3 types. In my opinion, since we picked 2 fire-type Pokémon this time, we can just give the Charmander egg to Xiao to choose. Anyway, it hasn't hatched yet and it's not registered with the Pokémon Association. Okay? When Xiaoyu heard his older brother's words, his heart stirred, and he immediately thought of that shiny little fire dragon, a top-quality little fire dragon. However, Xiaoyu quickly dismissed this idea. He couldn't bring himself to take advantage of his older brother, especially since his brother had recently suffered such a blow and needed to replenish his Pokémon with powerful ones. Moreover, when his older brother sees the Charmander's performance and posture later, even if he doesn't say anything, it might sow the seeds of conflict between the two brothers, making them think that Xiaoyu took advantage of him. Xiaoyu really cherishes the feelings between family members, so he directly rejected his older brother's suggestion. "No need, brother, you can leave the last spot to me. I'll choose my Pokémon myself. Those 2 Pokémon eggs are specially chosen for you." "Hey, Xiaoyu," Xiao Luo called out to Xiaoyu, "I remember you took a liking to that Charmander Pokémon egg at first sight and insisted that I choose it. Why don't you want it?" Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at her older brother. "You have no idea how hard I struggled with my mind to reject you," she said irritably. "I was afraid you'd regret it later." "Is it as mysterious as you make it out to be?" Charlotte said skeptically. "In my opinion, it would be good enough to have near Heavenly King level aptitude." "Near King level? Who do you think you are, bro? What if I told you that the little Charmander's Pokémon egg has champion level potential?" Xiaoyu asked his older brother seriously, his face showing no sign of joking. "You can really tell?" Charlotte was already mostly convinced his younger brother was quite talented at assessing Pokémon aptitude. Xiaoyu hesitated slightly, but still chose to conceal his talent. The system was his biggest secret. He would use the system's abilities to help his family, but he would not tell them about his own abilities. "I can't tell, but I can guess roughly. First of all, the Pokémon eggs in the treasure room are all of good quality, and their parents are both powerful Pokémon. Secondly, the eggshell of that Pokémon egg is yellowish and shinier than a normal Charmander egg. Many people would just assume that the fire-type energy is sufficient, but I think that the Pokémon egg should contain a shiny Charmander, which is why it looks like this." After Xiaoyu said this, Xiao Luo, Xiaoyong, and Lin Suimei all looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. Xiaoyong asked in particular, "Are you sure? You can see the flash from the eggshell?" "Nothing in this world is 100% certain, but it's pretty close. A shiny Charmander must have good potential. I think it's highly likely to be at the Elite 4 level, which is why I had you choose that Pokémon egg," Xiaoyu said. "If that's the case, Xiao, then this elf egg should definitely be given to you." After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte's eyes flashed with determination and expectation for Xiaoyu. "Elder brother, don't be so quick to refuse." Xiao Luo interrupted Xiaoyu, looked into Xiaoyu's eyes, and said seriously, "The U19 Pokémon League is the most important competition. A person can only participate once in their lifetime. If you can win the top 2 positions in Zishu province, it will be of great benefit to your future development and also to the Xiao family." "But, brother, Xiao, listen to me. Your brother has already stepped down from the position of gym leader. If I want to become gym leader again, I'll have to wait until the next gym leader ranking tournament, which is 3 years from now. 3 years is a long time. I have plenty of time to prepare slowly, so there's no need to rush. But it's different for you. There are only 6 months until the high school cup starts. A champion-level Charmander can be a great help to you. If you train it properly, you can definitely train your Charmander to the level of a lord before the high school cup starts. Furthermore, I've been observing your Grovel these past few days. It's huge and has exceptional potential, at least a near Elite 4 or even an Elite 4 level Pokémon. Grovel, along with that Charmander, will give you a better chance of making it into the top 2 of the main tournament. So Xiao, that elf egg is for you." A resolute look appeared in Charlotte's eyes. He was willing to make sacrifices for his brother's future. "Brother." Xiaoyu was moved. The more Xiao Luo treated him so selflessly, the more unworthy he felt. What if that little fire dragon's aptitude was even better than the Heavenly King level, reaching the quasi-champion level or champion level? How could that be? You have no idea how rare a Pokémon with near champion potential is. If it really has that much potential, that would be even better. Charlotte's face lit up with a bright smile. "That way, my little brother can become our family's first Elite 4 level trainer. Little brother, don't worry that I'll regret it. No matter how good that Charmander's potential is, I'll only be happy for you. Remember, I'm your brother, and I'll always be proud of you. Right, Mom, Dad?" Xiaoyong kept a straight face, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "You brat, you've finally learned something." Lin Suimei's eyes reddened slightly. Xiao Luo is right, Xiaoyu, you will always be my pride. Chapter 43. The Lin family passed. The conversation among Xiaoyu's family continued late into the night. Charlotte resolutely gave the shiny Charmander egg to Xiaoyu because the high school cup 6 months later was crucial for Xiaoyu, and as a family member, he naturally gave his full support unconditionally. After all this time, the little Charmander egg that Xiaoyu had been longing for finally returned to Xiaoyu's hands. But at this moment, he was determined to make it up to his brother. Then he thought of the S-rank item Thunderstone, took it out and solemnly handed it to Xiao Luo. "Brother, you must accept this Thunderstone, otherwise I will never accept that egg." "Okay." Seeing Xiaoyu's firm attitude, Xiao Luo did not hesitate this time and nodded in agreement. "The 3 Pokémon have been decided. Xiaoyu, you must improve your strength as much as possible in the next 6 months. You need to ask for leave from school tomorrow to prepare for the competition. Let me make it clear that you definitely can't train alone for the next 6 months. I'll try to find a training class or a secret realm for you to participate in intensive training." Xiaoyong said, lighting a cigarette and smoking it, thinking about the training class. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Training programs in small cities like Xinguang City have limited resources. You'd need to go to Tianda City at least. Every year around this time, many special training programs for college students emerge, some of which are genuinely good, while others are just scams disguised as training programs. I want to go to the Dragon-type secret realm for special training," Xiaoyu said. With his 3 Dragon-type Pokémon, going for Dragon-type Pokémon special training was undoubtedly the best choice. There are only 2 Dragon-type training grounds in China, one located in the capital and the other in Chang'an. Training at both grounds is exorbitantly expensive, practically priceless, and places are extremely limited. For example, training camps for the high school cup typically only have 30 spots per ground per year, with registration fees reaching millions. Crucially, the grounds also verify the applicant's Pokémon aptitude. Otherwise, accepting subpar Pokémon would only tarnish the ground's reputation. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's reply, Xiaoyong silently took a deep drag on his cigarette, secretly glanced at his wife Lin Suimei, and slowly said, "Xiaoyu, go to sleep first. Your mother and I will discuss it and tell you tomorrow. Remember to ask for leave from school tomorrow." "Okay, Dad." "Charlotte, you should go and rest too. You're getting married soon, so be more sensible and give me less to worry about." "Got it, Dad." After their 2 sons entered the room, the couple fell silent. A full 10 minutes passed before Xiaoyong finally spoke. "Suimei. Old Xia, no need to say anything, I know." Lin Suimei sat in the chair, her expression complicated. "Let Xiaoyu go to the capital. I'll make a phone call to my dad." "Suimei, how about we spend some money to send Xiaoyu to the secret realm in Chang'an City?" Xiaoyong hugged Lin Suimei tightly, feeling extremely sorry for her. "We won't go to the secret realm in the capital. I'm too lazy to call your dad and suffer this injustice." "It's alright, so many years have passed." Lin Suimei leaned against Xiaoyong's chest and said softly, "I stopped hating them a long time ago. The last time I saw him, he had aged a lot. A few years later, he's over 70 now." When Lin Suimei was 25 years old, she had just graduated from Zisha University with a combined bachelor's, master's and doctoral degree. After graduation, she met Xiaoyong, a poor young man at the time. As soon as they met, Xiaoyong fell in love with Lin Suimei, a rich young lady from a big city, and then began to pursue her relentlessly. As the saying goes, even a strong woman can be swayed by a persistent suitor. Lin Suimei, a lady from a respectable family, was no match for such a man. In addition, Xiaoyong was handsome and talented in his youth, with the looks of a star. Lin Suimei quickly fell in love with Xiaoyong and they reached the point of discussing marriage. However, Lin Suimei's father always looked down on Xiaoyong, who had little education and no family background, so he firmly disagreed with their marriage. But Lin Suimei was stubborn and couldn't change her mind once she made up her mind, otherwise she wouldn't have dated a poor boy like Xiaoyong. After Lin Suimei and her father had a big fight, her father was so angry that he said, "If you marry Xiaoyong, don't ever come back." Lin Suimei was also a tough nut to crack, with a stubborn temper. She ran away from home and married Xiaoyong in Starlight City, where they had a child. Later, Xiaoyong became a gym leader, and Lin Suimei became a doctor at the Pokémon hospital. Lin Suimei never saw her parents again after that. Even after her 2 sons were born, she never went back to her parents' home, and her parents never came to see her. Her mother secretly sent her some money. This situation continued until a few years ago when Lin Suimei received a call from her eldest brother saying that their mother was unwell. Only then did she rush to the capital with her 2 sons to visit her, and the family's relationship improved somewhat. From then on, every year during the spring festival, Lin Suimei would have her 2 sons stay with their parents for a while, and occasionally she would bring her mother to Zishu province for a trip. However, she and her father remained stubborn as ever, never speaking to each other again, and neither of them was willing to back down first. So when Xiaoyong heard that his wife, Lin Suimei, was willing to take the initiative to contact her father for the sake of their youngest son, he felt somewhat moved. Swame, when you call your dad later, tell him that I'm willing to give up 10% of the shares in the grass insect secret realm. Xiaoyong thought for a moment and said decisively, I can't let my future father-in-law look down on you. Old Xia, you really don't need to. Lin Swame was deeply moved by Xiaoyong's words. Xiaoyong said with a smile, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This 10% share isn't for your dad, it's for Xiao. I've already thought it through. Anyway, when we die, all these things will go to Xiao and Xiaoluo. The 20% share of the grass insect secret realm will go to the two brothers, 10% each. Xiaoluo is impulsive, and he's about to marry Xiao, so it's time for him to settle down. In the future, besides the grass insect secret realm, he'll inherit our family property in Starlight City. Although Xiao is young, he has a steady personality and listens to us the most. Didn't I keep talking to you about the marriage alliance a while ago? Find a good girl for Xiao. Since we're going to the capital this time, I'd like your father to help Xiao find a wife from the capital. This 10% share of the secret realm will be Xiao's betrothal gift. As soon as the marriage happens, we will immediately transfer this 10% share to Xiao and his future wife. Xiaoyong said, with this 10% share, plus it's his own grandson's marriage, given your father's controlling nature, I don't believe he won't put in the effort. Old Xia, after all this time, you're plotting against your father-in-law, aren't you? Lin Swame said, feigning anger. Wife, I'm just helping you vent your anger. Xiaoyong sighed as he thought of this. Swame, I actually understood your father a long time ago. If I had a daughter as beautiful as you, and one day she suddenly said she wanted to marry a poor boy, I would break that boy's legs right away. And look at me now, what's the difference between me and your father? Your father is arranging a marriage for you, I'm arranging one for Xiao. How do you say that? Lin Swame poked Xiaoyong's forehead. Now you know how much I sacrificed to marry you. Just try not to make me angry in the future. I know, that's why I say the luckiest thing in my life is marrying such a good wife like you. Chapter 40 for the long-awaited phone call. 8 o'clock at night, the Lin family in the capital. Qin Kunyan, who is over 70 years old, is wearing reading glasses and reading the latest scientific journals. This is a habit she has developed over the decades. As a well-known Pokémon PhD from Tsinghua University, she reads the latest Pokémon scientific journals or Pokémon research journals for a period of time every night before going to bed. Ding ding. The phone suddenly rang, interrupting old Mrs. Qin. She picked up the phone, saw her youngest daughter's name on the caller ID, glanced at old Mr. Lin beside her, walked into the empty room, and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Swame? Mom. Hearing old Mrs. Qin's voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Swame, who is over 50 years old, couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Are you feeling any better lately? Yes, much better, I'm eating well and sleeping well. Hearing her daughter's voice, Grandma Qin smiled and chatted with her. Swame, how have you been lately? I'm doing well, Mom. Lin Swame calmed herself down a little and chatted softly with her mother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Mom, you need to take care of your health and get more rest. You've already retired, so don't think about so many things and enjoy your retirement. Yes, you know, Mom can't sit still. Old Mrs. Qin patted the head of the old man next to her with one hand while chatting with her daughter with a smile. The two chatted about embarrassing things that happened to Lin Swame when she was a child, and then about the two brothers, Xiaoluo. They talked for more than 10 minutes without stopping. The mother and daughter, who had not spoken for a long time, seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Grandma Qin glanced at Grandpa Lin, and seeing that he wasn't paying attention, she lowered her voice and whispered, Swame, when you have time, you should call your dad and persuade him to quit drinking. The doctor said that drinking is bad for his health. You and your father are both stubborn. When you have time, take Xiaoluo and Xiao home. Your dad is already over 70 years old, and he'll be almost 80 in a few years. He's really getting old. Mom. Qin's words brought tears to Lin Swame's eyes. At this moment, Lin Swame truly no longer hated Lin Lao. After so many years as a mother, she had come to understand her father's thoughts back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed her two children to visit them every year. However, both she and old Lin were stubborn and neither was willing to admit their mistakes first, so their relationship remained strained until now. But old Lin was really getting old, almost 80 years old, and the once tall father was gradually becoming hunched over. It was pointless for her to continue arguing with him like this. Mom, I understand. I called to let you know that I'm bringing Xiao to the capital in a few days, Lin Swame said softly. You're serious, you can't just be trying to make me happy. When Grandma Qin heard that her youngest daughter was going back to the capital, the wrinkles on her face creased into a smile, and she even touched the old man's dragon hand a little harder. Seemingly sensing its owner's joy, the old man rubbed affectionately against old Lady Qin's hand. Really, I'm not lying to you. Mom, put the phone on speakerphone, I need to talk to Dad for a bit, Lin Swame said. Swame, your dad is just stubborn, you. Page 26. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. I won't argue with him. Grandma Chin walked shakily toward Grandpa Lin, holding the phone. Grandpa Lin, wearing glasses and reading a newspaper, still vaguely resembled a handsome young man. He looked up at Grandma Chin and asked, "Who made the call? Why were you talking for so long and laughing so happily?" "Your youngest daughter wants to call you, so I'm putting it on speakerphone." Upon hearing that it was his youngest daughter calling, old Lin's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, putting on a serious expression. However, old Mrs. Chin, who had lived with old Lin for decades, immediately noticed his nervousness. This was the first phone call between the father and daughter in so many years. "Hello?" Lin Swame's voice came from the other end of the phone, making old Lin's heart tremble. "It's me." Old Lin tried his best to keep his voice steady, but at over 70 years old, his voice was full of vicissitudes and hoarseness. Lin Swame, who was still hesitating about whether to call him Dad, couldn't help but tear up when she heard old man Lin's weathered voice, and said softly, "Dad." The phone went silent for several seconds before Lin Swame continued, "I'm bringing Xiao to the capital in a couple of days to visit you all." Old Mrs. Chin couldn't help but interject, "Are you back on business? Do you have a place to stay? If you're back, stay at home. I'll have someone vacate 2 rooms for you so the whole family can have more fun. Your room has been empty all this time." Lin Swame was slightly touched when she heard her mother's words. This time, she did not refuse her mother's suggestion. Last time she came to the capital, she insisted on staying in a hotel. This time, she naturally wanted to go home. "What brings you here?" Compared to old Mrs. Chin's concern about Lin Swame's residence, Lin's father was more concerned about what Swame wanted to do. Although he said he wouldn't contact her, Lin's father often secretly inquired about his youngest daughter. "Xiao is a senior in high school this year, and he will be participating in the U19 Pokémon League in 6 months. I want him to go to the Dragon's Secret Realm for 6 months of training," Lin Swame said. "Isn't Xiao supposed to be a researcher? He hasn't even caught a single Pokémon yet." Grandma Chin asked. She felt guilty towards her 2 grandsons, Xiao Luo and Xiaoyu, who hadn't been around much, so she cared for them even more than her own grandchildren. She remembered that during the Lunar New Year, Xiaoyu didn't even have a single Pokémon. How come he's already participating in the high school cup? Yes, Xiao only recently started catching Pokémon, and she has already caught 3, Lin Swame said. Only then did old Lin speak. "When will you arrive?" Listening to old Master Lin's voice, Lin Swame said softly, "It will probably take 2 days. Xiao's 3rd Pokémon is still hatching in the Flame Secret Realm in Zishu Province. It can only come over after it hatches." "Which 3 Pokémon?" "I'll have someone prepare the necessary items in advance. I also need to handle Xiao's paperwork these next few days." Mr. Lin was quite thoughtful. Although his tone was serious, his concern was evident in his words. "Buzzing bat, forest lizard, little fire dragon. Okay, I get it." The conversation abruptly ended there, and both ends of the phone fell silent. After a short while, Lin Swame slowly spoke up, "Dad, Xiao also needs your help with something." "Speak." When this son-in-law was mentioned, old Lin didn't have a good attitude. He had run off with his daughter for so many years. If it weren't for his daughter's sake, he wouldn't want to pay any attention to him. "Xiao wants you to help Xiaoyu find a partner. A while ago, a grass insect secret realm appeared in Starlight City, right? The Pokemon Association gave Xiao a 20% priority purchase right, and we've already bought it. Xiao said he's willing to offer 10% of the shares as a dowry for Xiaoyu's marriage. Once they get married, this 10% will be transferred to Xiaoyu and his girlfriend's names, each holding half a share. Since Xiaoyu is coming to the capital, could you help him find a suitable girl if you have time? I've agreed on behalf of your father." Before old man Lin could speak, old Mrs. Chin interjected, "If he won't handle this, I will. But Xiao is only a senior in high school now, so he should at least wait until he goes to university before they can get engaged." "It's nothing, Mom. I just mentioned it briefly. There's no rush. Just remember that it happened." Lin Swame said, her tone softening slightly. "Mom and Dad, I'll hang up now. Take care of yourselves and get some rest. I'll come see you in a few days." Chapter 45. Enemies meet on a narrow road. 2 days later, Xiaoyu requested a 6-month leave from school. At the same time, Jiang Qinglin from the Flame Realm called, predicting that the eggs of Darmanitan and Charmander would hatch within a day. If they wanted to see the 2 Pokémon hatch as soon as possible, Xiao Luo and Xiaoyu had to rush to the Flame Realm immediately. The 2 set off immediately. Because of the previous accident, this time the 2 of them, along with Lin's mother, did not ride flying Pokémon to the Flame Realm, but instead took a high-speed train, which has a higher safety rating. About an hour later, the three arrived in Tianda City and then took a car to the Flame Secret Realm. When the three arrived at the Flame Secret Realm, Jiang Qinglan was already standing at the entrance to greet them. Today she had put on exquisite makeup and her hair was permed into small waves. She had obviously dressed up carefully. When she saw Xiaoyu and the other two from afar, she immediately waved and went to greet them. "Sister, we've come to help you with your luggage." Jiang Qinglan saw the three of them carrying their luggage and immediately went to greet them. She first greeted Lin's mother, and the sister made Lin's mother beam with joy. Then she called on the staff on duty to help the three of them with their luggage. "The rooms have been booked for you. There are 3 rooms in total. The staff will put your luggage in the rooms, so don't worry. I'll take you to see the Pokémon eggs first." "Young lady, you have such a sweet tongue. I'm much older than you. Just call me Aunt Lin. What's your name?" Lin Suimei said to Jiang Qinglan with a smile. "Aunt Lin, are you their mother? I thought you were their older sister. You look so young. I'll just call you Sister Lin." "Sister Lin, I'm Jiang Qinglan. You can just call me Xiao Jiang." Jiang Qinglan smiled sweetly and chatted affectionately with Lin Suimei on the way to the incubation room. "Sister Lin, what skincare products do you use? You look so young." Xiaoyu and Xiaoluo were both exasperated, walking silently ahead. They whispered to each other, "Brother, you still have 1 spot left. Do you want me to help you pick another one?" "Sure, I haven't been here for half a month. I wonder if there are any new spirit eggs in the Flame Realm." Upon arriving at the hatchery, Xiaoyu discovered that most of the Pokémon from the previous hunt had been replaced. Among them were several near Elite 4 level Pokémon eggs, but not a single one had Elite 4 level potential. It seemed that he had been lucky to find a Darmanitan Pokémon egg last time. "These 2 Pokémon eggs are your Pokémon eggs." Jiang Qinglan introduced them to the 2 of them. "They are expected to hatch at any time today. Both Pokémon eggs have good potential and absorb much more energy than ordinary Pokémon. Our supervisor said that hatching these 2 Pokémon eggs is a losing proposition." This Daruma baboon egg was completely infused with fire-type energy liquid, just as you requested, and it's being absorbed very well. The other Charmander egg, as you requested, will be mixed with fire, flying and dragon-type energy liquid in a 2:1:1 ratio. Then, it will be modified as needed, and the final ratio of the 3 types of energy liquid will be fixed at 3:2:5. As Jiang Qinglan was explaining, someone suddenly walked up from behind. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Xiaoyu and Xiaoluo turned around and frowned at the same time. It was a small world they hadn't expected to run into Zhao Shan and Zhao Genji here again. Clearly, they also entrusted their Growlithe egg to the Flame Realm. Both sides chose the egg at the same time and hatched it together, so it would naturally hatch at roughly the same time. Compared to last time, Zhao Shan and Zhao Genji were much more low-key. When they saw Xiaoluo and Xiaoyu, their expressions froze, and Zhao Shan even revealed a hint of hatred in his eyes. Zhao Shan clenched his fists tightly, his hatred digging his fingernails into his flesh. Ever since Wei Yekin's late-night visit to the Zhao family, Zhao Shan had been severely reprimanded by the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Suizong. His expenses were cut off for 6 months, leaving him only with the bare minimum for living expenses. He was told to reflect on his actions behind closed doors, to stop causing trouble, and to be strictly forbidden from seeking further conflict with the Xia family, lest the Zhao family incur the wrath of a champion-level expert. Zhao Suizong was terrified by Wei Yekin's strength. Even when facing the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region, he did not feel as much pressure as when facing Wei Yekin. Zhao Shan was initially very obedient, staying home quietly and only handling minor chores without causing trouble. However, as his allowance was cut off, he found it increasingly difficult to stay home, becoming so poor he could barely make ends meet. This fueled his resentment towards Xiaoluo. If it weren't for Xiaoluo, he wouldn't have had his allowance suspended for 6 months. It was all Xiaoluo's fault. Although Zhao Shan didn't dare to cause trouble in the volcanic secret realm, he dared to say a few words to Xiaoluo. "Aren't these the 2 young masters of the Xia family? Are the 2 Pokémon eggs they chose last time about to hatch? Let me see what Pokémon they chose and how good their aptitude is," Zhao Shan said sarcastically. Upon hearing Zhao Shan's words, Lin's mother frowned, while Jiang Qinglan quietly told her about the identities of the 2 men and what had happened last time. After hearing about the 2 men's background and the whole story, Lin's mother was already furious. But at this moment, Xiaoluo stepped forward, looked at Zhao Shan, this clown, and sneered, "It seems you're living a pretty comfortable life. I heard that my elder brother Wei Yekin visited the Zhao family a while ago. It's a pity I had something to do and couldn't come with him. When I have time, I'll come with my elder brother to visit the Zhao family again." When Zhao Shan heard Xiaoluo mention Wei Yekin, his hatred intensified, but he dared not provoke Xiao Luo any further. He could only turn his head and pretend to talk with Zhao Xing as they walked, intending to bring up the matter of the Pokémon egg. The Growlithe we picked last time is about to hatch. I had an expert examine this Growlithe egg, and its potential is at least at the near Elite 4 level. Luckily, we found it and were one step ahead, otherwise it would have been picked by someone else. Some Pokémon eggs are all show and no substance. They may look good on the outside, but their aptitude might not be as good as the ones we choose. Hearing Zhao Shan's smug words, Xiaoyu responded indifferently, "We treat the ones we don't like as treasures." Zhao Shan was furious with Xiaoyu, but he didn't dare to make a move. Instead, he examined the Pokémon egg of the Growlithe he had chosen. The Growlithe Pokémon egg in the Zhao family's house had begun to shake slightly, and cracks were gradually appearing on the shell, a sign that it was about to hatch. The cracks continued to deepen, and the two members of the Zhao family held their breath, watching the cracks spread like lines, and the shaking of the elf egg gradually increased. Finally, as the top of the eggshell shattered, a dazzling light emanated from the crack. Growlithe hatches from its egg. The newly hatched Growlithe is extremely small, with dazzling flames emanating from its body, clearly indicating its extraordinary potential. Both Zhao Shan and Zhao Zhenji had smiles on their faces. They were both very satisfied with the Growlithe. With this Growlithe, Zhao Zhenji's future path would be much easier. This Growlithe has a great pose, it's at least at the level of a near elite one. "Jingyi, train it well," Zhao Shan said in a condescending tone, and then gave the two Xia brothers a provocative look. Zhao Zhenji was also excited, and reached out to gently stroke the fluffy head of the Growlithe. Just then, Charmander's egg also began to shake gently. Chapter 46 Shiny Charmander. The little Charmander's egg shook gently, and a crisp sound came from inside, as if the little Charmander inside was trying its best to hatch. Crack. A crack appeared at the top of the eggshell and quickly spread like a spider web, almost covering the entire eggshell. Then, with a crisp sound, the entire egg cracked open instantly. The golden little dragon hatches from the egg. It is also very small and needs to go through a rapid growth period of several days to grow to the size of a normal little dragon. Shiny Charmander. With a gasp, everyone around gathered around, their eyes filled with envy, and some even made offers on the spot. "Would you be willing to sell this little fire dragon? I'll offer 3 million. 3 million won't buy a shiny Charmander of this quality. I'll offer 4 million. 5 million. Bidding broke out directly among the crowd, and the price soared to 5 million. Fortunately, staff from the Flame Realm came over and calmed the restless crowd. "My Tao family would like to buy this little fire dragon. You can name your price." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit spoke up from the crowd, seemingly certain that the Xiao brothers would not dare to refuse him. "Tao family, come back if you can beat Wei Yekin. Don't you see Xiao Luo? Master Xia is here." Another voice came from the crowd. After everyone recognized Charlotte, they all shut their mouths and did not mention buying the shiny Charmander again. The Tao family members also slunk into the crowd. "Are the Tao family so arrogant? Come and have a go at Wei Yekin's Lucario. Didn't you see that Zhao Suozong from the Zhao family was directly defeated twice by one person and had no chance to fight back?" At this moment, Zhao Shan and Zhao Zhenji's faces turned red. They had just been smug, but they never expected that the little Charmander's Pokémon egg would actually be a shiny Charmander. "So what if it's shiny? Our Growlithe is no worse. As long as we can find an S-rank fire stone for Growlithe to use, it will definitely increase Growlithe's stats again. But the evolved black sprayer is really cool." Zhao Zhenji and Zhao Shan left the Flame Secret Realm quietly with their heads down. Xiaoyu watched them leave, but his mind was on other things. The feud between the Xia and Zhao families had been brewing for a long time. If it weren't for Wei Yekin, he and his elder brother would have suffered unimaginable consequences. The reason they haven't retaliated against the Zhao family yet is because the Xia family is weak. Wei Yekin will protect them, but he will never become the Xia family's henchman. Therefore, both the Zhao and Xia families are currently exercising restraint, achieving a delicate balance. However, this balance will be broken sooner or later. If given the chance, Xiaoyu will definitely take revenge on the Zhao family without hesitation. In this Pokémon world, there are too many ways to make someone disappear without a trace. The next day, Xiaoyu took the newly hatched little fire dragon and his mother on a plane to the capital. At the same time, Xiao Luo's Daruma baboon also hatched, and they prepared to return to Starlight City. Before leaving, Xiaoyu gave his older brother some instructions, such as to take good care of that Dharma baboon, as it had excellent potential. Also, there's a Bulbasaur with pretty good stats in the grass and insect realm, you should definitely try to catch it if you get the chance. Xiaoyu hadn't forgotten the Bulbasaur population in the grass and insect secret realm, where there was also a Bulbasaur with champion level potential. However, he had limited time at the time and could only choose to catch Trico nearby. But if he had the chance, he certainly wouldn't let go of this Bulbasaur. As for the two groups' champions, the Sceptile and the Venusaur of equal strength, too many people are eyeing these two strongest Pokémon. The Xiao family's strength is limited, and it is impossible for them to compete with these people. It would be better to seek out the Bulbasaur and gamble on the future. Page 27. Finally, Xiaoyu also mentioned Xiaoruohan's father's serious illness, stating that this academically gifted girl was worthy of the Xiao family's investment. The Xiao family could pay for Zhao's father's surgery and do their best to treat him. They could also sponsor Xiaoruohan's university education and even provide a stable job for her brother, Xiaoruoxuan. The grass insect secret realm was about to be completed, which would solve a large number of employment problems. With the Xiao family's strength, finding a job for Xiaoruoxuan wouldn't be difficult. However, all of this would come at a price. Xiaoruohan would have to sign a long-term contract with the Xiao family's company. Once she completed her studies, she would have to work for the Xiao family. There is no such thing as a free lunch. After seeing Xiaoyu and Lin's mother off on the plane, Xiaolua was still pondering what Xiaoyu had just said. A Bulbasaur with decent potential and a girl. Charlotte smiled. Let's go see what kind of girl Xiao specifically told me to be. Imperial capital, Lin family. This wasn't Xiaoyu's first visit to the Lin family. He would come to the Lin family every year during the spring festival. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Lin, who were his maternal grandparents, were both well-known Pokémon professors with their own independent laboratories. His maternal uncle, Lin Suiyun, also worked in Grandpa Lin's laboratory. Now, Grandpa Lin had almost retired to the second line, and the laboratory had been basically handed over to Lin Suiyun for management. Xiaoyu also has a younger uncle, Lin Suiyang, who is the youngest son of Elder Lin. He currently serves as the vice president of the Pokémon Association's capital branch and possesses the strength of a champion-level trainer, specializing in dragon-type Pokémon. The Lin family isn't actually famous among trainers, and they only have Lin Suiyang to carry the family name. However, in terms of Pokémon research, the Lin family is definitely top tier. The first Zering in China was developed by the Lin family, which is why Lin Suiyang has a dragon-type sea crystal. His strength is also top tier among Elite Four trainers, second only to the Elite Four. Xiaoyu followed her mother into the Lin family home. As soon as they entered, they saw old Master Lin and old Madame Qin sitting in the living room. Their eyes immediately fell on Xiaoyu and Lin Suimei. Xiaoyu keenly observed that her mother, grandparents, and other relatives seemed somewhat nervous and uneasy. I was the only one who remained calm. Xiao is here, come sit down, put your luggage down first. Suimei, you sit down too. It was Grandma Qin who broke the silence and spoke first. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't let Grandma Qin feel awkward, so he smiled and said, Grandma, Grandpa, I missed you both. Mom, please sit down, I'll help you put your luggage away. Xiao, you're so sensible. Grandma Qin smiled. Grandma and Grandpa have missed you too. Old Lin, don't keep such a long face. Suimei, please sit down too. Stay a little longer this time, Mom has missed you. Upon hearing this, Lin Suimei sat on the sofa, considered for a moment, and then said softly, Mom, Dad, I only took a week off. I'll go back after I finish dealing with Xiao's matter. With that, Dad, the long-standing estrangement between father and daughter was broken. Although old Lin still kept a straight face and pretended to be serious, his hands trembled slightly, and his heart was not calm. He forced himself to be calm and said, Since you're here, stay a few more days and spend more time with your mother. She keeps saying she misses you. That's right, old Mrs. Qin chimed in. You must be hungry. Let's go, let's eat and chat. Although the Lin family was a scholarly family, they did not follow the rule of not speaking while eating or sleeping. The family valued lively meals and did whatever made them happy. Even the old man Long had a seat at the table. Xiao Li, get me a bottle of Beiju. Old Master Lin was clearly in a good mood today and wanted to have a few drinks, so he asked Xiao Li to get the liquor. Xiao Li was the Lin family's housekeeper, and upon hearing old Master Lin's words, she immediately got up to get it. Sister Li, don't go. Lin Suimei reached out to stop her, then looked at old man Lin. Dad, you should quit drinking. You need to take care of your health. Given old Lin's temperament, no one could usually persuade him, but this time, facing his youngest daughter whom he hadn't seen for a long time, he waved his hand, signaling to Xiao Li to let it go. This scene was as if he had returned to decades ago, when Lin Suimei was still a little girl. When Mr. Lin was young, he wanted to drink, and no one could persuade him otherwise. Only his most beloved daughter dared to take his wine glass away and, with a bit of coquetry, Mr. Lin would laugh and refuse to drink. This scene feels like a dream. More than 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 47 Dragon-type Secret Realm. After dinner, Xiaoyu lay in bed and started scrolling through her phone. I haven't paid attention to posts about buying stones in a long time. I wonder if there are any good ones. Looking through my recent private messages, the vast majority were about useless stones, flashy but completely useless, and the rest were scammers advertising. After failing to find anything again, Xiaoyu changed his location to Beijing, hoping that more people in the city would see the post and that he would have a better chance of finding good deals there. After dealing with the stone, Xiaoyu looked through the messages sent by others on his phone. Among them, Fatty Wu sent several messages, all of which were photos of him in the rock Lycanroc training. Like Xiaoyu, he had taken leave and gone to the rock-type secret realm for special training. To this close friend, Xiaoyu only replied with 2 words, idiot, his brotherly affection evident in his words. Jiang Qinglan also sent him a message, asking how he was doing in the capital, and mentioning that her 3-month internship in the Flame Secret Realm was coming to an end, and she wondered if she could stay on, etc. Xiaoyu felt completely bewildered. Why was he being told these things? He could only reply politely, if she can't stand it here, she can come to the Grass and Insect Secret Realm in Starlight City. Starlight City welcomes her. There were many other messages, all from the girls he'd met at the barbecue stall last time. Most of them were things like, hey handsome, bro? Or, hey bro, do you have a girlfriend? Some were even wilder, sending Xiaoyu cool photos. Xiaoyu ignored all the messages, but he looked at all the photos, which made it hard for him to fall asleep. He stayed up until midnight before finally going to bed. At 6 o'clock in the morning, as always, we did our 2-hour morning exercise. After the exercise, Aunt Lee, the nanny, had already cooked breakfast. The family ate breakfast while watching the news. The Dawn Society poached rare Pokémon, causing heavy losses to the Pokémon Association. Another terrifying ghost incident has occurred in the Pinyin district of the capital, suspected to be caused by a ghost-type Pokémon. The Pokémon Association has dispatched experts in psychic, dark, and ghost types to investigate the matter. The missing Darkrai, experts speculate that Darkrai may have appeared in Shanghai. The strongest Lucario. The Pokémon Association is considering recruiting Wei Yekin as a special investigator. While watching the news, Xiaoyu packed his essential luggage and headed to the Dragon-type secret realm. The Dragon Realm training camp in the capital city only has 30 spots available each year. These spots are basically not for sale and are reserved for those with connections. Those who manage to get these spots are truly powerful and influential people. Having money isn't enough to get these spots. You need connections, power, strength, and prestige. This year's 30 spots were all claimed a month ago, so Xiaoyu was naturally not qualified to participate in the Dragon-type secret realm training camp. At most, he could only spend money to train in the Dragon-type secret realm every day and enjoy the blessing of the Dragon-type energy in the secret realm. However, the highly respected Elder Lin intervened and asked Long Fan, the Dragon-type Heavenly King who was in charge of the Dragon-type secret realm, to make an exception and add a spot for Xiaoyu. After arriving at the Dragon-type secret realm, Xiaoyu first went to his dormitory for the next 6 months to put down his luggage and say goodbye to his family. Then, under the guidance of the staff, he hurriedly went to the training ground to participate in the training camp. The training camp for the Dragon-type Pokémon training had started 2 days ago, and Xiaoyu was already 2 days late, missing 2 days of training. When he arrived at the training ground, all 30 students were diligently training their Pokémon. Almost everyone had 1 or 2 Dragon-type Pokémon, which made Xiaoyu sigh. The capital city was indeed different. So many people had Dragon-type Pokémon, and he even saw several pseudo-legendary ones, as if they were being sold wholesale at a vegetable market. In a corner of the training ground, a tall and alluring young woman was leisurely leaning against the wall, glancing at Xiaoyu who had just arrived. Instructor Long. The staff member led Xiaoyu to the woman, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "This is Xiaoyu. He is the new recruit that King Long mentioned in the training camp." Understood. Long Yaning nodded and glanced at Xiaoyu. Long Yaning is very tall. With Xiaoyu's height of 1.9 meters, Long Yaning can reach the height of his nose. At the same time, she is very slender, with fair skin and a beautiful face. Her long legs paired with small leather boots are particularly eye-catching. The only flaw is that she is plain and unremarkable. When Long Yaning first heard about the transfer student, she was very dissatisfied with Xiaoyu, whom she had never met before. Adding someone to the training class at will was breaking the rules, and Long Yaning was disgusted by this kind of rule-breaking behavior. However, when she heard that it was old Master Lin who personally called her father, she could only suppress her dissatisfaction and agree. But she was determined to give this transfer student a hard time. Seeing that Xiaoyu was half a head taller than her and that she had to look up to talk to Xiaoyu, Long Yaning felt even more dissatisfied. She secretly made up her mind that she would wear a pair of high heels tomorrow to deflate Xiaoyu's arrogance. Let's register first. What Pokemon do you have? Although Long Yaning had a sour face, she still had the basic qualities of a teacher and was quite responsible for her students. Buzzing Bat, Forest Lizard, Little Fire Dragon, Xiaoyu said. Your Pokemon have mixed types, Flying, Dragon, Grass, and Fire. You should go to the Flying type realm. You have 2 Flying type Pokemon, which are more suitable for the Flying type realm, Long Yaning said with a frown, advising Xiaoyu to go to the Flying type realm. Of the 3 Pokemon, only one is a Dragon-type Nombat and the other 2 are Flying-type Pokemon. It would be much better to train them in the Flying-type realm, so why did they come to the Dragon-type realm? Xiaoyu was speechless, unsure how to answer Long Yaning. He wanted to tell her, this is a Pokemon with 3 dragons. Do you even know what Mega Evolution is? But he couldn't say those words. As he was still trying to explain, he heard Long Yaning say to herself, never mind, since we're already here, let's leave it at that. Which is your ace Pokemon? I'll help you make a training plan. Forest Lizard, Little Fire Dragon, Xiaoyu said without hesitation. These 2 Pokemon with near champion potential are undoubtedly Xiaoyu's future trump cards. As for Nombat from the beginning, although its champion level potential is strong, it seems it can only be relegated to the 2nd tier for now. However, Xiaoyu also thought of a problem: who should get the Mega Evolution slot in the future, Charizard or Sceptile? After thinking about it, he decided on Sceptile, since Charizard still has Gigantamax as a backup. Hearing Xiaoyu's answer, Long Yaning was even angrier. Of the 3 Pokemon, only one was a Dragon type, and the other 2 were non-Dragon types, which were his main force. What were you doing in the Dragon-type secret realm? Xiaoyu's attitude infuriated Long Yaning, who regarded Dragon-type Pokemon as her belief and ideal. Others went to great lengths to come to the Dragon-type secret realm to train their Dragon-type Pokemon. But you came to train a Grass-type Sceptile and a Fire/Flying-type Charizard. Long Yaning was quite dissatisfied with Xiaoyu, her student. If it weren't for her father's approval, she would never have accepted this transfer student. So she could only suppress her anger and secretly thought that she would have plenty of time to deal with Xiaoyu later. About what is the strength of the 3 Pokemon now? Buzzbat, it's only been a month since it was born, it has the strength of an ordinary level creature, and it will soon reach the rare level creature. The Forest Lizard has only just evolved and is a rare level combatant. The baby dragon has only been hatched for 2 days. What? Long Yaning stared at Xiaoyu in shock. 3 Pokemon, 2 of which had been hatched less than a month ago, and the other so-called ace was only of rare level strength. What kind of newbie was this? What kind of student did her father send in? It's worth noting that almost every student participating in the Imperial Capital Dragon-type training camp has a Lord-level Pokemon, and some even possess a Totem-level Pokemon. Isn't this baby-level trainer here to ruin her reputation? To ruin the reputation of the Dragon-type secret realm? Dad, what's wrong with you? How could you agree to add such a transfer student? Chapter 48 Dragon Smoke Condensation. In fact, Long Yaning couldn't blame her father, Long Fan, because when Elder Lin was on the phone with Long Fan, he did vaguely mention that Xiaoyu's strength was relatively weak. However, Long Fan's habitual thinking made him think that even if Elder Lin's grandson was weak, how weak could he be? He never expected that Xiaoyu was so trash. Looking at the frail Xiaoyu, Long Yaning was on the verge of breaking down, her face dark and silent. Of course, this was understandable. It was like a student who had just started learning first-year high school material suddenly transferring into a top class with an average score of 700 in the nationally renowned high school. You can imagine whether the homeroom teacher would treat you well. It would be good enough if they didn't kick you out. Xiaoyu's arrival also attracted the attention of the students in the training class. They wanted to see what kind of strength this capable transfer student was, so many people kept their ears perked up to listen to Xiaoyu and Long Yaning's conversation. The boys, in particular, felt quite pressured by Xiaoyu's height and appearance. However, when they heard about the strength of Xiaoyu's 3 Pokemon, many students couldn't help but burst out laughing. To be honest, Xiaoyu's current skill level is not even comparable to most junior high school students in the capital. What are you laughing at? Hearing the laughter of the students around her, Long Yaning was even more furious. She yelled at her students twice, then turned to Xiaoyu and said, "Go find a place to train. Now, let me see your 3 Pokemon." Xiaoyu remained unmoved by the laughter around him, his expression indifferent. You all underestimate the resilience of a man whose soul is over 40 years old. Let him be strong, the breeze still caresses the mountain. Let him be ruthless, the bright moon still shines over the great river. So you guys are laughing the loudest, huh? I've got it all figured out. Fortune changes every 30 years, never underestimate a young man's potential. I am Xiaoyan from the Pokemon world. Let's take a look at your Buzzbat first. Long Yaning and Xiaoyu walked to the corner of the training field. This was the only empty spot. The two stood side by side and surprisingly, they felt a sense of harmony. However, this made Long Yaning, who was half a head shorter than Xiaoyu, particularly unhappy. Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention to all that and silently took out a pokeball to release Nombat. As soon as the purple buzzing bat appeared, it immediately flapped its wings. The rich dragon energy around it made it happy, and it flew up joyfully. It's developing quite well, and its size is decent. Long Yaning carefully observed Xiaoyu's Noibat for a while. Its flapping wings were powerful, and its size was also quite good. It was a Noibat with good potential. At this moment, she took out a pokeball from her waist. Let me test its ultrasonic ability. Go, Noivern. Roar. As soon as the near Elite 4 level Noivern appeared, it let out an excited roar, then its gaze fell on the small Nombat, watching it with great interest. The little Noibat looked at the noisy dragon with the same curiosity, and for the first time felt a longing, wondering if it would become so majestic in the future. Page 28. Buzzbat, don't be envious. You'll evolve into one like this someday, Xiaoyu said, rubbing the Buzzbat's fluffy body. Have your Nozzlebat unleash its full power on the sonic dragon with ultrasonic waves, Long Yaning said. Okay, Buzzbat, maximum power ultrasonic wave. Buzz. At Xiaoyu's command, Nombat unleashed its full power of ultrasonic attack on Noivern without hesitation. Amazing sound waves emanated from Nombat's two ears towards Noivern, while at the same time, Noivern's two huge ears on its head twitched slowly, sensing the intensity of the ultrasonic waves. Not bad. Long Yaning gave a fair evaluation. The proficiency of ultrasonic will affect the speed at which Novabat learns Dragon Pulse. In addition to level, there is another restriction for Novabat to evolve into Noivern. It must learn the Dragon Pulse move. So you need to practice ultrasonic more in the future. Next, let me see Novabat's affinity for Dragon-type energy. As she spoke, Long Yaning took out a small device from beside the training field and attached it to the buzzing bat, as if measuring its heart rate. Little guy, just hold on for 1 minute, and the results will be out soon. Although she wasn't nice to Xiaoyu, Long Yaning genuinely loved Dragon-type Pokémon, especially this Nobum. Influenced by her father since childhood, Long Yaning was obsessed with Dragon-type Pokémon. The vast majority of her Pokémon were Dragon-type, and the non-Dragon-type Pokémon she owned were things like Aerodactyl, Gyarados, and Ampharos. Drip, drip, drip. A minute passed quickly. Long Yaning took down the small instrument, looked at the data displayed on it, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Heavenly King level Dragon Affinity. Seeing the test results, Long Yaning felt a little better. Although Xiaoyu's strength was weak at the moment, at least the potential of his Pokémon was still good. This Noibat's Dragon-type affinity reached the Elite 4 level, proving that it was an Elite 4 level Noibat. With careful training, it had a chance to make a brilliant performance in the high school cup. Sometimes, students who don't rank very well in the college cup are specially recruited by top universities in China because they are attracted by their potential. Although Xiaoyu is currently weak, as long as he shows enough talent and potential, he may also be specially recruited by a top university. Long Yaning then looked at the Sonic Dragon beside her. This guy also had the aptitude of a Heavenly King, but his combat power had only just reached the quasi-Heavenly King level. I wonder if there will be a chance for them to fight each other in the future. Xiaoyu, standing to the side, was looking at the small instrument thoughtfully. He secretly thought to himself that he must not let Long Yaning test the Dragon-type energy affinity between the forest lizard and the little fire dragon. If the test showed that it was near champion level, he would be in trouble. A champion level Nombat, not bad. Train it diligently. Long Yaning praised it casually, then continued, next, let me see your grovel. I can give you some advice on training Nombat, but you'll have to rely on yourself for the other two Pokémon. Xiaoyu nodded as he released his forest lizard. He hadn't actually intended to ask Long Yaning for advice on raising the forest lizard and the little fire dragon. In this world, everyone raises forest lizards primarily with grass-type attributes. Occasionally, someone might raise a little dragon-type energy, but no one would raise them with a 50-50ths mix of grass and dragon attributes like Xiaoyu. This is a limitation of their understanding. After all, they don't know about mega evolution. This limitation of their understanding determines that their vision is not long-term enough and their training plans are not comprehensive enough, unlike Xiaoyu, who is a transmigrator. This is the advantage of transmigration. Lizard. The moment the forest lizard appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The reason was simple: this forest lizard was enormous, almost approaching the size of a typical lizard king. Its enormous size was enough to show how exceptional this forest lizard was. Looking at the forest lizard, Long Yaning couldn't help but praise it in her heart. What a beautiful forest lizard. Its body shape is perfect, and its aptitude is definitely not low. It must be at least at the Heavenly King level. No wonder Xiaoyu would give up a Heavenly King level buzzing bat and use this forest lizard as his trump card. Thinking of this, Long Yaning suddenly became curious. If this forest lizard had such good aptitude, then what about the other little fire dragon? Since the little fire dragon was also Xiaoyu's ace, was its aptitude also better than the buzzing bats? So, does this mean Xiaoyu has 3 Pokémon with Elite 4 aptitude? Long Yaning was also startled by her own thought. When did the Lin family become so powerful that they could directly prepare 3 Elite 4 aptitude Pokémon for their junior? I only have instruments here to test affinity for Dragon-type energy, not Grass-type. Would you like to have it tested? Long Yaning asked. Never mind, no need. Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand in refusal. Alright, release your little fire dragon, Long Yaning continued. It is good. Xiaoyu threw out the last Pokeball, a flash of light, and a golden Charmander appeared. Shiny Charmander. Charmander. Gender, female. Attribute, fire. Qualification, near champion level. Combat strength, ordinary level. Characteristic, solar power. Skills, claw, roar, spark, primal power, bite, belly drum, iron tail, dragon tail, metal claw, dragon dive. Chapter 49 Special training begins. Xiaoyu's shiny Charmander is very special. First of all, its color is special. The shiny Charmander is not orange-red but golden. Its final evolution, Charizard, is black, which is the famous black Charizard. Secondly, its combat strength is unique. This little Charmander possesses the top-tier special attack trait, solar power. While continuously losing HP under sunny weather, its special attack increases. However, currently, apart from Ember and Ancient Power, all the moves it has learned through genetics are physical attacks. This makes Xiaoyu very conflicted about how to train this little Charmander. Finally, its personality is unique. This Charmander's personality is completely different from other Pokémon. Nombat is clingy and docile, Grovel is serious and calm, but this Charmander's personality can be described in 2 words, bully. Even though it had only hatched 2 days ago, this little Charmander had already shown extremely high aggression and was very warlike, often challenging Noibat. Moreover, it would never obey the commands of anyone other than its owner, Xiaoyu, which was quite rare, as the starter Pokémon are generally more docile and are the most suitable starter Pokémon for beginners. It's rare to find a Charmander as warlike as this one. Of course, this personality also led Xiaoyu to finally decide to go for a dual-wielding build with this shiny Charmander, focusing on both physical and special attacks. The students around clearly noticed the shiny Charmander as well, their eyes showing surprise. Shiny Pokémon are extremely rare and precious, no matter where they are. They just didn't know what the potential of this shiny Charmander was. Roar! The little dragon roared at the people around it, its eyes revealing a warning, fiercely staring at everyone. A hint of surprise flashed in Long Yaning's eyes as well. A little fire dragon with a flashing light. No wonder she planned to train it into an ace. Your little fire dragon has a bad temper. Long Yaning had obviously noticed that the little fire dragon's personality wasn't good, and spoke up to remind him. Hearing Long Yaning speak, the little fire dragon also turned its head and looked over, its eyes fixed on the sonic dragon next to Long Yaning, its face showing a strong fighting spirit. Relying on Xiaoyu blocking it, it showed a provocative look on its face. A little. Xiaoyu knew, of course, that this little fire dragon wasn't very friendly, but he didn't think it was a bad thing. Its fierce nature was actually very suitable for battle, as long as it obeyed commands. Let me tell you about the specific courses. Generally, the mornings are for physical training and battle training. You can start by doing physical training for your Pokémon. Once you're almost there, you can apply for battle training to increase your practical experience. You can apply for training partners of various types at any time in the secret realm, provided that no one applies before you, otherwise you'll have to wait in line. The afternoon is for energy training, which mainly trains Pokémon's control over energy and resistance to different types of energy. You can also choose different types of energy for targeted training. Nighttime is free time, you can go home or play against your classmates. In the secret realm, Monday to Friday are the intensive training days, and every Saturday is a technique training course. Don't miss that day, as you can learn some special techniques that day, but it will cost extra. Sunday is the only rest day of the week, which you can arrange as you like. Finally, let me say that my name is Long Yaning, you should have heard of me. I am temporarily the head teacher of your training class, and also the teacher of physical training class. Do you have any other questions? No, Xiaoyu shook his head. You can train your Pokémon's physical abilities on your own now, Long Yaning said. By the way, your Pokémon is much weaker than others, so you need to spend more time and energy training it. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. One last thing, if you need any energy cubes, just tell the staff in advance, and they will bring them to you. Of course, you will need to pay for them yourself. It is good. After Long Yaning finished speaking, she stopped paying attention to Xiaoyu. There were 31 students in the training class, so she naturally couldn't focus all her attention on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was happy to do so. He would feel uncomfortable if someone was watching over him all the time. Besides, there were many training tools in the training ground, and he would need to explore them for a while. This is a flight weight bag, specially designed for flying-type Pokémon to train their flight-carrying capacity. Put it on Nombat. Xiaoyu picked up a flight weight bag and put it on Nombat. This thing wasn't cheap, it was specifically designed to train Pokémon's flying ability. This thing could adapt to the body size of various flying Pokémon, and the weight could be adjusted at any time to meet different needs. Finally, when the flying Pokémon could no longer bear the weight, it would trigger a weight reduction system to remove the weight to prevent accidents. Xiaoyu first adjusted the flight load to 5 kilograms, which is about half the weight of the buzzing bat. The sudden increase in weight immediately slowed down the buzzing bat's flight. Can you still hold on? Xiaoyu observed the buzzing bat's flight for a while and found that although it flew slowly, it was still relatively stable. So he added another 5 kilograms of weight to the buzzing bat, at which point the weight on the buzzing bat was equivalent to its own weight. Come on. The enormous weight immediately made it difficult for the buzzing bat to fly and reduced its speed, but Xiaoyu knew that this was still not the buzzing bat's limit. Under normal circumstances, the buzzing bat could grab prey weighing 1 to 1.5 times its own weight. The buzzing bat flapped its wings laboriously, looking at Xiaoyu with teary eyes, making buzzing sounds, and rubbed affectionately against Xiaoyu's arm, as if it was begging Xiaoyu to lighten its load and take off its flight weight bag. Looking at the buzzing bat, Xiaoyu hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. He was far behind others, and the peers around him were still spurring him on. Everyone is preparing for the high school cup, and each of these people has a Pokémon with Lord-level strength, and several pseudo-legendary Pokémon. If he were to fight against these people, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. So if Xiaoyu doesn't train like crazy, he'll never be able to catch up with his peers. Buzzbat, hang in there. Whether it's you, the forest lizard, the little fire dragon, or me, we all have to give it our all. While encouraging the buzzing bat, Xiaoyu added another 5 kilograms of weight to it. This increase in weight made the buzzing bat's flight much more difficult, its speed decreased sharply, and it began to lose control of its flight direction, but it still managed to grit its teeth and persevere. Although it wasn't the limit for the buzzbat, Xiaoyu felt it was already good enough, since this weight bag was meant to be worn for an extended period. Okay, that's it. Hold the buzzbat. Once you're used to flying with a load, we'll practice your claw strength and bite force later. Noctua and its evolved form, Noivern, are actually more special attackers. They have very limited physical attack methods, mainly focusing on 4 aspects: wings, claws, teeth, and tail, which correspond to moves such as wing attack, dragon claw, rage fangs, and dragon tail, respectively. However, Nombat's tail is still very short, so it cannot learn tail-related skills. It can only start training its tail abilities after Nombat evolves into Noivern. Therefore, Nombat's training mainly focuses on its wings, claws, and teeth. If the flight weight bag can train wing-related abilities, then the remaining training direction for the buzzing bat is naturally its claws and teeth. There are no shortcuts to training these 2 aspects, just like practicing boxing. It can only be trained through repeated practice. There are no shortcuts. If it doesn't work the first time, try 10 times. If it doesn't work the 10 times, try 100 times. If it doesn't work the 100 times, try 1,000 times. Go, buzzbat. Encouraging the buzzing bat, Xiaoyu turned to begin arranging training for the forest lizard. Chapter 50 Training Plan. Xiaoyu didn't have to worry about Grovel's special training the most, because Grovel was the most obedient and hardworking of the 3 Pokémon. Its belief in becoming stronger was exceptionally firm, which is why it made the fastest progress. Although Xiaoyu has not yet arranged any training for it, the forest lizard has already started training on its own. Looking at the forest lizard, Xiaoyu pondered how to train it. The final evolution of Sceptile is Sceptile. Like Noivern, Sceptile excels in special attack. In other words, Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon, Noivern, Sceptile, and Charizard, are all geared towards special attack. The only one suitable for a physical attack build is Charizard, because after Mega Charizard evolves into Mega Charizard X, its physical attack is greatly enhanced, reaching a level almost equal to its special attack. At this point, Mega Charizard X can be built on either a special attack or a physical attack build. However, Charmander's solar power ability is actually more suitable for a special attack build, which will cause Xiaoyu's team to be biased towards special attacks. This means that if Xiaoyu encounters Pokémon with special defense shields, he will have a hard time fighting them. For example, there is Florges with a special defense of 154 and only weaknesses to steel and poison, and Blissey with a special defense of 135 and a HP of 255. If Xiaoyu's team encounters these two Pokémon, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Therefore, it is very necessary to add a physical attacker. Xiaoyu's fourth Pokémon should be a physical attacker, such as Garchomp, Haxorus, Salamence, and Dragonite, which are relatively strong Dragon-type physical attackers. Page 29. Either try to maximize the physical attack potential of all three Pokémon, and train them to have some physical attack abilities. The first option involves 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon plus a Haxorus that is no less powerful than a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Catching these 4 Pokémon is extremely difficult. It seems that only the second option is more reliable now, returning to the training of the Forest Lizard. Although the Forest Lizard is known for its special attack, it also performs quite well in physical attack, so it still has the opportunity and ability to take the physical attack route. It can learn both power-up moves like Swords Dance and a range of powerful physical moves such as Leaf Blade, Earthquake, Outrage, Dragon Claw, Drain Punch, Rock Slide, Kickdown, and Acrobatics. This diverse moveset suggests that Grovel can indeed be built as a physical attacker, just not as strong as its special attacker. For training the Forest Lizard's physical attack, the current focus is on 3 main aspects. The first is speed, as the Forest Lizard's greatest strength lies in its speed, which is also the core of the training. Therefore, Xiaoyu also used the method of increasing the weight to train the speed of the Forest Lizard. Compared with the Buzzing Bat, which was unwilling to increase the weight, the Forest Lizard actively asked to increase the weight. Seeing the ever-increasing weight, Xiaoyu was terrified. Forest Lizard, maybe we should stop now, that's enough, that's enough, that's enough. Lizard. The Forest Lizard's legs were loaded with nearly 20 kilograms of weight before it stopped. Although this weight may not seem like much, it is important to know that this weight was added to its legs, not carried on its back. Every step it took required a huge amount of energy. Just like a buzzing bat can fly while carrying 15 kilograms of weight, it still can't fly even if you put 5 kilograms of weight on its wings. After training the legs for speed, the remaining 2 areas to train are the Forest Lizard's hands and tail, especially the hands, as almost all of the Forest Lizard's offensive moves are performed with its hands. Skills like tile breaking, throwing, absorption punch, leaf blade, reverse scale, and dragon claw are all performed with both hands. Therefore, Xiaoyu focused on training the strength of the Forest Lizard's arms, and only lastly on its tail. Forest Lizard, you need to focus on training the strength and dexterity of your hands, which will help you learn powerful moves. Lizard. The Forest Lizard obediently responded and immediately immersed itself in training. Finally, we need to arrange the training for Charmander. Its training is quite simple and can be done in almost the same way as Nombat. However, there is a difference between the two. Nombat's primary focus is on training its flight ability, but Charmander's is different. It hasn't evolved into Charizard yet and hasn't grown wings, so it doesn't need flight training. Charmander's training focuses on strengthening its claws, because Mega Charizard X's ability is Hard Claws, which increases the power of moves upon contact with the opponent, making this the most effective training method. After arranging the training for the 3 Pokémon, Xiaoyu himself didn't sit idle either. He picked up the equipment on the ground and started exercising, training with his Pokémon. This not only improved his physical fitness but also strengthened their bond. The morning passed quickly. It has to be said that intense training is an addictive thing, tiring but enjoyable. After half a day of physical training, Xiaoyu and his 3 Pokémon were all covered in sweat and extremely exhausted. At this moment, the Secret Realm's strength came into play. Within the Dragon-type Secret Realm, a special hot spring therapy room is provided for trainers and Pokémon. The hot spring can effectively relieve the fatigue of the day and prevent muscle damage caused by excessive fatigue. After soaking in the hot springs for an hour, Xiaoyu's stomach was growling with hunger, so he went straight to the cafeteria to fill his stomach and fed 3 Pokémon energy cubes. The proportion of Dragon-type energy blocks in the Buzzbat energy blocks has been slightly reduced. This is because the Dragon-type energy is already abundant in the Dragon-type Secret Realm. In order to maintain the balance between flying and Dragon-type energy, the proportion of Dragon-type energy blocks must be reduced and the proportion of Flying-type energy blocks must be increased. Similarly, the proportion of Dragon-type energy blocks has been appropriately reduced for the Forest Lizard and Charmander. After a short lunch break, the afternoon began with an energy training class. The instructor was a middle-aged man, and the energy training was much simpler than the physical training in the morning. This is because there are no shortcuts to energy training. It can only be strengthened through continuous practice. For example, to improve control over dragon energy, one can only do so through repeated practice. Of course, within the dragon secret realm, the speed of improving control over dragon energy is twice that of the outside world due to the rich influence of dragon energy. This is also an advantage of the secret realm. In addition to energy control training, there was also energy resistance training in the afternoon, which was actually special defense training. Xiaoyu naturally did not waste this opportunity and let all 3 Pokémon try out the weakness training. The day quickly came to an end, and as night fell, some of his classmates chose to go home, some lay in bed to rest, and some chose to continue training into the night. Xiaoyu could have returned to the Lin family, but he felt a sense of urgency. The 3 Pokémon were still too weak, so he had to seize every opportunity to train them. The gap he fell behind could only be bridged by his talent and hard work in Pokémon. Bright incandescent lights illuminated the entire training ground. Xiaoyu and his Pokémon were sweating profusely. As the night wore on, nearing 9 o'clock, almost everyone had left the training ground, leaving only a handful of people. The vast training ground appeared exceptionally empty, completely unlike the crowded scene during the day. Take a 15-minute break, then we'll train for another hour before heading back. Xiaoyu spoke to the 3 Pokémon, and as soon as Xiaoyu gave the order, the Noibat immediately stopped, flew to Xiaoyu's side, and rubbed against Xiaoyu's palm. The forest lizard ignored Xiaoyu's words and continued to train, while the little fire dragon gritted its teeth and persevered in training as well, showing a fierce determination in its bones. From a distance, Long Yanning watched Xiaoyu training diligently in the training field. Her impression of Xiaoyu changed slightly. Although this guy was weak, at least he knew how to work hard. She just didn't know how long he could keep it up. Regarding guest appearances, ordinary Elite 4 level trainers or Elite 4 members from other countries can apply, but the number of spots for Chinese Elite 4 members is currently limited. This book sets up China as 7 regions: East China, North China, South China, Central China, Southwest China, Northwest China, and Northeast China. Each region has only 4 Heavenly Kings and 1 champion, for a total of 28 Heavenly Kings and 7 champions. They have already made their appearance. Li Yinyao, from the Southwest region, is a Flying-type Elite 4 member, a fossil pterosaur. Yalakin, Northwest region, Fire-type Elite 4 member, lava snail. Tan Yongsan, from the Southwest region, is the king of water systems and possesses the Z-grade pure crystal of water systems. Long Fan, from North China, is the heavenly king of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 51 Skill Learning Class, Dragon Breath. 3 days later, it was Saturday, the weekly moves training class, which everyone was looking forward to. It was also the first moves training class of the training camp. The technique learning class is mainly divided into 2 lessons. The first lesson is to teach the techniques in a simple way, and the second lesson is to talk about how to use the techniques in actual combat. During yesterday's class, Long Yanning informed everyone that today's move learning class would be teaching Dragon Breath, and asked everyone to prepare in advance. Dragon Breath, a dragon-type special attack skill that blows a strong breath at the enemy to attack, sometimes paralyzing the opponent. Dragon Breath is a fairly average move among dragon-type moves. It's not particularly powerful, but it's not ordinary either. It's also a classic special move for dragon-type Pokémon, learned by the vast majority of them, as well as non-dragon-type Pokémon like Charizard, Steelix, Aerodactyl, Sceptile, and Melodic. Unfortunately, Noivern, a dragon-type Pokémon, cannot learn Dragon Breath in the game, which is a small regret for Xiaoyu. But in reality, it's hard to say. Xiaoyu wasn't sure if a sonic dragon in the real world could learn the Dragon Breath skill. On the training field today, Long Yanning changed into a different outfit. The Chanel-style outfit, combined with her tall figure, made her look stunning. At 25, she was at the most beautiful age for a woman, possessing both the innocence of a student and the charm of a mature woman. At the same time, the Pokémon beside Long Yanning changed from Noivern to the pseudo-legendary Pokémon Kommo-o. Even so, many students' eyes remained on Long Yanning, rather than on the Kommo-o beside her. Kommo-o is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon in Generation 7, and its appearance is not particularly striking. Kommo-o's arms are covered in scale-like armor. Most of its body is gray, with a small, tooth-like spike on each side of its upper and lower jaws. Its top is covered in finely arranged scales. It walks upright, and its tail and head have an extremely large number of scales. Kommo-o's appearance is not popular with the mainstream public. In addition, its type is very unique, being a dragon/fighting type. It is the only dragon/fighting type Pokémon besides the legendary Gorolardon from Generation 9. This type combination isn't particularly outstanding, as it's countered by flying, psychic, ice, and dragon types, and also has a fatal weakness to fairy type, for X damage. Since the introduction of fairy type Pokémon, the most severely affected have not been dragon type Pokémon, but fighting type Pokémon. A large number of fighting type Pokémon have been wiped out, with only a few fighting type Pokémon upholding the glory of the fighting type, such as Craftsman and Lucario. If fighting type Pokémon are already in such a predicament, then the dragon and fighting type Kommo-o Pokémon, which are completely 4 times weak to fairy type Pokémon, are even worse off. This has resulted in Kommo-o basically never having a chance to appear in battle. Due to its attributes and appearance, Kommo-o has never been popular or frequently seen in battles in the game, and it has consistently ranked last among all pseudo-legendary Pokémon. But is Kommo-o really weak? Quite the opposite. If we disregard its 4-fold weakness to fairy types, Kommo-o is actually very powerful. Let's look at the 3 moves first. The exclusive move, Scale Noise, is a dragon-type stab move with a power of 110 and a 100% accuracy rate. Its negative effect is lowering defense by 1 stage. The exclusive move, Soul Dance Sonic Boom, weakens the user by 1/3 of their health but increases all their abilities by 1 level. To be honest, such a powerful skill is quite outrageous. Finally, let's look at the Sonic Wave move. It's a normal type special move with a power of 140 and a 100% accuracy rate, without any side effects. These 3 incredibly powerful skills would make any other special attacker Pokémon take off. Of course, these 3 moves are quite powerful for Kommo-o. While Kommo-o might not seem very strong in the game, it is ridiculously powerful in reality. Keep in mind that this is a turn-based game, and Kommo-o's base speed stat of 85 isn't very high. It could easily be one-shot by a fairy type in a single turn. However, in reality, there is no such thing as a base speed stat. In reality, Kommo-o is not only incredibly fast, but it also possesses the agility and reflexes of a fighting-type Pokémon, making it stand out among pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Moreover, reality is not like a game. Not only can you dodge skills, but as your strength increases, it is also rare for Pokémon of equal strength to be one-shot in a battle. Therefore, as long as Kommo-o uses Soul Dance Sonic Boom once, all of its abilities will increase by 1 level, and if it uses it a second time, all of its abilities will increase by 2 levels, which is equivalent to doubling all of its abilities. At this time, Kommo-o is very likely to achieve a team-sweeping performance. Long Fan was able to become one of the 4 Elite Four in North China, the Dragon-type Elite Four, and one of his ace Pokémon was Kommo-o, a near-champion-level Pokémon. As Long Fan's daughter, Long Yanning naturally possesses a Kommo-o with astonishing strength and aptitude. This Kommo-o is already at a near-champion level, capable of fighting against ordinary champion-level Pokémon without being at a disadvantage, and is only 1 step away from reaching champion level. Such strength at such a young age would be unimaginable in Zisha province, but quite reasonable in the capital. It's worth noting that the older brother became a near-elite 4-level trainer in Zisha province at the age of 25, earning him the title of the youngest near-elite 4-level trainer in Zisha province. Compared to Long Yanning, the difference between the two is not small. Even though both were 25-year-old trainers at near-elite rank, Charlotte in her prime was no match for Long Yanning. Dragon Breath is an important basic move for Dragon-type Pokémon. Mastering Dragon Breath will greatly help you learn more powerful Dragon-type moves later. The beautiful Long Yanning, dressed in high heels and almost as tall as Xiaoyu, explained the Dragon Breath move in detail to all the students with a serious expression. Her eyes always shone when she spoke of Dragon-type Pokémon. Dragon Breath is very simple, it's just exhaling a breath containing Dragon-type energy from your mouth. It's quite useful in your battles, and even when you reach gym leader level in the future, the paralysis effect of Dragon Breath will still be very effective. The use of Dragon Breath is not complicated. Let me have the staff-tailed armored dragon demonstrate it for everyone first. Long Yanning gently touched the scales of the staff-tailed armored dragon beside her, signaling it to demonstrate the Dragon Breath skill to everyone. Xiaoyu also shifted his gaze from Long Yanning to the staff-tailed armored dragon. This was the first time Xiaoyu had seen a real, living staff-tailed armored dragon. The staff-tailed armored dragon suddenly took a deep breath, its cheeks bulging instantly, and then it spewed out red dragon breath forward from its mouth, its power astonishing. So strong. Is this a near-god level quasi-heavenly king? It doesn't feel like a dragon breath skill, it's more like a dragon star cluster. After Long Yanning demonstrated the skill to the staff-tailed armored dragon, she continued to say to everyone, this skill is actually not complicated. The key is the application of dragon-type skills. You need to convert the dragon-type energy in your body into dragon breath and store it in your abdomen. The higher the affinity of dragon-type energy, the easier it is to learn this skill. Everyone, please try training your Pokémon first. I will then guide you one by one. Chapter 52 Dragon Breath Skill. After listening to Long Yaning's explanation, Xiaoyu immediately had both Pokémon start practicing the Dragon Breath move. Buzzbat, Charmander, you have just watched Komodo the Tail release its Dragon Breath skill. Now, start practicing it. Xiaoyu patiently watched the two Pokémon practice, and then a surprising scene unfolded. Charmander suddenly inhaled and then opened its mouth to exhale a powerful dragon breath. Dragon Breath. Although its power is very limited, there is no doubt that this is definitely a Dragon Breath skill. Great job, little dragon. Page 30. Xiaoyu's face was full of smiles, and he didn't hold back his praise for the little dragon. The little dragon truly lived up to its near champion level potential. It had learned Dragon Breath after only one viewing. The little dragon was also excited, and was incredibly proud that it was the first to learn the Dragon Breath skill. However, upon reflection, Xiaoyu found it quite normal, as the vast majority of small fire dragons could automatically learn the Dragon Breath skill once their strength reached the rare level. While Xiaoyu's little fire dragon wasn't at the rare level, it was at the near champion level, so it was quite normal for it to learn the Dragon Breath skill after just one look. Compared to Charmander's amazing performance, Nombat's performance was somewhat lacking, failing to unleash its Dragon Breath skill several times in a row. However, Xiaoyu didn't mind, as he didn't know if Nombat could learn Dragon Breath. Xiaoyu was just letting Nombat try. If it learned, it wouldn't be a loss, and if it didn't, it would be good practice to control Dragon-type energy. In contrast, among the other Pokémon in the training ground, apart from those that had already learned the Dragon Breath move, none of them could learn the Dragon Breath move after just one look. Of course, this is a normal phenomenon. If all Pokémon could learn skills after just one look like Charmander, then things like TMS would never exist in this world. It's okay, Charmander learned the Dragon Breath skill so quickly because it's very suited to it. Nombat, just keep trying, don't feel pressured. Just treat it as practice in mastering Dragon-type energy. Xiaoyu reached out and touched Nombat, encouraging him. Hearing Xiaoyu's praise, the little fire dragon became very excited, looking at the buzzing bat with a defiant expression, and then turned its gaze to the forest lizard, as if it wanted to challenge the authority of its big brother. Lizard. The forest lizard looked at the little dragon, then walked to an open space, took a deep breath, and then exhaled Dragon Breath from its mouth, which was more powerful and had a greater impact than the little dragon's Dragon Breath skill. The forest lizard had already learned the Dragon Breath skill when Xiaoyu tamed it. Lizard. After unleashing its Dragon Breath skill, the forest lizard walked over to the little fire dragon, patted it on the shoulder, and seemed to be saying, "Young man, you've chosen the wrong path." After speaking, the forest lizard continued its rigorous training, displaying the demeanor of a wise man who kept his achievements hidden and left without a trace. Roar. Seeing this, Charmander was clearly quite stimulated. It called out to the forest lizard in response. Then, Charmander dashed towards the forest lizard and followed in its footsteps, throwing itself into the training. Xiaoyu was in a great mood at this moment. Little fire dragon's personality should be taught a lesson by the forest lizard, otherwise it would be arrogant and like to bully the buzzbat all day long. It seems your two Pokémon have learned the Dragon Breath move. Long Yaning walked up to Xiaoyu at that moment, having just witnessed Charmander and Grovel using the Dragon Breath move. Well, I haven't learned how to use the buzzing bat technique yet, Xiaoyu said. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yaning frowned and said, the buzzbat can't learn the Dragon Breath skill. It can only learn it after it evolves into a noisy dragon. But by then, the noisy dragon will have already learned the stronger Dragon Pulse skill, so learning Dragon Breath won't be very meaningful. I see, Xiaoyu nodded in response. Let your Pokémon practice for a while first, then we'll talk about practical application. After saying that, Long Yaning walked towards the next student. It must be said that Long Yaning is really quite responsible. She gave detailed instructions to each student. With more than 20 students, it took about 2 hours to teach each student for an average of 5 minutes. After instructing all the students, Long Yaning didn't rest for a moment and walked to the front to say, with your current strength, Dragon Breath is still a good special attack move. With the added boost of Dragon-type stab moves, the damage is quite considerable. Until your Pokémon master powerful special attack moves like Dragon Pulse or Draco Meteor, it's a good Dragon-type special attack move. During the battle, you must pay close attention to the timing and accuracy of your Dragon Breath skill. The additional effect of the Dragon Breath skill has a certain chance to paralyze the opponent, which is also a very useful ability. Since the Dragon Breath skill doesn't require the use of claws or feet, you can try using it in conjunction with skills like Dragon Claw. Long Yanning generously shared her knowledge, explaining how to use the Dragon Breath skill in actual combat while having the staff-tailed armored dragon demonstrate it. Time flies, and soon the morning was over, ending the half-day of learning the moves. Then there's the weekly break. There's no training session scheduled for Saturday afternoons, so many students choose to go home after their morning classes, and Xiaoyu is no exception. After packing his things, Xiaoyu returned to the Lin family home with his 3 Pokémon. Knowing that Xiaoyu was coming back today, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Qin specially asked their housekeeper, Aunt Li, to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Grandma, Grandpa, Xiaoyu said with a smile, I'm back. Grandma Qin looked at her grandson and became more and more satisfied. It's good that you're back. You must be exhausted from the training camp. Quickly put your things away. Xiaoyu put down his things, placed the 3 Pokémon in the backyard for someone to look after, and sat back down at the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous meal, he couldn't help but say, it smells so good. If it smells good, eat more. Xiao, are you getting used to the training camp? Grandma Qin asked her grandson with concern, are you tired? It's okay, I'm not tired. Are you tired? Of course I am. He has to get up at 6 in the morning to do 2 hours of morning exercise, and then he has to go to physical training class. He also has to do extra training for several hours in the evening. Of course I'm tired. But Xiaoyu definitely can't say it and make Grandma Qin worry. What's a little hardship for a man? Old Lin glared at Old Lady Qin and said, you just spoil your child too much. This is my grandson, what's wrong with me spoiling him a little? Old Mrs. Qin retorted. Old Master Lin didn't argue with Old Lady Qin, but turned to look at Xiaoyu. Your strength is much weaker than others, so you need to work harder. I heard Yan Ning mention you, saying that your foundation is relatively weak, but you make up for it with hard work. Keep it up in the future. Don't worry, Grandpa, Xiaoyu nodded in response. Yes, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just stay focused and calm, don't rush things. Old Lin gave Xiaoyu a few more instructions, take a break this afternoon and tomorrow. If you still want to train, I can have Long Yanning tutor you. Grandpa, I actually wanted to visit your lab this afternoon, Xiaoyu said after thinking for a moment. He had always been interested in Professor Lin's laboratory and wanted to learn more about it. It would be best if they could establish contact, so that it would be convenient for Professor Lin to research and publish information on mega evolution, crystallization, Dynamax, and the like in the future. When Grandma Qin heard Xiaoyu's words, a smile appeared on her face. The Lin family was a famous family of scientific researchers, and she was very happy that Xiaoyu had such an idea. She quickly said, I heard from Xuemei that you have always been determined to become a Pokémon researcher and want to apply to the Imperial University. Well then, this afternoon I will have Xueyun take you to visit the laboratory. Old Lin frowned slightly. Bringing outsiders to visit the laboratory was actually against the laboratory's regulations, but Old Lin felt indebted to Xiaoyu and Lin Xuemei and her son. Besides, he was the one who built the laboratory. No one would say anything if he opened a back door for Xiaoyu. I'll take Xiao this afternoon. Xueyun is currently at a critical stage of her research and it's inconvenient for her. Chapter 53 Yuanquan Joint Laboratory. Yuanquanhe Laboratory. The name is taken from one character each from Lin Shuyuan and Qin Quanyin's names, plus the character, he, symbolizing a long and happy marriage. This might just be the romantic sentiment inherent in scholars, Xiaoyu thought. Yuanquanhe Laboratory has been established for over 40 years and is the most famous Pokémon laboratory in Beijing and even the whole country. The reason is simple, Yuanquanhe was the first laboratory in China to successfully develop the Z-Ring and Z-Moves. After developing the Z-Bracelet, the 2 main developers, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Qin, stepped down and handed over the laboratory to their eldest son, Lin Xueyun. However, the 2 elders would visit the laboratory 2 or 3 times a week. Mr. Lin. As Professor Lin led Xiaoyu through layers of security checks into the laboratory, researchers dressed in white lab coats, moving around the various areas of the laboratory, greeted Professor Lin and sized up the young man following behind him, secretly wondering who this young man was. Some people with even a slight connection had already guessed Xiaoyu's identity. Recently, many people had heard that Old Lin's most beloved second daughter had brought Old Lin's grandson to the capital, supposedly to let the grandson participate in the training camp of the Dragon-type secret realm. The fact that the Dragon King personally made an exception and added a spot to the training class has made many people unhappy. Mr. Lin, Xiaoyu, Director Lin sent me to pick you up. Director Lin is none other than Xiaoyu's maternal uncle, Lin Xueyun, who is currently the director of the laboratory. Originally, Lin Suiyun said he would come to pick them up in person, but an urgent matter came up and he couldn't make it, so he specially asked his assistant to pick up Elder Lin and Xiaoyu. Our laboratory is very large, divided into many areas, and has Pokémon of all types. It is also divided into different terrains such as mountains, lakes, deserts, and plains according to different environments. We raise all kinds of Pokémon, such as Sakura from Japan, Cinderace from Europe and America, and even the extremely rare Samurai. This is all the result of Mr. Lin's life's work. The assistant introduced the lab to Xiaoyu as they walked, acting as a tour guide. Hearing about his laboratory, old Lin felt quite proud. It was a laboratory into which he had poured all his heart and soul, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it his child. Those are all in the past. Young people should look to the future. As he spoke, old Lin led Xiaoyu to the entrance of the main laboratory and said to Xiaoyu, "This is the main laboratory. Your grandfather used to do experiments here all the time. I would stay here and do experiments every few days instead of going home, and there would be an explosion every few days. Because of this, many of my students secretly bought insurance for themselves. I heard them complain to me later that the first thing they did when they received their salary was to take half of it to pay the insurance premium for that month." Recalling the past, a smile appeared on old Lin's aged face. Although this laboratory had been renovated countless times, it carried the memories of his entire life. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion came from inside the laboratory. Although the sound was loud, it did not cause any harm to the three people outside the laboratory. After numerous reconstructions, the laboratory's safety level has reached an extremely high level. Dr. Suiyun is researching a new topic about Z-pure crystals. The assistant standing next to Elder Lin and Xiaoyu explained with a smile. After verifying their identities with both palm prints and pupil scans, he led them into the laboratory. As soon as Xiaoyu entered the door, he saw a middle-aged man in his 50s who looked about 80% like his mother. This man was his maternal uncle, Lin Suiyun, whom Xiaoyu had seen once or twice during the Chinese New Year. Xiaoyu recognized one of the other two. It was Long Yaning, the beautiful teacher from the training camp. Standing next to her was her ace Pokémon, Kommo-o. Long Yaning was clearly in a bad mood, her face full of worry. The other was a tall, handsome middle-aged man around 50 years old, with slightly graying temples, but a straight posture and a strong physique. He looked somewhat like Long Yaning. "Dragon King, Yan Ning, you've arrived?" Old Lin greeted the two with a smile, then introduced the middle-aged man to Xiaoyu. "You definitely know Yan Ning, so I don't need to introduce her. This is Yan Ning's father, Dragon King Long Fan from North China. You should thank your Uncle Long for getting into the training camp." "Thank you, Uncle Long, Elder Lin." Long Yaning and Long Fan greeted Elder Lin at the same time. "It's nothing, it's my honor to be able to help Elder Lin." "Dad, you're here?" Lin Suiyun was rather plump, with a large belly. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked worried, clearly indicating that the experiment was not going well. However, she still forced a smile when she saw old Master Lin and Xiaoyu come in. "Xiaoyu, it's been a long time." "Uncle, experiments can't be rushed." The experienced old man Lin immediately noticed the disappointment on Lin Suiyun's face, clearly indicating that the experiment had failed again. "Is it that Z-pure crystal again?" Long Yanning nodded. The Long family has two Z-pure crystals. One is a dragon-type Z-pure crystal in his father's hands, and the other is the Z-pure crystal in her hands. This Z-crystal was found by Long Fan in the territory of the Kommo-o clan. Because a person can only use one Z-move, he gave this Z-crystal to his daughter, Long Yanning. However, no matter what she did, Long Yanning could not activate this Z-crystal. Even though she had Kommo-o try using various types of moves, it still didn't work. Long Yanning was quite frustrated by this. Xiaoyu's maternal uncle, Lin Suiyun, was also very frustrated. This was the second Z-pure crystal they had encountered that had no effect whatsoever. Judging from their appearance, neither of the two Z-pure crystals belonged to any of the 18 attributes, but the instruments could detect the enormous energy on the Z-pure crystal, which greatly troubled them. Xiaoyu glanced at the Z-pure crystal, and the system immediately gave a prompt. Kommo-o Z. When Kommo-o carries this move, it can transform its signature move, Scale Noise, into a special Z-move, Blazing Dance, Sonic Boom. Blazing Soul Dance, Sonic Boom, immensely powerful, guaranteed to hit, raises all of the user's stats by one level: attack, defense, special attack, speed. Requires a powerful Z-ring. Xiaoyu immediately saw the problem. First of all, this Z-pure crystal is different from ordinary Z-pure crystals. It is a rarer, exclusive Z-pure crystal. Just like this Kommo-o Z crystal, it has no effect on any Pokémon other than Kommo-o, and you also need to upgrade the Z-ring to a powerful Z-ring. In addition, Kommo-o also needs to use the move Scale Noise. All three conditions are indispensable. Page 31. Long Yanning has been unable to activate this Z Pure crystal because she lacks the crucial Z Powerful bracelet. In the games and anime, Ash's Z-ring was directly upgraded to the Z Power bracelet by the four guardian deities of Alola. From this, we can infer that the key to upgrading the Z-ring to the Z Power bracelet is energy. What should I do? Xiaoyu pondered. Since the Z-ring had already been developed in this world, it was only a matter of time before a powerful Z-ring was developed. He could use his foresight to seize the opportunity, both to gain enough benefits for himself and to establish the Lin family's position in Pokémon scientific research. It was a win-win situation. Chapter 50 For the Ultimate Dragon Shakes the Heavens and Earth. Xiaoyu already had a plan in mind regarding how to announce the use of the staff-tailed scaled dragon Z crystal, but he needed a good time to announce it. Old Lin, it's good that you're here. Has the matter I troubled you with last time been resolved? Just then, Long Fan, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. How to stabilize the power of Z moves has always been an important research topic for us. But the current research results are not satisfactory. Old Lin shook his head. Z crystal has only been developed for a few years and is still in its early stages in China. There are still some minor problems and flaws in its use in actual combat. One of the most obvious problems is that the power of Z crystal is not fixed and fluctuates quite a lot. Take Long Fan as an example. When he uses Z crystals, even with the same Pokémon and the same move, the power fluctuates, and the fluctuation is quite significant. Therefore, he recently asked Elder Lin for help in resolving this issue. Its power is not fixed and fluctuates, which made Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, suddenly realize the key to the problem. There are actually two ways to use Z moves. The first is the way to use them in the game, where the Pokémon needs to hold a Z crystal of the corresponding type in order to use the corresponding Z move. However, this presents a problem. The Pokémon holding a Z crystal cannot hold other items, such as Mega Stones, berries, or Focus Sashes. The second way to use it is in the anime. Unlike the game, in the anime, the Pokémon does not need to carry a Z crystal. Instead, the trainer wears a Z bracelet with a Z crystal embedded in it on their wrist. Both usage methods are officially released. One is the usage method in the game, and the other is the usage method in the anime. As for which method this world uses, Xiaoyu doesn't know, because so far he has never seen anyone use Z moves, and the use of Z moves has never been shown on TV. Basically, everyone's Z moves are their absolute secrets. However, regardless of which method of use is adopted in this world, there is a crucial issue: the corresponding dance moves for the Z move. Just thinking about the 29 embarrassing dance moves from his previous life made Xiaoyu want to laugh. He guessed that the key to why Long Fan's Z move power was not fixed was this. Xiaoyu believed that this world could develop Z moves and Z bracelets, but it couldn't possibly develop 29 dance moves, could it? These 29 dance moves are the key to preventing the Z move's energy from dissipating. In the anime, Team Rocket discovered that if they could maintain the posture for using a Z move, the Z move's power could be retained and would not disappear. When using Z moves, if the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is extremely high, the corresponding dance steps they perform will be almost identical to the pre-movement animation of the Z move used by the Pokémon. The two movements are almost perfectly synchronized, giving the impression of a unified will. In this case, the power of the Z move will be astonishing. For example, Ash and his Pikachu. When Ash and Pikachu use Mega Volt, their dance steps are almost completely identical. Xiaoyu thought it was more and more likely. Just then, Elder Lin spoke up again. Dragon King, since you're in the lab today, could you please use Z move once to record the data? Okay. Long Fan didn't refuse, took out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. The staff-tailed armored dragon makes its appearance. This Komodo is slightly larger than the one from Dragon Smoke, clearly at its peak, and stronger, reaching near champion level. Near champion pseudo-legendary Pokémon are practically invincible below the champion level, unless they encounter another pseudo-legendary or legendary Pokémon. The Dragon Z crystal around Komodo's neck is also extremely conspicuous. With a Z crystal, this Komodo is almost a champion-level Pokémon. No wonder Long Fan is one of the Elite Four in North China. This Komodo is comparable to a typical champion-level Pokémon. Moreover, Long Fan also has a second pseudo-dragon-type Pokémon. Looking at the Z crystal on Komodo's neck, Xiaoyu knew that the way Z crystals were used in this world should be the same as in the games, requiring a Pokémon to wear them. Morphodon facing the wall in front of it, the ultimate dragon shakes the heavens and earth. I feel so embarrassed every time I write the name of the Z move. I strongly suggest renaming it Flying Dragon in the Sky, Dragon Regrets, Dragon Appears in the Field, or Dragon Fights in the Wild. Xiaoyu stared intently at Long Fan, carefully observing every movement he made. However, Long Fan remained completely still. With a wave of his hand, the Z-Pure crystal on the neck of the staff-tailed armored dragon emitted a tremendous light, resonating with the Z-bracelet on Long Fan's wrist. Infinite energy surged into the staff-tailed armored dragon's body. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Where are the dance steps? Where are your dance steps? Where are the dance steps you promised?" Roar! The staff-tailed armored dragon spewed out a massive amount of dragon-type energy from its mouth, transforming into a soaring dragon in the air. It crashed into the distant open ground, causing a huge explosion. A gale swept in, whipping its clothes wildly and kicking up countless fragments of rock. Although it lacks the soulful dance steps, its power is still quite astonishing. As expected of the Dragon King, every time I see you unleash a Z-move, it's breathtaking, Elder Lin praised. The Long and Lin families have been on good terms for generations, their relationship extremely close. Otherwise, Long Fan wouldn't have been among the first to obtain the Z-bracelet, and Xiaoyu's easy entry into the Dragon-type Secret Realm training camp was also due to this. You've worked hard, take a rest for a while. The test results will be available soon. Long Fan then said with a smile, "We'll have to trouble Brother Lin and Elder Lin with the Z-move." Then Long Fan turned his gaze to Xiaoyu, praising the Lin family. "This must be your grandson, right? I've heard Yanning mention him. Although his foundation is relatively weak, his talent is quite good. Why don't you let him train with Yanning during the weekend?" I told him, but he's more interested in the lab and wants to be a Pokémon researcher in the future, so he came to the lab, Old Lin said with a smile. He was actually quite proud that his grandson had such an idea. That's a good thing. The Lin family has such an outstanding Pokémon professor, and it's just what they need to do with him. It's great that Xiaoyu has this idea, Long Fan encouraged with a smile. Long Yaning glanced at Xiaoyu. She had witnessed his hard work and dedication over the past few days and was quite satisfied with his serious attitude. If Xiaoyu could maintain this level of training intensity on weekends, with his Pokémon potential, there was still a slim chance of him making it into the main tournament of the high school cup. However, if he wasted his precious weekend time, the chances would be almost non-existent. Long Yanning was disappointed in him. Dragon King. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. "Actually, I have my own ideas about the power fluctuation of Z-moves, and perhaps I can solve it." Xiao. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Lin Suiyun, the eldest uncle, was startled and quickly said to Long Fan, "King Long, children speak without thinking." Lin Suiyun frowned as she looked at Xiaoyu, feeling displeased with her nephew's audacity. It's true that young people like to show off, but they should also be mindful of their limits and not say whatever comes to mind. The entire lab couldn't solve this problem, yet this 18-year-old kid, who hadn't even gone to college, dared to boast that he could solve it, utterly ignorant and arrogant. He's just a country bumpkin, lacking manners and reckless. My second sister should keep a closer eye on him. Chapter 55 Z-Move Dance. Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu with great interest. It was not hard to tell from Lin Suiyun's reaction that Xiaoyu had not discussed what he said with Lin Suiyun and Elder Lin, and it was his own idea. It's good that young people have ideas. Although Long Fan said this politely, he didn't really believe that Xiaoyu had the ability to solve this problem. After all, Xiaoyu was still just a student. He didn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could solve a problem that even Elder Lin and Lin Suiyun couldn't solve. Xiao, what are your thoughts? Tell me. Compared to Lin Suiyun's harsh criticism, Old Master Lin encouraged Xiaoyu to share her ideas. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, glanced at Long Fan, organized his thoughts, and slowly began to speak. After watching the Dragon King unleash a Z-move, and based on my previous research, I discovered that the core of a Z-move consists of three things: Z-crystal, Z-ring, and the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon. Oh, Lin Lao, Lin Suiyun, Long Fan, and Long Yaning all had different expressions on their faces upon hearing Xiaoyu's words. Within the academic community, the generally accepted key to unleashing Z-moves is the Z-crystal and the Z-ring, but attributing the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon to the key to unleashing Z-moves was a concept they had never heard before. I believe that to successfully execute a perfect Z-move, all three conditions are indispensable. Among them, the Z-ring and Z-crystal are hard conditions, which determine whether or not a Z-move can be executed. The resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon is a soft condition, which determines whether or not the Z-move can be unleashed at its maximum power. You mean the bond between me and my staff-tailed armored dragon isn't strong enough? Long Fan asked Xiaoyu with a smile. He and this staff-tailed armored dragon had been together for over a decade, and their bond had reached an extremely deep level. Therefore, he was confident that it couldn't be the reason Xiaoyu was giving. No, Xiaoyu shook his head and looked at Longfan. Your bond with the staff-tailed scaled dragon is certainly strong, but when the staff-tailed scaled dragon casts a skill, you cannot achieve a unity of mind with the staff-tailed scaled dragon and form a resonance. Unity of mind and will? That's an interesting concept, Longfan said with a smile. The concept of unity of mind is just a more elegant way of putting it. Simply put, when using a Z move, the trainer should feel as if they are also using the Z move, Xiaoyu continued. Like you, Dragon King, you can add some movements that are exactly the same as when Komodo uses a Z move. This can effectively increase resonance. Moreover, I suspect that even if the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon is not high, or even if it is a newly caught Pokémon, as long as they make the same movements and form resonance, they may be able to use a Z move with perfect power. Xiaoyu's statement is not without merit, because that's how it is in the game. Even a newly captured Pokémon can use Z moves if it holds a Z crystal. We'll see. Your idea is very interesting. You can try it when you have time, but you can't use Z move anymore. You've already used it once, so you'll have to wait a while before you can use it again. Longfan didn't really believe Xiaoyu's words, but on the surface, he was still nice to Xiaoyu because of Elder Lin. Hearing Longfan's words, Xiaoyu knew that he would not believe him, but he also knew that he could not miss this opportunity. He had to use Longfan's presence to make a name for himself so that he could have the right to freely enter and leave the laboratory, instead of having to rely on Elder Lin to bring him in. So Xiaoyu pressed on, saying, "This is actually just my guess. You should have heard of Wei Yekan, the Dragon King. His Lucario is the strongest Pokémon I've ever seen, and also the one with the deepest bond with its trainer. After meeting Wei Yekan, I've always had this idea that the bond and resonance between trainers might affect the strength of Pokémon." It would be difficult for Xiaoyu to persuade Longfan based on his words alone, but when Xiaoyu mentioned Wei Yekan, Longfan showed a thoughtful expression. Wei Yekan's deeds have spread throughout the country, and now 7 regions across the nation are offering extremely generous terms in hopes that he will join them. It is rumored that Wei Yekan has joined a special department of China, but the truth of this is unknown. Grandpa, do you have any other Z crystals and Z bracelets in the lab? Seeing that Longfan seemed interested, Xiaoyu immediately said, "I want to experiment with my idea." Isn't this ridiculous? Uncle Lin Suiyun directly rejected Xiaoyu's request and sternly reprimanded him. "Xiaoyu, doing experiments is not just about having wild ideas, you must have data and facts to support them." "Uncle, that's why I wanted to try it out. The data wasn't obtained through experiments." "No way." Lin Suiyun shook her head and refused directly. "If you just have an idea like this and use the Z Pure Crystal experiment, the rules of the whole laboratory will be in chaos. Even if you want to conduct the experiment, you have to write your hypothesis into a paper and let the laboratory research and discuss it to make sure it is feasible before you can apply for the experiment." Watching his eldest son and grandson argue, old Lin stood aside without saying a word. He suddenly felt that Xiaoyu was very much like himself in the past. He would experiment with any idea he had and immediately verify anything he thought of, regardless of so many rules and regulations, and always put scientific research results first. On the contrary, his eldest son, Lin Suiyun, lived in a well-regulated circle, using the administrative management approach to conduct academic research, which made it difficult for him to achieve any substantial scientific research results. For example, since he handed the laboratory over to Lin Suiyun in recent years, he has not produced any significant scientific research results. "Xiao, the laboratory has its own rules, and we can't let them get out of control." Although old Lin already had his own ideas, his eldest son, Lin Suiyun, was the actual controller of the laboratory. Even if he was dissatisfied with him, he couldn't embarrass Lin Suiyun in front of outsiders. Otherwise, the news might spread the next day as if Professor Lin was dissatisfied with Lin Suiyun and would be replacing the lab director. Although Professor Lin is a researcher, he hasn't lived these past few decades for nothing. He's well aware of all the ins and outs in this matter. Lin Suiyun was delighted to hear old Lin's words. She was about to give her nephew a stern lecture when she heard old Lin's voice again. "However, if you really want to experiment, I have Z crystals and Z bracelets that I can lend you." Old Lin was amiable as he took off his Z bracelet and Z crystals and handed them to Xiaoyu. "Dad." Lin Suiyun couldn't help but call out. Old Master Lin's favoritism towards Xiaoyu made him feel a pang of jealousy. As the eldest son of the Lin family, he had been strictly disciplined by Old Master Lin since childhood. While others were expected to achieve 100 points, he was required to achieve 120 points. Old Master Lin's favoritism at this moment made him feel somewhat unbalanced, but he quickly calmed down. Chapter 56 The Frenzied Earth, 10,000 Miles of Ice. "Suiyun, I think Xiao makes some sense. His words have given us a way of thinking. Why not let him try it once? Lin Suiyun, who was still angry, didn't want to hear a word of Lin Lao's explanation. But since Lin Lao had made his decision, his expression quickly returned to calm. Having been the director of the laboratory for several years, Lin Suiyun still had this much composure. Then let Xiaoyu give it a try. Lin Suiyun now addressed Xiaoyu as Xiaoyu instead of Xiaoyu. Although it was only a one-word difference, the difference in their intimacy was immediately apparent. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He only thought that Long Fan was here and wanted to take this opportunity to make a name for himself and gain the freedom to enter and leave the laboratory. He didn't expect that things would almost go wrong. Fortunately, Elder Lin supported him, otherwise, he would have been in a difficult position today. This also served as a reminder to Xiaoyu. Regarding the Z crystal exclusive to the staff-tailed scaled dragon, he should plan carefully before taking any action. He should wait until he has written a research paper and shown it to Elder Lin before starting any actual research and development. The Pokémon academic world is not a clean slate either. Where there are people, there is intrigue, much like the academic world of my previous life, filled with darkness and inside stories. Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder if, without Professor Lin's backing, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to conduct experiments, let alone submit his completed paper. It might all become someone else's academic achievement. If he was lucky, his name would at least be moved to the back of the list, not as the first author. If he was unlucky, it would simply become someone else's academic achievement. This encounter left Xiaoyu with a rather unpleasant impression of his uncle, Lin Suiyun. He felt that Lin Suiyun was more like a politician and businessman than a scholar. It's good for young people to have ideas, but they must have sufficient theoretical support. They can't be too reckless. They must plan carefully before acting, Old Lin said earnestly. After receiving the Ice Z Pure Crystal and Z bracelet from Elder Lin, Xiaoyu naturally seized this hard-won opportunity. This is the little guy we usually use for experiments, the Ice Nine-Tailed Fox. Old Lin released the Ice Nine-Tailed Fox and said to it, Ice Nine-Tailed Fox, you must listen to Xiaoyu. Ice Nine-Tail affectionately nuzzled against Elder Lin and nodded at Xiaoyu. Page 32. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, recalling the awkward dance moves of Ice Z from his previous life. As a seasoned Pokémon fan, he naturally remembered his wife Lily's Ice Z moves very clearly. Wait, it seems Lily's Ice Z has lines? Silent snow falling from the sky, countless shimmering ice crystals, the Z of ice that covers the earth? May my burning soul rise once more to the heavens? The earth is covered with ice for thousands of miles. Should I read those lines? What if they give me a buff if I don't? But if I do read them, it's pretty good for a beautiful girl like Lily to read them like that. But if I, a 1.9-meter tall adult, say those lines, wouldn't it be too childish and embarrassing? Is face more important or result? Xiaoyu was caught in a deep dilemma. It turned out that he valued the outcome more than his reputation. He had already completely lost face when he went to the square to deceive the elementary school students. Besides, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and he was already quite adept at losing face. Xiaoyu silently put on the Z bracelet and attached the Ice Z crystal to Nine Tails. Only after making all the preparations did Xiaoyu begin to unleash his Z move. Long Fan and his daughter Long Yaning watched Xiaoyu with great interest, but they didn't have much hope for him. Ice Nine Tails, get ready. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He then made the starting motion of the Z move, crossing his hands. At the same time, Ninetails also crossed its two front paws together. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a connection established between the Z bracelet and the Ice Z Pure Crystal on the Ice Nine-Tailed Fox. Even though this was Xiaoyu's first meeting with the Ice Nine-Tailed Fox, the two resonated with each other in an instant. Ice-type energy bursts forth from Xiaoyu and connects with the Ice Nine-Tails, followed by the most classic Z-move dance moves and Chuyinibyu, delusional, lines. Xiaoyu was incredibly focused, performing the Z-move dance moves while completely unleashing his inner Chuyinibyu, a person with delusions of grandeur. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. The tranquil snow falling from the sky, countless shimmering ice crystals, the icy Z covering the earth, rise once more into the heavens with my burning soul, stirring up the vast expanse of ice across the land. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, no one around laughed out loud, because everyone noticed that with Xiaoyu's voice and movements, a massive amount of ice energy surged into the body of the Ice Nine-Tailed Fox, until the last sentence, raging earth, 10,000 miles of ice, was uttered. The ice-type energy on the Ice Nine-Tails had reached its peak. An ice pillar suddenly rose from beneath its feet, lifting the Ice Nine-Tails high into the air. Then, a huge blue sphere of light condensed in front of it. Woo! As the Nine-Tailed Fox roared, an ice-type beam of light burst forth from the ice-colored sphere, sweeping forward like a laser. Everything in its path was frozen in ice, finally stopping on a distant wall, freezing the wall in front of it into an ice sculpture, and then exploding violently, instantly freezing the surrounding area completely. Quickly have someone calculate the power of the moves and compare it with previous data, Old Master Lin said to the staff member beside him. Long Fan and Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. They both knew that this was the first time Xiaoyu had used a Z move in combination with this Ice Nine Tails, and not only had it been successful, but its power was also quite astonishing. Just a minute or two later, the staff excitedly ran out with the data. Mr. Lin, the data is out. It has broken the record for the highest power and exceeded the record by 20%. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Elder Lin, you have a fine grandson. Long Fen then took a deep look at Xiaoyu, memorizing the appearance of this talented young man. What you just said was quite good, it was exhilarating. It seems I should go back and research the resonance with Pokémon, resonating with Pokémon through language and actions. Elder Lin, if this research were to be published, the Yuanquanhe laboratory would be in the limelight. Long Fan's praise pleased Elder Lin greatly, and Long Yanning's gaze also fell upon Xiaoyu, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Xiaoyu once again changed Long Yanning's opinion of him. Although Xiaoyu was weak, he was indeed very hardworking in his training, and he was also a brilliant talent in scientific research, having actually solved such a difficult problem. So, could he also crack his own strange sea crystal? Everyone present was happy, except for one person, Lin Suiyun, who had initially reprimanded Xiaoyu. Even though he was smiling now, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Xiaoyu is currently participating in intensive training, so Suiyun, you can write this article. Write Xiaoyu's name as the first author and your name as Suiyun as the second author. After Elder Lin spoke, Lin Suiyun felt even more distressed, but he couldn't refuse. Even if he couldn't be the first author, being the second author would be good enough. Xiao, I'll have someone get you a card and register your identity information. I'll also reserve a spot for you in the lab. Old Lin looked at Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. If you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me. Chapter 57 Two Props. It was dinner time when they returned to the Lin family home from the lab. Before leaving, Long Fen said that Xiaoyu could train with Long Yanning every weekend, because Long Yanning would come to Yuanquanhe lab every weekend to study the exclusive Z Pure Crystal. Xiaoyu could come too, and the two of them could keep each other company. The reason Long Fen said this was undoubtedly because he saw Xiaoyu's potential, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked his daughter to give Xiaoyu special training. Xiaoyu naturally expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Even though he was unwilling to train with Long Yanning, since Long Fan had done him a favor, he had to show his thanks. Looking back on his performance in the lab today, Xiaoyu still feels he was a bit impulsive. However, the opportunity was hard-won, and if he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to enter the lab again. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity. Although Xiaoyu took some risks, the gains were quite good. He not only gained the right to freely enter and exit the laboratory, but also became the first author of the Z-Move Dance Step research project. With the publication of this paper, Xiaoyu will definitely rise to fame in the academic world. If he then publishes another research paper on Z Pure Crystal as the first author, he will definitely become a sensation in the national academic circle and will definitely become the Z-Move expert after Elder Lin and Elder Qin. If Lin's father was the pioneer of Z-Moves in China, then Xiaoyu himself was the key figure in perfecting them. By then, Xiaoyu would not only have accumulated considerable fame, but he could also use this to cultivate relationships with many skilled Z-Crystal users, such as Long Fan and Tan Yongsan. This would be helpful for his future announcements of Dynamax and Zephyr forms. At the very least, it would deter potential threats, making them think twice before coveting the rare items in his possession. After dinner, Xiaoyu, without fail, spent 4 hours training with his 3 Pokémon. The system could help him obtain auxiliary items, TMS, and even improve their aptitude, but the Pokémon's strength had to be trained little by little. It wasn't until 10:30 p.m. that Xiaoyu finished washing up and lay in bed, thinking about his future plans. He needed to focus on both academic research and personal development, and make sure both were strong. Firstly, in terms of academics, I can announce a new research topic every 3 to 5 years. For example, I can announce Dynamax first, and then announce Gigantamax 3 years later, so that my reputation can always be hot and I can continuously establish my position as the #1 person in the Pokémon academic world. Secondly, in terms of combat strength, the short-term goal is to break into the top 2 in the province this year and strive for a good ranking nationwide. Xiaoyu didn't have high expectations for winning the championship. Unless he used Mega Evolution, it was impossible for him to win. Even if he was confident in his own strength, he was still far behind those geniuses who obtained pseudo-legendary Pokémon from a young age. Speaking of combat power, Xiaoyu remembered that he still had 2 items as system rewards in his bag. One is the Rare Treasure Detector, one-time use. In the newbie gift pack, it can explore for the rarest treasures that have not yet been discovered within a radius of 100 kilometers. The other is the reward for becoming a Dragon-type Pokémon Master by catching 3 Dragon-type Pokémon, the permanent TM for Dragon Pulse. Both items are very important. The first is the permanent TM Dragon Pulse. The value of a permanent TM is immeasurable, especially a powerful Dragon-type move like Dragon Pulse. But precisely because it is so precious, Xiaoyu cannot show it to others, and he has to use it secretly even on his own Pokémon. If he were to teach all 3 Pokémon Dragon Pulse at the same time, it might cause a lot of trouble if it got discovered. That's why he has only taught Septal Dragon Pulse so far. You can wait a while for the buzzing bat and the little dragon to grow up before letting them learn. As for the other item, the Rare Treasure Detector, one-time use it can explore for the rarest treasures that have not yet been discovered within a radius of 100 kilometers. When Xiaoyu obtained this item, he had already discovered its most important feature, the ability to explore the rarest and most precious treasures that had not yet been discovered within a radius of 100 kilometers. The word most made Xiaoyu realize that this tool should be used in the right place, because it was the rarest tool ever discovered. Did this mean that if Xiaoyu knew the approximate location of the Arceus tablet, he could find it using this tool? Theoretically, it should be possible. However, Xiaoyu was also unsure about one thing, whether undiscovered meant an unclaimed object or a tool that had not yet been unearthed. Xiaoyu didn't know. He hadn't used this item before, precisely to maximize its value. Now that he was in the capital, the most prosperous city in the entire country, and naturally the city with the most treasures, using this item here was undoubtedly the most appropriate thing to do. Xiaoyu's original plan was to visit the laboratory today and then use the Rare Treasure Detector, disposable, to search for treasure in the capital tomorrow. However, on the one hand, Elder Lin had promised to train with Long Yanning every weekend, which he couldn't refuse. On the other hand, Xiaoyu also needed to spend time writing his own Z-Crystal thesis. Therefore, the treasure hunt had to be postponed. After storing the 2 items in the system space, Xiaoyu opened the post about buying stones again. Compared to the lack of interest in Starlight City, the number of replies to the post increased sharply after arriving in the capital, which meant that Xiaoyu had a better chance of acquiring rare treasures. After reading and replying to each post, Xiaoyu discovered that there were indeed quite a few rare stones in the capital, with people posting comments offering prices for various evolution stones and even eternal stones. Top-grade light stone, excellent quality, face-to-face transactions only. The top-tier item, the evolution stone, will turn your Chansey into the strongest tank. A rare stone, the Songquan stone, has patterns on it that resemble green pines and clear springs, making it extremely valuable for collection. As Xiaoyu continued browsing, he discovered another mega stone, which looked like a Jengar evolution stone, but he couldn't be sure. Xiaoyu also discovered an item that looked very much like a wishing star, except that this wishing star did not emit any light and looked extremely dim. Xiaoyu was overjoyed to find these 2 special stones and wanted to buy them immediately. However, perhaps because of the story of finding a bargain with Z Pure Crystal a few years ago, these stones were generally priced higher. The story of finding a bargain with a Z Pure Crystal is about a stone collector who owned a Z Pure Crystal. However, because the Z Pure Crystal had not yet been officially announced at the time, he sold it as jewelry for 8,000. At that time, everyone considered it a beautiful gemstone crystal, so the price wasn't high. The lucky buyer of the Z crystal kept it for a year, and then the Z move was announced, causing the price of a single Z crystal to skyrocket to over 100 million. Naturally, this lucky buyer consigned the Z crystal to an auction house and sold it for over 100 million, making a net profit of tens of millions. Because of this incident, these strange stones are now generally more expensive. Since there is Z pure crystal in this world, there may also be X pure crystal and Y pure crystal. The item that appears to be a Jengar evolution stone is. The wishing star is slightly cheaper, but it still costs 8,000. Although the price was high, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and bought it. Looking at his meager savings, Xiaoyu pondered whether it was time to put his money-making ambitions on the agenda, given that he already had plans for scientific research and combat capabilities. Chapter 58 News of Wei Yekan. The next day, Xiaoyu came to the laboratory again. This time, on his way to the laboratory, he could clearly feel that the researchers around him were looking at him in a completely different way than yesterday. Obviously, the news of yesterday had spread. A series of strange titles were bestowed upon Xiaoyu, such as Genius Researcher and Successor to Professor Lin. These titles had already spread among the researchers. There were even some rumors that after Lin Suiyun took over the laboratory from his father, Lin Shuyuan, she failed to produce any decent results for several years. In the end, she could only rely on a young person and get by piggybacking on the research of young people to obtain the title of second author. These rumors intensified amid widespread dissatisfaction with Lin Shuyuan, causing Lin Suiyun to become extremely annoyed. She retreated to her office to write her thesis, refusing to see her nephew. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Long Fan and his daughter Long Yaning arrived at the laboratory early. After witnessing Xiaoyu's Z-move yesterday, Long Fan's purpose for coming today was obvious: to find a way to maximize the power of the Dragon Z crystal. Dragon King, Xiaoyu said respectfully to Long Fan. Xiao, you're here. Long Fan smiled and, without much formality, got straight to the point. I saw your Z-move yesterday, which gave me some ideas. I can't wait to test it out today, so I specifically wanted to ask researcher Xiao for advice. Upon hearing Long Fan's words, Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand. Long Fan's request for guidance was merely a formality, and Xiaoyu naturally couldn't put on airs. Instead, he respectfully said with the courtesy due to a junior, Your Majesty Long is too kind. You can just call me Xiaoyu. I was just lucky to have discovered this. If there's anything I can do to help Your Majesty Long, please feel free to ask. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Dragon King was indeed not polite, and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, what kind of actions and words do you think should be paired with Dragon Z moves to maximize their power? Actions? Language? Wait, if all you need is action, why do you need words? Xiaoyu had a bad feeling. He felt that the Z moves in this world were going off track and heading in a strange direction. Page 33. A scene suddenly flashed through his mind. These kings were fighting fiercely when they suddenly started dancing awkwardly and chanting these cringeworthy lines. Just thinking about this made Xiaoyu forget the scene in his mind, and he felt a strong sense of shame. Lord Dragon, language and actions are just a medium for trainers to resonate with their Pokémon. Xiaoyu tried to explain, the most important thing is that you have to feel like you are the Pokémon, releasing a Z move. Long Fen nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Xiaoyu. Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Since you can unleash the Ice Z move in one go, you can definitely do the Dragon Z move too. Looking at the smile on Long Fan's face, Xiaoyu felt that this Dragon King was wicked. He appeared refined and gentle, but he was full of evil intentions. He must have done it on purpose and had been planning it for a long time, just wanting to let him demonstrate. Faced with Dragon King's request, Xiaoyu naturally could not and had no choice but to accept it. He began to recall the dance steps and lines corresponding to Dragon Z Pure Crystal in his mind. It seems that only Lily's brother Gladion has used Dragon Z in the anime, but putting aside the awkward dance and lines, the design of Dragon Z is the coolest of all the Z crystals. I can only give it a try, Xiaoyu said, forcing himself to speak. Xiao, I believe in you. Long Fen said with a smile, I won't blame you if it really doesn't work out. Just do your best. Hearing Long Fan's words, Long Yanning couldn't help but chuckle. Whenever her father showed this expression and tone, it usually meant that someone was on his mind. Who? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, not thinking too much about it, and silently took the Z-ring from Long Fan's hand. Looking at the Komodo standing in front of him, he recalled Gladion's Dragon Z moves and lines. Dragon Z's pose seems to be the most ridiculous. It looks like he puts his hands together, then pushes them forward like a Kamehameha wave, and then slowly opens his hands to resemble an open dragon's mouth. Just thinking about this pose makes me feel ashamed. The dialogue is even worse. It's even more embarrassing than the Ice Z move. Oh dazzling light, let it dance. Who is the ultimate powerhouse? Let their name be etched on the battlefield. The ultimate dragon shakes the heavens and earth. I honestly can't say it. Especially the question of who the ultimate powerhouse is, and who will have their name engraved on the battlefield. Xiaoyu really couldn't bring himself to say it. Just thinking about talking about the ultimate powerhouse in front of Long Fan made him feel incredibly ashamed. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether there are lines in the game or not, so why not just delete this line? We can also test whether the lines affect Z moves. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu decided to give it a try. Under Long Fan's watchful gaze, he concentrated and began to chant. Dazzling light, dance. Xiaoyunian was slow but extremely serious. The moment he spoke, a powerful resonance resonated between him and the staff-tailed armored dragon. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if he were slowly telling a story. By the time he finished reading that sentence, all the dance steps corresponding to Dragon Z had been completed. The ultimate dragon shakes the world. Roar. Along with Xiaoyu's voice, the staff-tailed Komodo couldn't help but roar simultaneously, as if the two were roaring at the same time. At this moment, a purple ball of light was spat out of the staff-tailed Komodo's mouth, which transformed into an energy dragon in the air and crashed into the wall, causing a huge explosion and roar. Clap clap. Watching this scene, Long Fen clapped his hands and praised Xiaoyu loudly. Amazing, absolutely wonderful. This is the first time I've seen Komodo perform so brilliantly. The Z move is incredibly powerful. If this were our first time seeing it, I would definitely think Komodo was your starter Pokemon. Sure enough, your guess was correct. The key to Z moves, besides Z crystals and Z rings, is the resonance between the trainer and the Pokemon. It's a truly ingenious idea. Actually, it wasn't my idea. It was inspired by Wei Yekin. Xiaoyu said modestly, using Wei Yekin as a shield. You may look down on my strength, but you won't look down on Wei Yekin's strength. Sorry, Brother Wei, you take the blame. He and his Lucario have reached a perfect state, achieving true unity of mind and will. They don't even need to talk during battles, they can communicate directly through their minds. Wei Yekin, Dragon King muttered Wei Yekin's name. I heard he's coming to the capital. I'm really looking forward to fighting him. Even Old Tan was defeated by Wei Yekin. I want to see just how strong he is. Huh, Xiaoyu seemed to have heard some shocking gossip. Tan Yangsan actually lost that battle, even after using Z moves. Was Wei Yekin really that strong? Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice behind him. Dragon King, the data is in. The Z move's power is about 15% higher than its maximum power. The researcher ran out breathlessly with the equipment and informed Dragon King of the measured data. Long Fan's smile widened, and he patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder with satisfaction. Very good, I won't bother you anymore. Get back to training and I look forward to you making it to the national finals. Chapter 59 Weekend Intensive Training. Long Tianwan left the laboratory with satisfaction. Before leaving, he patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, showing great optimism for the young man. He encouraged Xiaoyu to seize the time to train with Long Yaning and strive for good results in the College Cup so that he could come to Imperial University next year. Faced with Dragon King's kindness, Xiaoyu naturally accepted with a smile and began one-on-one special training with Long Yaning. Such a rare opportunity, especially with Long Yaning being such a beautiful woman, would be something many people would covet, but Xiaoyu tried his best to keep a safe distance from Long Yaning. Teacher Long, I'm going to train now. Xiaoyu said and walked to the open space to the side to train, trying to stay as far away from Long Yaning as possible. He was really worried that his teacher, Long Yaning, would see through his Pokemon's potential and expose his secret. Last time, Long Yaning used an instrument to measure the potential of his Noboom, which gave Xiaoyu quite a fright. Xiaoyu's 3 Pokemon are an Elite 4-level Nobo, a near-champion-level Grovel, and a near-champion-level Charmander. If the potential of these 3 Pokemon were exposed, Xiaoyu would likely disappear the very next day. Therefore, Xiaoyu really didn't want to get too close to Long Yanning. He just wanted to develop and grow stronger on his own. However, Xiaoyu had no way to refuse Long Tianwang's kindness, because any normal person would not refuse such a rare opportunity for special training. It would be even stranger if Xiaoyu refused, which would obviously make him feel guilty and might backfire, attracting Long Tianwang's attention instead. So he could only bite the bullet and train with Long Yaning. What are you going so far for? Long Yaning asked, frowning. Xiaoyu's attitude of deliberately avoiding her made her a little unhappy. This is not a training camp. I don't need to guide other students. You are the only student here. Xiaoyu nodded helplessly and silently walked back to Long Yaning's side. Release your 3 Pokemon and let me see how well they've been training lately. After what happened yesterday and today, Long Yaning's opinion of Xiaoyu had changed a lot, and her impression of him had improved considerably. She was even less disgusted by Xiaoyu's trashy strength. Now she wanted to help Xiaoyu improve his strength as much as possible, and at the same time, she also wanted to ask Xiaoyu for help with her strange Z crystal. Xiaoyu nodded and released his 3 Pokemon. The shiny Charmander immediately caught Long Yaning's attention upon its appearance. Every time I see your shiny Charmander, I'm amazed. Shiny Pokemon are so rare, Long Yaning said, looking at Xiaoyu's shiny Charmander. She also really wanted a shiny Pokemon, like a shiny Haxorus or a shiny Gudra. They would be so beautiful. Long Yaning was only slightly surprised for a moment, and then immediately began to carefully observe each of Xiaoyu's Pokemon, measuring their height and weight, not missing any detail. Putting aside everything else, Long Yaning was really a very responsible teacher. Even though she didn't like Xiaoyu before, she was still able to treat everyone equally. The 3 Pokemon are developing very well and are progressing very quickly. Your efforts over the past few days have not been in vain, but you must continue to persevere. By the way, how's your Pokemon's practice of the Dragon Breath move we talked about yesterday? After checking the 3 Pokemon's physical condition, Long Yaning remembered yesterday's move learning class and frowned as she asked Xiaoyu, it's not enough to just master a move, you have to use it as proficiently as possible. It's difficult for Pokémon to truly master a move in just half a day on Saturday. You should make them practice more afterward. Starting this week, you can come to the lab every weekend, and I'll explain the move we taught on Saturday in detail again. Listening to Long Yanning's words, Xiaoyu felt a buzzing headache. Coming every weekend? How was he supposed to go treasure hunting? This responsible attitude was suffocating him, but Long Yanning was doing it out of concern, so Xiaoyu couldn't bear to refuse. He could only think to himself, anyway, the treasure hunt isn't urgent. I'll see how things go after I finish writing my thesis on the exclusive Z crystal. Okay, Teacher Long. Long Yanning put one hand on her hip, outlining her perfect waist, attracting Xiaoyu's gaze. Teacher Long's waist is so slender, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a little waist fairy. Wait, what am I thinking? Xiaoyu tried to put this strange thought out of his mind, but that's how strange people are. The more you try to control yourself from thinking about something, the clearer that thing becomes in your mind. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Long Yanning's delicate eyebrows furrowed into a straight line as she crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Xiaoyu. Teacher Long, I'm here, Xiaoyu quickly replied. You need to rest, your concentration is a bit off. Long Yanning didn't dwell on the issue and continued. Let your little fire dragon and forest lizard use their dragon breath techniques first, so I can see how well you've learned them. Alright, little fire dragon, you go first, use dragon breath. Xiaoyu commanded. Woo. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the little fire dragon took a deep breath, its cheeks puffed up instantly, and then it suddenly spewed out dragon breath from its mouth. Having witnessed the whole process, Long Yanning couldn't help but praise, very good. This little fire dragon has a pretty good grasp of dragon-type energy. Next up is the forest lizard. Xiaoyu nodded and also had the forest lizard unleash its dragon breath skill. Compared to the dragon breath unleashed by Charmander, the dragon breath skill unleashed by the forest lizard is much faster. The forest lizard goes from inhaling to exhaling in just a moment, leaving no time to react. Moreover, the range of the dragon breath exhaled from the forest lizard's mouth is also wider, resulting in greater destructive power. The forest lizard completely overwhelmed Charmander, which made Charmander feel very bad. The forest lizard was like a mountain pressing down on it, but it would never give up and would definitely surpass the forest lizard. Charmander secretly vowed in its heart. Upon witnessing the dragon breath released by the forest lizard, a hint of amazement flashed in Long Yanning's eyes. This forest lizard's talent in dragon-type energy was extremely astonishing, surpassing even the vast majority of dragon-type Pokémon. Coupled with its incredibly powerful body, this forest lizard's aptitude was beyond imagination, almost flawless. It was a Pokémon that was close to perfect. The only downside is that it's not a dragon-type Pokémon, Long Yanning thought to herself. If Sceptile were a dragon-type Pokémon, she would want to catch one. Your forest lizard has excellent potential. If you nurture it diligently, it will be the key to whether you can enter the national finals, Long Yanning praised sincerely. In the following period, under Long Yanning's guidance, Xiaoyu began to conduct targeted training for the 3 Pokémon. It has to be said that Long Yanning is really skilled at training dragon-type Pokémon, especially since she herself has a Noivern, and her training advice for Xiaoyu's Nombat is very crucial. Moreover, she could offer some targeted advice on forest lizards and little fire dragons to help Xiaoyu. Chapter 60 The Ghost of the Imperial Capital. Sunday afternoon. The weather in the capital is unpredictable. One morning it was a bright, sunny day, but by noon, dark clouds had gathered, and a torrential downpour began. In the outskirts of the capital, in what is now the most remote area, the uneven ground was flooded. Splash. The black boots stepped into the puddle, splashing water, and a silver dragon streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The man and woman, dressed in black raincoats, walked through the old buildings around them, entered the narrow alley, and arrived at a slightly dilapidated old courtyard. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock knock. 2 long, 2 short, and 3 rapid knocks sounded like a code, and soon the iron gate made the sound of unlocking, and the gate slowly opened. The 2 stepped inside and then locked the door. The 2 people who entered the house took off their raincoats, revealing their true faces. If Xiaoyu were present, he would definitely recognize that the man among them was Sushio, who had appeared in the secret realm a month or so ago. No one expected that Sushio, who was already wanted by the authorities, would secretly come to the capital without anyone noticing. The woman beside her was about 27 or 28 years old, with exquisite makeup and bright red lips that were stunning at first glance. Has no one noticed? A middle-aged man's voice came from inside the house, his face obscured by the dim light. Sushio shook his head, casually sat down on a chair, and said, I had Zoroark impersonate me and stay in the southwest region. showing up from time to time to keep those investigators in the dark. Nobody knew I was here. Another woman then spoke up. Her voice sounded strange, not like that of a Chinese person. She said in broken Chinese, "Don't worry, no one knows I'm in China. I have good news for you. The reward is on its way, and you should have received the message by now. It's expected to arrive at the designated location by tomorrow at the latest. The security isn't strong, you just need to launch an attack to steal the goods. Remember, don't let a single person return." The middle-aged man paused, as if discussing something trivial, and then continued, "Now that we've talked about the reward, let's discuss our mission requirements. I need you to find something." The middle-aged man's hoarse voice came through. "We don't know the exact location of that thing, but we can find people who know about it. This is a list of people who may have come into contact with it. You need to check it out yourselves." The middle-aged man seemed to remember something and quickly instructed, "Also, the capital is not like other places. You'd better not do anything reckless. If you really need to take action, remember to handle the aftermath properly." "I know," Sushio replied. Looking at the thick list of names, Sushio and another woman frowned slightly. "This is no simple task, there are at least several hundred people on the list." Page 34. "So I paid you a reward, and such an expensive one at that, which put a lot of pressure on us." The middle-aged man stared at Sushio and the woman and said, "We also took a considerable risk. We'll need at least a month, and no more than 3 months," the woman said. "We'll take the mission. Pleasant to work with. Pleasant to work with." The sudden downpour interrupted Xiaoyu's training plan, forcing him to switch from outdoor to indoor training. He trained until about 5 p.m. Just as he was about to finish training and go home, he heard Long Yanning's phone ring. "Hello?" Long Yanning stood by the window, answering the phone with a serious expression. "This is Long Yanning." "Are you sure?" Long Yanning looked flustered, then momentarily dazed, and said in disbelief, "When did this happen?" "I'll go right away." It's easy to tell from Long Yanning's expression that something extremely important must have happened, otherwise her face wouldn't be so pale. "Xiaoyu, you stay in the lab and don't go anywhere." Long Yanning solemnly instructed Xiaoyu, then quickly grabbed her raincoat, released the sonic dragon, leaped up, and disappeared into the rainy night. Drip. At the same time, Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was Old Lin calling. "Xiaoyu?" "Grandpa," Xiaoyu replied. "You stay in the lab for now. Someone will come to pick you up later and take you home." Old Lin's voice was serious, with an air of unquestionable authority. "Has something happened?" Xiaoyu asked cautiously. Judging from Long Yanning's reaction and Xiaoyu's phone call, it seemed something major had occurred in the capital. "Come back first and we'll talk about it. It's hard to explain over the phone." Upon returning home, Grandma Qin immediately came to greet Xiaoyu, affectionately taking his hand, her eyes filled with worry. "Grandma, what happened to Grandpa?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. "Why don't you watch the news first?" Old Lin said nothing, but simply gestured for Xiaoyu to watch the news on TV. Yesterday, another terrifying ghost incident occurred in Ping'an district of Beijing, resulting in 3 deaths. "We urge all citizens to pay attention to their personal safety and avoid going out at night unless absolutely necessary." Xiaoyu frowned as he watched the news on TV. He remembered that a similar news report had been broadcast a few days ago. At that time, it was suspected that ghost-type Pokémon were behind the trouble, and experts in psychic, dark, and ghost types had been dispatched to investigate the matter. The problem is still unresolved, and 3 people have died? But the death of 3 people shouldn't have caused Long Yanning to panic so much. Seemingly noticing his grandson's confusion, Old Lin slowly said, "Of the 3 dead, 1 was a student in the training program for the Dragon Realm, and the other 2 were a bodyguard and a driver. They left home after lunch today, intending to go to the Dragon Realm, but they all disappeared on the way. The missing vehicle and the 3 bodies were only found and reported to the police an hour ago." So that's how it is. No wonder Long Yanning had that expression. As the head teacher of the training class, she bears some responsibility for the students' deaths on their way to the secret realm. "Will this affect the Long family?" Xiaoyu asked. "Definitely." Old Lin said without hesitation. "That person's family must have influence to be able to participate in the training course, but as long as Long Fan is still around, it won't have a big impact on the Long family. It's just that girl Long Yanning might be affected a bit." Xiaoyu nodded and continued, "Grandpa, have the police found any clues?" Old Lin shook his head. "The specific details have not yet been released to the public, but it is said that the scene was extremely horrific, with obvious signs of a battle. Several Pokémon were dismembered and cut into pieces, and 3 human corpses were sucked dry. It must have been the work of some extremely evil Pokémon, but we don't know if it was controlled by humans." At this point, Elder Lin also instructed, "The training camp has been suspended recently, so you should train at home. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Xiaoyu nodded. In such a dangerous situation, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go out. He could also use these few days to write his thesis. Chapter 61 Evil Pokémon. Because of the mysterious evil spirit incident, the entire capital was on edge, with everyone on edge. Xiaoyu was temporarily unable to go to the Dragon-type secret realm for special training, and at the same time dared not go to the capital to search for treasures, so he could only stay at the Lin family's house, which made Xiaoyu feel very stifled. Forced by circumstances, he had no choice but to devote most of his energy to training his 3 Pokémon, and use the rest of his time to write his own Z-Crystal thesis. Writing a thesis is quite troublesome, and it requires factual evidence to support and verify one's conjectures. The requirement for a Z-move to upgrade to a powerful Z-ring is a particular headache for Xiaoyu, since neither the anime nor the games mention how to upgrade it, except for the 4 guardian deities of the island helping Ash upgrade his Z-ring to a powerful one. Xiaoyu guesses that the core of upgrading the Z-ring is related to energy. As for whether this is true, we can only wait for laboratory verification. If not, it will take a long time just to research the powerful Z-band. 2 days later, Xiaoyu looked out the window. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. After 2 days of clear skies, the capital city was hit by another downpour. The thunder and lightning made people feel depressed. In the past 2 days, Xiaoyu has also received video calls from his parents, his older brother, and Fatty Wu. They have all heard about the evil spirit incident in the capital from the news and are concerned about him. Meanwhile, the capital city has been in a state of panic these past 2 days, especially the Ping'an district, which is particularly deserted due to the location of the incident. The police in the capital city also invested a lot of manpower and resources in a multifaceted investigation, including reviewing surveillance footage, but ultimately came up empty-handed. They didn't even know if there was a trainer behind that mysterious Pokémon. The only useful information was that the Pokémon was very strong, at least at the level of a near-elite 4 member, otherwise it would have killed the 3 of them silently. Trainers in the capital city have long been clearing out wild Pokémon, and it's rare to even see elite-level wild Pokémon. The appearance of such a powerful Pokémon this time is definitely an accident. Since the day 3 people died, no more evil spirits have killed anyone in the capital for 2 consecutive days. The mysterious Pokémon seems to have disappeared without a trace. But everyone knows that this is just a temporary hibernation, waiting for new prey. The reason why ghost-type Pokémon are so troublesome and terrifying is that if they really want to hide, they are hard to detect once they conceal their presence. However, they will definitely reappear and kill again, because some Pokémon become extremely terrifying once they have killed someone. They will unconsciously treat humans as prey and keep hunting them. Xiaoyu was actually quite curious about this mysterious Pokémon, but he also knew his own limitations. With the strength of his 3 Pokémon, he was absolutely not qualified or capable of trying to investigate this mysterious Pokémon. To participate, Xiaoyu estimated that his Pokémon would need to be at least at the gym leader level to barely survive. That Pokémon was able to kill all of the bodyguard's Pokémon, so its strength was at least at the near elite 4 level. If its strength wasn't at the gym leader level, it would be a complete waste. This also gave Xiaoyu a sense of urgency. He had to do everything he could to improve his strength. This feeling of being powerless and unable to control his destiny was just too terrible. This lasted for 2 days. The training camp issued another training notice, but this time it was a completely closed camp, and 4 trainers at the near elite 4 level personally came to pick up the students and ensure their safety. Meanwhile, no one is allowed to leave the Dragon Realm until the evil spirit of the capital is found. Of course, participation in this training camp is entirely up to individual will. Xiaoyu naturally wanted to participate. The abundant Dragon-type energy within the Dragon-type secret realm was extremely beneficial to the growth of the 3 Pokémon, so he naturally wouldn't stay at home. As for safety, Xiaoyu didn't need to worry at all. With such a big incident, Long Fan would definitely be stationed in the Dragon System secret realm around the clock. In addition, there were Heavenly King-level experts and Quasi-Heavenly King-level experts in the secret realm, making it much safer than staying at home. After confirming his participation in the closed training camp, Xiaoyu also told the 2 elderly people, Lin and Qin, so as not to worry them. After packing his things, 2 hours later, the doorbell rang. Long Yaning, looking haggard and with her hair soaked, appeared at the door. Xiaoyu was startled. Was this still the glamorous teacher Long he knew? 2 days had passed, and Long Yaning looked noticeably haggard, with extremely prominent dark circles under her eyes. She had barely slept for the past 2 days. Even though the matter had little to do with her, the murder of her student made her feel extremely guilty. After all, the student had died after being handed over to bodyguards after leaving the secret realm, so in truth, it really had little to do with her. However, Long Yaning has been searching for the murderer of that student for the past 2 days, but to no avail. In such a large capital city, and with ghost-type Pokémon involved, the search is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Teacher Long, Xiaoyu said, let's go. Pointing to the car parked in the rain outside the door, Long Yaning gestured for Xiaoyu to get in. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and followed Long Yaning to sit in the back seat of the car. The driver in the front seat glanced at the two of them and silently drove off. The distance from the Lin family to the Dragon Realm is about an hour's drive, and with traffic jams, it may take 2 hours to get there. As soon as she got on the bus, the tired Long Yaning leaned her head against the window to rest. 2 consecutive days without sleep had left Long Yaning quite exhausted. Before she knew it, her eyelids were drooping and she had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiaoyu did not disturb Long Yanning, but instead turned his gaze to the window. Unfortunately, the torrential rain blocked Xiaoyu's view, just like the rain the day before yesterday, with lightning and thunder. The car drove smoothly along the street, heading towards the Dragon Realm. After passing through the bustling city, the crowds gradually thinned out, with only the trees on both sides of the road flashing past the car window. Long Yanning slept soundly the whole way. Perhaps because her head was resting on the hard window, she slowly leaned her head on Xiaoyu's shoulder in her sleep. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at Long Yaning, wanting to shake her awake, since men and women shouldn't touch each other. But seeing Long Yaning's haggard expression, Xiaoyu ultimately held back. But if you're going to sleep, why are you drooling? As Xiaoyu was complaining in his heart, he suddenly felt a momentary pause in the space-time around him, but it seemed like his imagination. However, at that moment, a dazzling red light flashed. Under the cover of night, Xiaoyu saw the red light pierce through the driver's side window, and the car was instantly forced to stop. The red light pierced through the driver's body in an instant, and the driver died without even having time to scream. Blood gushed out, instantly splattering Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. In that instant, Xiaoyu was terrified and violently opened the car door, grabbed Long Yaning, jumped out, and fell to the ground, his clothes soaked by the rain. Long Yaning was also awakened by the loud noise, but she reacted instantly. The two looked up and saw 2 Pokémon in front of them. It was obvious that Xiaoyu and his friends had encountered that one Darkrai Pokémon. No, those 2 Darkrai Pokémon. Nobody said that it was 2 Pokémon, not one, that were hunting humans. As for whether humans were behind these 2 Pokémon, nobody knows. Chapter 62 Interbreeding Pokémon. 2 Pokémon appeared, one of which was entirely dark gray. Apart from its gray-black upper body, only a ghostly tail fluttered in the downpour. A yellow band, resembling an antenna, adorned its forehead, allowing it to receive information from the spirit world. Its entire face contained only one enormous, terrifying eye, which stared intently at Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. Yellow irises, red pupils, and black sclera, like the gaze of death. The patterns on its chest look like an angry face, and there are also face-like patterns on its back, but the eye-shaped markings have become round, and the horizontal lines like mouths seem to be smiling. Night Demon. The night demon travels between this life and the afterlife, its consciousness unknown. It can roam the spirit world, leading people there. It also approaches those nearing the end of their lives, guiding their souls towards the underworld, occasionally mistakenly taking the souls of those whose lifespan hasn't ended. The night demon swallows its prey whole with its belly-sized mouth, consuming only the soul and regurgitating the body upon departure. It is said to absorb wandering souls into its elastic body and carry them to another world, thus inspiring fear in people. In the game, Dusknoir is just a powerful tank-type Pokémon, but in reality, Dusknoir is one of the most terrifying and frightening ghost-type Pokémon. Dusknoir possesses the ability to freely enter and exit the spirit world, and also the ability to bring the living out of it. Some benevolent Dusknoirs only bring the souls of the dead into the spirit world to help them find release. However, there are always exceptions. Some evil Dusknoirs choose to hunt humans, bringing them into the spirit world, killing them, and then devouring their souls to continuously increase their own power. These types of Dusknoirs are the most terrifying Pokémon. For this reason, the Pokémon Association has explicitly stipulated that all trainers who own Dusknoir family Pokémon must register with their real names, otherwise it is illegal. This is similar to a gun license in the previous life. The Night Demon is like a gun. Ordinary people have no way to fight against it, so it can only be strictly guarded. The fact that it is illegal to not register demonstrates just how strict the Pokémon Association is in controlling Dusknoir. At the same time, Xiaoyu finally understood why the Pokémon Association was still unable to find the Dark Spirit Pokémon despite mobilizing so many people. Dusknoir can enter the spirit world at any time, It only needs to kill someone and hide in the spirit world. Unless a near Elite 4 level psychic or ghost-type Pokémon specifically searches for it knowing its location, it will be impossible to find it. However, this was not what terrified Xiaoyu the most. What terrified him the most was another blood-red Pokémon. The massive, blood-red sword, stained with the driver's blood, had a single eye on it staring at Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. Combined with the black and gold shield, it looked particularly eerie in the torrential rain. Page 35. This is a shiny Aegislash. Legend has it that Aegislash enjoys using its powerful spiritual energy to control people and Pokémon, establishing kingdoms to suit its own needs. It seems to be able to discern who has the potential to become king, and those it approves of will ultimately become so. It has followed successive kings, using its spiritual energy to control the hearts of people and Pokémon, forcing them into obedience. Although kings accompanied by Aegislash once ruled their entire kingdoms, in the end, their life force was drained, and their kingdoms perished. The single eye on the blood-red sword stared greedily at Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. Its blade slowly pierced into the driver's body, greedily absorbing the driver's essence and converging it towards its blade. The driver turned into a dried-up corpse at a visible speed, while the sword-shield monster's body became increasingly eerily crimson. After the driver's body had completely desiccated, the night demon suddenly opened its mouth and sucked the driver's soul from the desiccated body, swallowing it whole. After eating, it showed a satisfied expression on its face. Holy crap, a one-stop service? Sword and shield monsters drain people's life force, while night demons drain people's souls. A win-win situation, huh? No wonder those three died such gruesome deaths. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had underestimated the Pokémon world. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a bizarre and terrifying combination. Two terrifying ghost-type Pokémon live and hunt each other in a mutually beneficial relationship. Dusknoir, along with Aegislash, hides in the spirit world and launches surprise attacks to hunt humans. Aegislash needs the life force of human bodies, while Dusknoir only needs human souls, making them a perfect combination. It's just unknown whether these two Pokémon have trainers behind them, or rather, there's a very high probability that they have trainers behind them, because Aegislash requires a dark stone to evolve. At the same time, although the evolution of the night demon spirit does not require communication in reality, it still requires the spirit world cloth. This is also why these two Pokémon rarely appear in the wild, so Xiaoyu guessed that there was probably a trainer behind these two Pokémon. One is a near Elite 4 level Dusknoir, and the other is an Aegislash, which is even Elite 4 level Pokémon, and it's shiny too. Xiaoyu scratched his head as he thought about it. Facing these two powerful Pokémon, Long Yaning's expression was also solemn, but she stood in front of Xiaoyu without hesitation. Although she was half a head shorter than Xiaoyu, she firmly protected him behind her. The feeling of being protected by a woman was unpleasant, but Xiaoyu had no choice. He had a bad stomach, so he didn't mind being fed by a woman. Xiaoyu, hide behind me. Long Yaning took out all the Pokeballs and threw them forward. All 6 Pokémon, Noivern, Haxorus, Kommo-o, Gyarados, Ampharos, and Deino, are participating in the battle. This is a life-or-death struggle, so there's no such thing as a fair fight. Since everyone's going to lose their lives, they'll go for as many as they can. Among them, Noivern, Haxorus, and Kommo-o have all reached the level of near Elite 4, while Gyarados and Ampharos are only at the level of Gym Leader. Deanadra is even weaker, still growing, having just evolved from Deanadra into Deanadra, and its strength has just reached the level of Gym Leader. As for Xiaoyu, he also released his 3 Pokémon. Although the difference in strength was huge, he would add as much combat power as possible. The Nodding Bat can also unleash an ultrasonic wave, though it may not be effective. The Grovel can release grassy terrain, and the shiny Charmander, well, Charmander, with all its offensive moves, can only be a spectator. It seemed like Xiaoyulong and Yan Ning's side had an absolute advantage in a 9-on-2 situation, but their combined strength was actually slightly weaker, especially the blood-red shield and sword monster, which gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. Teacher Long, I can't get through on the phone. At the same time, Xiaoyu was also trying to make a call, but found that there was no signal at all. He guessed that it was very likely because they had been taken into the spirit world by the night demon spirit and cut off from the outside world. The sudden feeling of stagnation in the car just now should be the result of entering the spirit world. To return, they would need to rely on powerful Pokémon of the psychic, ghost, and dark types, but unfortunately, neither of them has a single Pokémon that meets the requirements. Therefore, their only way out is to defeat Dusknoir and Aegislash. Chapter 63 The Mysterious Ghost System. Whoosh! The shielded sword monster launched the first fierce attack, wielding its blood-red sword and activating its Holy Sword skill. Holy Sword, a melee physical skill that slashes at the opponent, ignoring changes in the opponent's abilities and dealing direct damage. The Holy Sword skill is an extremely powerful skill. It is not only highly effective but also has no negative effects. Most importantly, it can ignore changes in the opponent's abilities and deal damage directly. Just from the name, you can tell how powerful the Holy Sword move is. Let's take a look at the Pokémon that can learn the Holy Sword move. First, the Samurai family of the starter Pokémon can only learn it through inheritance. Second, only Gallade and Aegislash, two non-legendary Pokémon, can learn the Holy Sword move by leveling up. Finally, there are 4 Holy Sword Pokémon, Grappaion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo, which can of course also learn Holy Sword. In addition, there is the Ultra Beast Karma, the legendary Pokémon Zacian, and the mythical Pokémon Ancient Blade. Just look at these Pokémon to see how prestigious the Holy Sword move is. Almost all of them can learn it, including legendary or ultra-powerful Pokémon. There isn't a single weak one. That's what makes it so impressive. The Shielded Sword monster, already possessing a sword-wielding form, boasts extremely high attack power. With the addition of the Holy Sword skill, it poses an even greater and more lethal threat to its opponents. The Sword and Shield monster, its massive blood-red sword enveloped in fighting-type energy, slashed towards Long Yaning. Hold on. Roar. Komodo immediately raised the scales on its arms, while its entire body was filled with normal-type energy, forming a light shield in front of it to block Aegislash's attack. The Aegislash's attack was powerful and overwhelming, forcing Komodo to use its protect ability immediately, as it dared not take the hit head-on. Morphodon, use Flamethrower. Long Yaning has extensive battle experience. She knows that when facing a Pokémon like Aegislash, you must not use physical attacks for close combat, but must use special attacks for ranged attacks. Because Aegislash has a very powerful core skill, King's Shield. It can block the opponent's attack while switching its form into shield form, greatly increasing its defense and significantly reducing the damage from the opponent it comes into contact with. To be honest, such an awesome Pokémon made Aegislash a top choice in battles until the introduction of Dynamax in Generation 8, coupled with the official nerf to its base stats, which caused Aegislash to fall from its pedestal. The best way to deal with such a powerful Pokémon is to use special attacks. However, Aegislash's strength also includes its excellent resistances, immunity to 3 types, resistance to 8 types, and 4x resistance to 1 type. Its weaknesses are only fire, ground, dark, and ghost, and it has no 4x weakness. There are only 2 Pokémon with such excellent ghost and steel attributes, Aegislash and Cyclops. Speaking of Cyclops, it is an even rarer Pokémon than Aegislash. It seems that no one in the world has discovered Cyclops yet. It requires 999 coins from the money-gathering spirit, a demanding condition that is extremely difficult to achieve in reality. Getting back to the main point, among the skills that Komodo has learned, there aren't many that can counter Aegislash. First of all, the Earthquake skill can't be used, otherwise it will accidentally hurt teammates, so the only option is Flamethrower. Roar. Upon hearing Long Yaning's command, the staff-tailed armored dragon instantly filled its mouth with a large ball of flame and spewed it out. Soundwave Dragon, Shadow Ball, attack Aegislash. Double-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex, Dark Pulse, attack Aegislash. At the same time, Long Yaning ordered Noivern and Dianothea, both special attack-oriented Pokémon, to attack Aegislash, using moves that were super effective against Aegislash. As for Gyarados and Haxorus, both physical attackers, they are specifically designed to deal with Dusknoir. While Ampharos is also a special attacker, its moveset doesn't cover Aegislash, so Dragon Smoke lets it attack Dusknoir. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Double Axe Dragon, Crush, attack Night Demon. Electric Dragon, 100,000 volts, attack Night Demon. As Long Yaning's voice fell, in addition to the Gyarados that was performing Dragon Dance, the other Pokémon also joined the group attack, unleashing Ghost-type Shadow Ball, Dark-type Dark Pulse, and Ampharos Thunderbolt. The double-haxed dragon charged violently towards the Night Demon like a tank, engaging it in battle. The scene instantly became chaotic. The appearance of the 6 Pokémon reassured Xiaoyu slightly. Even though the 2 evil Pokémon in front of him were indeed very strong, Long Yaning was not weak either. Looking at the tense situation and then at the 3 little Pokémon beside him, Xiaoyu decided not to go and join in the fun. With their strength, any skill that grazed Xiaoyu's Charmander and Buzzbat would severely injure them. Now it seems that the only thing to do is to let the forest lizard open a grassy area. Xiaoyu hesitated slightly, but still decided to have the forest lizard use the grassy terrain move. After all, with grassy terrain activated, Long Yanning would have 6 Pokémon that could heal, while the enemy only had 2. He just didn't know if grassy terrain would still be effective once they entered the spirit world. Forest Lizard, use the grassy ground. As Xiaoyu's voice fell, the grass-type energy on the Forest Lizard surged, and then it used the grassy terrain move. The grass-type energy spread from its feet outwards, and grass-type energy appeared on the ground, nourishing the Pokémon on the ground. Long Yanning turned her head in surprise when she saw the field turn into a grassy field. This skill was quite rare. She didn't expect that the Forest Lizard would actually master this skill. Boom! At the same time, all the skills bombarded the Aegislash and the Night Demon, creating a huge explosion. However, the Aegislash immediately used the King's Shield skill, putting itself into a defensive state, blocking all the attacks, and switching itself into shield form. On the other side, Duskmoor was locked in a fierce battle with Haxorus. Facing a Haxorus of equal strength, along with attacks from Ampharos and Gyarados that had just completed Dragon Dance, Duskmoor quickly found itself at a disadvantage. It was no match for the 3 Pokémon. If we deal with the Night Demon first, and then surround and attack the Shield and Sword monster, it will be a 6-on-1 situation. Just as the situation was tilting in Long Yanning's favor, a tearing sound suddenly came from the surrounding space. The spirit realm was ripped open from the outside, creating a gap. What? A surprised sound came from the crack, and a figure appeared there. She was covered in a raincoat and a mask, completely obscuring her face, so her appearance was impossible to discern. However, what's more noticeable than her appearance is the Pokémon beside her, Chandelure. A normal Chandelier spirit should be about 1 meter tall, but this Chandelier spirit was nearly 1.8 meters tall, floating beside the woman with its yellow eyes looking at everyone present. A crystal lamp spirit with Heavenly King level strength. Xiaoyu's heart sank. He immediately took out his phone and secretly dialed a number. As a gap was torn open in the spirit world, his phone regained a signal and he was able to make the call. The sudden appearance of this woman made Xiaoyu and Long Yanning's heart sink. This woman was very likely the owner of the 2 ghost-type Pokémon, the mysterious ghost-type trainer. Chapter 64 Mysterious Items. The scene came to a standstill. The mysterious ghost-type Pokémon trainer, the 2 ghost-type Pokémon, Xiaoyu, and Long Yanning, none of the 3 dared to make a rash move. A few seconds later, a surprising scene unfolded. All 3 parties simultaneously chose to retreat. Upon seeing other humans appear and sensing the powerful ghost-type energy emanating from the Chandelure, the shiny shield swordsman and Night Demon chose to flee without hesitation. They were already at a disadvantage against Long Yanning's 6 Pokémon, and with another powerful opponent arriving, they naturally began to consider retreating. The Night Demon unleashed its Black Mist skill and vanished into the Black Mist along with the Shield Sword monster. Long Yanning and Xiaoyu fled, naturally mistaking the mysterious ghost-type woman for the trainers of 2 Pokémon. Originally, they thought they had a chance against Swordslinger and Dusknoir, but upon seeing Chandelure, the 2 ultimately chose to run away to save their lives. However, what they didn't know was that the woman was not actually the trainer of these 2 Pokémon, but rather Miyano Ranjin, the ghost-type trainer from the Sakura Kingdom who appeared with Sushio. While she and Sushio were investigating the names on the roster separately, the crystal chandelier spirit beside them detected strong ghost-type energy fluctuations nearby, clearly indicating the presence of a powerful ghost. As a top-tier ghost-type trainer in Japan, Miyano Ranjin naturally wouldn't miss the chance to capture powerful ghost-type Pokémon. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to have Chandelure tear open the entrance to the spirit world, and when she discovered 2 Pokémon, she was indeed pleasantly surprised. Leaving aside the extremely rare Dusknoir, the shiny Aegislash is enough to drive anyone crazy. Page 36. She was no exception, but what she didn't expect was that there were other people there. In particular, there are 6 powerful Pokémon in the spirit world, including a pseudo-legendary Pokémon called Komodo. This instantly plunged her spirits to rock bottom. Long Yanning was very strong, and even if she used all her Pokémon, she definitely couldn't defeat these 2 in a short time. At the same time, there were also 2 ghost-type Pokémon, Aegislash and Dusknoir, lurking nearby, and she might even be caught off guard and lose her life. More importantly, this is the capital city, and Gongyi Ranjin has a special mission here. She absolutely cannot reveal her identity. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Gongyi Ranjin also chose to leave temporarily. Miyano Ranjin glanced at the fleeing shiny Aegislash from afar, her eyes gleaming. As long as it was a ghost-type Pokémon, she had a way to track it down, which was why she was willing to retreat. Ho ho! Xiaoyu and Long Yanning rode on the Sonic Dragon and flew directly back to the Dragon-type secret realm. The torrential rain soaked their clothes. Upon arriving at the secret realm, Long Yaning immediately reported the matter of the two evil Pokémon to Long Fan. After hearing this, Long Fan immediately led his men to the scene of the accident and saw the crashed vehicle and the driver's body. Soon after, investigators from the Pokémon Association arrived at the scene, cordoned off the area, and began their investigation. After confirming that the evil Pokémon were Aegislash and Dusknoir, the Pokémon Association immediately dispatched 2 Elite 4-level Ghost and Psychic trainers from other regions to the capital to provide support and ensure the capture of the 2 Pokémon as soon as possible. At the same time, Long Yaning also reported on the mysterious woman and the giant crystal lamp spirit. While we were battling those 2 Pokémon, the spirit world was opened from the outside. It was a stranger, completely covered in a raincoat and wearing a mask, so we couldn't tell who he was. But there was a huge chandelier next to him, about the height of an adult, and very strong. Long Yanning, who had been working nonstop for nearly 3 days, was already exhausted. She forced back her sleepiness and said, "It was about the strength of a champion." Long Fen looked at his daughter with heartache, then said, "Yanning, go and rest. You haven't rested for 3 days. Go and get some rest, leave the rest to me." Long Yanning was indeed about to reach her limit. After reporting this information, she returned to her room, took a shower, and went straight to sleep. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association immediately began investigating the woman's identity. Giant chandeliers are extremely rare, and chandeliers with strength reaching near Elite 4 level are even rarer. The Pokémon Association quickly and basically confirmed the woman's identity. Mayano Ranjan, former Ghost-type gym leader of Sakura Country. Mayano Ranjan is 30 years old and female. She has been the Ghost-type gym leader since she was 24 years old. She suddenly resigned a month ago, and someone else took over as the Ghost-type gym leader. There are many theories about why Mayano Ranjan left her position, but the most convincing one is that her chandelier broke through to the Elite 4 level, and she also became an Elite 4 trainer, which no longer met the requirements for serving as a gym leader. From then on, Mayano Ranjan disappeared from the public eye, and there was no news of her ever again. Clearly, based on the above information, the Pokémon Association concluded that this person is most likely Mayano Ranjan, but why would she appear in the capital? This immediately alerted the Pokémon Association's leadership. A champion-level trainer from Japan had secretly infiltrated China, clearly indicating that there was something ulterior motive involved. The Pokémon Association had no choice but to immediately send more people to search for the 2 Ghost-type Pokémon while also searching for Mayano Ranjan. In the suburbs of the capital, in an old, dilapidated building. "For the next 2 weeks, you 2 stay here and don't go anywhere. Someone will bring you food." The middle-aged man looked at Mayano Ranjan and Sushio and said seriously, "The Pokémon Association has officially sent 2 more Elite 4 trainers to the capital, ostensibly to capture Aegislash and Dusknoir, but secretly they may have also sent another Elite 4 member from another region. I don't know who it is." This time, the Pokémon Association has realized there's a problem internally, and they've done a very good job of keeping it secret. They've also started investigating the internal traitor. "I won't contact you for a while. I'll lay low for now, and I'll contact you again when things calm down. If you insist on courting death, don't drag me down with you," the middle-aged man said coldly, looking at the 2 men in front of him. "Understood." Sushio and Gongyi Ranjan nodded, clearly realizing the seriousness of the matter. If what that guy just said is true, then there are already 3 powerful experts at the level of the 4 heavenly kings in the capital. If they dare to jump out now, they will be courting death. "How's your investigation going?" the middle-aged man asked the 2 men after explaining everything. "We found nothing." Sushio shook his head. "You didn't even tell us what you were looking for, which makes things very difficult for us. You don't need to know what that thing is exactly." The middle-aged man interrupted Sushio and said directly, "I can only tell you that it is very important. I invited you 2 here because you are proficient in dark and ghost types. That thing is related to psychic, dark, and ghost types. Don't ask any more questions." "Don't worry." Sushio reassured the middle-aged man, "Our Dawn Society's reputation is guaranteed. We do what we're paid to do and won't meddle in other people's business. It's just that if you give us more information, it will be much easier for us to find it, and you can get your things sooner. We've known each other for decades, don't you even trust me?" "Sushio, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that someone else commissioned me to do this, and I don't know the specific details. I only know that it's something related to psychic, dark, and ghost types." "Okay." Chapter 65 Special Training Battle, Charmander vs Buzzbat. Despite the turbulent changes in the outside world, I remained steadfast and unmoved. Xiaoyu naturally had no ability to participate in the major events in the capital. The only thing he could do was to continuously improve his strength and devote himself to training. Long Yaning has been quite free lately. She was slightly affected by the student's death, and her other work has been temporarily suspended. She is only in charge of the training class. Life returned to normal, and Xiaoyu naturally put all his effort into training his Pokémon while also taking time to improve his thesis. This Saturday's move learning class continued to practice the Dragon Breath move, and new moves would only be taught every 2 weeks. The Forest Lizard and Charmander are now very proficient at using Dragon Breath, while the Noctua can only look at the Forest Lizard and Charmander with envy. Before they knew it, it was the weekend again. Because the Dragon-type Secret Realm training camp was now in a closed training mode, all the students could not go home and had to stay in the Secret Realm. I have something to tell you this morning. Long Yaning stood on the training field and looked at the 28 students in front of her. After 2 weeks of getting to know each other, we've all gotten to know each other. Today we're going to elect 2 class leaders, 1 boy and 1 girl. Everyone, please take a piece of paper and write your names down. I'll come and collect them later. Xiaoyu had absolutely no interest in this kind of thing. He casually wrote down 2 names and handed it in. Perhaps some people would like to be the class monitor, but for Xiaoyu, he'd rather spend that time training his Pokémon. Of course, if there were a reward, that would be a different story. Xiaoyu would definitely be willing to use his charm to be elected class monitor. The voting results came out quickly, and the boy was named Shinzaijun, who was elected class monitor. Xiaoyu also remembered him. He was generous, cheerful, and his family was wealthy and powerful. He got along well with his classmates and was popular. The girl chosen was named Sumuze. Xiaoyu remembered her because she was very beautiful and had a great figure. When she first came to the class, this was the first girl Xiaoyu remembered. It has to be said that good-looking people definitely have an advantage. Apart from her appearance, Xiaoyu knew very little about Sumuze. He vaguely remembered that she had a very talented Dragonite. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Xiaoyu actually got 5 votes in the election. Xiaoyu couldn't help but stroke his chin. How could anyone vote for him? Could it be because he's too handsome? After the election, Long Yaning announced the end of Get Out of Class. Because it was the weekend, all students were free to arrange their own time, but they were not allowed to leave the Dragon Realm. Let's all have dinner together tonight. Consider it our first class get-together, and it's on me. Shinzaijun, who had just been elected class monitor, generously offered to treat everyone to a meal, treating it as a class get-together. No one refused, and they chatted and made plans to have dinner together that evening. That's it. Squad leader, you're going to be bleeding money tonight. Brother Shin, you're so generous. The boys around them joked that those who could participate in the training camp in the Dragon Realm were all from wealthy families. They just wanted to have fun and make connections. For some people, participating in training camps in Dragon-type domains and raising Pokémon is only a secondary priority. Building connections is the top priority. Xiaoyu, are you going tonight? Shinzaijun, out of respect for the Lin family, was quite polite to Xiaoyu and extended a warm invitation. Faced with the invitation, Xiaoyu shook her head and declined in a tactful tone. I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. Shinzaijun frowned slightly. Being directly rejected by Xiaoyu made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he was very composed and continued to persuade him. Xiaoyu, you need to combine work and rest to improve the training effect. Besides, it's the weekend, it's okay to relax once in a while. I really have something to do. You guys go tonight. Despite Shinzaijun's repeated invitations, Xiaoyu firmly refused. He was genuinely busy, not only training Pokémon but also writing papers at night. He had no time for such fancy things. Noobs should just work hard. Honestly, there are no shortcuts. Seeing that Xiaoyu refused again, Shinzaijun didn't press the matter. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. Just call me if you need to come. It is good. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu continued training at the trainer's house, but this afternoon he planned to change the training method. He wanted the Forest Lizard to train alone, while Charmander would battle with Nombat. Monotonous training alone is not enough. Occasional matches are necessary to test the results of training. Buzzbat, you will battle Charmander. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the little fire dragon displayed high fighting spirit. As a representative of the warlike faction, it was eager to try, and its eyes seemed to burn with flames as it looked at the buzzing bat. Compared to Charmander, Nombat is a bit timid, but it is not afraid of Charmander. It has fought against Ieyazu's Charmander many times and has rich battle experience. Moreover, Charmander has been bullying it, and it has long wanted to have a big battle with Charmander. Get ready, feel free to do your thing. Xiaoyu led Charmander and Nombat onto the battlefield, and with his command, the battle between the 2 Pokémon officially began. Battle begins. War. Without Xiaoyu's command, Charmander acted quite aggressively, charging forward with its claws gleaming silver gray. Metal Claw, a steel-type physical skill that uses steel claws to cleave opponents and attack, sometimes increasing the user's attack power. Xiaoyu frowned. The little fire dragon still lacked combat experience. It tried to get close to the buzzing bat from the start and engage in close combat, but the buzzing bat would never give it the chance. Just as Xiaoyu had predicted, Nombat flapped its wings and flew into the sky, instantly taking off and using the advantage of flying-type Pokémon to escape Charmander's attack range. Ultrasound. As always, it used a disgusting tactic, releasing ultrasonic waves from the two purple ears of the Nompant. Charmander was hit directly in the front and immediately fell into a state of confusion, its head spinning. Then, the buzzing bats began to move rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, several buzzing bats appeared in the air. Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone is a skill that Nombat recently learned. It is a normal-type status move that creates multiple clones. Roar. The Charmander, caught in the chaos, became quite agitated. It took a deep breath and opened its mouth to unleash its dragon breath. Even in its confused state, the Charmander still managed to use its skill. Charmander used the dragon breath skill he had been practicing for the past 2 weeks, breathing out a breath infused with dragon-type energy as he flew towards the Nombat in the air. However, the dragon's breath passed directly through the Nombu's body, clearly indicating that Charmander's dragon's breath hit the Nombu's clone. The wind rises. The attack missed its target, and the buzzing bat flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that swept towards the little dragon, successfully hitting it. In battles at this level, flying-type Pokémon still have the advantage, and the situation is temporarily tilted towards Nombat. In the initial clashes, Nombat had the upper hand. Page 37. Chapter 66 Buzzbat vs Charmander. The Nobot flew through the air, quickly widening the distance between itself and Charmander, constantly attacking Charmander with its wind-slash skill. Although the power was limited, this made Charmander, who couldn't touch the Nobot, extremely angry. Roar. The angry little dragon roared, having completely broken free of its chaotic state and quickly regained its senses. Then, a surge of rock-type energy erupted from its body. Primal Power, a rock-type special move that attacks with primal power and sometimes boosts all stats. A muddy yellow rock-type energy ball gathered in front of the little dragon's claws and hurled it at the buzzbat flying in the air. Buzz. The buzzing bat flapped its wings rapidly, dodging the little fire dragon's primal power attack in mid-air, but just as it evaded the primal power, a dragon breath followed. Charmander learned his lesson and immediately followed up his first attack with a second dragon breath attack after using his primal power. This caught the airborne Nombat completely off guard, and the powerful dragon breath struck Nombat directly, causing instant damage. Compared to the minor scratching damage caused by the Nombat's wind, Charmander's dragon breath is significantly more powerful and also counters the dual-type Nombat, which is both dragon and flying. Buzz. The injured buzzbat was now enraged. It flapped its wings frantically and used the wind rising skill again. Buzzbat's attack skills were still too few, with only absorb and wind rising. This made Xiaoyu think that he should go back and have Buzzbat start learning the Dragon Pulse skill, or tell Long Yanning to teach the Dragon Pulse skill next week. This way, I can legitimately teach both Nombat and Charmander the Dragon Pulse move. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, the wind skill took effect again, damaging Charmander once more. At this moment, Charmander completely disregarded its own injuries and chose the most violent approach, trading damage for damage. Without tactics, it's just recklessness. Roar. Charmander unleashed its ancient power ability once more, sending a rock-type energy ball flying towards Nombat. Shadow Clone. This time, the Nobot learned its lesson and didn't try to dodge, lest it be hit by the dragon breath that Charmander followed up. Instead, it chose to use the Shadow Clone skill again, instantly creating 4 or 5 clones to disrupt Charmander's attack. Charmander had no choice but to use a rock-type energy ball to attack one of the Nomputs. Unfortunately, there was a 1 in 6 chance that it would guess the wrong target and miss its attack. Ultrasound. The Nompton displayed remarkable composure and skill, completely circumventing its weakness of lacking offensive moves. Instead, it showcased its guerrilla harassment tactics to the fullest extent, once again successfully hitting Charmander with its ultrasonic attack, causing Charmander, which had just recovered from its confused state, to fall into a confused state again. The wind rises. The Nompton had completely taken control of the battle, constantly harassing Charmander with its 3 skills: Shadow Clone, Ultrasonic Wave, and Wind Rush, making Charmander suffer greatly and fall into a complete disadvantage. Okay, stop. Xiaoyu interrupted the battle at the right time. There was no need to continue fighting. It was only a matter of time before Nombat won. With the advantage of flying-type Pokémon, Charmander had no chance of winning. Buzzbat won this match. Xiaoyu touched Buzzbat's purple ears to encourage it, and Buzzbat affectionately rubbed against Xiaoyu's palm, looking extremely happy. Charmander, don't be discouraged. Keep trying. Once you evolve into Charizard and can fly, Nombat might not be able to beat you. Compared to Nombat's joy, Charmander was in a terrible mood, completely unable to accept its defeat. This meant it was now the weakest of the three Pokémon. Gravel was the undisputed leader, and now that Charmander had lost to Nombat, it was naturally third. Little Charmander, it's alright. You were born the latest. With more training, you'll definitely become very strong. Xiaoyu noticed the little fire dragon's disappointed mood and quickly comforted it, then took the little fire dragon and the buzzing bat to the infirmary for treatment. While treating his Pokémon, Xiaoyu wandered into the hatching room of the dragon-type secret realm, hoping to find some good Pokémon eggs. However, when he entered the hatching room, he discovered that there wasn't a single dragon-type Pokémon egg for sale. Hello, Xiaoyu asked a guide, don't you sell dragon-type Pokémon eggs here? Sir, is this your first time here? Looking at the handsome Xiaoyu, the guide smiled brightly and said, unlike other secret realms, the dragon-type secret realm here only has one fixed time to sell Pokémon eggs each month. This is because dragon-type Pokémon have extremely low breeding ability, and there are only a few dragon-type Pokémon eggs each month. Moreover, dragon-type Pokémon eggs are very rare, and most people who obtain them will not choose to sell them. Xiaoyu nodded. That was indeed the case. Bug-type Pokémon often have extremely high reproductive capabilities, but their strength is generally weak, while dragon-type Pokémon have extremely low reproductive capabilities, but their strength is generally strong. This is the law of nature. But sir, you don't need to worry. Next Sunday is the public sales day for this month. You can come and choose to see if there are any Pokémon eggs you like, the guide said sweetly. Do you sell pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs here? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. The guide looked embarrassed. Sir, you're so funny. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon are not for sale. Okay. Xiaoyu felt a little regretful, but then he thought it was normal. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon are extremely rare, and given the league's track record, they definitely wouldn't sell them to the public. Next weekend, I'll remember that, thanks. Hearing that there were no Pokémon for sale, Xiaoyu felt bored and left the hatchery, returned to the infirmary, took 2 Pokémon, and went back to his room to rest. Beep, beep, beep. Just as she stepped inside, the phone rang. Xiaoyu answered it and saw that it was her grandmother calling. She quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Grandma. Xiao. Grandma Qin smiled as she heard her grandson's voice on the other end of the phone. Shali just said that you have 2 packages that have arrived. I put them in your room. Xiaoyu remembered the 2 stones he had acquired. One of them was a mega stone that resembled Jengar, and the other was a dim wishing star. Grandma, you can just put it in the room, Xiaoyu said. What did you eat today? Be careful about your diet, and don't let Grandpa drink too much alcohol. I've eaten. Hearing her grandson's concern, Grandma Qin's smile widened. You know your grandfather's temper. No one else can persuade him. Only you can talk to him when you come back. What man doesn't drink? Old Lin's voice came from the side, then he paused and continued. Xiao, Suiyun has almost finished writing her thesis, and it should be published in a few days. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa, and thank you, Uncle. Xiaoyu replied. It had only been a week since the experiment, and his uncle, Lin Suiyun, had already written a paper. It had to be said that his writing skills were quite strong. I'll come back to see you all once I can leave the secret realm. A good man should have ambitions beyond his hometown. You should strengthen your training in the secret realm. If you don't understand anything, just go to Longyaning. Okay, Grandpa. Xiaoyu chatted with her grandparents for a long time about everyday things before hanging up the phone. After a quick meal, Xiaoyu took her 3 Pokémon, who had just eaten energy cubes, to the training ground. Even if it means death, it's on the training field. Chapter 67 Sumuse. Traveling against the current, retreating if not advancing. Even though it was late at night, Xiaoyu was still training alone in the empty training field, the bright lights illuminating the figures of Xiaoyu and his 3 Pokémon. Buzzbat, hold on. A huge tire was hanging on its body as it struggled to flap its wings and move forward at a snail's pace. After recent targeted training, the Buzzbat's load-bearing capacity has improved by leaps and bounds, and it can now carry 20 kilograms. To this end, Xiaoyu has increased the intensity of training to continuously stimulate and explore the Buzzbat's potential. On the other side, the forest lizard was heavily strapped to its legs, and while moving at high speed, it continuously unleashed skills such as Magic Leaf, Dragon Breath, and Dragon Pulse. Finally, after being defeated by the Nodding Bat, Charmander was spurred on by his defeat and trained with all his might all night. He spun around and lashed out at the dummy with his tail, making a thump-thump sound, and then used his sharp claws to grab at the dummy. Xiaoyu wasn't idle either, he was also working on his physique, training with his 3 Pokémon. This is the passionate youth, growing stronger through sweat and feeling incredibly fulfilled. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant of the Dragon Realm, the students in the training camp were enjoying a meal together, clinking glasses and laughing and chatting. The boys were all dressed in brand new clothes, and some even got a trendy haircut in the afternoon, making them look more handsome, a stark contrast to their disheveled appearance on the training field. The girls had clearly dressed up carefully, with light makeup on their faces and even their fingernails meticulously manicured. Every smile and gesture they made captivated the boys' hearts. Men and women sat together as if they had endless topics to talk about, exuding their charm in whispers. In the crowd, Shinzai-jun was pushed to the front by 3 or 5 friends beside him. "Brother Shin, sing a song. Give me a song, give me a song." Surrounded by the crowd, Shinzai-jun reluctantly picked up the microphone and bowed to everyone. Unable to refuse such kind invitations, "I'll make a fool of myself here and start by singing a song for everyone." Shinzai-jun spoke modestly, but he had studied vocal music and sang a pop song for everyone amidst cheers. His voice was hoarse, and it was almost indistinguishable from the original singer, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Some of the girls were already looking at Shinzai-jun with shining eyes. He was handsome, talented, young, rich, strong, and from a good family. Shinzai-jun could be said to be the perfect romantic partner. Moreover, Shinzai-jun was also very handsome. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, he would probably be the most handsome guy in the entire training camp. After the piece ended, everyone applauded and then urged the class monitor, Sumuse, to perform for everyone. Sumuse acted very confidently. She was wearing a white pleated skirt and her long, slender legs were swaying as she sat down at the piano under the spotlight. In the blink of an eye, the melodious sound of the piano filled the air, and slender, fair fingers danced across the keys, graceful and elegant, like butterflies in flight. At that moment, Sumuse seemed to be the center of the world, breathtakingly beautiful. As the piece ended, thunderous applause erupted. The bustling atmosphere inside the restaurant contrasted sharply with the solitude of the training ground. The noise and bustle had nothing to do with Xiaoyu, all he saw was his unwavering belief in becoming stronger, a trait he shared with the forest lizard. The forest lizard has its own dream. Leaving the secret realm despite its parents' expectations, it has only one belief: to prove itself to be the strongest Pokémon. To achieve this goal, Grovel has always been the most hardworking Pokémon. It has no shortage of talent or effort, the only thing it lacks is time. But as long as the seeds of time are sown, its future will surely bear abundant fruit. Xiaoyu also yearns for the restlessness and hedonistic lifestyle of youth, but after the series of events involving Su Xiao, the Zhao family, and the evil Pokémon, he now has only one belief in his heart: to become stronger. Women, food, drink, and entertainment will only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. All enjoyment must be based on corresponding strength. Inside the restaurant, the dinner party was coming to an end. Influenced by the atmosphere, almost everyone had a few drinks, even Long Yaning, who was a teacher. She was the kind of person who blushed easily when she drank, and even though she only drank a small glass of red wine, her face was already flushed. "Remember to go back and rest early, everyone. We have training tomorrow." Long Yaning instructed her students. "Girls, come with me. I'll take you all back to your dorms." "Understood, Teacher Long." "Thank you, Teacher Long." Page 38. After sending all the students back to their rooms to rest, Long Yaning also prepared to go back to her own dormitory to rest, and also to take a look at the training ground. She noticed Xiaoyu wasn't there during the dinner party today. Knowing that Xiaoyu hadn't come, Long Yaning felt somewhat relieved. She was extremely surprised and impressed by Xiaoyu's hard work. After so much time together, her impression of Xiaoyu had completely changed. Although Xiaoyu's skills were indeed the worst in the class, he was also the most hardworking of them all. Every night at 9 o'clock, when Long Yaning passed by the training ground, she would see Xiaoyu and his 3 Pokémon training there, rain or shine. And every morning around 6 o'clock, Xiaoyu would appear at the training ground on time. His hard work made Long Yaning look at Xiaoyu in a new light, completely forgetting how much she disliked him as a transfer student at first. With such a hardworking student, Teacher Long Yaning naturally wanted to help Xiaoyu as much as possible. She had just arrived near the training ground when she saw Xiaoyu still training there, a smile on her face. However, just as Long Yaning was about to go up and check on Xiaoyu's training results, and give him some extra guidance, she suddenly saw a familiar figure carrying a bottle of water walk into the training field. "Xiaoyu." Sumuse smiled brightly and handed Xiaoyu the water she had just bought. Here, this is the water I bought for you. Xiaoyu was flattered and glanced at Sumuse, only to find her looking at him with a smile. Being stared at by such a cute little girl, Xiaoyu's face actually turned a little red. My apologies, I'm actually shy. Thinking this, Xiaoyu turned around and took the water Sumuse handed him, staring openly at Sumuse's face. Thank you. Squad leader Su, have you finished your meal? Xiaoyu took a sip of Sumuse's water. It was a little sweet. Hopefully, she didn't put any drugs in it. Although it's true that you shouldn't easily drink water offered by strangers, Xiaoyu thought maliciously. Surely Sumuse wouldn't intend to drug his kidneys. Yeah, we just finished a dinner party and didn't see you. I figured you should be at the training ground, so I came to check on you. Sumuse said directly. Xiaoyu, I voted for you as class monitor today. Xiaoyu was startled by Sumuse's words. Could this woman like him? Before Xiaoyu could think further, Sumuse spoke up again. Xiaoyu, training alone isn't enough. How about a real battle? I also have a Pokémon, about the same strength as your Grovel. How about a match? Oh. Xiaoyu was just worried about not finding anyone to practice on. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll beat you to a pulp, come on. Chapter 68 Melodic. Long Yaning stood quietly at a distance, not showing herself. She only saw Xiaoyu take the water from Sumuse, and after the two exchanged a few words, they walked to the battlefield to prepare for the battle. This sparked a bold guess in her mind, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Why did Sumuse secretly bring water to Xiaoyu after the dinner party? Could the two of them be dating? They were doing an amazing job of keeping it a secret. Thinking of this, Long Yaning felt a pang of regret. If Xiaoyu were to become immersed in love and waste his time and energy, all his hard work would be in vain. She was disappointed in him. Xiaoyu was unaware of Long Yaning's wild imagination. Although he was curious about Sumuse's presence here, he didn't ask any further questions. Go, Melodic. Sumuse threw out her Pokémon first, the extremely rare Melodic. Melodic is said to be the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, evolving from Phoebus. Xiaoyu glanced at it and could only say that Melodic was indeed quite pretty, with its pink and delicate appearance. In terms of looks, it was definitely better than many ugly Pokémon. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu secretly used the system to check the strength of this Melodic. Sumuse's Melodic had excellent aptitude, but its strength was only at the elite level, clearly indicating that it had only recently evolved. Elite level Melodic was slightly stronger than Xiaoyu's Grovel, but after so much training, Xiaoyu's Grovel was about to break through to the elite level, so the difference in strength between the two was not significant. Moreover, Grovel's type advantage over Melodic essentially eliminated the difference in strength. Overall, it was indeed a closely contested battle. Go, Forest Lizard. Xiaoyu didn't waste any words and sent his ace Forest Lizard into the arena. The Forest Lizard, which hadn't fought in a long time, seemed particularly excited and eager to fight Melodic on the other side. Excellent. As expected of my Forest Lizard, it was not fooled by Melodic on the other side. Xiaoyu was really afraid that this naive Forest Lizard would be fooled by Melodic. It seems that both Forest Lizard and Melodic are from the Dragon Egg group, so it is very possible that they will get together. And look at the gender of the other side, female. Be careful, the Forest Lizard women will only slow down your sword drawing speed, and the same goes for the Mother Dragon. Let's get ready to begin, Sumuse said with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject. Xiaoyu, how about we increase the stakes? What's the bet? Xiaoyu asked cautiously, but inwardly he sneered. So, he's finally showing his true colors. All that build-up was just a prelude to this. Whoever loses has to grant the other one request, Sumuse said earnestly. No way. Xiaoyu refused without even thinking. What if I lose? What if you want me to marry you? Sumuse looked puzzled. What did you mean by that disgusted tone? Her good mood instantly turned sour. No, you can't ask the other person to do anything too outrageous. It can only be something simple. That's something I can consider. Xiaoyu thought about it and agreed after hearing Sumuse's words. If he lost and Sumuse asked him to do something excessive, he could just renege on the debt. Face is something you lose over time. Don't worry, I will do my best, Xiaoyu said earnestly. Let's begin. I'll count down from 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. Forest Lizard, keep your distance, use Magic Leaf. As Sumuse's countdown ended, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to let the Forest Lizard launch the first attack, first using the Magic Leaf skill to probe. After removing its weights, the Forest Lizard was extremely fast. Only a green figure could be seen shuttling across the field, casting the Magic Leaf skill. Magic Leaf, a grass-type special attack move that scatters leaves that contract the opponent and will always hit. In the game, Magic Leaf is a guaranteed hit skill, but in reality, it's not always the case. Sharp leaves flew out from all directions, covered with grass-type energy, and flew towards Melodic, constantly cutting Melodic's body. Woo! Melodic, regenerate. Self-regeneration allows all the cells in the body to regenerate, greatly restoring physical strength. Melodic chose to take the hit head-on with Magic Leaf, letting out a painful cry. As a water type, Melodic was instantly injured by the grass-type move, but it wasn't seriously hurt. With the help of Regenerator, Melodic was able to recover to full health. Melodic has extremely high special defense and decent special attack, making it a clear special attacker-oriented Pokémon. Conversely, Melodic's attack is extremely low, and its defense is far inferior to its special defense. Therefore, the best way to deal with Melodic is to use physical attacks to break through head-on, while Magical Leaf is a special attack move, so it naturally has limited damage to Melodic. Just then, flames suddenly erupted from Melodic's body. The flame orb she wore on her chest took effect, causing Melodic to suffer burns. At the same time, Melodic's scales shone with a magical luster, becoming incredibly bright. Flame orb causes the user to suffer a burn status. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's face darkened, and he secretly realized that he had likely fallen into Sumuse's trap. It was true that Sumuse's Pokémon was only at the elite level, but it was clear that it had mastered a complete set of tactics, and the forest lizard's chances of winning were very low. Depending on their traits, Melodic can be categorized into two main types of breeding. One is Melodic with the competitive trait. Competitive, when an opponent reduces an ability, special attack increases significantly for each ability that is reduced. Melodic with these characteristics is undoubtedly suitable for an offensive build. When facing Pokémon with the Intimidate ability, such as Gyarados or Incineroar, if its attack is lowered by the opponent's Intimidate ability, its special attack will immediately increase by 2 stages, which may result in a sweep. Intimidate opponents upon entering the field, reducing the attack power of all opponents. Another way to train Melodic is more annoying, troublesome, and disgusting than this one, but it was Xiaoyu's favorite way to play. That is Melodic with the Mysterious Scale ability. Miracle Scales increases the user's defense when under abnormal status conditions. Melodic's weakness lies in its defense, but the effect of the Mysterious Scales ability can increase Melodic's defense when it is afflicted with a status condition, completely making up for Melodic's shortcomings. This is why Melodic carries the Burn Orb and burns itself. This type of Melodic build leans towards being a tank. Its core skills are a series of annoying transformation skills such as Toxic, Protect, Hypnosis, Recover, Mirror Image, Haze, and Fog. At the same time, skills such as Scald, Surf, and Ice Beam can effectively strike opponents, making it quite annoying. Imagine this: a Melodic poisons you, then regenerates, uses Protect and Rotation, and occasionally throws in Hypnosis. You amplify your special attack moves, and it uses Mirror Image. You boost your abilities, and it releases Dark Haze. It can slowly wear down your opponent and eventually kill them. It's incredibly disgusting. After secretly looking at Melodic's data, Xiaoyu discovered that Melodic's move pool was very strange, full of dirty tricks. Seeing this, Xiaoyu wanted to rise up and shout, "It's unfair. Rematch. This match doesn't count. The girl looks quite pretty, but why is she resorting to dirty tricks? She's using these disgusting tactics all the time. Someone, bring up my Shadow Tag Mega Jengar with the Extinction Song ability." Chapter 69 Forest Lizard vs Melodic. Xiaoyu calmly considered his options. It was clear this Melodic strategy was to slowly whittle down its opponent with its poison. Sword and Shield actually removed the poison move. Tricky, very tricky. Xiaoyu found this disgusting tactic quite troublesome. The only good news was that this Melodic hadn't learned Substitute yet, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, but it still made Xiaoyu feel disgusted. At this moment, Xiaoyu completely forgot the scene when he used Nombat to annoy Wu Ieyazu's Charmander. Now, he also desperately hoped to have a Pokémon that could learn the taunt move. Forest Lizard, Grassy Field. When in doubt, the best course of action is to create a suitable terrain. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before deciding to create a grassy terrain first, as Grass-type moves would be more powerful on grassy terrain, which would increase the output of the Forest Lizard. Seeing that the Forest Lizard was using the grassy terrain skill and wasn't in a hurry to attack, Sumuse wasn't worried either. Minshao, Water Ring. Water Flow Ring. Cover your body with a water curtain, which can continuously restore your stamina. Melodic emanates water-based energy, enveloping itself and covering its body with a water curtain that continuously nourishes it, restoring its strength and essentially erasing the ongoing damage from the burns. After unleashing their skills, both sides temporarily chose to remain still. Xiaoyu dared not let the Forest Lizard get close, lest he be hit by Melodic's poisonous skill. In reality, skills like highly toxic poison are only easy to hit when used at close range. Once the distance is maintained, it is difficult to hit the enemy. Therefore, as long as the distance is controlled, the forest lizard can also avoid being poisoned. Seeing that Xiaoyu kept the forest lizard at a distance from Melodic, Sumuza didn't care at all and patiently waited for Xiaoyu to make his move. Forest lizard, parasite seed. Xiaoyu hesitated slightly before choosing to have the forest lizard cast parasite seed. Since he was prepared for a long battle, the parasite seed skill would come in handy. Melodic, water pulse. Sumuza naturally saw through Xiaoyu's plan. When the grovel threw leech seed at Melodic, she immediately had Melodic use the water pulse skill. A surge of water energy formed a water sphere in front of Melodic, which spun out and collided with the parasitic seeds, knocking them all away. Keeping your distance from Melodic can prevent poisoning, but moves like leech seed and trouble seed also make it difficult to hit Melodic, so it has both advantages and disadvantages. This Melodic also has the move mirror image, which requires special attention. If it uses mirror image to catch a grovel off guard when it's making a desperate move and unleashing a powerful grass-type move like Leaf Storm, it will likely lose immediately. Mirror reflection, special damage received from enemies will be returned to the opponent as double damage. Xiaoyu, if you're not going to attack, then I'll have my Melodic make the first move. Melodic, Ice Beam. Seeing that Xiaoyu was hesitant to make a move, Sumuza took the initiative to have Melodic launch an attack. Melodic opened its mouth and gathered ice-type energy in front of it, then fired a beam of ice energy from its mouth, which flew towards the forest lizard. Ice-type moves are effective against grass-type forest lizards. If a forest lizard is hit by an ice beam, it will definitely take a lot of damage. Therefore, Xiaoyu did not dare to let the forest lizard withstand the attack. Forest lizard, dodge the freezing beams and charge. Now was the time to test the results of the forest lizard's special training. The forest lizard made full use of its speed advantage, nimbly dodging the ice beam attack and charging towards Melodic. Xiaoyu had another purpose in doing this. He didn't want the forest lizard and Melodic to get entangled. He planned to let the forest lizard end the battle as soon as possible and finish it quickly. Page 39. The decisive moment is now. If a powerful attack fails to take down Melodic, then Grovel will surely lose. Secret attack on key points. Toxic. Almost simultaneously, both gave the order. The moment they were close, Melodic spat out venom from its mouth, successfully hitting Grovel and poisoning it. Grovel also successfully used Dark Strike, its dark-type energy surging and covering the leaves on its wrist, instantly slashing at Melodic, tearing open Melodic's scales, and blood gushed out. Xiaoyu had already guessed that the opponent would definitely use the toxic move when the forest lizard got close, so he chose to let it use the powerful dark-type physical attack move Dark Strike to try to deal as much damage as possible to Melodic. Hold on. After a wave of attacks, Melodic indeed managed to defend its skills. Xiaoyu had already guessed this and ordered Forest Lizard to use the Drain skill. Forest Lizard, Drain. This was just a skill that Xiaoyu let the Forest Lizard use at will, with the purpose of breaking through the light shield of the guard skill. Just as Xiaoyu expected, the grass-type energy was successfully blocked by the guard skill. Melodic, Regenerate. Forest Lizard, Grass Flute. After securing the position, he would use Regenerator to restore his stamina and heal his injuries. Xiaoyu had anticipated this, so his real killing move was the Grass Whistle skill that followed up after absorbing the skill. Melodic would be completely immobile while using Regenerator, which meant that the Grass Whistle skill from Septal would definitely hit. A flute formed from grass-type energy appeared in front of the Forest Lizard. The flute's sound resonated, and Melodic, who was using its self-regeneration skill, was caught off guard and hit by the Grass Flute, falling into a deep sleep. In games, a Pokémon can only be afflicted with one status condition, but in reality, it can be afflicted with multiple status conditions simultaneously. This is why Melodic was able to fall into a deep sleep despite being burned. Melodic, currently in a deep sleep, will remain dormant for an unknown period, and this period of slumber will be crucial for Grovel to win the match. Forest Lizard, the most powerful Magic Leaf. Xiaoyu chose to have the Forest Lizard use the Magic Leaf skill, which is the strongest grass-type skill the Forest Lizard has learned so far, excluding Leaf Storm. With the grass-type stab move and the grassy terrain buff, plus the grass-type super weakness to water-type moves, Magic Leaf deals extremely high damage. The sharp leaves slash fiercely at Melodic, and as the leaves dance, they cut countless tiny wounds on Melodic's body, causing it to bleed profusely. However, Melodic, having used regenerative potions, was now full of stamina and had extremely high special defense, so one or two Magic Leaf attacks were simply not enough to defeat it. Ugh! Melodic, having taken 2 hits from Magic Leaf, began to sway. The pain in its body showed signs of waking it up. Seeing this, Xiaoyu knew it was time to settle the score. Once Melodic awakens, its combination of protect and regeneration will not give the forest lizard any chance whatsoever. Moreover, the toxins in the forest lizard's body have already begun to take effect. Forest lizard, leaf storm. As Xiaoyu's voice faded, leaves danced wildly, and a massive storm of leaves swept towards Melodic, slicing through its body and enveloping it in a green ocean. Chapter 70 Writing a Thesis. After the leaf storm passed, the leaves left on the ground turned into grass-type energy and dissipated, revealing Melodic's body, which was covered in blood and had clearly passed out. Milden. Sumuza ran to Melodic's side with concern and immediately recalled Melodic into its pokeball. Let's go to the infirmary first, Xiaoyu said quickly, realizing that Melodic's injuries looked quite serious. His forest lizard was also poisoned and needed treatment at the infirmary, so the two walked towards it together. Watching the two leave together, Long Yaning returned to her dormitory, becoming increasingly certain of her guess that Xiaoyu was indeed dating Sumuza. Your forest lizard is very powerful. Sumuza seemed unconcerned about the defeat and said to Xiaoyu in a generous manner, I was lucky. Xiaoyu was quite modest and honestly said, that's because your Melodic hasn't learned spectral protection yet. If it had learned spectral protection, it would be immune to status ailments, and I wouldn't have been able to win today's battle. The forest lizard won entirely because of its grass whistle. If the grass whistle hadn't successfully hypnotized Melodic, Xiaoyu would have undoubtedly lost. Xiaoyu's earnest answer made Sumuza's lips curl into a smile. She then launched into a long explanation of her match against Xiaoyu. You won. Is there anything I can do for you? Anything is fine? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, a hint of excitement rising in his heart. He had a bold idea in mind. Yes, anything that's not too outrageous is fine. Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu with bright eyes, her face slightly flushed. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Xiaoyu said without hesitation, don't you have a female dragonair? How about you have her lay a Pokémon egg for me? Sumuza's smile froze, her eyes narrowing into slits. So, I went out for dinner late at night, changed my clothes, touched up my makeup, brought you water, and even accompanied you in a battle training session. Not only did Melodic get injured, but you also want my dragonair to lay a Pokémon egg for you. Play the piano on the cow. Go to hell. Sumuza could no longer hold back and quickened her pace toward the infirmary. All the way to the infirmary, Sumuza held her breath, and the two of them didn't say a word. After examining the two Pokémon, the doctor on duty late at night slowly said, although Melodic's injury looks serious, it's actually not too bad and can be healed within half an hour. The Grovel's poison has been neutralized, and you can take it with you at any time. Hearing that the forest lizard's poison had healed, Xiaoyu got up to leave with it. However, Sumuza, who was standing to the side, seemed to have anticipated this situation. She no longer expected Xiaoyu to offer to take her home and quickly said, Hey, aren't you going to take me back? Don't you have a Hakuryu? You don't need me to take you. Besides, you can't possibly get into trouble in the dragon-type secret realm. I have urgent business to attend to, so I'm leaving now. Xiaoyu was in a hurry to get back and write his thesis. Watching Xiaoyu's departing figure, Sumuza felt truly choked up and sat in her chair, sulking. The nurse watching this scene smiled and sighed, it's so good to be young. This boy is quite handsome, but he doesn't know how to be considerate. Young lady, is this your boyfriend? The nurse said to herself. He's quite handsome, but he doesn't seem to care much. But that's normal, you're both young. Girls mature earlier, and boys are always a bit more immature. But as you grow older and have children, you'll mature a bit. Like my husband, when we were dating. The nurse started talking nonstop, leaving Sumuza no chance to get a word in edgewise. It wasn't until the nurse had been talking for a while that Sumuza finally managed to speak. Sister, he's not my boyfriend. We're students in a training program. Oh. The nurse looked a little embarrassed. After all that talk, it turned out they were just classmates. As night fell, after returning to his dormitory, Xiaoyu completely forgot about Sumuza and began to chew on the end of his pen, continuing to write and improve his thesis. First, regarding my core conjecture, I need to conduct a qualitative analysis of this unknown Z-pure crystal, reveal its true nature, and point out that this special Z-pure crystal should be an exclusive Z-pure crystal. The effect of a Z-crystal is that it can convert a specific move of a certain Pokémon into a Z-move. Next, Xiaoyu plans to point out that exclusive Z-moves require more energy than regular Z-moves. Ordinary Z-rings cannot provide enough energy to unleash exclusive Z-moves. They must be upgraded to Z-power bracelets to unleash exclusive Z-moves. Therefore, no one has been able to successfully unleash exclusive Z-moves so far. Finally, to prove their hypothesis, they need to successfully unleash a unique Z move. Obviously, Long Yanning and her Komodo are the most suitable test subjects. As long as Komodo unleashes Soul Dance Sonic Boom, it will be a success. However, there is still a problem that has not been solved, which is how to upgrade the Zering to the Z Power Bing. This was the key point that troubled Xiaoyu the most, and it was also where his paper stalled. After all, the idea that upgrading the Z bracelet to a powerful Z bracelet required more energy was just Xiaoyu's guess, and he couldn't be 100% sure. Only through continuous experimentation could he solve it. Xiaoyu kept typing on the keyboard on his laptop, carefully considering the wording and phrasing, and continued writing his paper until late at night. The buzzing bat beside them was already drowsy. It was perched on Xiaoyu's head, using the messy hair as a little nest, and snuggling close to Xiaoyu's head, fast asleep. Xiaoyu could only smile wryly at the lazy little nombat. Expecting it to train diligently was extremely difficult. He could only hope that it would evolve into Noivern soon and change its temperament. On the other side, the forest lizard seemed tireless, still exercising with simple fitness equipment. The little fire dragon, who was usually asleep, was also working hard to train. It's never too late to learn from your mistakes. Meanwhile, the men in the other training classes were discussing which girl was the prettiest, which girl was the gentlest and most virtuous, which girl had the most beautiful voice, and which girl had the most captivating heartstrings. Or perhaps you're picking up your phone, hesitating whether to bravely send a message to the girl you like, even just a good night. This is the restless energy of youth. Everyone has their own choices, but everyone must be responsible for those choices. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Sumuse, who had just finished washing up, collapsed onto the soft bed. She was furious when she thought about Xiaoyu's behavior. How could someone be like that? Drip. Sumuse's phone vibrated, indicating a new message. She opened it and found it was from Shinzai-jun. The moonlight is beautiful, just like you tonight. Excellent writing skills, as expected of Shinzai-jun. But Sumuse only glanced at the message before tossing her phone aside. This was already the fourth message she had received tonight, all with similar content, flirting lines, which she was already immune to. It has to be said that Shinzai-jun is really outstanding. He is tall and handsome, comes from a good family, is strong, has a great personality, and is popular. He is almost flawless. Many girls in the class like him, but Sumuse just doesn't like Shinzai-jun. She thinks that Shinzai-jun is somewhat hypocritical and that a dark soul is hidden under his sunny appearance. She actually preferred Xiaoyu a little more. Although Xiaoyu's strength was not good at the moment, she believed more in Xiaoyu's potential. Chapter 71: The Pokémon that has a perfect counter. New week. On Monday morning, Xiaoyu got up early, and the news was playing on TV. Since their last attack on Xiao and Long, the Shining Shield Sword monster and the Night Demon have not been found. Citizens are advised to stay away from remote and deserted areas as much as possible. At 3:16 a.m. yesterday, the Dawn Society launched a surprise attack on the Pokémon Association's egg transport team in Liuyang City, resulting in serious casualties. No one on the transport team survived, and all the Pokémon eggs were stolen. It is reported that the stolen Pokémon eggs included a Gible egg. Wanted criminal Su Xiao appeared in Zishu province 3 days ago, and Li Yunyao, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region, will personally lead a team to capture him. The capital city seemed to have returned to its usual tranquility, but everyone remained on edge, not daring to relax for even a moment until the shiny shield sword monster and the night demon were captured. Xiaoyu's life remained as monotonous and dull as ever, with no entertainment activities other than the daily training. He was always the first to arrive at the training ground to start training, and also the last to leave. During his morning exercise this morning, Xiaoyu discovered that after last night's battle, the forest lizard's strength had broken through from the rare level to the elite level, and it had also learned a new skill, malicious pursuit, which was excellent news. The morning was still the usual physical education class. After yesterday's dinner, most of the students had gotten to know each other and greeted each other warmly when they met. Only Xiaoyu seemed a little out of place. Xiaoyu. Only Shinzai-jun, as the class monitor, smiled and nodded to Xiaoyu. Good morning. Good morning. Xiaoyu replied politely, then continued his training. He found a secluded corner, released 3 Pokémon, and began training quietly. If he had the strength of these people, and the Pokémon he had were all at the Lord level, Xiaoyu wouldn't be training so relentlessly. Weakness is the root of everything. In the distance, many girls were secretly watching Xiaoyu. As the most handsome boy in the class, Xiaoyu had always been the focus of the girls' discussions. Of course, they had also long since learned everything about Xiaoyu's background. Page 40. Although the Lin family only has 1 champion-level trainer, their status in the academic world is extremely high. As long as Elder Lin and Elder Qin are still alive, the Lin family will continue to enjoy its glory. However, since Lin Suiyun took over the laboratory in recent years, Yuan Kunhe has not produced any outstanding results, leading many to speculate that if the two elders pass away, the Lin family's status in the academic world will definitely plummet. Muzi, where did you go after dinner last night? A girl in a pink dress asked Su Muzi with a smile. Su Muzi was slightly surprised, but she remained calm on the surface. I didn't go anywhere. You're lying. The girl in the pink dress raised her voice, attracting the attention of those around her, but she quickly realized her voice was a bit too loud and lowered it, looking at Su Muzi with a mocking expression. Last night I saw you secretly buy a bottle of water at the supermarket and head towards the training ground. Who are you going to deliver the water to? Everyone knew who was at the training ground at that time, and they all looked at Su Muzi with ambiguous expressions. Muzi, when did you make your move? You were really quick. You even managed to snag a handsome guy like Xiaoyu. Don't talk nonsense. A blush rose on Su Muzi's face, making her look stunningly beautiful. You're overthinking it. If you don't admit it, I'll go ask Xiaoyu, the girl in the pink dress said. No, really. Su Muzi sighed as she recalled what happened last night. I was just thinking that he didn't go to the dinner party by himself yesterday, and he looked a little pitiful. So our squad leader, Su, took pity on us and offered himself to us? You brat, I'll tear your mouth off. Xiaoyu was oblivious to the girl's conversation. He was focused on training his Pokémon and didn't even notice Long Yanning appearing behind him. Ahem. Long Yanning coughed lightly. Is there something you need, Teacher Long? Xiaoyu turned to look at Long Yanning. Long Yanning hesitated, wanting to remind him to focus on training his Pokémon and spend less time on dating, but she didn't know how to start. It's nothing, just checking on how your training is going. You can ask me anytime if you have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Long. There are no problems for now. Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then said, by the way, Mr. Long, could you teach me the Dragon Pulse move this Saturday? I'd like my Pokémon to learn it. Dragon Pulse? I plan to talk about this skill later. We just talked about Dragon Breath in the first half of the month. Dragon Pulse and Dragon Breath are highly overlapping, both being Dragon-type special attack skills, so it's not suitable to talk about them this week. Long Yanning thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll talk about it the week after next. This time I plan to talk about Dragon Claw. Okay, thank you, teacher. Xiaoyu said, by the way, Teacher Long, when are you planning to visit the Yuan Kunhe laboratory? Could you please take me with you? We won't go for now. Long Yanning shook her head. We haven't found those two Pokémon yet, and we haven't even found Miyano Ranjin. It's not safe outside. We'll have to wait at least a while longer. By the way, how's your paper on Z-moves coming along? When do you plan to publish it? It should be soon. Xiaoyu wasn't too sure, since he hadn't written a single word in the paper except for being the first author. It was all written by his uncle. But his grandfather said it should be published soon. Alright, train hard and don't think about anything else. Focus on training. Right now, your only thing is to prepare seriously for the High School Cup. The rewards for the High School Cup are extremely generous. The top 2 in the provincial competition can go to the secret realm to choose some extremely rare Pokémon. Make the most of this opportunity and don't let anything else affect you. Long Yanning reminded Xiaoyu again before walking towards another student. Xiaoyu scratched his head, wondering what was wrong with Teacher Long today, why she was saying so much. Was she reminding him to focus his energy on training Pokémon and put the experiments aside for now? Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu's life was quite fulfilling during these 3 days. He wished he could split every 24 hours in half to spend them, balancing training and his thesis. Firstly, in terms of physical training, the forest lizard in the distance is doing weight training, and behind it is the little fire dragon learning in a very good manner. Now the little fire dragon completely regards the forest lizard as its goal and looks up to the forest lizard in everything. The buzzing bat, on the other hand, flies in the air, so the training mainly focuses on flight skills. Of course, the hard work paid off. Shamed and inspired, Charmander's strength finally broke through from the common level to the rare level, and he learned the smoke screen skill. During this period, Charmander had to battle Nova Bat once a day, with a record of 2 losses and 1 win. It was still unable to break Nova Bat's cheating combination move of Shadow Clone plus Ultrasonic. Its only victory was when it guessed the true form of Shadow Clone, and all the other victories were losses. Meanwhile, the forest lizard has been undergoing intensive special attack training these past few days to unlock its potential. Xiaoyu's plan is to train it to be a dual wielder, capable of both close-range Leaf Blade and long-range Dragon Pulse attacks, providing all-around, no blind spot strikes. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu has been focusing on another thing these past few days, training his resistance to ice-type attacks. Both Noivern's final evolution, Noivern, and Mega Sceptile have a fatal weakness of being 4 times weak to ice, so Xiaoyu must plan ahead and prepare in advance. In addition, Xiaoyu has recently been considering the choice of a 4th Pokémon, and this matter must be put on the agenda as soon as possible, because he recently discovered that his 3 Pokémon are completely countered by a single Pokémon. If they encounter it, it is very likely that the Pokémon will be wiped out in one fell swoop. Chapter 72 Dragon Slayer Warrior. Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon, Noivern, Sceptile, and Charizard, are all completely countered by Azumarill, which has the herbivore ability. The image already flashed in his mind, a Marill with belly drum, directly beating Charizard with water-type moves, then using fairy-type moves to smash Noivern, and with its herbivore ability super effective against Sceptile, completely ignoring grass-type attacks. If Xiaoyu encountered a Marill with this ability, he really wouldn't know what to do with it. It's not just Marill, many fairy-type Pokémon are quite effective against Xiaoyu's team. After all, ever since Xiaoyu received the mission to become the Dragon-type Pokémon Master, fairy-type Pokémon have been his lifelong nemesis. To solve the fairy-type problem, you must catch a Pokémon that is super effective against fairy-type, such as a poison or steel-type Pokémon. It seems there aren't many options: Poisonous Algae Dragon, Duraludon, or the Golem from the Emerald Valley. As for Dialga, Jaws Teal Dragon, and Eternatus, those are out of the question, too unrealistic. First, we can rule out Poisonous Algae Dragon, as it's a pure special attacker. Xiaoyu urgently needs to add a physical attacker, so that leaves Duraludon. However, Duraludon is also more geared towards special attackers. This greatly troubled Xiaoyu. The current situation seemed unsolvable. Was he destined to launch a full-scale attack, only to be completely overwhelmed by a single Lady Flower? Xiaoyu rubbed his head, really worried about his 4th Dragon-type Pokémon. It had to be Dragon-type, a physical attacker, and also Steel-type or Poison-type. Where could he find so many good things? Or we could just get a Metagross, a Steel-type physical attacker, and then give up on the Dragon-type Pokémon Master Quest. We're not going to put up with this. However, the reward for catching 4 Dragon-type Pokémon is a Dragon Z Crystal, which is really great. The reward for catching 5 Dragon-type Pokémon is 6 A-rank Dragon Scales, and the reward for catching 6 Dragon-type Pokémon is an improvement in the stats of all Pokémon. It smells so good, what should I do? Xiaoyu was even more conflicted when he thought about the generous reward. In the end, he made up his mind and decided to ignore everything else and just collect 6 Dragon-type Pokémon first. So what if they were weak to Fairy-type? He could just endure it. Being weak to Fairy-type was fine. A true man can bend and stretch. After receiving the reward of 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, everyone's stats improved, with the champion-level Sceptile and the champion-level Charizard dominating the battlefield. I'll catch other types of Pokémon to get my revenge then. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. I will repay the humiliation the Fairy-type inflicted on me tenfold. Xiaoyu was worrying about his 4th Pokémon when he suddenly saw Sumuza, wearing a short skirt and a purple top, walking straight towards him from the crowd. Sumuza looks quite good today. Her knee-length skirt reveals her straight and slender legs, and paired with white sneakers, she looks very cute. Her purple top also has a lot of charm. Xiaoyu. This was the first time they had spoken since their last battle. Sumuza never expected that as long as she didn't go looking for Xiaoyu, he would act as if he didn't recognize her at all. Beautiful Su, what's the matter? Xiaoyu asked Sumuza. Sumuza didn't care about Xiaoyu's attitude and handed him the water in her hand. Here, this is the water I bought for you. Thanks. Xiaoyu didn't stand on ceremony and turned on the tap to drink the water. Sumuza stood to the side, watching him quietly, her eyes shining with admiration. She looked at Xiaoyu's face without saying a word. The two's unusual behavior clearly attracted the attention of others, whose gazes frequently fell upon them. Shinzaijun's eyes even drifted over there almost imperceptibly. When he saw Sumuza hand water to Xiaoyu, he gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke. It was worse than death for him. But Shinzaijun was quite shrewd. He pretended nothing was wrong and continued training his Pokémon. Hey, brother Shin, look, Sumuza is bringing water to that kid. Being handsome is great. Women will throw themselves at you. If you ask me, Sumuza is just an ordinary person. Besides being handsome, what does Xiaoyu have that can compare to brother Shin? Facing the gazes of the crowd and listening to their discussions, Sumuza didn't care. She generously allowed herself to be looked at. From childhood to adulthood, she had become accustomed to these gazes. Many girls secretly called her a vixen, but she didn't care. After all, she wasn't real money that everyone could like. Sumuza remained calm, but Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore. With everyone staring at him after all that, he felt a little uncomfortable. Is there something you need, Sumuse? Upon hearing Xiaoyu speak, Sumuse's bright eyes crinkled with laughter, her eyebrows curved, and her smile shone like stars. She said softly, Xiaoyu, let's have lunch together at noon. I don't have time. Xiaoyu naturally refused directly. He hadn't even taken a nap at noon for the past few days, as he needed to go back and finish his thesis and try to hand it over to his grandfather in the next couple of days. Despite being rejected by Xiaoyu, Sumuse was not annoyed. Her bright smile made Xiaoyu feel uneasy and inexplicably flustered. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. At noon, Xiaoyu casually ordered some food at the cafeteria. Just as he found a seat, he saw Sumuse also bring her food and sit down opposite him. Su, what's wrong? Tell me. Looking at Sumuse, Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on and could only ask. I've read your paper, Sumuse said directly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiaoyu. The actions and language used in Z moves can amplify their power. You're amazing, how did you discover that? This morning, Sumuse suddenly received a call from her mother, asking if she was in the same class as Xiaoyu. After receiving Sumuse's affirmative reply, Sumuse's mother told her that Xiaoyu, who was only 18 years old, had submitted a paper as the first author. The paper demonstrates that the power of Z moves is amplified by actions and words, and is about 20% to 40% higher than the maximum power of Z moves performed under normal circumstances. The paper was personally verified by Dragon-type champion Long Fan, who said that with Xiaoyu's help, his Z moves power could be increased by 20% after the design of fixed language and actions. At the same time, the bond and resonance mentioned in the paper also opened up a new way of thinking for the academic community. Could the bond between trainers and Pokémon be a significant factor influencing a Pokémon's strength? Her mother was the first person to see the paper because of her work. The paper has not yet been published, but it will be officially published in about a day or two. Her mother also said that Long Fan praised Xiaoyu highly, saying that he is an extremely outstanding young man. Although he is not strong enough now, his hard work and talent in scientific research mean that his future achievements are limitless. It just so happens that Sumuse is also in the Dragon-type Secret Realm training camp, so she made a special call to ask. Sumuse was already incredibly shocked after hearing her mother's words. Although she also felt that with Xiaoyu's hard work, he would definitely shine in the future as a trainer, so she had always had a good impression of Xiaoyu, which was why she brought him water and accompanied him in battles. However, she did not expect that Xiaoyu would become famous academically first. After hearing Sumuse's words, Xiaoyu finally understood why Sumuse had this attitude. It turned out that she had seen that paper. Just lucky. Xiaoyu was actually quite happy inside. He could tell how impactful the paper was from the way Sumuse looked at him, but he had to maintain his aloof image. I'm just an ordinary researcher. Chapter 73 The Fairy King. Sumuse and Xiaoyu sitting together for a meal naturally attracted a lot of attention. The boys were naturally jealous of Xiaoyu, secretly calling him a gigolo who only knew how to live off women. The girls, on the other hand, called Sumuse a slutty vixen who couldn't resist handsome guys. I read in the paper that you've already designed the actions and dialogue for dragon and ice types. You're amazing. By the way, my mom wanted to ask if you could design the actions and lines for fairy types. Sumuse paused slightly, then realized it wasn't appropriate to ask for help so abruptly, and quickly added, It's okay. I was just asking casually, don't worry about it. It's fine if you don't want to, I can just refuse for you. If you agree, my mom said she'll give you a satisfactory price. This isn't about money. Xiaoyu certainly didn't want to design those embarrassing lines and actions again, especially since they were from the fairy type, his lifelong enemy. Wasn't this just handing bullets to the enemy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You think you can get things done just because you're paid? No way. I, Xiaoyu, would rather starve to death than bow down to a fairy type for money. However, he quickly realized that Sumuse's mother possessed a fairy Z crystal, meaning she was at least a champion-level trainer. He hurriedly asked, Who is your mother? My mom is Uncle Long's colleague. Her surname is Xiao Wanyu. Xiaoyu frowned, recalling the name in his mind. Wait, why does this name sound so familiar? Fairy type, isn't Xiao Wanyu one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, the fairy type heavenly king? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu looked at Sumuse. So Sumuse's mother is the fairy-type heavenly king. Wait, if you're not the daughter of a fairy-type heavenly king, why are you here in the dragon-type secret realm for training? Are you here as an undercover agent? Isn't your mother the fairy-type heavenly king? Why is she here in the dragon-type secret realm for training? Xiaoyu looked at Sumuse suspiciously, now seriously doubting that this guy's motives were impure. Page 41. I'm here mainly for my Dragonair, hoping it can evolve into Dragonite during the competition, Sumuse explained. Like her mother, she primarily uses Fairy-type Pokémon, but her starter Pokémon is a Dragon-type like Dratini. She came to the Dragon-type training camp to improve Dratini's strength. After listening to Sumuse's words, Xiaoyu wondered if Dragonair's evolution into Dragonite normally required gym leader level strength. So, Sumuse's Dragonair was already close to gym leader level? A Dragonair of the Overlord level? If this Dragonair can really evolve into a Dragonite during the High School Cup, a gym leader level Dragonite competing in the High School Cup would be nothing short of a crushing defeat. Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, what is the current strength of your Hakuryu? Overlord level, Sumuse said honestly, without any intention of hiding her main force. Hiss. Xiaoyu looked on with envy at the Dragonair, a top-tier Dragonair. Just as expected, this Dragonair really did evolve into Dragonite and would be unstoppable in the High School Cup. I wish I had one too. Sumuse stared at Xiaoyu, her face full of anticipation. Were you free? My mom is very rich, and she'll be very generous if you agree. Upon hearing Sumuse's words, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that Xiao Wanyu was not only one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, but also a tycoon with numerous businesses and immense wealth, making her one of the richest people in East China. If it's King Xiao, I'm willing to help. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and decided to agree to Sumuse's request. Of course, he had no right to refuse a request from a king, but this will take some time. No problem, thank you. Seeing Xiaoyu agree, Sumuse smiled and said, come on, let's eat. After lunch, Xiaoyu returned to his dormitory and sat on his bed, but he didn't rush to write his thesis. He was thinking about what had happened at noon, and his mind was full of thoughts. Xiao Wanyu's matter had served as a reminder to Xiaoyu. With the publication of this paper on the corresponding actions for Z moves, many elite-level players who possess Z crystals will undoubtedly come to Xiaoyu seeking advice on the actions and language for casting Z moves, all for the sake of the 20% power boost. What could Xiaoyu do then? Could he refuse a request from a champion-level trainer? To be honest, he had no right to refuse, he could only agree. Once he agreed to one request, another would follow. Once he started, Xiaoyu would never be able to refuse again. In the end, he would have to design the corresponding dance steps for each of the 18 attributes. Actually, designing moves isn't a troublesome thing for him, he's just a copyist. But the benefits he can gain are extremely limited. These top-tier trainers, in order to learn the corresponding moves, at most just pay money. Money becomes less useful once you reach a certain level of strength and status, especially in this world where pseudo-legendary Pokémon can't be bought with money. Xiaoyu thought about it and decided that he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Rather than waiting for these elite 4-level trainers to come to him, he should take the initiative, seize the power of the conversation, and use Z moves as bargaining chips to get what he wanted. Xiaoyu pondered in his mind what he should do to maximize his benefits. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu received a call from old Lin. Xiao. Grandpa's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Grandpa, Xiaoyu replied. How have you been lately? Grandpa asked. It's alright, although a bit tiring. It's been a fulfilling day, Xiaoyu said honestly. Since his grandfather was calling at this hour, he knew he had something to say, so he asked, Grandpa, is there something you need? I need you to come to the lab tomorrow, Grandpa said helplessly. A friend of mine wants you to design a set of Ghost Z animations for him. As expected, Xiaoyu had already guessed it when her grandfather called. No problem, Grandpa. After carefully considering his words, Xiaoyu slowly said, but I have an idea, Grandpa, listen to it and see if you think it's feasible. Here's what I'm thinking. First, I want to hold a press conference in the name of the lab, announcing that the lab has designed the corresponding moves for all types of Z moves, and then give this set of moves to the Pokémon Association for free. After that, any Elite 4-level trainer can learn the corresponding moves for Z moves for free through the Pokémon Association. Like your friend, if he wants to learn the moves, he can just go to the Pokémon Association. What do you think? This was a plan that Xiaoyu came up with on the spur of the moment at noon, to hand over all Z moves to the Pokémon Association at once. The advantage of doing this was that it would put pressure on the association to deal with the Elite 4-level trainers, thus extricating the Lin family from the situation. Secondly, Xiaoyu's purpose in having the lab hold a press conference was to create public pressure on the Pokémon Association. I said it was a free gift to the Pokémon Association, but how could the Pokémon Association accept it for free? Of course, if no press conference is held, the Pokémon Association's top brass might actually dare to take it for free. But if a press conference is held to make the matter public and the matter is handled with great fanfare, the Pokémon Association will absolutely not dare to take it for free. Otherwise, who would be willing to contribute their research findings to the Pokémon Association in the future? We can't expect scientists to work so hard, bleed, and shed tears. In this way, Xiaoyu is essentially putting the Pokémon Association on the spot, and the rewards from Pokémon can't be too bad. The last benefit is that all Elite 4-level trainers who possess Z crystals must be indebted to the Lin family, and they cannot exchange it for money, because it was said to be free. You know, in this world, many things that are free are often the most expensive. This can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After listening to Xiaoyu's words, old Lin frowned and stroked his chin, pondering. He was an old man who was shrewd and immediately understood Xiaoyu's intention. He also sighed inwardly that Xiaoyu's method was really good. Unlike Lin Suiyun, who also proposed a plan to have the laboratory design the Z-Move moves, but only 1 person per month, using a scarcity marketing approach to inflate the price of the designed moves and make a killing. Lin Suiyun could indeed make a lot of money by doing this, but she would offend many people, and it wouldn't be good for Yuan Kunhe's reputation either. Okay, I'll contact the lab right away and do it your way. I'll contact you again once the time is confirmed. After saying that, old Lin hung up the phone. Chapter 74 Thesis Controversy. The next day, Xiaoyu's paper, on the necessary conditions for perfectly releasing Z-moves, was officially published and quickly caused a sensation. The article's points about the bond between trainers and Pokémon, the unity of mind between trainers and Pokémon when using Z-moves, the corresponding actions and words, resonance, and other concepts have sparked extensive discussions in the academic community. If it weren't for the personal verification of the paper by 2 heavyweight figures, Long Tianhuang Longfan and Elder Lin, Xiaoyu would have been thoroughly criticized long ago. Meanwhile, Yuan Kunhe Laboratory held a press conference today, and Mr. Lin, who had long since retired from the public eye, reappeared before the public. Official news media from all over Beijing, as well as independent media and some foreign media, filled the press conference venue. Our Far Spring lab has decided to start designing corresponding animations for the 18 types of Z-moves today and submit the corresponding animations to the Pokémon Association. Currently, the Far Spring lab has completed the design of Ice Z and Dragon Z moves. We are now recruiting trainers nationwide who possess Z crystals of the other 16 types to help us refine the corresponding animations for the 18 types of Z moves. The elderly Mr. Lin sat at the front of the stage with a ruddy complexion. As the saying goes, a happy occasion makes one feel refreshed, and he looked to be in very good spirits. Mr. Lin, I'd like to ask, I've heard that Xiaoyu, the author of this paper, is your grandson. Is that true? A reporter raised his hand and asked a tricky question, which, although it didn't say anything, clearly revealed the relationship between Mr. Lin and Xiaoyu. Professor Lin, there are rumors that you were the one who wrote this paper, and that Xiaoyu was only listed as an author. Is that true? Professor Lin, Xiaoyu was able to complete such a paper at the age of 18. How much help did you provide him? Professor Lin, Xiaoyu is only 18 years old this year and he has already completed such a paper. Will he become the successor of the Yuan Kunhe Laboratory in the future? Professor Lin Suiyun has been in charge of the Yuan Kunhe Laboratory for several years but has not achieved any major results. Is Xiaoyu the new successor you have been promoting? One tricky question after another came in quick succession, making Lin Suiyun's face turn ugly. These reporters were completely slapping him in the face. Fortunately, old Lin was an old hand at this, and he had long been used to such situations. He did not panic on his face and calmly said, Xiaoyu is indeed my grandson, but Xiaoyu completed this paper independently from the initial idea to the verification. Apart from Lin Suiyun providing some help during the drafting process, I did not give him any other assistance. At this moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign reporter suddenly interrupted Elder Lin, stood up and said loudly, Elder Lin, Yuan Kunhe Laboratory should announce the Z-moves to the world. This is a treasure of the world. Our international elite trainers are also willing to help Yuan Kunhe Laboratory complete the design of the corresponding moves for the Z-moves. I'm sorry, we have no plans to release this technology to the public at the moment. If you want it, you can submit an application to the Pokémon Association, Elder Lin replied. That's not fair. Next person. After that, the reporters asked some more questions, but the experienced Mr. Lin easily defused them all. Although there were some minor hiccups during the press conference, it ultimately ended successfully. With the press conference, Xiaoyu's name began to circulate in academic circles for the first time, and also caused a stir online. A genius research prodigy, an 18-year-old unravels the mystery of the Z-move. Lin Lao's successor, a high school senior successfully solves a global problem. Upholding national prestige, 18-year-old pioneers the theory of Z-move release. Capital University considers making an exception for admission. Shocking. The Dragon King and his daughter made a surprise visit to the lab at night, all for him. Achieving both fame and fortune, the father-in-law and son-in-law enjoy a pleasant conversation. The prodigy may end up marrying into the Long family. Excessive praise could turn an 18-year-old into another prodigy who failed to live up to his potential. The news headlines were more and more outrageous. The headlines from official media were relatively objective, although there were some exaggerations, but they weren't too outrageous. However, those unscrupulous self-media outlets were completely shameless in their pursuit of traffic and attention. When Long Yanning saw these news articles, she couldn't help but curse. How could they make her feel like she was being paid to do something? What kind of shameless thing was bringing a girl to someone's door? Xiaoyu was relatively unaffected because he was training in the dragon-type secret realm, but it wasn't entirely absent. At least this morning, since the start of morning training, almost all the students around him were looking at him with strange expressions, clearly indicating that they had received the news immediately. Now you know how awesome I am, right? Feeling the gazes from his classmates, Xiaoyu was secretly delighted, but he maintained his aloof demeanor and continued training alone in the corner. I need to keep a low profile. This is only my first paper. Wait until the second one is published, then we'll see how you all react. I also want to keep a low profile, but my abilities won't allow it. Coupled with the admiring gaze Sumusa was giving him, Xiaoyu felt unusually elated. Xiaoyu, you're famous now. Sumusa, standing beside Xiaoyu, looked at him and joked with a smile. From now on, you'll be a big celebrity in the scientific research world. Look at those articles, they say you're a future research star. Dr. Xia, you won't look down on us classmates from now on, will you? No, don't worry, I'll still treat you like an ordinary person. Also, Xiaosu, don't call me Dr. Xia anymore. Be more low-key. There are some things you just need to know. Just call me Dr. Xia. Xiaoyu said to Sumusa with a meaningful expression on his face. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sumusa looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Xiaoyu was saying. Calling him Dr. Xia and low-key seemed strange. Seeing Xiaoyu and Sumusa chatting and laughing, Long Yanning, already annoyed by those unscrupulous self-media outlets, became even more displeased. She strode over to Xiaoyu with a dark expression and said, Xiaoyu, focus on training during class. Young man, don't become arrogant and complacent just because you've achieved some success in academic research. Academic achievements won't help you improve your strength. There are no shortcuts to becoming a trainer. Also, don't listen to those unscrupulous self-media outlets praising you online and become arrogant and complacent. Be down to earth. After listening to Long Yanning's long lecture, Xiaoyu could only nod cautiously. He could clearly sense that Teacher Long was not in a good mood today, but he didn't know why. After Long Yanning left, Sumusa asked him, did you offend Teacher Long in some way? She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. No, Xiaoyu scratched his head and thought for a moment. He hadn't offended Teacher Long these past few days, and he had been training very hard. There was no way he had the chance to offend Teacher Long, and many more. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered what Teacher Long had said to him last time. Could it be that she thought he had spent too much time on experiments and not enough time on academics, and was disappointed in him? Or perhaps she's on her period, and there are always a few days a month when she's in a bad mood. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, it's impossible to fathom. Chapter 75 Association Rewards. Xiaoyu's name trended on social media yesterday and today, but the comments below were almost all sarcastic, criticizing Xiaoyu for achieving such success only because of family connections. Awesome, having a great-grandpa is awesome. Page 42. If I had a grandfather like Professor Lin, I could have published 3 papers by the age of 18. A 30-year-old research student from a prestigious university passing by, I'm genuinely envious. When I was 18, I couldn't even get into the lab, while they were already publishing papers. Now I'm just a general assistant. Most people made malicious guesses and comments, and some even asserted with certainty that Xiaoyu's paper had problems and that Professor Lin was the original author of the paper, and that Xiaoyu was listed as the first author in order to pave the way for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu just laughed it off when he saw the comments. No matter what you do, trolls will find a million reasons to criticize you. You might as well use that time to train. Because of the publication of his paper, Xiaoyu has been very busy lately. First, he has received many interview invitations from the media. He can refuse ordinary interview invitations, but he cannot refuse invitations from official sources. He can only arrange to be interviewed in the laboratory this afternoon. In addition, the laboratory and the Pokémon Association have agreed that starting tomorrow, Xiaoyu will need to design 2 types of Z-moves every day for a total of 8 days to complete the design of Z-moves for the other 16 types, excluding Dragon and Ice. He had to stay in the laboratory for 8 days and couldn't go out. Meanwhile, for safety reasons, Xiaoyu was personally escorted by Long Fan, the Dragon King, to the Yuanquanhe laboratory. Xiaoyu was naturally flattered and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you for your help, Dragon King. It's just on the way." The association also asked me to be in charge of the corresponding movements for this Z move. Long Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Let's go. The interview starts at 2 o'clock. It'll be about time if we get there now." "Ah, Xiaoyu, how does it feel to be famous?" Sitting in the car, Long Fan smiled and chatted with Xiaoyu. "Dragon King, to be honest, I don't feel anything myself," Xiaoyu said seriously. "I've been training in the secret realm recently, and apart from my classmates paying more attention to me, there really haven't been any changes." "Xiao, don't call me King Long anymore, just call me Uncle Long." Long Fan waved his hand and said, "Besides escorting you this time, there's another matter. The Pokémon Association also asked me to ask you what kind of reward you want." "What reward?" "A pseudo-legendary Pokémon, of course." "Can I choose a pseudo-legendary Pokémon?" Xiaoyu asked without hesitation. "That's probably going to be difficult," Long Fan said after thinking for a moment. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon are extremely rare. Although their numbers have increased in recent years through breeding, the demand for pseudo-legendary Pokémon is still enormous, far exceeding the supply. Long Fan paused for a moment, then continued, "But it's not impossible. The Pokémon Association is negotiating with other countries about the price of selling Z-moves. If the sale goes well, you might be rewarded with a pseudo-legendary Pokémon once the deal is finalized. As for choosing one, that's not an option. Whatever pseudo-legendary Pokémon the Pokémon Association gives you, you can only accept it, you have no choice." "I'm not picky, as long as it's a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon," Xiaoyu quickly added. He would be really upset if the association gave him a Tyranitar and a Metagross he couldn't refuse them, or the quest would be ruined. "Oh, so you want to become a dragon-type trainer?" Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu, not realizing that Xiaoyu wanted to pursue that path. After all, of his 3 Pokémon, only Nobum is a dragon-type Pokémon. Sceptile and Charizard are not. Being a dragon-type trainer is no easy task, something Long Fan knows all too well. While dragon-type Pokémon are powerful, their growth cycle is long, and the training costs are extremely high. He glanced at Xiaoyu, wondering how talented Xiaoyu was as a trainer. He'd ask Yanning when he got back. "Yes, I want to become a dragon-type trainer." Xiaoyu nodded without hesitation. His path as a dragon-type trainer was already set in stone. Even if he didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could only wait until he had collected 6 dragon-type Pokémon before training a second team. "I'll ask around for you, and if possible, I'll try my best to get it for you. But you should also be prepared that it's highly unlikely." Long Fan paused slightly. "Besides pseudo-legendary Pokémon, is there anything else you want?" Xiaoyu frowned and thought. If it wasn't a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, he didn't have many options left. His team urgently needed to add physical attackers, so the best choices were only a few: Monster Jaw Dragon, Haxorus, Apple Wing Dragon, and Dalmatian. Among them, Duraludon and Haxorus are the most precious, so Xiaoyu's first choice would definitely be these 2 Pokémon, Duraludon or Haxorus. "It seems you're determined to go down the dragon-type path." Seeing Xiaoyu's resolute attitude, Long Fan didn't ask any more questions. After thinking for a moment, he said, "As for Duraludon, it's quite difficult because there are no wild Duraludon in China. If you want one, you'll have to capture it from abroad. As for Haxorus, the chances are much better. I'll pass on your message to the League." The two chatted for a while along the way, and Xiaoyu took the opportunity to ask Long Fan some questions about raising dragon-type Pokémon. Long Fan naturally answered Xiaoyu's questions with a smile, as he actually thought highly of Xiaoyu. When the two arrived at the lab, it was almost 1:30. After a quick makeup session, Xiaoyu sat down in front of the camera to conduct the interview. The person interviewing him was a man in his 30s, which disappointed Xiaoyu somewhat, as he had expected a beautiful female host. "Xiaoyu, I heard before I came that you were still studying. I wanted to ask you how you came up with the idea that the power of Z-moves is related to the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon, and how you designed corresponding actions to enhance the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon. I also found inspiration from Wei Yekin." "Is it Wei Yekin, the trainer with the strongest Lucario?" "Yes, the bond between him and Lucario is the deepest and strongest I've ever seen, and it really touched me at the time. When I happened to witness a Z-move being used, the Elite Four pointed out the problem of the unstable power of Z-moves. At that time, I wondered if the power of Z-moves might be related to the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon, which led to this paper." Because the script had been reviewed beforehand, the interview went very smoothly and was completed in just over 2 hours. After the interview, Xiaoyu immediately found Professor Lin, who had also come to the lab because Xiaoyu was coming to the lab that day. Grandpa, there's something I want to ask you. Xiao, what is it? Speak. Old Lin looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. In recent days, he often had a smile on his face, especially when he heard his old friends praising Xiaoyu, saying that he had a good grandson and that the family had a successor. He was even happier. Grandpa, let's talk in your office. It's not convenient here, Xiaoyu said cautiously, glancing around. It is good. Seeing Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor, Old Lin knew that what Xiaoyu was talking about was no small matter, and immediately agreed. Chapter 76 New Paper. Inside Professor Lin's office, Xiaoyu stood to one side. Professor Lin sat in his chair, looking at the thesis title on his computer with a smile on his face. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu to write a new thesis so quickly. Young people are indeed energetic. They just started a big project and now they're already making another big move. Exclusive Z crystal, a stronger Z crystal distinct from attribute Z crystals. Exclusive Z crystal, this was the first time Old Lin had ever heard of this term. It was very novel to him. Under his grandson's expectant gaze, Old Lin began to read the paper. Exclusive Z crystal, a special Z crystal that can transform a specific move of a specific Pokémon into a Z move. Interesting. As Professor Lin read the paper, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his fingers gripped the mouse tightly, the veins on his old and thin hands bulging. As the inventor of the Z bracelet in China, Mr. Lin can be said to be the person in China who understands Z moves the most, so he can certainly see the value of this paper. If Xiaoyu's previous paper was enough to make him famous in academic circles, then if this paper is published, it could directly elevate Xiaoyu to the position of a leading figure in Z-move research. Without a doubt, the combination of exclusive Z crystals and attribute Z crystals constitutes the true Z crystal. Currently, all countries in the world have only researched and developed the Z-grade pure crystal, which is only half the battle. No one has yet been able to discover the secret of the exclusive Z-grade pure crystal. Xiaoyu's paper is essentially unveiling the secrets of this half of the Z-pure crystal industry. The publication of this paper will definitely allow China to overtake others in the field of Z-pure crystal research and become a leader. Did you write this paper? Professor Lin asked Xiaoyu with a serious expression. Have you shown it to anyone else? No. Xiaoyu was also taken aback by Lin Lao's serious attitude. He had expected that the appearance of this paper would cause a great uproar, but he did not expect that an old hand like Lin Lao would be so excited after reading it. Old Lin sat in his chair, deep in thought, his eyes flickering uncertainly. After a long while, he slowly asked, "How confident are you?" "No one can say for sure about experiments, but I'm 99% sure about the exclusive Z crystal. As for whether it can't be activated due to a lack of energy, I'm only 50% sure about that." 50%? There was a hint of hesitation in Old Lin's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. Long Fan is here too. I will discuss this with him and have that girl Long Yaning come over. For the next few days, you can focus on designing the corresponding movements for the Z move. I will have someone make the Z powerful bracelet according to what you wrote in your thesis. Don't tell anyone about this yet, keep it a secret for now. Xiaoyu and Elder Lin discussed the details of the exclusive Z pure crystal and the features of the Z powerful bracelet for a while before Xiaoyu left the office. 50%? Old Lin sat on the sofa, and after a long while, he slowly took out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't dialed in a long time. Beep. The call was quickly answered, and a dignified middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Old Lin, it's been a long time since you called this number. What good news do you have this time? The last time you suddenly called me was when you developed the Z move." "Champion Qin," Old Lin said in a hoarse voice, "I have something to report to you." "Mr. Lin, you are joking. You are a highly respected elder, there is no need for a report." As night fell, Xiaoyu lay in bed with dozens of missed calls on his phone. He first called his family back. "Hey, you brat, you still know how to answer the phone?" The moment the call was answered, his father's voice came through. It seemed he was still upset that Xiaoyu hadn't answered his calls earlier that day. "Dad, I was a bit busy this afternoon, and I only have time now." Faced with his father's lecture, he could only honestly explain. "Looks like you're having a great time in the capital and haven't forgotten about home. You've even published a paper." Xiao's father said sourly, "Your brother's wedding is in 2 weeks. Remember to come back early and be his best man." "Okay," Xiaoyu replied. Of course he remembered his older brother's big day, which was October 1st. "Don't just agree verbally, you have to come back earlier, we need to rehearse, understand?" "Okay," Xiaoyu replied. Today is September 18th, and he must get back by September 29th at the latest. It will take 8 days to design the Z-move moves here, so there is still time. "Dad, Grandpa and the others should be coming too. I know, come on over. By the way, your mom misses you, talk to her more. Xiaoyong said, handing the phone to Lin Suimei. The mother and son chatted. Compared to the father, Lin Suimei was more concerned about Xiaoyu's living conditions, food, and other daily life matters. As for Xiaoyu's published paper, Lin's mother didn't really care how much Xiaoyu had achieved. She was just happy that Xiaoyu could take this path, inherit the Lin family's mantle, and have a safer future, so that he wouldn't have to travel all year round like a trainer, and risk his life in fighting and killing. Xiaoyu chatted with his mother for nearly 10 minutes before finally handing the phone to his older brother. Page 43. Brother, how have you been lately? You're getting married, are you excited? Xiaoyu asked. What's there to get excited about? It's just a wedding. It's a piece of cake for your brother. Xiao Luo boasted. I've traveled all over the country for so many years, how could something as small as a wedding be a problem for me? By the way, bro, did you invite Wei Yekin and your other friends? You mean Speaker Squirrel Man and Ladybug Man? Xiaoyu thought of his brother's friends. Apart from the eldest, Wei Yekin, who seemed like a decent guy, the second and third seemed to have serious issues. Of course I'll come. I'll introduce you to them properly then. Charlotte smiled as she thought of her friends. Don't you dare learn bad things from Ladybug Man, okay? I might even have to make arrangements for him. Xiaoyu was also helpless about the topic going off topic. Oh, right. Charlotte suddenly remembered something, quickly picked up the phone and went to the balcony. With a lewd smile on his face, he whispered, I've taken care of your little lover for you. She's working part-time at the dojo now. Our parents like her very much. Dad is even thinking of taking her on as the dojo's last disciple. Also, her father's illness has been cured. He just had surgery today, and the doctor said he's recovering very well. Xiaoyu was wondering who the little lover was when he heard the first half of the story, but he realized later that it was Xiaoruohan. The image of him having a barbecue with Xiaoruohan that night came back to his mind. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Who is my little lover? Xiaoyu retorted, then quickly changed the subject and asked, she doesn't even have a starter Pokémon. Why did Dad think of taking her in as his last disciple? Your little sweetheart is very hardworking and ambitious, and most importantly, she gets good grades and is very beautiful. Of course, your mother loves her to bits. Moreover, she is really talented in Pokémon breeding. She does a great job in breeding Pokémon and judging their potential. Xiaoluo spoke highly of Xiaoruohan. It has to be said that apart from her poor family background, there is almost nothing wrong with Xiaoruohan. Sometimes, not being from a wealthy family isn't necessarily a bad thing. A family free from the messy affairs of large families is actually better off. By the way, did you guys get your hands on that Bulbasaur I told you about? Xiaoyu asked quickly, remembering the Bulbasaur. Chapter 77 Verifying the exclusive Z move. Time flies, and 8 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In those 8 days, Xiaoyu died a total of 16 times, and he performed all 16 Z-move moves of all 16 types except Ice and Dragon. At first, he was still a little apprehensive and hesitant, but as he showed more of himself, he completely let loose and unleashed his inner child. Thank you, Xiaoyu, a middle-aged woman in a white dress said. This beautiful woman was none other than Su Muse's mother, Xiao Wanyu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, a fairy-type heavenly king. It's what I should do, Xiaoyu quickly replied. Then I'll be going now. Come visit me in Shanghai sometime. I've heard Xiaosu mention you all the time. Yes, I'll definitely come when I have time. Goodbye, Aunt Xiao. With Xiao Tianwang gone, Xiaoyu finally completed the task of designing the corresponding action for the Z-move and breathed a sigh of relief. But he immediately had a new task, to verify his conjecture about the exclusive Z-move. This morning, Elder Lin brought good news. The Z-powerful bracelet has been completed as Xiaoyu had predicted. It's just a matter of whether it will be effective. We can prepare for experiments at any time. Long Yaning and Long Fan also arrived at the laboratory this afternoon. After reading Xiaoyu's paper, both of them showed shocked expressions. They simply didn't know how to describe Xiaoyu. He was such an incredibly talented young man. Long Fan, in particular, knew all too well the uproar that would ensue if Xiaoyu's conjectures in the paper were verified. Therefore, Long Fan's gaze towards Xiaoyu carried a different meaning. As long as Xiaoyu's talent as a trainer was at a normal level, his future was limitless, given his achievements in scientific research. He had rarely encountered a young person as talented as Xiaoyu. Oh right, he doesn't want to become a dragon-type trainer. Perhaps I can take him on as a formal disciple. Long Fan, that old fox, started to get his mind working. If he really took Xiaoyu as a disciple, the relationship between the Long and Lin families would be even closer. But Xiaoyu is greedy to take him on as a disciple. He'd need at least a powerful Pokémon. Haxorus, Duraludon, or a pseudo-legendary? It's a pity that Yanning is so much older than Xiaoyu. If she were only 3 or 5 years older, they could have become in-laws. Isn't Professor Lin currently trying to find a partner for Xiaoyu? I heard he's been rejected by many people. I believe some people are already a little regretful after Xiaoyu's last paper was published. If this paper is published and verified, I guess those who rejected Professor Lin will be kicking themselves. Long Fan thought to himself with ill intent. As night fell, Xiaoyu, Elder Lin, Lin Suiyun, and Long Fan, father and daughter, stood in the testing area. I have had people use these 8 days to create the Z-Power bracelet. It can generate 1.5 times the energy of a regular Z bracelet, and it is the best Z-Power bracelet that can be made in these few days. Old Lin said solemnly, taking out an upgraded Z-Power bracelet and handing it to Xiaoyu. The appearance of this Z-Power bracelet was designed by Xiaoyu and is almost identical to that in the game. Now we can conduct the experiment. The content of this experiment must be kept absolutely secret. It must not be told to anyone other than the 5 of us, Elder Lin repeatedly instructed. Long Yanning and Long Fan stood aside, watching Xiaoyu in the arena with serious expressions. If Xiaoyu's conjecture was verified, this would be an epic-making experiment. At this moment, Xiaoyu had already put on the Z-Powerful bracelet and was standing in the testing area. The staff-tailed armored dragon in front of him was also wearing the exclusive staff-tailed armored dragon Z pure crystal that Long Yanning possessed. Call. Xiaoyu was also a little nervous. He took a deep breath and then looked at the Z-Power bracelet in his hand. He didn't know if he could successfully cast the staff-tail scale dragon Z, but he had to do his best to the end. Are you ready, Xiaoyu? Old Lin asked Xiaoyu from outside the arena. Xiaoyu nodded, then recalled the corresponding actions and lines of Kamo Z in his mind. In the anime, Kamo Z is performed by the 2 brothers, and they barely say anything, so Xiaoyu can only hope that the corresponding action will be effective. In the game, Kamo Z's corresponding moves are very simple, almost identical to those of Dragon Z. However, in the anime, it's depicted as waving its arms as if playing a drum. Xiaoyu ultimately decided to do both actions, first the one from the game, then the one from the animation, as a double insurance to ensure everything went perfectly. Following the movements from his memory, Xiaoyu began to unleash the staff-tail scale dragon Z. As Xiaoyu swung the staff, a brilliant light shone from the Z-Power bracelet. Immediately afterwards, several energy bonds formed between Xiaoyu and the staff-tailed armored dragon, as if the 2 were connected at this moment, their entire bodies bathed in golden Z energy light. This is... Long Fan and Long Yanning couldn't help but exclaim as they watched the scene. From this point on, Xiaoyu's deduction was correct. This Z crystal was indeed Kamo Z. Now it was up to Xiaoyu to see if he could successfully unleash the exclusive Z move. As the light between Xiaoyu and Kamo became increasingly intense, and success seemed within reach, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Not good. Long Fan frowned and said. He could see that the energy link between Xiaoyu and the staff-tailed scaled dragon was starting to flicker. The light was bright and dim, obviously quite unstable, and could collapse at any time. Xiaoyu is going to fail. Tell him to stop immediately to avoid getting hurt. As a user of Z moves, Xiaoyu felt it most acutely at this moment. He could clearly sense that the energy provided by the Z-Power bracelet was still insufficient. Even though this Z-Power bracelet has 1.5 times the energy of a regular Z bracelet, it's still not enough. It needs to be at least twice as much. Xiaoyu frowned. He had to find a way now, otherwise the experiment would definitely end in failure, and all his efforts would be in vain. He was unwilling to fail like this. Dragon King, have your Dragon-type Pokémon unleashed Dragon-type energy on my bracelet. In desperation, Xiaoyu had no choice but to resort to this tactic and spoke to Long Fan. Okay. At the critical moment, Long Fan did not hesitate at all and released his Dragon-type Pokémon, such as Kommo and Hydreigon, to inject Dragon-type energy into Xiaoyu's Z-Power bracelet. Infuse the Z-Power bracelet with Dragon-type energy. Roar. As Long Fan's voice faded, all the Dragon-type Pokémon released their Dragon-type energy into the Z-ring, stabilizing the previously shaky connection. Then Xiaoyu quickly seized the time to perform the core movements of Kommo Z, clenching his fists and moving them up and down as if drumming. The staff-tailed armored dragon in front of Xiaoyu also made the same movements, waving its hands up and down, shaking its forehead, and swaying its tail. At this moment, the two once again became one in their minds. Then, all the scales on the staff-tailed armored dragon's body began to emit noise, forming a visible shockwave. Is this scale noise? Roar. Under everyone's gaze, Kommo Z leaped into the air, its entire body enveloped in dragon-type energy, releasing purple sonic waves as it flew towards the wall. Blazing Soul danced with intense sonic boom. Roar. The impact was astonishing, shattering all the nearby glass. At the same time, the aura of the staff-tailed armored dragon suddenly increased, with all the energy surging into its body, enhancing its strength in every way. Boom! When Komodo successfully unleashed its signature Z-move, Xiaoyu's Z-power bracelet could no longer withstand the immense energy burden and exploded instantly. Tiny fragments cut Xiaoyu's arm, drawing blood. "Get the medical staff here quickly." Seeing his grandson injured, old Lin hurriedly said to Lin Suiyun beside him with heartache. "Okay," Lin Suiyun replied quickly. Long Fan and Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu with concern. Long Fan was about to speak when Long Yaning spoke first, which made Long Fan give Long Yaning a meaningful look. "Xiaoyu, are you alright?" Long Yaning came to Xiaoyu's side, ignoring his dirty appearance, and quickly helped him up. Looking at his blood-stained clothes, she frowned and said, "You don't need to risk your life like this. Even if the experiment fails this time, it will still prove that your theory is correct. We can do it again next time. There's no need to take the risk. Look at how badly you're injured." "It's nothing. Just a minor injury," Xiaoyu grinned. He had his own plans. He was eager to verify his hypothesis and intended to use it to threaten the Pokémon Association. "I'm giving the Pokémon Association the corresponding animations for Z-moves for free, and this is all the reward you've given me? I'm very dissatisfied. So don't blame me for not submitting my newly developed custom Z-moves and Z-power bracelet to the Pokémon Association." He believed that this paper would definitely make the Pokémon Association reconsider the reward they had previously given him. Chapter 78 Returning Home. The success of the experiment caused no stir. Apart from a few people involved, the news was kept secret and only the Pokémon Association's top brass knew about it. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association had already begun to quietly collect exclusive Z-crystals. Meanwhile, the reward that the Pokémon Association originally planned to give to Xiaoyu was also temporarily shelved and scrapped and started over. It is obvious that Xiaoyu's current contributions have far exceeded their expectations. Given Xiaoyu's outstanding contributions, it would not be an exaggeration to reward him with 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon. However, given the League's usual practice, they will only reward him with 1 pseudo-legendary Pokémon at most at one time. The remaining rewards will either be distributed in other forms or he will have to wait a few years to receive another pseudo-legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon Association has engaged in heated discussions regarding Xiaoyu's reward plan. "Let's all discuss how to reward Xiaoyu," the gray-haired old man sitting at the conference table said first. "The original reward is definitely not enough. A young man like Xiaoyu is worth our investment. Given Xiaoyu's contributions and his age, he should naturally be recognized and rewarded as a model figure. I think he should receive rare rewards such as pseudo-legendary Pokémon." Lin Suiyang, the vice president of the Pokémon Association and Xiaoyu's maternal uncle, naturally stood up for his nephew without hesitation. "I don't agree." At this moment, a middle-aged man of about 50 years old suddenly spoke up. This man, Jiangheng, is also one of the vice presidents of the Pokémon Association and specializes in fairy-type Pokémon. After waiting in line for 5 years, his son finally caught the last train this year and won a spot to receive a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. However, if the association decides to give Xiaoyu a pseudo-legendary Pokémon as a reward, his son's spot will be pushed out and postponed for another year. Therefore, he has been strongly opposed to giving Xiaoyu a pseudo-legendary Pokémon as a reward since the last time. This time he knew that his opposition was probably useless, but he still had to make his stance clear. Although Xiaoyu is very talented in scientific research, it doesn't mean he's equally talented as a trainer. I've heard that his strongest Pokémon is only at the elite level. Giving Xiaoyu a pseudo-legendary Pokémon would be a complete waste. I suggest we convert it into other rewards. As for the pseudo-legendary Pokémon, it should be given to someone who needs it more. Page 44. Old Jiang, what do you mean by more needed? Don't beat around the bush. You're saving it for your son, right? Lin Suiyang bluntly exposed Jiangheng's little scheme. He wasn't going to tolerate Jiangheng's behavior. Seeing Lin Suiyang's directness, Jiangheng was not annoyed. Instead, he calmly said, "Compared to Xiaoyu, my son is indeed more suitable for wielding legendary Pokémon. I admit that my son is not as good as Xiaoyu in scientific research, but from the perspective of a trainer, my son is far superior to Xiaoyu." "How old is your son? How old is Xiaoyu?" "Xiaoyu only started pursuing the path of a trainer this summer." Lin Suiyang was so angry that the veins on her forehead bulged. She put her hand on the table, gripping the edge, and looked at Jiangheng, wanting to continue speaking. Suddenly, Long Fan spoke up. "I think Xiaoyu is fully qualified to win a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Putting aside the fact that his contributions are more than enough to earn him one, his talent as a trainer is also quite good. He has performed very well in the Dragon-type secret realm in the past month, and his strength has improved rapidly. Besides, why should we have to consider so much when the Pokémon Association will issue the reward? Seeing Long Fan interrupt, everyone fell silent. Long Fan's strength and status were among the best of this group. Although everyone here was a champion-level trainer, there was still a big gap between them and the real Elite Four. After all, possessing a Pokémon with champion-level strength qualifies one as a champion-level trainer. Most champion-level trainers don't ascend to the throne of the Elite Four and ultimately end up holding positions within the Pokémon Association. The Elite Four are the four strongest individuals in the entire region. Almost all of their Pokémon are at least Elite Four level, and they each have at least 2 Pokémon with near-champion strength. Compared to trainers who have just reached the Elite Four level, their strength is worlds apart. As long as the champion doesn't emerge, Long Fan is practically untouchable in the capital. Seeing Long Fan speak, the others also began to voice their opinions. I agree to give Xiaoyu a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. I agree. Xiaoyu had no way of knowing what was happening within the Pokémon Association. After resting for a day, he flew directly back to Xishu province. The plane landed on September 28, accompanied by Grandpa Lin and Grandma Qin. This was the first time the two elders had visited Xinguang City in many years. As for Uncle Lin Suiyun and Uncle Lin Suiyang, they were too busy with work and would only be able to return home on the day of the wedding. Returning to Starlight City felt especially familiar to Xiaoyu. Although Starlight City was just a small city, it was Xiaoyu's home in this world. Because of the grass and insect secret realm, Starlight City has developed extremely rapidly in the past month, and housing prices have skyrocketed, from 7 or 8,000 yuan per square meter to 12 or 13,000 yuan per square meter, and the price is still rising. Xiaoyu brought the two elders home, where a sumptuous dinner had been prepared. Xiaoyong stood inside, feeling a little awkward looking at Old Master Lin and Old Lady Qin, and could only awkwardly smile as he invited them to eat. The relationship between the father-in-law and son-in-law has never been good. The fact that Old Master Lin and Old Lady Qin came was a great honor for Xiaoyong and Lin Suimei. Xiaoyu's return made the family members, who hadn't seen each other for a month, very happy. Only Lin's mother looked at Xiaoyu's arm, which was bandaged tightly, and felt heartbroken. When the meal began, the conversation never stopped, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Even Mr. Lin and Xiaoyong, who didn't get along with each other, drank alcohol for the first time. Although they didn't talk much, they at least kept up appearances and chugged down their drinks. After dinner, Mom chatted with the two elders, while Xiaoyu was dragged by his older brother to try on his best man outfit. Not bad, as expected of my brother, you really are the most handsome man in the world besides me. Xiao Luo looked at Xiaoyu in his best man attire and nodded in satisfaction. Even with you, I'm still the most handsome, okay? Xiaoyu retorted without any politeness. You've gotten too big for your britches, daring to challenge my good looks. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Hurry up and get out of here, change your clothes so you don't get them dirty. Charlotte led Xiaoyu toward the dojo, while telling Xiaoyu about the changes that had taken place in the past month. Thanks to the grass and insect realm, the dojo had been doing well recently, and the number of apprentices had increased significantly. How's your Dharma baboon doing? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Very good, that Daruma baboon is improving very quickly, Charlotte said with a smile, then turned the topic to the Bulbasaur. By the way, what are your plans for that Bulbasaur? Are you taking it back with you this time? I don't want it. Of course, it's for you or Dad. Xiaoyu waved his hand and refused. Open your mind, Comrade Charlotte. I'm going to become a Dragon-type trainer. I don't even care about anything that isn't Dragon-type. I don't even care about a mere garlic turtle. Besides, Bulbasaur, which is grass/poison type, can effectively attack Darmanitan's weaknesses of water, rock, and ground. Comrade Charlotte, that Bulbasaur is yours. Hey, haven't seen you for a month, you've gotten cocky, haven't you? You're looking down on non-Dragon-type Pokémon now. Chapter 79 Brothers Talk at Night. Moonstars are rare. The two brothers, Xiaoyu and Xiao Luo, sat on the ground chatting. Xiaoyu remembered that when they were young, he and Xiao Luo often sat on the ground like this, watching their father run the dojo and Xiao Luo take care of the burning bugs. He never expected that Xiao Luo would be getting married so soon. I don't know why, but the thought of getting married always makes me feel a little depressed, Xiao Luo said with a self-deprecating laugh. I'm always afraid that I won't be a good husband. You have pre-wedding anxiety, you're under too much pressure, Xiaoyu said with a smile, trying to comfort you. Really? Charlotte asked skeptically. You know about this? That's what they said online, Xiaoyu said honestly. Stop reading all that nonsense online. Last time I went to see a doctor online, every time I felt even slightly unwell, netizens suggested I just have my legs amputated from the neck down. The internet age is just garbage. Xiaoyu shook his head. You didn't say that when you liked beautiful women on your alternate account. I remember you used to say you were grateful to be born in the internet age, because we never get to see other people's wives dancing for us. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Luo felt even more depressed and looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression. Brother, I'm thinking of quitting. How about I give you my alternate account? Let me tell you, the other day I was watching videos online and saw a beautiful woman. Her dance moves were absolutely captivating, and her figure was absolutely amazing. Xiaoyu gasped. He felt his older brother was becoming increasingly freakish. Xiao, from now on, I'm completely handing this alt account over to you. It contains all the wealth I've accumulated over the years, Xiao Luo said with a pained expression. Then she told Xiaoyu the account password. Promise me you'll treat them well and log in to check on them from time to time. Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment, and then the two brothers started chatting about their old stories, from raiding bird nests when they were kids to their favorite beauties on Douyin, TikTok. Now, Xiao, I didn't expect that you would become a Pokémon researcher in just 1 month. Xiao Luo couldn't help but exclaim. No one expected that Xiaoyu would publish a paper and become famous in China in just 1 month. Brother, let me tell you the truth. I usually treat you guys like ordinary people, but now I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying it all out. Facing his brother, Xiaoyu could act casually without feeling pressured or needing to carefully maintain a humble attitude. This was what true family was like, making him feel relaxed and at ease. If even your home, your last refuge, brings you only trouble and pain, then that is true misfortune. Fortunately, Xiaoyu has family like Xiaoyong, Lin Suimei, and Xiao Luo. You're really getting a bit cocky, kid. Xiao Luo couldn't help but pat Xiaoyu's head, then suddenly stood up and roared, as if venting his anxiety. He then became very enthusiastic and said to Xiaoyu, come on, let me see how well you've raised your little fire dragon. Let's have a man's contest and see who's stronger, my Daruma or your little fire dragon. Come on, bro. Faced with his brother's challenge, Xiaoyu was not afraid at all and retorted without any politeness. Today I'm going to show you that if we put aside the advantage of age and train Pokémon at the same time, you are no match for me. You are the one who defends, relying on the defense. I think you're really arrogant enough, stop bragging. Faced with Xiaoyu's provocation, Xiao Luo was also full of fighting spirit and began a trash talk exchange with Xiaoyu. Politeness is always for outsiders. Only true friends and family are truly at ease and comfortable with each other. I can take care of a weakling like you in a minute. Come on, I'm just afraid you won't be able to accept the truth later and will hide under the covers and secretly wipe away your tears at night. You're talking nonsense. I promise I'll beat the shit out of you today. The two were bickering when they suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the side of the field. Zharuohan, you've come at the right time, come and be the referee. Before Xiaoyu could speak, Xiao Luo waved and shouted at Zharuohan. Zharuohan looked at Xiaoyu, a bright smile blooming on her face like a summer night, and nodded vigorously. Okay, Master Xiao Luo. After speaking, Zharuohan waved to Xiaoyu again. Long time no see, Xiaoyu. Haven't seen you for a long time. Xiaoyu and Xiao Luo stood on opposite sides of the training field, eager to get started. In the very center of the field, Zharuohan stood in the referee's position, holding the referee's flag in her hand. The shimmering Charmander and the fiery red roly-poly toy were equally spirited, staring at each other. The bright red roly-poly toy looks extremely cute, with short limbs, constantly hopping and jumping, and its yellow eyebrows look quite comical. Are you ready? Xiao, if you can't hold on, just give up now, Xiao Luo mocked. Don't worry, brother, I'll go easy on you. After all, you're my brother, so I'll give you some face. The two brothers kept talking non-stop. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a debate. Ready? 3, 2, 1, the match begins. With Zharuohan's command, Xiao Luo immediately gave the order first. A fiery red roly-poly toy, Yan. Despite his seemingly impulsive nature, Charlotte is actually quite steady in battle. Instead of rushing to let the fiery red tumbler attack, he first had it use the Yan skill. A treacherous villain, lacking any martial ethics, actually used a Yan to launch a sneak attack. In the game, the effect of yawning is to induce sleepiness in the enemy, causing them to enter a sleep state in the next turn. In reality, the results are not much different. The only difference lies in the hit rate. The fiery red roly-poly toy opened its mouth and yawned. Then, a ball of normal-type energy flew out of the toy's mouth and flew towards Charmander. Charmander, smokescreen, take cover. Xiaoyu also appeared very cautious, immediately exhaling a large cloud of smoke beneath his feet to conceal himself within it and dodge the yawning skill. Hiding? Xiaoyu, when did you become such a coward? You coward. I'm not a reckless fool. I'm a master of both strategy and skill, you understand? Even during the battle, the two brothers constantly unleashed mental attacks, influencing each other. The fiery red roly-poly toy rolls. Suddenly, the fiery red roly-poly toy curled up into a ball, its entire body enveloped in rock-type energy, and began to roll rapidly into the thick smoke. The rolling skill is not much different from that in the game. The speed and power increase as the rolling continues. Little Charmander, belly bulge. Xiaoyu immediately had Charmander use belly drum. Belly drum is an extremely powerful buff for physical attackers, consuming half of its HP to increase its attack to its maximum value. One belly drum is equivalent to 3 sword dances, and this boost to attack is quite terrifying. From within the smoke screen, the sound of drums beating against the belly could be heard. Charmander, taking advantage of the smoke screen's cover, completed the belly drum enhancement, and its attack power had reached a terrifying level. After using belly drum, Charmander's stamina dropped significantly. Xiaoyu wouldn't let Charmander and the red tumbler drag on. He had to end the battle quickly. Chapter 80 Wedding Banquet. Charmander, Dragon Dive. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Roar. The little fire dragon, hidden in the smoke, suddenly roared. Its whole body was enveloped in dragon-type energy, its eyes became fierce, and its aura was sharp. It suddenly rushed out of the smoke and charged towards the fiery red roly-poly toy. Page 45. Boom. The rolling red roly-poly toy collided violently with the little dragon. Under normal circumstances, the two should be about the same size, or if there is a difference, it will not be obvious. But now that Charmander has bulged its belly, its attack has reached a terrifying level. The red tumbler is no match for Charmander at all. In the collision, Charmander knocks the red tumbler away with a single blow. The two are now on completely different levels. With just one hit, the fiery red roly-poly toy was already seriously injured. The Charmander after its belly bulge was truly terrifying in terms of physical attack. Fire red tumbler, yawn. Charlotte remained very calm. He knew that he could not confront the little fire dragon head-on now and could only win by yawning. Charmander, bite. Xiaoyu then ordered Charmander to launch a fierce attack. Just one more strike would definitely win the match. Almost simultaneously, both gave the order. The Flamebringer used the yawn skill again, while Charmander pounced on the Flamebringer, opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and its body was enveloped in dark-type energy as it bit down hard on the Flamebringer. The yawn hits Charmander head-on, while Charmander also closes in front of the Flame Red Tumbler. If you can land a bite attack on the Flame Red Tumbler, you're guaranteed victory. Fireball, hold on. Charlotte was quite experienced. He knew that Fireball couldn't withstand the little dragon's second attack, so he used the yawn plus hold on method to gain the only chance to win. The hold on skill allows the fiery red tumbler to retain some stamina even if it suffers a fatal injury, but it has no effect if there is a significant difference in strength between the two sides. It's obvious that Charmander and Red Tumbler are evenly matched in strength, so the Endure skill is naturally effective. The little Charmander bit down hard on the fiery red roly-poly toy, but the fiery red roly-poly toy had already used its Endure skill and successfully withstood the attack. At the same time, the yawning effect worked, and the little dragon began to sway and fell into a deep sleep. Next comes the moment for the fiery red roly-poly toy to fight back. Fiery red tumbler, true chi fist. It was unclear when the little fire dragon would wake up, so Charlotte immediately had the fiery red tumbler unleash its most powerful true chi fist skill. The fiery red roly-poly toy's tiny hand clenched into a fist, covered in fighting-type energy, and stared intently at Charmander before suddenly throwing a punch. Boom! The full-force attack sent Charmander flying, severely injuring it and causing excruciating pain that jolted it awake from its slumber. Both Charmander and Red Tumbler were panting heavily, clearly exhausted. It was time for them to fight it out. The fiery red roly-poly toy burned to ashes. Charmander, use the primal power. In the final showdown, both sides abandoned physical attacks and adopted ranged special attacks, hoping to win directly without getting close to their opponent. The fiery red tumbler uses the burn skill, which isn't very powerful, but it can burn away the berries carried by the opponent. Charmander uses the rock-type primal power, which is specifically effective against fire types. The rock-type energy ball collided with the flames, producing a slight explosion. Boom! With a soft thud, the rock-type energy ball pierced through the flames and successfully struck the flame red tumbler, taking away its last bit of strength. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind offer." Charlotte looked distressed. Although he was happy to see Xiaoyu's improvement, losing to Xiaoyu made him feel embarrassed. "I was just trying to boost your confidence so as not to damage it." "Really?" Xiaoyu said with a chuckle, "Some people won't be able to sleep tonight." The two recalled their Pokémon and headed towards the infirmary. Zhao Ruohan silently followed, her long, straight legs swaying, her long black hair cascading down her back, and her white sneakers still on her feet. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaoyu and said softly, "Thank you, Xiaoyu. You don't need to thank me." Xiaoyu waved his hand. He was just making an investment, and besides, both parties had signed a contract. It was just business. "What are you doing here so late?" "I'll just feed the Pokémon at the gym once and then go back," Xiaoruohan explained. "I'll be right back." "Okay, where are you staying?" "We'll head back too, and give you a ride," Xiaoyu said. "I live not far away, just over Bayless Street." After healing the Pokémon, the Xiao brothers took Xiaoruohan home and chatted as they walked home. "Xiao Xiao is a good girl. She's filial and sensible," Xiao Luo said meaningfully. "Our parents like her too." "Brother, I'm still young and haven't thought about these things yet. Besides, this is just your opinion. Xiaoruohan may not think the same way. What you're doing is taking advantage of her kindness and demanding favors." Xiaoyu waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't thinking about those things for the time being, as all his energy was currently focused on preparing for the college cup. "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Although we've been kind to her, we wouldn't threaten her. But I think Xiao Xiao has a good impression of you. He's asked me several times when you're coming back. Of course, I'm just offering suggestions. You make the decision yourself." Xiao Luo knew that his younger brother was very opinionated, and at most he could only give him advice. The final decision was still up to him. Xiaoyu nodded. "Brother, you should worry about your own marriage first." On October 1st, the wedding took place as scheduled, and the Starlight Celebrity Hotel was packed with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. The guests were numerous, including locals from Xinguang City, VIPs from Tiandu City, and even some from the capital. For example, the arrival of Lin Suiyun and Lin Suiyang caused quite a stir among the crowd. One of them is the current director of Yuanquanhe's laboratory, and the other is a top player in the Imperial Capital Pokémon Association. Both of them are well-known figures in the Imperial Capital. "Congratulations, sister," Lin Suiyun and Lin Suiyang said to Lin Suimei in unison. Upon hearing the way the two addressed each other and recalling the names of the three people, everyone realized that Xiao's maternal family was actually the Lin family from the capital. This was the first time anyone had ever heard of such a thing. Upon hearing this news, everyone had different expressions, and they were all calculating in their hearts that after this wedding, no one would dare to underestimate the Xiao family, and their strength would probably rise to a new level. However, before everyone could react, Li Yinyao walked in. Li Yinyao was currently stationed in the grass insect secret realm and had a close relationship with the Xiao family. Naturally, he would come to support the Xiao family at Xiao Luo's wedding. Although they were somewhat surprised, this was within everyone's expectations. When Long Yaning appeared at the door, Xiaoyu was startled. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. "Wasn't Long Yaning in the capital? How could she be here? What are you doing here?" Xiaoyu asked. "My dad asked me to deliver a gift," Long Yaning replied, handing the red envelope to Xiaoyu. As she walked away, she said, "The Pokémon Association's rewards have been announced. Try to go back as soon as possible." "Okay, please sit down first. Go sit at the main table with your grandparents," Xiaoyu instructed. Then, Wei Yekin and his group, who arrived late, brought the atmosphere to a climax. Accompanying Wei Yekin were two others, the second brother, Yin Yun, and the third brother, He Wenbin, who were also known as Speaker Squirrel Man and Ladybug Man by Xiao Luo. Chapter 81 Pseudo-Legendary Pokémon 1. The wedding was incredibly lively, almost causing a stir throughout Starlight City. The luxurious stage setup and wedding dress prompted many people to take out their phones to capture the moment. Of course, what left the deepest impression on Xiaoyu the most was the emotion, especially when the bride, Yumenjia, finished reading her wedding vows on the stage. Xiaoyu saw his older brother, Xiao Luo, and couldn't help but wipe his eyes. After a love affair that lasted for more than 10 years, the two finally got married. Xiaoyu, who was watching this scene from the audience, sincerely wished her older brother and sister-in-law well. Xiao Luo actually had many better choices. If he wanted, he could marry many women who were more beautiful, richer, and prettier than Yumenjio at any time. In the end, he still chose the woman who had always silently supported him. From childhood sweethearts to wearing a wedding dress, their love story is perfect. When will I get married? Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder. During lunch, Xiao Luo, the groom, naturally had to drink alcohol, and Xiaoyu, as a member of the groomsmen, also drank quite a bit. After toasting everyone, he felt dizzy and his face was flushed. Although he was conscious, he just felt lightheaded. Xiaoyu hurriedly finished his meal, only having time to greet Xiao Luo's 3 sworn brothers and say goodbye to his family before rushing back to the capital. The Pokémon Association had already discussed the rewards and asked Xiaoyu to collect them as soon as possible. As Xiao Luo and his wife, along with Xiaoyong and his wife, watched their busy youngest son. They felt both heartache and pride. Unbeknownst to them, their son had grown up so much and was now capable of standing on his own. "Mom, I'm leaving," Xiaoyu said. "Okay, let's go." Tears welled up in Lin Suimei's eyes. "Rest a bit on the plane, have some tea to sober up. Yan Ning, please take care of Xiaoyu." Long Yaning blushed, unsure how to refuse, and could only bite the bullet and say, After boarding the plane, Xiaoyu immediately fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up and the plane landed, he found that a thin blanket had been placed over him. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yaning curiously. Apart from her, there should be no one else covering him with a blanket. Long Yaning, who was standing to the side, seemed to blush a little when Xiaoyu stared at her. She turned her head away and ignored Xiaoyu. After the two got off the plane and said goodbye to Old Man Lin, Old Lady Qin, Uncle De, Uncle Xiao, and others, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning hurriedly headed to the Dragon's secret realm. Within the Dragon's secret realm, Long Fan had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Xiaoyu's rosy face, he knew that Xiaoyu must have drunk quite a bit today. He jokingly asked, "Xiaoyu, are you sure you can do it?" "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded. He had slept for a while on the plane and felt much better. He hadn't drunk alcohol in a long time, and his alcohol tolerance had decreased significantly. In his previous life, this amount of alcohol was no problem for him. No problem. Long Fan nodded. "I called you here in a hurry today to inform you that the Pokémon Association's reward for you has been announced. The first reward is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and you have the first choice this year. You can choose a Pokémon egg or any underage pseudo-legendary Pokémon that is not yet capable of breeding, but you will need to catch it yourself and defeat those pseudo-legendary Pokémon. So I suggest you choose a Pokémon egg. Secondly, you have two options for the remaining rewards. One is to go to the treasure vault and choose any item, plus one chance to choose a non-legendary Pokémon. This chance is valid in all secret realms across the country. I won't even mention the cash and honor rewards, those are just gimmicks. The second option is that you can get another pseudo-legendary Pokémon, but there is a prerequisite: you must reach the top 8 in the national finals of the High School Cup in order to get the second pseudo-legendary Pokémon next year. Otherwise, you can only get the second pseudo-legendary Pokémon 5 years later. Note that it will be directly assigned to you by the Pokémon Association, not chosen by yourself. Of course, such a generous reward comes at a price. You must also design all the corresponding animations for the exclusive Z moves and submit them to the league. The two rewards are actually not that different. The first reward is something you can get immediately, an item and a Pokémon. The second reward depends on Xiaoyu's performance. If he can make it into the top 8 of the national finals, he will be able to get another pseudo-legendary Pokémon next year. Otherwise, he will have to wait 5 years. One reward focuses on the present, while the other looks to the future. The choice is up to Xiaoyu. After Long Fan finished speaking, he just looked at him, silently waiting for Xiaoyu's decision. "Uncle Long." Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then immediately made his decision. "I want to choose the first option." Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu with some surprise. He was quite astonished that someone would refuse the reward of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Xiaoyu chose the first reward without hesitation because he had the system. The first reward allowed him to actively choose a Pokémon. Although it wasn't a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, he was guaranteed to get a high-potential Dragon-type Pokémon and top-tier items. The second reward seems good, but it's full of uncertainty. It might give him a Metagross or Tyranitar with champion-level potential, which would disrupt his quest and be a loss. Page 46. Moreover, Xiaoyu needs to improve his current strength as soon as possible and focus on his immediate combat power. If he can't even get through the present, how can he talk about the future? "Sure, but you need to get an answer as soon as possible, within a week," Long Fen said. "Shall we go check out the pseudo-legendary Pokémon now?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Let Yanning take you there," Long Fen said with a smile. "All the pseudo-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon are in the Dragon-type secret realm. There are 2 Dragon-type secret realms, one in the capital and one in Chang'an. Take a look in the secret realm first and see if there are any suitable ones. If not, then go to the Dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an." "It is good." In the Dragon-type secret realm of the Imperial capital, there is a separate forbidden area called Mount Ryago, which is also the place where pseudo-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon live. The Dragon Mountain in the Imperial capital secret realm is home to 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Hydreigon, Salamence, and Kommo-o. Within the Dragon-type secret realm of Chang'an, 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon live: Dragonite, Dragapult, and Garchomp. As for Gudra and Styrax, these 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon are not available in China. Although there have been attempts to import them in recent years, pseudo-legendary Pokémon are not like regular Pokémon, and importing them is extremely difficult. However, recent news reports that what appears to be a Styracosaurus has been spotted near Mount Shenv, the world's highest peak. The Pokémon Association is taking this very seriously and has already sent people to investigate. Xiaoyu followed Long Yaning into the forbidden area of the Dragon-type secret realm. They passed through layers of checkpoints and several security checks before finally arriving at the foot of Dragon Ancient Mountain. The Dragon Realm is extremely large, with Mount Raigo occupying almost half of it. The Pokémon Association has built a large camp halfway up Mount Raigo. The camp has incubators and living quarters. Long Yaning led Xiaoyu into the incubation room first. The incubation room was very small, less than 100 square meters, and there were very few Pokémon eggs inside. Xiaoyu counted them and there were only about 20 eggs in total, and there were only 5 eggs of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. There are 2 Dino eggs, 2 Komodo eggs, and 1 Salamence egg. Chapter 82 Pseudo-legendary Pokémon, 2. 5 pseudo-legendary Pokémon. 4 of them have the potential to be champion level, while only 1 Salamence has the potential to be a near-champion level Pokémon. As expected, pseudo-legendary Pokémon are different. None of them have potential below champion level, making them far more powerful than other Pokémon. Even with a pseudo-legendary Pokémon that had near-champion potential, Xiaoyu was still slightly disappointed with the result. You see, pseudo-legendary Pokémon in the game are Pokémon that surpass some legendary Pokémon. Mythical Pokémon are also called legendary Pokémon, but it's troublesome. In Xiaoyu's mind, it should at least be champion level to match its powerful strength. It has to be said that after Xiaoyu acquired the near-champion level Forest Lizard and Charmander, he became much more arrogant. He no longer even looked down on the Elite 4 level Pokémon that he used to covet. That's just how people are. When we were kids, we were content as long as we could eat spicy snacks every day. But when we grow up, we want to wash our feet every day. As our material conditions improve, our expectations also rise. Of course, these Pokémon eggs weren't very high quality. Xiaoyu guessed it might be because they were the leftovers. He secretly remembered the Pokémon egg of the baby dragon and planned to go to the Dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an tomorrow before making a decision. If you don't find a good Pokémon egg in the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm, come back and choose this Pokémon Dragon's Pokémon egg. However, the near-champion Salamence is already very powerful, and since Salamence can also Mega Evolve, if you could get a Salamence Mega Stone, its strength would be absolutely super powerful. Teacher Long, let's go back, Xiaoyu said to Long Yaning. Long Yan frowned slightly and said to Xiaoyu, didn't you see anything suitable? No, I just want to pick some first. I'll make a decision after I've seen both Dragon-type secret realms, Xiaoyu explained. By the way, can I see the other Dragon-type Pokémon eggs? Okay. Long Yaning did not refuse. Xiaoyu could choose a non-legendary Pokémon, and the Dragon-type Pokémon in the Dragon-type secret realm were naturally within the selection range. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the remaining Pokémon eggs, including Trapinch's egg, Red-Faced Dragon's egg, Axew's egg, Old Man Dragon's egg, Nambu's egg, Swabla's egg, and so on. Most of them are Trapinch and Swabla sprite eggs, while Axew, Red-Faced Dragon, and Old Man Dragon sprite eggs are very rare. Xiaoyu glanced at the group of Pokémon eggs and felt a little disappointed again. Although there were 2 Pokémon eggs with the potential to become Elite 4 members, Xiaoyu's requirements had really increased a lot. It was no longer like 2 months ago when he would have been satisfied with just an Elite 4 Pokémon. Xiaoyu secretly noted down the 2 Elite King-level Pokémon eggs, reluctantly keeping them as backup options, as he still needed to visit the Chang'an secret realm. I've finished reading, let's go. Thank you for your help, Teacher Long, Xiaoyu said. Okay. Long Yanning nodded and left the forbidden area with Xiaoyu. After leaving the restricted area, the two went into Long Fan's office together. What, do you like anything? Long Fan asked Xiaoyu as he sat down in his chair. There's one I really like, that baby dragon's egg, Xiaoyu said. But I still want to go to the dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an. Go ahead, Long Fan nodded and said. Actually, I also agree with you going to the dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an to select eggs, because most of the alpha eggs here have been selected, and there are only a few left. We have to wait for the next breeding cycle. The next breeding cycle will be about 1 or 2 years away. Long Fan paused for a moment, then continued. The dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an is larger and has a more concentrated energy than the one in the capital. The dragon-type Pokémon there are also of better quality. Plus, this year happens to be the breeding season for pseudo-legendary Pokémon in Chang'an's dragon-type secret realm. A new batch of pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs were bred just 2 months ago, so they should yield some good ones. Several newly appointed Elite 4 members are eyeing them. If you want one, you'd better hurry. Alright. Long Fan thought for a while, weighed the options in his mind, and suddenly made up his mind. I'll have Long Yanning accompany you. We'll go now, and you should hurry up and choose a Pokemon egg. The Pokemon Association just made their decision on your reward today. The documents were only completed this afternoon and haven't been sent out yet. The people in the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm have only just found out about it, but they haven't had time to do anything yet. If you go and choose a Pokemon egg now, they won't be able to react in time. Otherwise, after a while, once they get the news, they might use special methods to force the high-potential Pokemon eggs to hatch. At that time, given your strength, you won't be able to defeat the pseudo-legendary Pokemon in the secret realm, so you won't be able to choose one. Those high-potential pseudo-legendary Pokemon will naturally belong to them. They dare to do this? Xiaoyu was shocked. He hadn't expected it to be possible to operate like this, that there were such shady dealings within the secret realm. Indeed, some things are truly unknown until you experience them firsthand, revealing just how many intricacies they involve. There will always be people who try to find loopholes. There are too many loopholes to exploit, and the Pokemon Association has tacitly agreed to this. Otherwise, which Elite Four member would be willing to guard a secret realm? A position either requires power or money, otherwise, who would want to take it? I understand. Xiaoyu thought Long Fan's words made a lot of sense, nodded, and was just about to leave when he heard Long Fan's voice behind him. I'll lend you my three-headed dragon. Fly there quickly and come back fast. It has to be said that Long Fan's kindness to him far exceeded that of an ordinary elder. Even if the Long family and the Lin family were close, he did not need to go to such lengths, because doing so would undoubtedly offend the people of the Chang'an Dragon System secret realm. Xiaoyu was momentarily confused about Long Fan's intentions. Was he optimistic about him, or was there some other reason? Okay. Xiaoyu did not refuse, knowing that this was not the time to be polite. Go outside first. I want to say a few words to Yanning before I leave, Long Fan said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu knew that Long Fan had something to discuss with Long Yanning and it wasn't convenient for him to listen, so he tactfully went to wait outside the door. Yanning. Long Fan looked at Long Yanning and said, if necessary, it doesn't matter if you expose your abilities. Use your abilities to help Xiaoyu choose a pseudo-legendary Pokemon with the strongest dragon-type energy. I'll call Elder Lin later, and when you return this time, I will announce that I've accepted him as my disciple. I understand. Long Yanning didn't say much more. She already knew about her father's decision. Xiaoyu was indeed exceptionally talented. His scientific research was beyond question. He was practically a top scientist. As for becoming a top trainer, he also possessed the two qualities needed, the ability to endure hardship and perseverance. A fine sword is forged through tempering, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Xiaoyu, who can embody these two principles, will undoubtedly have a bright future as long as he perseveres. Chapter 83 Pseudo-Legendary Pokemon 3. Long Yanning and Xiaoyu rode the Sonic Dragon and the three-headed Evil Dragon respectively, flying directly from the capital to Chang'an. The continuous journey had left both of them somewhat exhausted. By the time they arrived at the Dragon System secret realm in Chang'an, it was already night. However, they didn't bother to eat and headed straight for the Dragon System secret realm. Wait, the Dragon Realm is closed to the public today. Please show your identification. The guard at the entrance stopped the two and asked. Here you go. Long Yanning was prepared and handed the guard the document issued by the Imperial Capital Pokemon Association today and the badge that symbolized her qualification to select pseudo-legendary Pokemon. After inspection, she was immediately allowed to pass. Please come in. Tell your supervisor we're going straight to Dragon Lake to choose our Pokemon. Long Yanning and Xiaoyu told the gatekeeper, and without pausing, headed straight for Dragon Lake, giving the people of the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm no time to react. Like Long Mountain, Dragon Lake is a forbidden area of the Dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an, and it is also the habitat of pseudo-legendary Pokemon. However, Long Yanning came prepared this time, took out her badge, and had no obstacles along the way. When the two arrived at the incubation room of Dragon Lake, the supervisor of the incubation room came running over, covered in sweat. The head of the incubation room was about 40 years old. He was fat, slightly balding, and looked rather sleazy. But appearances can be deceiving. In fact, he was very strong and was a champion-level dragon-type trainer. This must be Xiaoyu, right? No one who can become a supervisor is stupid. This fat supervisor naturally recognized Long Yanning and immediately guessed Xiaoyu's identity. He never expected that Xiaoyu would come to the secret realm so soon after they received the notice. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't we have a meal before we come to choose? No need. Long Yanning rushed over, not wanting to give the fat supervisor time to react, so she wouldn't dawdle over eating. Let's pick our food first and then go eat. The chubby supervisor was sweating profusely, whether from the heat of the journey or from nervousness and anxiety. He was also feeling frustrated. He had originally planned to wait until tomorrow to use some medicine with fewer side effects on the eggs of those pseudo-legendary Pokémon that would speed up hatching and avoid damaging the Pokémon's potential, but he hadn't expected Xiaoyu to arrive so early. If only I had used some strong medicine this afternoon. Even though it would have damaged the Pokémon's aptitude, it would have been better than having it chosen by someone else. How am I going to explain this to that Elite Four member now? At this moment, the fat manager had only one thought in mind: to stall for time and keep the two of them calm. However, Xiaoyu and his companion had suddenly arrived without warning, clearly prepared for the occasion. How could he possibly let them have their way? Well, it's so late, and you two have come so suddenly. How about I treat you to dinner first, and you can come back to choose tomorrow? The fat manager said while standing in the doorway to block their way in. Also, you'll need to go through some procedures to take the pseudo-legendary Pokémon with you. No need, we'll only be choosing for a few minutes, then we'll leave. The procedures are simple too. We've brought all the documents and certificates. Long Yanning clearly saw through the fat manager's trick and sneered, "You don't want us to go in?" As she spoke, Long Yanning took out her phone, ready to record a video. Seeing this, even the chubby supervisor, no matter how bold, had no choice but to obediently make way. Long Yanning herself did this job and knew all the intricacies involved. She had already prepared the information and wasn't afraid of the chubby supervisor making things difficult for her. The fat manager gave a wry smile and sighed silently. He had no choice but to give way now, because at most he would lose a promising pseudo-legendary Pokémon, but if he didn't, he would have an indelible stain on his future. Besides, even with the discerning eyesight of those two young people, they might not be able to pick the right one. He never expected that one of them possessed a system and the other had the superpower of dragon-like perception. If they couldn't pick the right one, then probably no one in the world could. "No, please come in." The fat manager gave a wry smile and let the two of them in. "I was worried that you had traveled a long way. Since you two insist, please come in." Xiaoyu curiously examined the Pokémon eggs in the incubation room. Compared to the dragon-type secret realm in the capital, there were significantly more Pokémon eggs here, reaching an astonishing 40 or so. There are as many as 9 pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs, 3 Dragapult eggs, 3 Gible eggs, and 3 Dratini eggs. Xiaoyu immediately examined the 9 pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs to check their potential. 9 Pokémon eggs, 6 of which have champion-level potential, 2 have near-champion-level potential, and 1 has champion-level potential. This drop rate is much better than the dragon-type secret realm in the capital. Without a doubt, Xiaoyu's gaze immediately fell on the champion-level Pokémon egg. Elf egg, Flash Doran Mesia. Gender, male. Attributes, dragon, ghost. Qualification, champion level. Ability, penetrate. Skill, page 47. Without a doubt, this Dragapult's aptitude perfectly matches Xiaoyu's expectations, and its final evolution, Dragapult, is extremely powerful, making it one of Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon. In the game, Dragapult is also a popular choice in battles, considered a very well-rounded Pokémon. Its dragon/ghost typing grants it 2-type immunity, 6-type resistances, and 5-type weaknesses, while also lacking any 4x weaknesses. This is quite rare for a dragon-type Pokémon. Looking at its stats, its speed stat of 142 ranks 4th among all non-legendary Pokémon, including Ultra Beasts. Its attack stat of 120 perfectly compensates for the lack of a physical attacker in Xiaoyu's current team. Its special attack stat of 100, coupled with its extremely rich move pool including Dragon Pulse, Surf, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Solar Beam, Flamethrower, Hydro Pump, and Meteor Shower, also makes it perform well in the special attack tier. At the same time, its extremely high speed allows it to create light walls and reflective walls, and with skills such as Phosphorescence and Rapid Return, it can also become a support character. Dragapult can be considered a very well-rounded Pokémon. Its drawbacks are that it is too expensive to train and has a long training period. Although Xiaoyu doesn't have to worry about money for the time being, the thought that almost all of the skills mentioned above require a move learning machine to learn gives him a headache. The excessively long training period is a major problem for Dragapult, as its evolution is simply too slow. Evolving Dragapult from Dragapult requires at least the strength of a gym leader, while evolving Dragapult into Dragapult requires the strength of a champion. This gave Xiaoyu a huge headache. But there was good news. As long as Xiaoyu caught 5 dragon-type Pokémon, he could get an A-rank dragon scale, which could accelerate the growth of dragon-type Pokémon and save a lot of time. After taking a good look at the Pokémon egg, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all and said, please wrap up this Pokémon egg for me, thank you. Are you sure? The fat supervisor was sweating. Although they couldn't accurately measure the aptitude of the Pokémon egg through the shell, they could still roughly judge that the egg's aptitude was quite good. This made him quite troubled, so he quickly said, actually, for you newbies, I recommend Dratini. Dratini has a gentle nature, is easy to train, and its strength is also very strong when it evolves into Dragonite. At the same time, Long Yaning frowned slightly. She didn't expect Xiaoyu to make the choice so quickly. She quickly and quietly placed her hand on the Pokémon egg and, while Xiaoyu was talking to the fat manager, immediately used her ability to sense the strength of the Dragon-type Pokémon egg. A flash of light appeared, and Long Yaning's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed her smile, clearly having received an answer that satisfied her. This is the one, wrap it up. Chapter 84 Pseudo-Legendary Pokémon 4. After selecting the egg for the pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Xiaoyu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he continued to examine the other Dragon-type Pokémon eggs. After all, it's not easy to make a trip to the Dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an, and I've even offended someone. Who knows when I'll be able to come back again? I should hurry up and pick out some Dragon-type Pokémon with good potential and take them with me. Meanwhile, the fat manager looked bitter. He couldn't stop Xiaoyu at all, and he had no way to stop him. Just then, a figure walked in through the door. 1 million, and you don't choose that elf egg. The newcomer didn't say anything, simply holding up one finger and offering 1 million, concisely stating, in addition, I promise you, I'll help you out once for free in the future. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the man. He had never seen him before, but Long Yaning had told him who he was on the way here. The man's name was Yu Heiran. He was not one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Northwest region, but he was the person in charge of the Chang'an Dragon System secret realm. After all, there are about 50 secret realms discovered nationwide, and the Elite Four only number 28. Therefore, only a few secret realms and newly discovered secret realms are guarded by the Elite Four. Most secret realms are guarded by 2 or 3 powerful Elite Four level trainers working together. Although Yu Heiran is not one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Northwest region, he achieved 5th place in the Northwest region Heavenly King ranking competition, demonstrating his strength. He was assigned to guard the Chang'an Dragon System secret realm year-round. Sorry. Even when facing a champion-level trainer, Xiaoyu would not back down. He would never let go of a shiny Dragapult Mesha. Besides, this was a forbidden area of the secret realm, and no matter how powerful he was, he would not dare to make a direct move. We have already chosen the Pokémon eggs. You can change it. As long as you haven't made a final decision, you can change it again. I have to remind you, if we can't be friends, then we can only be enemies. Yu Heiran looked at Xiaoyu coldly. He urgently needed a powerful pseudo-legendary Pokémon to help him secure his position as one of the Elite Four in the Northwest region. He had already chosen this Pokémon egg and asked several renowned breeders to help him assess its potential. Everyone said that this Dragapult egg had potential above the Elite Four level and was very likely to be a near champion. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to get this Pokémon egg. However, because his selection order for Pokémon eggs this year was not high, he could only wait for others to select first before it was his turn. He had already spent a lot of money bribing people to exchange their Pokémon eggs for others. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere, disrupting all his plans. It was very likely that all his efforts would be in vain, so he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, 200 million. Think it over carefully. Faced with the aggressive Yu Heiran, Xiaoyu's face turned ugly. He was also annoyed to encounter such an unreasonable Elite One trainer. But that's how the world is, survival of the fittest. Without strength, even self-preservation becomes difficult, let alone obtaining resources like pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Ordinary people without a background can't even find the threshold to climb up the ladder. Elite Four level trainers have almost monopolized rare resources like pseudo-legendary Pokémon, making it difficult for many gym leader level and pseudo-Elite Four level trainers to advance. This is why Su Xiao wiped out an entire family just for a Tyranitar's Pokémon egg. This is why Xiaoyu has never dared to reveal his Pokémon's potential. The Xiao family was already weak, and the Lin family was also a research family. The whole family only had their youngest uncle, a champion-level trainer, to hold their own. So he had to become stronger, and he had to do it secretly. However, Xiaoyu felt it was worth offending Yu Heiran for the sake of this Dracomezia Pokémon egg, but he still had to be careful. Even if Yu Heiran didn't dare to do anything openly, he would definitely do something behind the scenes. Yu Heiran. Seeing Yu Heiran threatening Xiaoyu directly in front of her, Long Yaning stood directly in front of Xiaoyu, blocking the two of them, and looked at Yu Heiran coldly. Are you threatening us? This matter has nothing to do with you or Long Tianwang. I only gave him 200 million to give you and Long Tianwang face. Otherwise, what qualifications do you think a scientific researcher has for me to speak to him politely? Yu Heiran had long been stationed in the Dragon System secret realm of Chang'an, and given his superior strength, he had essentially turned the realm into his personal fiefdom, making him arrogant and disdainful of everyone. Just as he said, if it weren't for Long Fan's sake, he would have already kicked Xiaoyu out. Then just find a scapegoat, give them some compensation, and explain that it was a temporary worker's negligence. Long Yaning's expression was cold as she shielded Xiaoyu behind her. This scene felt somewhat familiar to Xiaoyu. Why was it always a woman protecting him? It seemed like the last time was with Long Yaning. But as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. It felt really good to have such a long, white leg to hug. He's my father's new disciple. If you have any problems, just come to me. Long Yaning's words made Yu Heiran's face turn extremely ugly. Are you sure you want to stand up for him? Yu Heiran's face was gloomy. The Dragon King's reach is too far. I wonder if you can protect him for a while, or for a lifetime. He will eventually be left alone. Yu Heiran's words made Xiaoyu's face extremely gloomy. This guy's ruthlessness was beyond Xiaoyu's imagination, like a cold and venomous snake. Teacher Long, I need to make a phone call. Xiaoyu said softly to Long Yaning, his anger turning into a mocking laugh. He knew that Yu Heiran was so arrogant because he didn't know that Xiaoyu had developed a unique Z move. After all, the Pokémon Association had only announced the reward for Xiaoyu, but the unique Z move was still a secret. Although he didn't want to use his power to intimidate others, he knew he had to get his grandfather to confront the Pokémon Association and demand an explanation. Frankly, given Xiaoyu's current research capabilities, if he were to suggest going abroad, countless people would offer him money to settle there. If pushed too far, he could simply have his entire family immigrate overseas, and no one could do anything about it. He didn't believe the Pokémon Association would dare to tolerate Yu Heiran. Hey, Grandpa. Xiaoyu told Old Lin everything that had happened over the phone. Old Lin on the other end of the line was furious and extremely angry. I'm going to make a phone call, Old Lin said before hanging up. Yu Heiran looked at Xiaoyu with a sneer. I respect Elder Lin, but this matter concerns our future. Elder Lin's presence is useless. Think it over today, take the 2 million and leave. It's better for everyone. Xiaoyu ignored him, and the two remained at an impasse. Estimating that Elder Lin would be gone for a while, Xiaoyu simply went to look at the other Pokémon eggs, hoping to find some better ones. Looking at Xiaoyu strolling around, Long Yanning really thought he was a bit carefree. Even at a time like this, he still had the energy to choose a Pokémon egg. What? Sure enough, Xiaoyu actually found 2 Elite 4-level Pokémon eggs, but it was clear that Xiaoyu was being a bit picky now, and after a slight hesitation, he gave up on choosing one. Chapter 85 Pseudo-Legendary Pokémon, The End. There weren't many Pokémon eggs in the hatchery, and Xiaoyu quickly looked through them all but didn't find a suitable Pokémon. Therefore, Xiaoyu decided to save the remaining opportunity to choose a non-legendary Pokémon for another time. Just then, Yu Heiran's phone rang, clearly indicating that Xiaoyu's call had worked. Yu Heiran picked up his phone, looked at the name on the caller ID, his face gradually darkened, but he remained calm, suppressing his anger, and answered the phone. Hello, Chief. The Chief generally refers to the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings, distinguishing him from the other 4 heavenly kings. It also signifies that he is the strongest person in a region, besides the champion, as officially recognized. Yu Heiran listened to the voice on the other end of the phone with a dark expression, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning both looked at Yu Heiran, and it took a full 10 minutes for the call to end. Yu Heiran glared at Xiaoyu, his eyes blazing with barely concealed anger and hatred. Fine, very well. Bang. After saying that, Yu Heiran kicked the door open, venting his anger on it, and left the incubation room without looking back. The fat supervisor watching this scene felt his scalp tingle, unsure whether to leave or stay. We'll install your Pokémon eggs right away. The fat manager gave a smile that looked more like a grimace. Xiaoyu didn't regret offending Yu Heiran, because there were only so many resources. If you didn't fight for them, you couldn't just give them away to someone else. From the moment he decided to become a trainer, he had to compete with others. After obtaining the Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning rushed back to the Dragon-type secret realm in the capital city without even having a meal. For safety reasons, Long Yaning specially asked Long Fan to contact a champion-level trainer in Chang'an City to escort the two of them. By the time the two returned to the Dragon-type secret realm in the imperial capital and placed the alpha egg into the incubation room, it was already 9 p.m. The two, who had been starving all afternoon and night, were ravenous. Teacher Long, thank you. It's so late, let me treat you to dinner, Xiaoyu said politely, and then asked, by the way, Teacher Long, is it true that the Dragon King took me as his disciple? It's true, your grandfather agreed too. Long Yaning didn't hide anything from Xiaoyu. After all, becoming a disciple required the person's consent. What, you don't want to? How could I? No, thank you for your kindness, Dragon King. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. The Dragon King is so powerful, having such a master is simply wonderful. Then, Teacher Dragon, are you my senior sister? Yes. Long Yaning glanced at Xiaoyu, then led him to the cafeteria's noodle shop. 2 bowls of noodles, please. Senior sister Long, I'll treat you to a big meal, don't just eat noodles, Xiaoyu said. Long Fan and Long Yanning had helped him a lot, especially Long Yanning, who had accompanied him on a long trip today. Xiaoyu felt bad about only treating her to noodles. Maybe next time. You're so tired today, you should go back and get some rest, Long Yaning refused. Okay. Soon, the steaming hot noodles were ready, and the two, who had been hungry for a long time, devoured them. Xiaoyu has been incredibly busy lately, from developing corresponding animations for Z-moves to creating his own Z-crystal, to his older brother's wedding, and finally choosing a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. For the past 10 days or so, Xiaoyu has been working non-stop, and only now has he finally been able to relax and return to a normal life. Lying in bed, Xiaoyu felt physically and mentally exhausted. After chatting with her friend Wuyezu for a bit and replying to some messages from other friends, she went to sleep early. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiaoyu, full of energy, got up early and first went to check on Draco Mesh's Pokemon egg before taking his 3 Pokemon to his morning exercise. After finishing his 2-hour morning exercise, Xiaoyu went to the cafeteria for lunch, but overheard people around him whispering about something. Have you heard? It seems that the shiny Aegislash has been captured. It seems to have been captured by a trainer from Japan. The Duskmoor was captured by a trainer from the Pokemon Association. I heard there was a conflict that broke out and people died. A month later, the Pokemon Association finally caught the 2 evil Pokemon. Finally, I can go shopping this weekend. I've been so bored. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he ate breakfast and flipped through the news. Just yesterday, the 2 evil Pokemon in the capital were finally captured. Page 48. The mysterious Flareon trainer with the giant crystal lamp captured a shiny Aegislash. It's obvious that this person is Miyano Ranjin, whom Xiaoyu and Long Yaning encountered. Another Duskmoor with near Elite 4 level strength was captured by a league trainer. This is excellent news for Xiaoyu. The capture of 2 ghost-type Pokemon means that he only needs to wait until the weekend to use the items to go treasure hunting. However, he seems to be in danger now, having incurred the wrath of someone like Yuheirin. It's best not to run around recklessly, or perhaps he should call Long Yaning along. Xiaoyu thought of his long, white legs. He figured it would be much safer to invite Long Yanning along, and he could also treat her to a meal. Oh right, I also have a reward. I can go to the treasure vault and choose one item. It seems that Jengar's Mega Stone and Dynamax Wishing Star have also arrived. I don't even think I've opened the package yet. Xiaoyu couldn't help but look forward to the weekend, and even her appetite improved, so she quickly ate 2 more bowls. Xiaoyu. Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu, who appeared in the cafeteria, and said with surprise, "It has been more than 10 days since the 2 last met." Xiaoyu suddenly disappeared after becoming famous, which made many students in the training camp vaguely speculate that Xiaoyu had given up the path of a trainer and focused on scientific research. Seeing Xiaoyu again, Sumuza was naturally overjoyed. "You haven't been to training for so long, where have you been?" "Something came up and I was delayed for a while," Xiaoyu said honestly. "Add me as a friend quickly, so I can reach you if I need something." "What do you need me for?" Xiaoyu said, but still took out his phone and added Sumuza as friends. The two chatted as they finished their meal and walked toward the training ground. Xiaoyu's appearance still attracted everyone's attention, especially Shinzai-jun, whose heart sank when he saw Xiao Luo and Sumuza walking together. Long Yaning frowned slightly when she saw Xiaoyu and Sumuza appear together, but seeing that Xiaoyu quickly immersed himself in training, she didn't say anything. The students have gotten used to this tough training and have all thrown themselves into it. Long Yaning walked to Xiaoyu's side and said to him, "Xiaoyu, come here for a moment." "It is good." Following Long Yaning to a secluded corner, making sure the surrounding classmates couldn't hear, Long Yaning crossed her arms over her chest, saying in an unremarkable manner, "Come to my dad's office at 6 p.m. tonight, he needs to talk to you." "It is good." After saying that, Long Yaning turned to leave, but Xiaoyu quickly called out, "Senior Sister Long. Call me teacher during class." "Okay, Professor Long, are you free this weekend? I'd like to invite you to dinner, and maybe." Before Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Long Yaning turned and walked away, coldly saying, "No time." After Long Yaning took 2 steps, a voice came, "Let's talk about it when you make it to the national finals." Chapter 86 2 Evolutionary Modes. As night fell, Xiaoyu arrived at Long Fan's office. Long Fan was reclining on the sofa, with the classic game Legend endorsed by a famous movie star on the computer screen. "You're here?" Long Fan saw Xiaoyu come in and gestured for Xiaoyu to sit on the sofa next to him. "Master." Xiaoyu greeted him. Why not cling to such a powerful figure? Long Fan had the strength to challenge for the championship. If he succeeded, Xiaoyu, as his disciple, would naturally rise to prominence and be able to do whatever he wanted in the capital. Long Fan smiled, quite pleased with Xiaoyu's address of master. He slowly said, "I've discussed taking you as my disciple with Elder Lin. We won't stand on ceremony. But there's one thing I must emphasize, now that I've taken you as my disciple, we're family. You mustn't betray your family in the future." "Yes, master." Xiaoyu replied earnestly. He could feel the kindness that Long Fan and his daughter Long Yaning had shown him, and he naturally kept this kindness in his heart. "I've already heard about what happened yesterday from Yan Ning. You need to be careful with Yu Heiran. That's just his personality. He's lawless, vindictive, and narrow-minded. Be careful when you go out in the future, and don't go to secluded places alone." Long Fan instructed, "He would never dare to make a move in the capital with me here, but you must be careful outside. Besides that, there are a few other things I need to tell you. The first thing is about your pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Dragapult." Long Fan frowned and looked at Xiaoyu seriously, saying, "Among all pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Dragapult and Metagross are the 2 most special pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and also the 2 most difficult to train, because their evolution is very difficult. There are currently 2 known evolution methods, one is competition, and the other is splitting. Let's talk about the first evolutionary method, competition. If it's this evolutionary method, and Draco Mesha evolves into Draco Chi, you'll need to find another Draco Mesha." Long Fan's words made Xiaoyu's heart sink. In the game, Pokémon like Dragapult can evolve as long as their level is high enough. However, this is reality, and he has always been curious. After Draco Mesha evolves into Draco Mesha, there is a Draco Mesha perched on its head. Where did this little Draco Mesha come from? Unexpectedly, it turns out that you need to find another Draco Mesia in order to evolve. If it evolves into Dragapult, does that mean we need 2 more Dragapult Meshas? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. "That's right." Long Fan nodded. The process of Duromysia evolving into Duromysia is actually a competition between 2 Duromysia. The stronger one will evolve into Duromysia, while the other will lose the ability to evolve and remain in the form of Duromysia forever. The same principle applies to the evolution from Duromysia to Duravato. This also means that if you use this evolution method and want Duromysia to evolve into Duravato, you need to prepare 3 Duromysia, and only one of them can evolve into Duravato. The other 2 will remain in the form of Duromysia forever. Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, where did he find so many pseudo-legendary Pokémon? What about the other kind? Don't rush, we'll talk about it later. Competition is currently a more popular evolutionary method, and it's also the mainstream of evolution. Long Fan paused deliberately, picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and placed it on the table. Xiaoyu understood immediately and picked up the kettle to pour tea for Long Fan. Ahem, another evolutionary method is even rarer, split evolution. As the name suggests, it is when a Draco Mesia evolves into Draco Chi that a smaller Draco Mesia splits off and sits on its head. This smaller Draco Mesia does not have the ability to evolve. Similarly, when Draco Chi evolves into Draco Barat, a second Draco Mesia will split off. Xiaoyu was slightly puzzled when he heard this. Wasn't this evolution method better? Why was the first type of competitive evolution the mainstream? Split evolution only requires 1 Draco Mesia, so why is competitive evolution, which requires 3 Draco Mesia, the mainstream? Because of aptitude. Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously, split evolution has higher requirements for the aptitude of Draco Mesia, and it is also more difficult to cultivate, so the evolution is naturally extremely difficult. But competitive evolution is different. Any Draco Mesia can evolve through competition. So you need to prepare in advance and decide which evolutionary path to choose. If it's competitive evolution, you'll need to plan ahead for the other 2 Doran Mesias. As for which of the 2 evolutionary paths, Doran Balu, is superior, the academic community has no consensus yet. You might be able to study it in the future, Long Fan joked. Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and pondered for a while, his mind still undecided about which evolutionary path to choose. Actually, you're not in a hurry. Your Draco Mesha hasn't even hatched yet, so there's no use in rushing. Besides, Draco Mesha's evolution is pretty easy. It only takes a maximum of 3. Metagross is much harder to raise. A competitively evolved Metagross requires 4 dumbbells, Long Fan joked. Upon hearing Long Fan's words, Xiaoyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and made a decision almost immediately. We must adopt fission evolution. I've made up my mind. I'm determined to make my Duranmesia undergo split evolution. Xiaoyu said resolutely. Oh, are you sure? This could significantly extend your training period for Doran Messiah. Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu, wondering how Xiaoyu, who had just been hesitant, could make a decision so quickly. Xiaoyu smiled, convinced that his decision was absolutely correct, because in another world there was a guy named Daigo who had a shiny Metagross that could Mega Evolve. If competitive evolution were used, it would be inexplicable that Metagross, a 4-legged creature, would become an 8-legged creature after Mega Evolution, so the only explanation is split evolution. Furthermore, there is another point that can prove that split evolution is the correct path. If it is competitive evolution, does Shiny Dumbbell evolve into Shiny Metalaman require 2 Shiny Dumbbells? Otherwise, the Metalaman evolved from 1 Shiny Dumbbell and 1 regular dumbbell will have different colored hands, 1 gray and 1 blue. In conclusion, Xiaoyu is certain that fission evolution is the most correct evolutionary method. Just make your decision. There's another thing, starting now, you can go to the forbidden area to cultivate every night. The dragon energy there is stronger and more suitable for you. Long Fan handed a key to Xiaoyu. I also told Yanning to supervise you more every night. Okay, master. A day later, it was Saturday, and it was time for the skill learning class again. Because Xiaoyu missed last week's skill learning class, he didn't hear Long Yanning explain the Dragon Claw skill. Fortunately, a skill is explained over 2 weeks, so Xiaoyu can catch up. Of the 3 Pokémon, Grovel cannot learn the move Dragon Claw, only Charmander and Nobu can. Xiaoyu couldn't understand why the buzzing bat, with its tiny claws, could learn to use Dragon Claws, while he, the forest lizard, with its huge claws, couldn't. The core of the Dragon Claw skill is to gather Dragon-type energy in the hand to form a dragon-shaped claw for attack. Its essence lies in the application of Dragon-type energy and the training of the claw. Long Yanning spoke slowly and in great detail. During her explanation, she also had the veteran actor next to her, the Komodo, demonstrate. The explanation and demonstration took half an hour, after which everyone had free time to practice. Perhaps to take care of Xiaoyu who had fallen behind, Long Yanning specially walked up to him and gave individual guidance to the little fire dragon and the buzzing bat, while also having the staff-tailed armored dragon demonstrate a few more times for the 2 little guys. And so, Long Yanning stayed in front of Xiaoyu for a full half hour, explaining in detail the techniques for using the Dragon Claw, and also guiding the little fire dragon and the buzzing bat to practice repeatedly before leaving. Watching Long Yanning's departing figure, Xiaoyu thought to himself, I am considered a personal disciple, and the treatment is indeed different. Chapter 87 Wishing Star. On Saturday afternoon, Xiaoyu had a day off, but instead of rushing back to the Lin family, he went to the forbidden area of the secret realm to cultivate. There, he unexpectedly saw Long Yanning, who was seriously training her 6 Pokémon. No wonder Long Yanning only attends classes in the morning, it turns out she trains here in the afternoon. It seems that Long Yanning is just one step away from becoming a champion-level trainer. With the potential of her 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, becoming a champion-level trainer is only a matter of time. Such a young champion-level trainer is rare in the entire capital. Long Yanning's attire was different from her morning outfit. She wore shorts on her lower body, revealing her long and shapely thighs, and a crop top on her upper body, showing off her slender waist. Xiaoyu had noticed before that Long Yanning's waist and legs were her most attractive features, and now, with this outfit, they immediately caught Xiaoyu's eye. Of course, this is also because Teacher Long has a really good figure. The only drawback is that she has her own flat chest at a young age. Perhaps sensing Xiaoyu's gaze, Long Yanning blushed slightly, but maintained a cold expression and did not communicate with Xiaoyu, continuing to train her Pokémon on her own. Xiaoyu was only looking at it for a moment. He immediately pulled back from the brink, composed himself, and summoned 3 Pokémon to train them. 2 hours later, while Long Yanning was resting, Xiaoyu immediately approached her and asked, Teacher Long, are you free tomorrow? Just say what's on your mind. Long Yanning unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took small sips. Sweat dampened the strands of hair on both sides of her face, sliding down her rosy cheeks. Teacher Long, I'd like to go to the capital for a visit, but I recently offended you Heiran, so I'm worried about my safety. I'd like to ask you to come with me. Are you free? Xiaoyu's original intention was to use the disposable treasure hunting device to search for treasures in the capital, with Long Yanning as his bodyguard. However, he certainly couldn't say directly that he was going to find treasures, so he just used the excuse of going shopping. Long Yaning initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she realized that Xiaoyu had been in the capital for a month and hadn't had a proper chance to explore it yet. Looking at Xiaoyu's expectant eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse and said coldly, "Just this once." "What time tomorrow?" "I'll contact you then, I'll call you in advance." After training ended in the afternoon, Xiaoyu rushed back to the Lin family home. He was delighted to see old Master Lin and old Madame Qin again, and old Master Lin, in particular, spent a long time talking with Xiaoyu after dinner. He asked him about his signature Z moves, any new experimental hypotheses, and so on. Old Master Lin was increasingly satisfied with Xiaoyu. The grandfather and grandson talked for nearly 2 hours until Xiaoyu reminded old Master Lin that it was time to sleep and rest, at which point their conversation ended. Page 49. Back in her room, Xiaoyu hurriedly opened the package. It had been delivered almost 2 weeks ago, and Xiaoyu finally had time to unpack it. Upon opening the package, 2 stones appeared on the table. One of the stones appeared to be a Jengar Mega Stone. Xiaoyu examined it carefully and felt that he was not mistaken. This should be the Jengar Mega Stone. He was delighted. Another Mega Stone. Now all he needed was a Jengar. Ideally, it would be a shiny Jengar. Its Mega Evolution, White Jengar, is just too cool. Xiaoyu was only thinking about it. He still needed 2 Dragon-type Pokémon to complete his mission, and even if he wanted to catch Jengar, he would have to wait until he had collected all 6 Pokémon. Xiaoyu then turned his attention to another stone on the table. This stone looked like a wishing star, but unlike the ones in the game and anime, this wishing star was dim and ordinary, completely lacking the dazzling brilliance of the ones in the game. Apart from its unique shape, it had almost nothing outstanding about it. Xiaoyu played with the wishing star. Now that he had found it, he decided to make Dynamax his next research direction. Although he thought so, Xiaoyu was not really sure about it. Because Dynamax is related to the Dark Knight caused by Eternatus in the games and anime, and this world has never heard of a legendary Pokémon like Eternatus, nor has any Dark Knight ever appeared. Therefore, Xiaoyu has absolutely no confidence in his research on Dynamax. Xiaoyu was also very curious about the origin of this wishing star, because it is said that wishing stars, wishing star pieces, and wishing star fragments are all fragments of Eterna's broken body. Therefore, the origin of this wishing star is quite suspicious and may become the key to unlocking the secrets of Dynamax in this world and the key to finding Eterna. Ding, quest triggered. Dynamax, find the secret realm where Eternatus is located through wishing stars, unveil the mystery of Dynamax. Eternatus is an extremely powerful Pokémon, requiring at least an Elite 4-level trainer to possess the ability to protect itself. This is a long-term mission, requiring the completion of prerequisite tasks. Prerequisite Task 1, collect 1/3 of wishing stars. Prerequisite Task 2, have at least 1 Pokémon reach the Elite 4 level. When Xiaoyu heard the mission announcement, he was stunned for a moment. This mission was too far away for him. It would take at least several years for a champion-level trainer to complete it. Therefore, all Xiaoyu could do at the moment was to collect as many wishing stars as possible. Xiaoyu carefully put away the wishing star, planning to take it with him to the lab for further study next time he visited. Ever since he developed his own Z-move, his status in the lab had skyrocketed. He now had his own office and could use the lab at will, which felt really great. After putting away the 2 stones, Xiaoyu wanted to lie down and play on his phone for a while to rest, but when he looked at the time, it was already 8 o'clock. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't have time to train. After 2 hours of training, Xiaoyu took a shower and lay in bed, browsing Douyin, TikTok. He had recently become somewhat popular for developing the corresponding movements for the Z-move, so he registered a Douyin account and gained tens of thousands of followers. Of course, most of these followers were fans of his looks. Who in real academic research has time to play around like this? He has only posted 1 video on Douyin so far, which is the interview video, and it has received a lot of likes, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Xiaoyu thought about posting another video when he had time. Perhaps using his fame on Douyin to buy stones would be faster. However, Xiaoyu was also a little worried, as stones bought with his reputation would definitely fetch higher prices. Speaking of Douyin, Xiaoyu recalled Xiao Luo's devilish whispers, the mysterious account and password Xiao Luo tearfully revealed to him that night. Should I log in and take a look? I just want to take one look. In the end, Xiaoyu's curiosity overcame his reason, and he secretly logged into Xiao Luo's alternate account. He had no followers, no works, but his videos had a whopping 7.3 likes. All 7.3 likes were Xiao Luo's accumulated wealth. Xiaoyu opened the videos he liked and a sentence immediately came to mind. A riot of flowers dazzles the eye, and shallow grass barely covers a horse's hooves. This style has truly taken shape, it's reached its pinnacle. Xiaoyu glanced over and noticed that although Xiao Luo liked looking at beautiful women, he didn't flirt with them or send them private messages, he just silently liked their posts, which was quite good. He simply appreciated the videos, appreciating them with a positive, learning mindset. Xiaoyu quickly watched a few videos, then silently logged out of his alternate account and logged back into his main account. At his current age of 18, he is already young and passionate. If he continues to watch, his Dao heart will be damaged, which would be a greater loss than gain. After quitting Douyin, Xiaoyu still opened Xianyu, a second-hand marketplace app, scanned the goods, and looked for any good stones for sale, but the result was naturally somewhat disappointing. Chapter 88 Pokémon Association Treasury. Xiaoyu lay in bed, texting Wu Yaezu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Wu Yaezu seemed to be doing quite well in the rock secret realm recently. Xiaoyu, I recently caught a really powerful Pokémon. You just wait and I'll beat it to a pulp. Anyone can brag. Wait until you beat me before you start talking nonsense, Xiaoyu replied. Xiaoyu, I'm not the same person I was a month ago. Wu Yaezu replied, you are definitely no match for me. Don't worry, I will go easy on you and make sure you don't lose too badly. Xiaoyu, I'm not like you. I won't hold back. Next time, I'll definitely beat the shit out of you. Wu Yaezu remained inexplicably confident, and Xiaoyu couldn't bear to discourage him. He wanted to tell him that he had gained a new dragon, Mizia, but after thinking about it, he decided to give him a surprise when they met. After exchanging insults for a while, the two ended their chat. Xiaoyu continued to browse other messages, including many from strangers. Xiaoyu, you're so handsome. Xiaoyu, your research paper is very well written. I read the whole paper carefully and learned a lot. But I found a problem. Do you have a girlfriend? Most of the comments and private messages were funny ones from netizens. Xiaoyu read them for a while and then picked out a few to reply to. Xiaoyu, I will become the best trainer, just like you. Who is this person? Although I didn't recognize Xiaoyu, I still replied with good luck. At the same time, Sumuse also sent him a message, which was full of meaningless things like, what are you doing? And how boring. Xiaoyu replied politely and then threw his phone aside and went to sleep. Early Sunday morning, just as dawn was breaking, Xiaoyu got up to prepare for his morning exercise. He also sent a message to Teacher Long, arranging to go to the Pokémon Association's treasure vault at 10 a.m. to choose a treasure. As for why he didn't call, it was because he was afraid that it would be too early and disturb Long Yanning's rest. It's only around 6 a.m., and most people are still asleep. Long Yanning is still dreaming. She's been incredibly busy these past 10 days, so busy she can barely breathe. Last night, Long Yanning finally had some free time to rest, so she invited her best friend to dinner. They drank quite a bit of alcohol and ended up staying at her friend's house in a drunken stupor, still not awake yet. After sending the message, Xiaoyu took his 3 Pokémon to train. The Grovel's strength was steadily improving at a visible rate. Charmander's unruly personality had also changed a lot. Although it was still fierce, it got along well with Nombat and Grovel. As for Nombat, it was still the same as before, the most playful and mischievous. The 3 Pokémon's strength has increased quite rapidly, especially Charmander, which has already broken through to the rare rank. Next is Nobum, which is about to break through to the elite rank. The B-rank dragon scale Nobum wears has accelerated its growth, and this will continue until it reaches the totem rank. This is why, even though Nobum is the laziest of the 3, it has the fastest growth rate. The powerful effects of dragon scales made Xiaoyu envious of the reward for catching 5 dragon-type Pokémon. B-rank dragon scales are useful for Pokémon below the totem level, but A-rank dragon scales are useful for Pokémon below the gym leader level. As long as he catches 5 dragon-type Pokémon, Xiaoyu will have 6 dragon scales, so he must catch the 5th dragon-type Pokémon as soon as possible. Xiaoyu estimated the growth rate of several Pokémon. At this rate, the whole family should be able to advance to the Lord level by the start of the competition, but the Overlord level is a bit uncertain. Of course, behind their rapid progress lies a mountain of money. They've been provided with various types of energy cubes, as well as special Moo milk, honey, and other rare foods. It would be strange if their 3 Pokémon weren't growing slowly. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had the support of the Xiao family and the Lin family, otherwise he would have gone bankrupt long ago. For a trainer, especially a dragon-type trainer, money is the key. After his morning exercise, Xiaoyu ate breakfast. Seeing that Long Yanning hadn't replied to his message yet, and noticing that it was already 9 o'clock, he couldn't help but pick up his phone and make a call. Beep, beep, beep. Long Yanning was woken up from her sleep. Looking at the name on the caller ID, her groggy head cleared up a little. She remembered that she had promised to take Xiaoyu to explore the capital today, so she quickly pressed the answer button. Hello? Long Yaning's voice came through, slightly different from her usual cold voice. Today, her voice was full of femininity, gentle and soft, making Xiaoyu's heart flutter. Teacher Long. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, gradually bringing Long Yaning back to her senses. I wanted to go to the treasure vault to choose treasures this morning. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you now. I'm in Xiaoyun district. Long Yaning gave her best friend's address without thinking. Who is it? A seductive voice came from beside Long Yaning, and you could tell from the voice that it belonged to a very charming woman. You don't need to come looking for me, I'll come looking for you. You're at the Lin family's, right? Long Yaning quickly covered her best friend's mouth, and after confirming Xiaoyu's location, she hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. By the time Long Yaning arrived at the Lin family home, it was nearly 10:30. Women naturally need time to wash up and put on makeup, and with the traffic jam on the way, it was quite normal to be a little late. This time, Long Yaning drove herself. Her car was a bright red convertible sports car. Xiaoyu couldn't tell the brand, but he was certain it was a car company from this world because the logo was a fiery horse. Long Yaning's outfit today was as hot as yesterday's. She wore tight jeans that accentuated her perfect figure, and a short-sleeved top that showed off her slender waist, which she was very proud of. Xiaoyu never expected that the serious teacher Long would have such a side. Get in the car. Xiaoyu got into the car and looked around at the cars in this world with curiosity. Then Long Yanning stepped on the gas and drove Xiaoyu to the Pokémon Association headquarters. At the Pokémon Association headquarters, unlike last time, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning encountered no difficulties whatsoever. After passing through normal security checks, they easily and smoothly entered the treasure vault. The Pokémon Association headquarters vault was filled with all sorts of rare and bizarre treasures, a dazzling array that left Xiaoyu and Long Yanning overwhelmed with admiration. Advanced ball? That's pretty average. I wonder if they have a master ball. A-grade item, metronome. A-grade power mirror. At first, things were normal, but later Xiaoyu started to get envious. He wanted to pack all these things up and take them with him. If he robbed the treasure vault, he estimated that he could live a life of ease for several lifetimes. Xiaoyu knew he must look quite pathetic, being so inexperienced, but he couldn't control himself. There were just too many treasures inside, leaving him with a dilemma of choice. Only children make choices. He wants it all. If you keep choosing like this, you won't finish looking at them all afternoon. Long Yanning couldn't help but say, looking at Xiaoyu's appearance, you should choose by section, go to the dragon-type items section, the items there are most suitable for your Pokémon. Let's go take a look first. Xiaoyu followed Long Yanning's suggestion and walked towards the dragon-type treasure area. The dragon-type treasures were located at the deepest part of the treasure vault, which was because the dragon-type treasures were the most precious and rarest. Seeing the A-grade dragon scale displayed in the cabinet, Long Yanning suggested to Xiaoyu, this A-grade dragon scale is perfect for you. It can accelerate the growth of dragon-type Pokémon and is most suitable for your Dragapult. Chapter 89 The Real Treasure. The A-grade dragon scale recommended by Long Yanning is indeed very good, but it is the last thing Xiaoyu needs right now. He only needs to catch one more dragon-type Pokémon to get 6 A-grade dragon scales, so he certainly won't waste this precious opportunity for just one A-grade dragon scale. Let me take another look. Xiaoyu declined Long Yanning's recommendation and began to stroll slowly through the dragon-themed treasure area, carefully examining all the counters. Grade A Dragon Fang, Grade A Dragon Gem. In the game, dragon gems are one-time use items that enhance the power of one dragon-type move. However, in reality, similar items are chargeable items once used. They can be used again by recharging, which is quite good. However, Xiaoyu was still somewhat dissatisfied with the A-grade item. He was unwilling to accept that he only got an A-grade treasure after all the hard-won opportunity. There weren't many items in the dragon-themed treasure zone, and Xiaoyu had to admit that while they were all quite good, nothing really caught his eye. Since he could only choose one treasure, Xiaoyu didn't rush to make a decision and continued walking forward. Behind the dragon treasure zone, there is another area, which is also the largest area in the entire treasure vault. Area of unknown mysterious items. Xiaoyu went inside and soon saw an item that shocked him. There were 7 or 8 Mega Evolution Stones and 2 Evolution Key Stones in a cabinet with a label on them. Page 50. The mysterious gem is extremely dazzling, beautiful in appearance, and extremely hard. It seems to contain strong energy, but we don't know how to develop and utilize it yet. Trench. Too embarrassing. To be honest, Xiaoyu really wanted to just choose those few Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones and leave the treasure vault without looking back, but after thinking about it, he immediately calmed down and suppressed his impulse. Because if he had chosen those stones, it would have been recorded today. On October 3rd, Xiaoyu, ID number XXX, received the mysterious gem at the Pokémon Association headquarters. Then, when the day comes that Mega Evolution is announced in the future, the Pokémon Association will surely remember that there were Mega Stones and Evolution Keys in the treasure vault before. A quick glance at the records reveals that Xiaoyu has acquired the Evolution Key Stone and several Mega Evolution Stones. With so many Mega Evolution Stones at his disposal, he will undoubtedly become the target of everyone's attacks. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. If Xiaoyu only takes one or two, that would be fine, but if he takes so many, neither the Xiao family nor the Lin family has the strength to protect these Super Evolution Stones. When the association comes knocking, Xiaoyu might be lucky enough to keep some, but most of the stones will definitely be taken away. Xiaoyu was not content with just taking a small portion. He wanted to take all the Mega Stones and Evolution Keys without the Pokémon Association finding out. How to do? Xiaoyu pondered a solution in his mind. He suddenly remembered that one of the rewards of the high school cup was a chance to choose from the treasure vault, but he couldn't quite recall how to get into the top few. Is it the top 8 or the top 4 nationwide? It should be the top 8. Anyone who makes it into the top 8 nationwide will get a chance to choose a treasure. Xiaoyu stood there, thought for a while, and quickly came up with 2 plans. The first plan is stupid: train someone who can make it into the top 8 in the country, let him enter the college cup, and then get the chance to choose treasures. Then take out these Super Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones and finally give them to Xiaoyu. But this plan is too difficult. Xiaoyu himself doesn't even know if he can make it into the top 8 in the country. How can he train another person? Isn't that nonsense? Moreover, once that person takes out these stones, the Pokémon Association will definitely find them after the Mega Evolution is announced. At that time, Xiaoyu will only have the choice to either kill this person directly or help him escape and hide his information, which is impractical. Xiaoyu thought about it more and felt that the plan was not feasible, and finally rejected it. The plan was too wishful thinking, the ideal was too lofty, but the reality was too harsh, and the difficulty was too great to achieve. The second option is much simpler and more direct, which can be summarized in 2 words: spending money. They'll pay someone to retrieve the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys for them, so Xiaoyu doesn't need to show his face, as long as he keeps his identity a secret. Of course, it won't be cheap, but this plan is highly feasible and has a high probability of being implemented. There are 3 core problems with this plan. First, who should be the scapegoat? This person must have the opportunity to select treasures from the vault and be willing to sell them for money. Second, money. They must have enough money or sufficient bargaining chips. Third, their identity must be concealed, ensuring that they remain undetected throughout the entire process, so that the Pokémon Association's investigation will only lead to the scapegoat. If these 3 problems are solved, then this solution will definitely be feasible. You really like these stones? Long Yaning, who was standing there for so long, couldn't help but ask. No. Xiaoyu quickly denied it to avoid Long Yaning noticing his insincerity. I'm thinking about something. Let's go and see what's going on ahead. The display cases along the way in this area are mostly filled with strange and unusual items. Among them, Xiaoyu also found wishing stars, wishing star blocks, and wishing star fragments. These things made Xiaoyu really envious. If he could get 2 more wishing stars, he could complete the first prerequisite quest for the Dynamax quest. Xiaoyu genuinely wanted it. Recalling the numerous treasures he had seen earlier, he even had a fleeting thought of transforming into a villain and robbing the entire treasure vault. However, he only dared to think about it. As you continue forward, you encounter all sorts of strange and wonderful things, some useless, others mysterious objects whose uses have not yet been discovered. As Xiaoyu walked through the area, he suddenly saw a prop in a display case in the corner that made him tremble. It was a broken gemstone, quietly displayed in a showcase with a label on it. The damaged gem is extremely hard and has a very beautiful appearance. It seems to contain a small amount of dragon-type and psychic-type energy, but its purpose is unknown. When Xiaoyu saw the broken crystal ball, the system automatically displayed the item's detailed information. Broken heart drop. The damaged heart drop has lost most of its original function, but it still retains a small amount of dragon and psychic energy. Ding! Quest triggered. Water City siblings. Latios and Latios. The Latias and Latios are legendary psychic and dragon-type Pokémon. Latias and Latios possess invisibility and can communicate telepathically, making them incredibly powerful. Although the damaged heart drop has lost most of its function, it can still be used once after repair to summon either Latios or Latias. Mission requirements: collect S-rank psychic-type items and S-rank dragon-type items to repair the heart drop. After repair, you can forcefully use the damaged heart drop once. Then, find the Water City secret realm and summon Latios or Latias. Prerequisite Task 1, Collect S-Rank Superpower Items, 0/1. Prerequisite Quest 2, Collect S-Rank Dragon-type Items, 0/1. Prerequisite Task 3, Locate the exact location of the Water City Secret Realm, 0/1. Prerequisite Task 4, Achieve at least the Quasi-Heavenly King level in Strength. Note, please use with caution. A broken heart drop will be destroyed after one use. Please ensure you have the strength to capture the Water Brothers and Sisters before using it. Chapter 90 The Angry Teacher Long. When she left the treasure vault, Long Yaning's beautiful face was covered with frost, like an ice queen. She exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. She walked with her long legs to the front of Xiaoyu, keeping a certain distance from him. Teacher Long, who was in a fit of anger, clearly didn't want to talk to Xiaoyu and only left Xiaoyu with a perfect back view. Her slender waist, accentuated by her long, straight legs and blue skinny jeans, and her perfect figure exude a fatal charm, constantly attracting the attention of passers-by. As the saying goes, there are 3 levels of a woman's beauty. The first level is external, focusing on the beauty of her skin, legs, waist, face, collarbone, and figure. The second level is her temperament, her inner qualities and self-cultivation, and her inner beauty. The third level is her wisdom. Xiaoyu, a virgin in both his lives, has a clear understanding of himself. He is an utterly ordinary person. He cannot reach the second or third level of enlightenment in a short time. Someone like him, who has detached himself from higher interests, can only see the first level at present. His eyes were only drawn to fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs, curvaceous figures, and slender waists. Although Long Yaning was 7 or 8 years older than Xiaoyu, it didn't stop Xiaoyu from thinking to himself, I really like Teacher Long's tiny waist. As the saying goes, a woman's waist is a deadly weapon. If Xiaoyu continues like this, her life will not last long. Long Yaning was unaware of Xiaoyu's thoughts. If she had known, she might have directly unleashed a dragon star swarm attack on Xiaoyu with her staff-tailed armored dragon. She was genuinely angry. She was truly disappointed in him. Back in the treasure vault, Xiaoyu had been such a stubborn mule. Despite having so many better options, she had spent a long time trying to persuade him and analyzing for him what treasures he needed most at this stage. However, Xiaoyu chose a worthless gem, which almost made Long Yanning faint. Wouldn't it have been better to choose an A-grade dragon scale to speed up the growth of the dragon mesia? She also tried to convince herself that Xiaoyu must have his reasons for choosing this. Scientific research always has unique ideas, and everyone has a different perspective. Perhaps this broken gem really is some great treasure. Xiaoyu's reason was that he really liked it and felt a connection with this broken gemstone. Fate is a load of rubbish. Long Yaning really wanted to say that if fate were useful, she wouldn't be single now, and every year when she goes home for the new year, her family members would urge her to get married. The two walked together on the pedestrian street, maintaining a distance of 1 body length, creating a rather strange atmosphere. Excuse me, you two. A man in his late 20s suddenly walked over from the side, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two, and stopped them, holding a camera in his hand. At the same time, he was accompanied by a magneton and a companion holding video recording equipment. He said to the two of them, I am Mushire, a photography blogger from Duyan. I am doing street photography here. I saw that you two are so good looking, like models, so I would like to take a set of photos of you. Is that okay? Don't worry, it's free, we don't charge a penny, photography blogger Mushire emphasized, while opening his phone, pulling out his Duyan videos, and handing them over. These are some photos I took before, you can take a look. The man's words interrupted Xiaoyu's thoughts, bringing him back from admiring Teacher Long's figure. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. What had gotten into him? How could he have had such thoughts of betraying his teacher? He was so ashamed. Coming to his senses, Xiaoyu quickly walked up to Teacher Long and asked Mushire, is it free? Are you sure? Hearing Xiaoyu's miserly tone, the man couldn't help but despise him. He was so handsome, yet he cared so much about money. He wondered what had gotten into the beautiful woman next to him. Yes, we guarantee we won't charge a single penny, Mushire emphasized, still maintaining a faint smile. Xiaoyu's next words almost made him faint with anger. I don't want anything that doesn't cost money. I only want things that cost money. I don't want anything cheap. We won't bid on anything below 10,000. I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend money. Xiaoyu's words made Long Yaning, who was standing to the side, burst out laughing, but she quickly suppressed her laughter and returned to her initial cold demeanor. Dude, you're so funny. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning ultimately did not take any photos and left directly. Taking advantage of the man's interruption, Xiaoyu quickly caught up with Long Yaning. Teacher Long, don't be angry. Xiaoyu knew why Teacher Long was angry, but he could only smile bitterly to himself. What could he do? These were legendary Pokémon, Latias and Latios. I chose this gem because I felt that the dragon-type energy it contained was very special, so I wanted to take it back to the lab to study it. Teacher Long, I promise that I will devote myself to training when I get back. I will put the experiment aside for now and will listen to you next time. Xiaoyu could only use a kind lie to coax Teacher Long that he was wrong this time, but he would dare to do it again next time. You have to know that this is a divine beast, and a dragon-type divine beast at that. Xiaoyu had no reason to refuse. I'm not angry. After that little incident, Long Yaning's anger had subsided a bit, and judging from Xiaoyu's apologetic tone, it was almost gone. However, Long Yaning could not admit that she was angry. Besides, this was clearly none of her business, it was Xiaoyu's own choice. What was there for her to be angry about? Really? Xiaoyu asked. Really, Long Yanning replied. Then swear an oath, Xiaoyu said. Xiaoyu. Long Yaning gritted her teeth in hatred, as if she had returned to the scene when she hated Xiaoyu on the first day of reporting for duty. Be serious. I'm telling you something. This time, choosing treasures from the treasure vault is your own opportunity, and you have the right to make your own decision, which I respect. However, as your teacher, I still hope that you will prioritize the University Cup for now, and choose treasures that can help you improve your strength. Your own strength is the most important thing. Without the support of your own strength, too much scientific talent is not a good thing. But since you have already made your decision, as your teacher, I can only support it. Long Yaning said earnestly that she had always considered things from Xiaoyu's perspective. The more extraordinary Xiaoyu's performance in scientific research was, the more dangerous he was actually. There was once a genius in China, a genius who specialized in the study of ancient Pokémon. He shone brightly in the research of ancient Pokémon, but he focused too much on scientific research and his own strength was extremely weak. He only kept a few Pokémon as pets, and one day he found them murdered in his home. Finally, the Pokémon Association's investigation revealed that it was an elite 4-level trainer from an enemy country who was responsible. After monitoring this genius for 2 years, the enemy country finally found a rare opportunity to assassinate this scientific genius. Thinking of this, a trace of worry flashed in Long Yaning's eyes. If Xiaoyu became too engrossed in scientific research and neglected to improve his own strength, he would eventually end up like this. Therefore, Xiaoyu had to improve his strength. It's important to know that a highly respected doctor like Professor Lin not only has bodyguards protecting him, but he also has a Pokémon at the near Elite 4 level and Z moves, giving him numerous ways to protect himself. Xiaoyu himself knew about Long Yanning Huayu's worries. He understood these principles. In his previous life, in Russia alone, more than 20 billionaires died mysteriously in 2022. Even in their past lives, when there were no supernatural phenomena, billionaires were like this. How much easier would it be in this world full of supernatural phenomena? Assassinating someone couldn't be easier. Hearing Long Yaning's tone and seeing her slightly furrowed brows, Xiaoyu felt apologetic. He knew she was angry because she was worried about him, but he really didn't know how to explain, so he could only change the subject. Teacher Long, don't be angry. If you frown like that too much, you'll get more forehead wrinkles. You should smile more. Look, it's already noon. How about I treat you to lunch, like hot pot?
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.